Anton, wake up quickly, Anton! Betty Brant exclaimed with a helpless expression, looking at Anton, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, finding it hard to believe that Jonah Jameson could make such a mistake. To hand over his years of hard work so easily to his own grandson, a college dropout and aimless rich second generation? It was utterly foolish. Anton bleary-eyed opened his eyes, instinctively wiping the drool off the desk, then he raised his head in confusion, looking at the young blonde secretary in front of him, completely unaware of whether he was dreaming or still asleep. Anton, this is the front page of tomorrow's Daily Bugle. I need you to confirm and sign it. Betty handed the document to Anton. Anton instinctively took the document, signed it, and handed it back, as Betty swayed her graceful figure and left. Anton stared at Betty's curvy backside, some thoughts flashing through his mind. The young man couldn't help but widen his eyes. A memory captured an English name from the document Betty had just given him, and he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, the name I just signed isn't mine. Anton? I scored only 70 in my English college entrance exam, and I took the CET-4 only twice during 4 years of university, with the highest score being 364. How could I possibly understand this? Suddenly, Anton's body froze. The front-page newspaper that Betty had just handed over, which would be published tomorrow, bizarrely flashed in his mind. Photographic memory. Having acquired this essential skill of a time traveler, Anton did not feel excited. Instead, he slumped in his soft office chair, like a salted fish, grabbing his hair in frustration, not knowing what to say. Tony Stark. That newspaper is called the Daily Bugle? That alone explains the situation. Anton was at a loss about what to do. It was already the 21st century, and he was well aware of the kind of story he had encountered. Accompanying this kind of story, there was also a golden finger. Of course, it couldn't be that useless photographic memory. DC template? Anton stroked his chin, his mind immersed in thought. In an instant, it felt as if time had stopped, and he seemed to be in a new world, the system space. This place resembled a laboratory, with various DC hero armors arranged around, including Batman, Flash, Green Arrow, Green Lantern, Cyborg, Atom, Wonder Woman, and so on. The colorful armors were enveloped in a transparent glow. Anton reached out to touch them but found that the transparent glow was impenetrable, just like how a girl always wears safety shorts under her skirt, which was quite annoying. Unlock method, increase hero fan value. Anton saw a line of text drift across the glow, scratched his head, and a flood of complex information surged into his mind, causing his head to throb painfully. Now I understand. Anton realized that these DC hero armors were all prepared for him by the system. The condition to unlock these armors is to increase the fan value corresponding to the hero and use the fan value to unlock the armor. Of course, these armors contained all the abilities of the corresponding heroes. In other words, once he donned the armor, Anton could become Batman, Green Lantern, Superman, Wonder Woman, etc., even if it seemed like he had entered a wrong gender. However, that didn't matter. Anton was extremely excited. As a movie fan, he had been fascinated countless times by the fantasy universe created by Marvel and DC. This time travel directly fulfilled his two wishes. Anyway, he had no attachment to his previous life, and the previous days was just due to his confusion upon first traveling. The previous owner of this body is named John Jameson, an astronaut. His grandfather is Jonah Jameson, a renowned entrepreneur in New York and the owner of the Daily Bugle. Anton's eyes brightened slightly. The Daily Bugle, as a famous newspaper in New York, has a market value of billions and extends its reach into various industries in New York. Anton could also be considered a well-off second generation. According to his memories, Jonah Jameson started from scratch, gradually building the now billion-dollar newspaper company from a small reporter, and was now somewhat weary, planning to retire and enjoy life. Thus, he whimsically retained his position as president of the Daily Bugle, allowing his grandson to assume the role of editor-in-chief that he had originally held. No one expressed confusion about this appointment. The Daily Bugle was where Jonah Jameson's dream began, controlled by the Jameson family, and was also his most cherished business. He felt most at ease keeping it in the hands of his own family. Is there anyone closer than his own grandson? If he couldn't count on Anton, should he rely on Anton's cheap father, John, the astronaut, who was Jonah Jameson's cheap son? Anton's thoughts turned. The system will randomly select a primary hero template. As the thought settled, the armors around him spun like a revolving lantern before finally stopping on a shadow with a flowing cape and pointed ears. Batman. Anton was not disappointed. In the Marvel universe, randomly picking Superman would be the right path, but getting Batman was also quite good. Moreover, his favorite DC hero was Batman. Although Superman was more powerful, Batman was the patriarch of DC. Since the primary hero template is Batman, a special new player gift package is given, Fracture Card. The original price of Batman's armor is 50 million fan value, now only 9.98 million. You won't lose out for 9.98 million, you deserve it. A pleasant prompt sounded in his ear. The armor in front of Anton suddenly shone brightly, projecting scenes. In addition to the standard armor in front of him, various armors of Batman appeared, including Fenrir armor, Rabbit armor, Strike armor, Insider suit, Anti-Superman armor, Heaven's Arrival armor, Thermal armor, and more. Additionally, Batman's image kept changing in Anton's eyes. As a Batman fan, Anton immediately recognized who these versions of Batman were. They were all darker versions of Batman. Red Death, Dawnbreaker, Merciless, the Batman Who Laughs, Drowned, and Doomslayer Bat. Anton was stunned. All the regrets of not getting Superman vanished. If he could redeem these Batman armors, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in this world? Not knowing how much time had passed, Anton left the system space and once again felt the flow of time. A gentle warm breeze blew in through the open window. At this moment, Anton was excited. The confusion from the time of his travel was completely overshadowed by immense surprise. Of course, redeeming armors requires the hero's fan value. For example, with the help of the Fracture Card, the Batman armor originally worth 50 million fan value now only costs 9.98 million. However, these special armors in the Batman template and their darker forms cannot be redeemed with fan value, they require justice points instead. Fan value is easy to understand, simply put, it can be understood as popularity. The higher the popularity, the more fans there are. Justice points, on the other hand, refer to the reward score determined by the system for doing good deeds or fighting crime, measured in units of 10,000. Anton looked at the justice points required for these armors in the Batman template. The least was the Strike armor, which required 5 million justice points, followed by the Rabbit armor, valued at 8 million, while the others were all valued in the tens of millions, with the highest armor, the 6th Dimension Ultimate armor, even valued at over 100 million. This difficulty is a bit high. Anton pondered for a moment, realizing the system's intention. Fan value indicates that the system hopes Anton can expand the fame of DC heroes in the Marvel world, or even conquer Marvel in the name of DC. Justice points indicate that the system does not want Anton to use some underhanded means to expand DC's fame. Instead, it hopes he can do good deeds or save the world to replace the gradually growing Marvel heroes. Interesting. Anton chuckled. Twilight had arrived, and the sunset, as radiant as gold leaf, playfully crawled down the windowsill, dyeing half of Anton's body golden. He glanced at the time. It was time to leave work. Just as he was about to stand up, his phone on the desk suddenly buzzed, the crisp ringtone seemingly urging him. Ring, ring, ring. He picked up the phone, and the screen prominently displayed a familiar name, Tony Stark. Anton was momentarily taken aback, and Tony Stark's face, with its little mustache and arrogant demeanor, flashed in his mind, causing an inexplicable annoyance to swell within him. Anton, you didn't forget about tonight's party, did you? The moment the call connected, Tony Stark's frivolous voice came through. If you admit defeat now, I wouldn't mind showing you some mercy. His words were full of sarcasm, especially coming from the notorious Tony Stark, making it sound even more mocking. Anton was stunned for a moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind, and he quickly sorted out the situation. The original owner was a rich kid who loved chasing girls, taking long baths, and flaunting wealth. Although there was a gap between him and top figures like Tony Stark, who was already the chairman of Stark Industries, their social circles overlapped significantly, making encounters inevitable. Not long ago, at a party, the two had a conflict and made a bet to see who was better at charming women. As expected, Anton lost the competition. Tony Stark, wielding the power of money, not only took away the girl they had bet on but also used his wealth to sweep away all the women at the party, including the cleaning lady who came to tidy up afterward. By the way, Anton also lost his own female companion, making him the laughingstock of everyone. It must be admitted that Tony Stark was not only a technological genius but also a rare talent in the art of seduction and socializing. Since then, the two had been openly competing at recent parties. Anton always lost without exception, but he remained undeterred. Tony found amusement in this. According to some sycophants, Tony had become quite fond of this unequal competition and had invested considerable energy into it. In the social circles of New York, many other rich second-generation individuals, like Tony Stark, found entertainment in this, even placing bets. Clearly, it was time to open the betting again tonight. Charming women? Anton felt a surge of excitement and abruptly stood up, rushing into the garage. Boom! A ridiculously cool Bugatti Veyron shot down the street like a bolt of lightning, its roar attracting envious glances from countless passers-by. While he wasn't very good at charming women, flipping through the memories of the original owner, it was clear that what he did wasn't charming, it was simply throwing money around. Who can't throw money? Surely, there can't be anyone who doesn't know how to throw money, right? Anton won't back out tonight, will he? Damn, I'm in trouble, I bet 100,000 on him. Damn. You're so bold, still betting on Anton? I know for sure I can't win betting on Anton. Exactly. Damn, if it weren't for drawing lots to get Anton, do you think I would bet on him? Since Anton had never won, these people used a lottery system to place their bets, betting on whoever was drawn. A group of rich kids each hugged a female companion and chatted by the pool. Tony Stark stood at the center of the crowd, surrounded by several top-notch beauties, their alluring figures and flirtatious glances seemingly ready to dig into someone's pockets. Soon, Anton arrived. He made his way through the crowd and spotted his friends. You finally made it. I thought you wouldn't dare come. Anton, I bet 100,000 on you today. His friends greeted him excitedly. Good man, bro. Anton said to the last one, I'll make sure you earn a lot today. Anton. Tony was drawn in by the noise and immediately spotted his old rival. He swaggered over, laughing disdainfully. Defeated opponent, have you thought about how you'll go home crying under the covers tonight? Tony, don't get too cocky. Anton shot a glance at Tony. Do you really think that sexy little mustache of yours can attract women? Why not? Tony spread his hands, feigning innocence, and said with righteous indignation, why would you think I'd want to have a relationship with a pretty girl? For a billionaire like me, dating is an insult to my vast fortune. I'm glad to see you're aware. For beauties, being a magazine cover girl is far more appealing than sleeping with a softie like you. Anton mocked. So what? Tony said nonchalantly, does that matter? Of course it matters, because I can offer them more. Anton smiled at the voluptuous blonde beside Tony. Beautiful lady, I have a billion-dollar project I'd like to discuss with you. Interested in being my leading lady? Is that all? Tony showed no signs of panic, chuckling at Anton. Are you trying to steal my girl? Come on, you've used that line 12 times already. Haven't you figured out the secret to defeating me yet? He had always been the one stealing others' girls, and no one had ever managed to steal his. Naturally, his blind confidence made him never worry about anyone being able to take his girls. Sorry, you're very charming, but I already have a boyfriend. The blonde beauty remained unfazed. Clearly, in the current situation, compared to the flamboyant and world-renowned Tony Stark, Anton had a small amount of fame in New York, but he still fell far short of Tony Stark, who controlled Stark Industries. The name Stark Industries was not just popular in the United States. As a major arms dealer, Stark Industries held considerable power worldwide. The wealth behind Anton was merely like a noble family compared to a small-town landlord. Although both were aristocrats, there were still distinctions among them. All right, you'll soon realize what a big opportunity you've missed. Anton maintained his composure, still full of confidence despite the rejection. With the system in hand, the world was his. It was 2020, if a time traveler wasn't handsome and lacked confidence, how could readers relate? Wow, Anton, you look exceptionally different today. Tony curiously observed Anton, feeling that his old rival seemed to have gained something compared to before, his aura having changed. You seem quite confident? Tony laughed. You think you're more charming than me? Fortunately, Anton wasn't just here to chase women today. Tony, we're both handsome guys, the only thing left to compare is our strength. Anton said, you know I just took over the Daily Bugle, but I'm not interested in running a newspaper. What do you mean? I'm preparing to enter the entertainment industry and make movies. You want to be a director? Tony suddenly understood, widening his eyes as he looked Anton up and down. He never expected that this guy who had been competing with him for so long would have such a bizarre idea. Wait, you must be thinking, Tony showed a lewd smile, feeling that he had seen through Anton. He knew what kind of person Anton was. While he wasn't completely incompetent, he certainly didn't have any outstanding talents, except for the second best life skill, throwing money to chase women. What do you care what I want to do? Anton rolled his eyes. What he didn't know was that his words inadvertently resonated with Tony's thoughts. The two exchanged glances, and Anton clearly saw a spark of excitement in Tony's eyes. This guy is indeed a thrill seeker. Anton thought for a moment and smiled. So, Tony Stark, are you interested in playing together? How to play? Although Tony's expression didn't change, Anton could already see his interest. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best isn't your friend but your rival. Anton had spent quite a bit of time interacting with Tony and had repeatedly suffered losses at his hands, naturally gaining a deep understanding of Tony's flamboyant and cocky character. Invest 100 million, we'll split it 50-50, and we'll bet on box office returns. Anton crossed his arms confidently, looking at Tony Stark. If we profit, I win. If we lose, I'll be your shadow, carrying your bags and being your servant, even calling you daddy if you want. Although I know you're trying to swindle me, it doesn't matter. Tony laughed heartily. A mere 50 million, I'll play with you, Anton. I look forward to you becoming my bag carrier. Suddenly, he changed his tone. However, I never make a losing deal. You say. Anton replied calmly. Add one condition. Tony scrutinized Anton. The box office return rate must exceed 50%, otherwise, you'll still lose. Deal. Anton agreed readily and then added, and if I win? If you win, all profits from this movie, including the principal, belong to you. I won't take a cent. Also, I'll throw a party in Los Angeles in your name, and all the girls will be yours. Deal. Anton smiled. Tony and Anton are at it again. Didn't you hear? This time they have a new game. Apparently, it's because of the actress next to Tony. Making a movie? That sounds interesting. You've got me wanting to get in on the action. There are so many actresses in Hollywood, and I haven't gotten close to many of them yet. These two really know how to have fun. Money isn't really a problem. What surprises me is that Anton actually wants to be a movie director. TSK, has he lost his mind? This is going to be a great show, way more exciting than making a movie. If they turn this betting story into a film and slap Tony Stark's name on it, it's bound to be a hit. A group of top rich kids, bored and restless, eagerly discussed Anton and Tony's bet. Compared to this, the luxurious dinner party seemed utterly dull to them. They were only interested in savoring the most thrilling part repeatedly. Are they both gone? No, they're still inside. They haven't fought yet. How do we count the bets we just placed? Let it sit for now, we'll talk when the movie comes out. I heard if Anton loses, he'll have to be Tony's bag carrier. How thrilling! So thrilling! The group of rich kids rushed into the banquet hall and saw that Tony was now accompanied by two more beautiful women. Anton was in a similar situation. Although he hadn't brought a companion, he was now surrounded by women. As a rich kid, Anton held a significant status in New York, and the ladies were more than willing to approach him. Furthermore, news of the bet between Anton and Tony had spread among the rich second-generation crowd, and those who witnessed it were amazed. Just to settle a score, both sides were willing to wager 50 million. It was as if they were playing without regard for money. Anton, are you really going to make a movie? A stunning, alluring beauty clung to Anton, her cheek nearly pressed against his chest, wrapping her arms around him as she whispered in his ear, I think this movie still needs a leading lady? Ah, you're absolutely right. Anton unreservedly wrapped his arms around the lovely woman's waist, smiling as he said, Beautiful lady, are you interested in being my leading lady tonight? A night of indulgence. The next day, Anton left the hotel feeling refreshed. Before getting into his car, he casually tossed the beauty's contact information into the trash bin. At the Daily Bugle, Betty looked at Anton with a face full of surprise. She never expected Anton to arrive at the office on time. It was truly a rare occurrence. Betty, how long have you been at the Bugle? Even more surprisingly, Anton asked her this question upon seeing her. Since graduation, it's been about 3 years now, Betty replied. Anton nodded. You've always been the old man's assistant and know the situation at the Bugle very well. I'm confident letting you take over my job. The old man would be at ease too. Betty was completely confused. It's settled then. Anton stood up, waved his hand, and left the office, saying, I'm off to discuss this with the old man. Betty watched Anton leave without looking back, thinking that he was probably tired of the same old routine and wanted to find a new place to have fun. However, she figured Jameson would probably explode with anger. Just as she suspected. Bang! In a high-end villa area in New York. You little punk! Do you think the Daily Bugle is a place you can come and go as you please? Jameson slammed his hand on the table, furious, his face red and neck thick. Handing over your hard work to someone more trustworthy like Betty is definitely the right decision, Anton said, looking at the old man in surprise. Before I took over the Bugle, weren't you planning to train Betty to be your successor? Bullshit! Jameson shouted loudly, she's your assistant and will always only be an assistant. The editor-in-chief position isn't for a little girl who just graduated not long ago. Anton replied, you're discriminating against women. As the owner of the newspaper, your stance is quite biased. Discrimination? Nonsense. Jameson scoffed, even if I were discriminating, no one would believe it. I'm a well-known champion of equality in New York City. Apart from the mayor, even the council members have to respect me. Do you think you can threaten me? I'm not threatening you, I just hope you can speak nicely. Anton remained unflustered. Although the old man in front of him was angry, revealing a fierce expression, he didn't find him scary at all. In his memories, Jonah Jameson took the most pride in his son. That is, Anton's cheap father, who had unintentionally fathered John Jameson at the age of 19 with his girlfriend. However, as an astronaut, John spent a quarter of his time at the space station and the remaining 3/4 training at the astronaut base and recovering, having not been seen for almost a year, with hardly any rest time. Anton flipped through his memories, realizing that he had only a vague impression of this astronaut father. As for his mother, after giving birth to him, she took a sum of Jameson's settlement money and hadn't shown her face in years, living freely somewhere without a care. The person he was closest to in life had become the old man in front of him, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and who, in the original plot, was particularly fond of squabbling with a certain little spider who had yet to appear. In any case, I'm not managing the newspaper anymore. Anton declared firmly, I'm going to make a movie. To be honest, old man, I already have an idea for what I want to shoot. Just you? Jameson said, exasperated, sneering, Anton, I absolutely will not fund this. You might as well go next door to Hollywood and play the lead in some adult film, you might earn enough for a night's drinks. Anton ignored Jameson's foul language, shrugged nonchalantly, I don't need your money, I've already found a sucker, an investor. Who? Jameson exclaimed in shock, is there really someone so stupid in the world? From what you said, I'm really glad. Anton laughed heartily, saying with delight, because it's rare for two stubborn guys like us to reach an agreement on something. Quick, tell me who it is. Jameson huffed, who would dare invest in you? I'll make sure to go in front of him and laugh at him for being an idiot. Tony. Your hairdresser? Anton paused for a moment before saying, it's Tony from Stark Industries, the top genius inventor of the 21st century, the arms tycoon with a global business empire, the playboy who has slept with countless magazine cover models, and also the rare idiot you just mentioned. Jameson fell silent as well. He opened his mouth, feeling that just a few days into retirement, he had lost touch with society. How could someone as notorious for being reckless and clever as Tony Stark be hanging out with someone like his son, who was equally notorious for being reckless and not clever? It felt like they were birds of a feather. Spill it, which actress are you planning to sleep with now? Jameson assumed he had seen through Anton's schemes, rubbing his temples. You're slandering me out of thin air. Anton declared, old man, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I'm deciding to cut ties with you for 3 months. For these 3 months, don't meddle in my affairs. I'll handle my own career. Should I help you make up your mind and freeze your bank account while I'm at it? Fine, I'll reconsider cutting ties with you and give you an answer tomorrow. Seriously, you're not actually planning to make a movie, are you? Of course, I've already written the script. Let me see it. Anton was momentarily speechless, then quickly replied, I'll bring it to you when I give you my answer tomorrow. Jameson's mouth twitched slightly, increasingly feeling that Anton was unreliable. He then waved his hand, indicating that he was already impatient and wanted this kid to get out of his sight. Anton took the hint and left. Behind him, Jameson watched Anton walk away, opened his mouth, and ultimately said nothing. After all, with Tony Stark, that famous spendthrift backing him up, he might as well let Anton do whatever he wanted. Jameson had genuinely grown tired of dealing with his own spendthrift son. Of course, he had also made up his mind to revise his will immediately, putting all the cash originally intended for Anton into a family trust fund. When I'm gone, you'll only be able to draw a dead salary, you little punk. Don't even think about getting a single cent more every month. Anton opened the computer document in his room, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard as he typed the title of the movie. Batman, The Shadow of the Night. His golden finger not only bestowed upon him the DC hero template but also granted him the ability of photographic memory. This photographic memory was not just an exceptional recall, it was a common trope found in entertainment novels. In other words, everything he had experienced in his past life was vividly etched in his mind, as if carved deep within. Even the shape of the puddle he had urinated in at the age of 3 was deeply imprinted in his memory. Moreover, he could effortlessly recall any movie's plot he had seen, including lines, soundtracks, etc., and he could recite them completely. Of course, Anton was clueless about writing a screenplay. He planned to slightly expand on the original Batman background based on the movie plots in his mind and first write a novel of around 200,000 words. He picked up a pen and wrote a few words on paper, then racked his brain, falling into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he realized that as a wealthy and indulgent rich kid, this kind of hard work could easily be outsourced by hiring someone to ghostwrite for him. Thus, he only prepared a rough outline, planning to use his grandfather's connections to contact film producers the next day and find a few screenwriters to help him. The pleasures of the rich truly are beyond the comprehension of the poor, Anton thought as he lay down on the exquisite European-style bed worth a fortune, a joyful smile on his face, and began to fantasize about the future before gradually drifting into sleep. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly. After coming out of the system space, Anton immediately conceived the idea of creating a virtual star to promote Batman in order to gain the designated fan value from the system, which represented popularity. Just like in his past life, the characters from One Piece, as well as Sun Wukong from Chinese mythology, Odin and the gods from Norse mythology, and Zeus and the gods from Greek mythology, were all figures that were well known worldwide. If calculated in terms of fan value, each individual character could be valued in billions. Frankly speaking, this was the simplest, most convenient, and least labor-intensive method. Of course, it would require significant expenditure. However, once successful, the rewards would be not just fan value but also the cash from fans' wallets. If he could establish a positive cycle, it would be a win-win situation. There was no better method than this. As for whether Batman could attract enough fan value to achieve the desired effect of spreading popularity, Anton was full of confidence. Just looking at the phenomenon of superhero culture sweeping the globe in his past life showed how hot this trend was. Not to mention, in this world where real superheroes existed, it was an undeveloped vast market for superhero works. Time flowed like sand, and a quiet night passed. Swish! Anton opened his eyes, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and groggily got out of bed. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw his grandfather, Jonah Jameson, sitting at the table enjoying breakfast. "Where's the script?" Jameson glanced at him, his tone cold. Anton, however, was unfazed and secretly chuckled. He had long since guessed the old man's proud character. Although he claimed not to care, if one day Anton got a wild idea to go to space to accompany his cheap father, the old man would definitely want to build a rocket to send him up himself. Anton smiled and said, "The outline is ready." Saying that, he turned around, found the printer, imported the document, and printed out several sheets filled with background details, character settings, and a short story outline. "You call this a script?" Jameson's mouth twitched slightly, doubting his own sanity for holding any hope for this spendthrift. "Just take a look before you judge." Anton wasn't in a hurry. Although he hadn't written much, the rudimentary story on that paper already possessed the fundamental elements to move people's hearts. Having been the owner of the newspaper for decades, Jameson could be considered half a writer. With his excellent abilities, he had the basic competence to discern whether a news piece was attractive. By analogy, he could also roughly judge whether a story had selling points. A few minutes later, after reading the Batman story, Jameson's expression visibly changed, filled with astonishment. "This story is your own creation? You didn't plagiarize it, did you?" Jameson could hardly believe it. As Anton's grandfather, he had always thought Anton lacked any creative ability. "Where would I plagiarize from?" Anton crossed his arms, speaking with an imposing demeanor. "I sit at the Daily Bugle every day. Do you think those busy reporters have the time to tell me stories to amuse me? Do you think I'm still that little kid who wouldn't sleep without you telling me a story? Alright, although it's only a few sheets, you've indeed made me see you in a new light." Jameson pondered for a moment. He decided to use his connections in the entertainment industry to help Anton build this framework. After all, it wasn't a difficult task for him. Though he didn't know how Anton managed to pull off getting investment from the sucker Tony Stark, this way, even if there were losses, it wouldn't concern his own family. Using others to make a profit was something Jameson understood clearly. I can help you find people, but I won't give you a single penny, Jameson said seriously, looking at Anton. All negotiations need to be done by you. If you can impress me, I won't interfere in your life anymore. Don't worry, old man, I won't give you the chance to interfere in my life again. Anton flashed a radiant smile. Jonah Jameson's response was within Anton's expectations. Having inherited all of Anton's memories, he was very clear about his status in Jameson's mind. To outsiders, Jameson was a stubborn, profit-driven, and cold-hearted businessman. But to Anton, Jameson was forever that proud grandfather with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. As for the bet with Tony Stark needing to invest another $50 million, he could scrape together that little bit of pocket money. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could cover it up with some creative accounting. By the way, don't withdraw from the Daily Bugle for now, I'll find another editor-in-chief to take your place. Jameson contemplated for a moment and said, as for you, you can keep the title of deputy editor-in-chief. Even if you fail, you'll still have an escape route. Sure. Anton nodded, curiously asking, speaking of which, who do you plan to have as the new editor-in-chief? Betty, Eddie Brock. Jameson interrupted him. Eddie is a well-known reporter from the Daily Globe, has been in the industry for nearly 10 years. You may not have heard of him, but No, I've heard of him. This time it was Anton who interrupted Jameson, his expression turning a bit strange. Eddie Brock, I know him. That's good. Jameson wasn't surprised. After all, Anton had been the editor-in-chief of the Bugle for a while, and knowing about Eddie Brock meant he had indeed done some legitimate work and kept up with industry trends. Why did you choose him? Anton was even more curious. Not long ago, Eddie Brock was blacklisted by the Daily Globe and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Someone reached out to me hoping I could give him a job, Jameson said expressionlessly. I was going to refuse, but since you mentioned wanting to switch jobs, I thought of him. That being said, why not Betty? You were able to become the editor-in-chief at such a young age because you're the boss's grandson. What right does Betty have to manage the newspaper independently? That makes sense. Anton found himself speechless. However, the thought of Venom working for him stirred a thrilling feeling in his heart. Wait, does this mean that the two rivals, Spider-Man and Venom, are going to become colleagues? Plus, with Jonah Jameson, the head of Spider-Man's critics. The Daily Bugle could almost be considered the ultimate gathering place for Spider-Man's biggest haters. After finalizing the discussion with the old man, Anton immediately boarded his family's private jet and flew directly to Los Angeles that same day. The purpose of his visit was to meet with the film producer that his grandfather had arranged for him to discuss the collaboration on Batman, The Shadow of the Night. As a media tycoon, Jonah Jameson owned a film production company and held stakes in several major entertainment companies. In a way, this made him family. Considering that Anton was his grandson, Jameson had given him the green light. Mr. Anton, nice to meet you. The person who arrived was Jim Lambert, a second-tier producer in Hollywood. Having been in the industry for 30 years, he had participated in the production of nearly 100 quality films, gaining extensive experience. Jim took pride in a film he had worked on about 7 or 8 years ago, which achieved remarkable rankings in the global box office, securing a spot in the top 5 for the year and the top 50 overall. This film catapulted him to the status of a leading producer, bringing him immense glory and attracting a flurry of luxury cars and beautiful women. However, once you reach the top, unless you can soar even higher, the only way left is down. Jim perfectly exemplified this principle. In recent years, while the films he worked on received decent reviews, most had been in the red, and only a few had barely turned a profit. This string of failures had caused him to fall from the status of a leading producer back to that of a second-tier one. If it weren't for this, Jameson would have had a hard time getting him on board. After all, a top producer in Hollywood holds a status and power that rivals most studio heads, and those few elite producers can even stand up to the 6 major film companies. Hello, Jim. Anton quickly recalled the information he had about Jim Lambert and handed over the prepared movie outline to the well-known producer, who was in his 50s but still looked vibrant and youthful. Smiling, Anton said, "My grandfather should have already spoken to you. I plan to make a movie, starting with an investment of $50 million, with only one requirement: everything must prioritize success. Even if it ultimately fails, I want this movie to become well known. No matter what, Batman's fame must be established. I will do my best, Jim replied, maintaining a polite demeanor without showing too much warmth. His background was substantial, though his recent works had not been successful, they were far from abject failures. As long as he could get one film to shine before retirement, he could quickly regain his status as a leading producer based on his prior accomplishments. His years of waiting were all for a chance to make a spectacular comeback. Now that he was in his early 50s, he still had the energy to make things happen, and he needed to squeeze out every last ounce of his strength. Thus, Jim Lambert became increasingly cautious. Nowadays, he seldom personally took on production roles unless he encountered a truly compelling project. The reason he agreed to meet with Anton was solely out of respect for Jameson. Wow! Jim flipped through the thin sheets of paper in his hands, suppressing the disdain in his eyes. He sat up straight and read through it several times. Gradually, the chaotic thoughts in his mind began to coalesce. This is a very novel type of film, Jim looked at Anton and remarked, it's a genius idea. How did you come up with it? I call it a superhero movie. Captain America inspired me, Anton replied. He is, after all, the first superhero, a household name. Even though he passed away 70 years ago, his remarkable deeds still have a significant appeal. We all know what this means, it signifies that what I want to shoot possesses a vast market and return rate. Indeed, Jim conceded, unable to deny it. However, you're thinking too simply. The success of a film must consider multiple factors, including the most elusive one, luck. Anton laughed and responded, luck is on our side. Just the fact that this is a movie funded by Tony Stark is worth several tens of millions at the box office. Tony Stark? Jim exclaimed in surprise, you're telling me the investor is Tony Stark, that famous playboy? Exactly, Anton nodded. If you don't believe me, you can confirm it with Tony Stark himself. Since it's a project that Tony Stark has endorsed and has the backing of Stark Industries, then this film already has the greatest potential for success. Jim Lambert pondered for a moment and then stood up, extending his hand to Anton, then, let's have a pleasant collaboration. Pleasant collaboration, Anton replied with a bright smile. He certainly wouldn't tell Jim that Stark Industries wouldn't provide any promotional help for this film, and that Tony Stark would actually prefer for it to fail. However, Batman's debut would be like a dragon soaring in the sky, magnificent and imposing. How could such a film possibly fail? With his deep understanding of Batman's extraordinary appeal in another world, he had unprecedented confidence in the success of this film. One last question. After discussing the collaboration, Jim reminded Anton before he left, this film will undoubtedly require grand scenes, so the funding must be sufficient. What's your upper limit? Don't worry about the funding, just prepare the crew and actors. Get me a planning proposal and preliminary budget as soon as possible. Anton waved his hand, exuding a wealthy air, and said, I'll provide the story, and I'll handle the script. You can bring in a few screenwriters to New York, and I'll discuss it with them. No problem, Jim nodded. I'll prepare a plan and get it to you as soon as possible. Deal. After their meeting, Anton stayed in Los Angeles for a night, immersing himself in the glitz and glamour of Hollywood before quickly returning to New York. Jim Lambert, a seasoned producer, wasted no time. Within just a few days, he found a well-known ghostwriter renowned for his work and negotiated a price. This writer contacted Anton, who thought for a moment and decided that his home was clearly not the right place for business discussions. So he arranged to meet them at the Daily Bugle. Although he was no longer the editor-in-chief, he still held the title of deputy editor-in-chief and retained access to the largest office that had belonged to the editor-in-chief. This was undoubtedly the perfect creative space. During these days, he kept an eye on Jim's progress while maintaining his own creative output. With his vivid memories of movies in mind, he refined the rough outline of Batman, the Shadow of the Night. However, some areas still required the writer's modifications. Anton knew his limits and believed that professional matters should be left to professionals. Though he would soon take on the role of director for Batman, The Shadow of the Night, Jim had already lined up candidates for the assistant director positions. Everyone was clear about how this film should be shot. Knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Come in. Anton lazily looked toward the door. An unexpected figure walked in. Eddie, what's up? Anton was very surprised. He had initially thought the one knocking would be the gold-plated screenwriter he had arranged to meet. Anton, I've been struggling with this for a long time before deciding to come talk to you, Eddie said with hesitation on his face. There's something that's been weighing on my mind, and I can't hold it in any longer. Do you know why I was fired from my last job? I've heard a bit about it, It seems you offended a big shot. Anton shrugged and walked around to the back of his desk, pulling out a chair and inviting Eddie to sit down. After Eddie slowly sat down, he asked, "Do you want to know why I offended him?" "Then go ahead and tell me your story," Anton said as he returned to his old position, crossed his legs, and looked at the nervous Eddie with a smile. "Don't be nervous, no matter what you say, I won't fire you. You know you're the editor-in-chief, I'm just the deputy editor-in-chief and don't have the power to fire you. So, feel free to share what's on your mind and muster up your courage." Eddie still appeared quite anxious, slowly saying, "Carlton Drake, the owner of the Life Foundation. His pharmaceutical company grew rapidly because he used homeless people for experiments, conducting illegal human trials. His entire business empire is built on the bodies of countless innocent lives." I pressed him on this issue during an interview, and it ultimately angered him. Anton pondered for a moment before responding, "So you lost your job because of this, and you've been unwilling to let it go, wanting to continue investigating?" "I don't know," Eddie replied, his tone filled with hesitation but tinged with certainty. "I worked hard to get this job, but like you said, my life has been ruined by him, and I really can't accept it." "I'll discuss this with the old man when I get the chance," Anton said after a brief contemplation. "You can return to work for now, I'll give you a response as soon as possible." Carlton Drake of the Life Foundation was a wealthy tycoon. In terms of wealth, this young man who had achieved remarkable accomplishments in the medical field was likely not far behind Jonah Jameson, who had accumulated his wealth over many years. If Eddie pursued this matter, it would mean that the Daily Bugle was declaring war on the Life Foundation. To be honest, from a personal standpoint, Anton strongly supported Eddie exposing the scumbag Carlton Drake. However, he had to consider that the Daily Bugle did not belong to him. He lacked the capital to be reckless. Acting without considering the consequences was a sign of immaturity. Perhaps later, Anton could offer Eddie some support through his own means, but from the Daily Bugle's standpoint, Jonah Jameson was the decision-maker, and Anton had to respect the old man's opinions. "Okay." Eddie assumed this was just Anton's excuse, and disappointment was evident on his face as he stood up to leave. "Wait, Eddie, personally, I support you. But you should know, while the newspaper is my family's, it doesn't entirely belong to me," Anton added, noticing Eddie's expression. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to persuade the old man." "I understand. Thank you." Eddie felt the sincerity in Anton's words, and a hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Watching Eddie walk away, Anton rubbed his chin and took out his phone, calling the old man to report the entire situation. To Anton's surprise, Jonah Jameson not only didn't advise him to let it go but instead burst out laughing and told Anton to encourage Eddie to pursue the investigation wholeheartedly. Anton was taken aback. He hadn't even figured out how to persuade the old man yet, and Jameson had already readily agreed. "Why?" he asked curiously. "Jonah, you should know better than I do that investigating the Life Foundation is very risky. I've heard that there are quite a few shady dealings going on behind the scenes at the Life Foundation. If we agree to let Eddie pursue this, we might face threats of violence or even assassination from them. Anton, New York is our territory, the Life Foundation is in San Francisco. Trust me, the Life Foundation's hands can't reach into New York, and they wouldn't dare to," Jameson replied firmly. "As long as you want to do it, go ahead. Old man, I have to change my opinion of you. It turns out you're really just a retired editor-in-chief and not the stingy newspaper owner I thought you were," Anton smiled. Beyond his role as a businessman, Jonah Jameson had also served as the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle for decades. It was well known that newspapers not only published gossip but also bore the social responsibility of exposing the dark sides of society and promoting positive energy. If he didn't possess a sense of justice, how could Jonah Jameson continue to engage in such tedious work day after day? If Jameson had channeled that energy into other industries over the years, the wealth he possessed would have been multiplied many times over by now. "You've made me see you in a new light, Anton," Jameson said on the other end of the line, both gratified and pleased. "Regardless of whether you can ultimately resolve this matter, you've already shown the determination befitting a newspaper owner. Save the compliments for when this is all resolved," Anton said as he hung up the phone. Knock, knock. Just as he was about to call Eddie back into the office for a more detailed discussion, there was another knock at the door. The gold-plated screenwriter had arrived. Anton immediately set aside thoughts of Eddie and began discussing the movie script with the screenwriter. For him, while the Life Foundation was important, everything related to the movie was far more critical at that moment. The screenwriter, a white man named Browning Toby, came from a poor background. His current life had not come easily, and Browning understood the value of money better than anyone else. Thus, he held a great deal of respect for Anton, who was providing him with financial support. Their conversation was very pleasant. Browning discovered that Anton was not just an uneducated rich kid. The many settings of Batman sparked his interest, and the storyline aligned with public aesthetics. His job was merely to enhance what was already there, not to rescue it from disaster. I hope to get more of these easy and profitable jobs in the future. Browning secretly wished. Based on what I just said, make sure to perfect the script as soon as possible, Anton instructed. Additionally, I just thought of another suitable job for you. Go ahead, Browning nodded. Transform this story into a novel format to promote it to the public. This will serve as the first step in the film's marketing, Anton explained. As for compensation, you'll receive what you deserve. Deal. Browning agreed without hesitation, decisively nodding. The Batman story was already well established, and this task wasn't difficult for him. The compensation was higher than the market rate, so he was very willing to collaborate with Anton. Tomorrow I'll be flying to Los Angeles to meet Jim. If you're heading back to Los Angeles, you can come with me. Anton nodded. Alright, then I'll take my leave for now, Browning said, picking up on Anton's hint that he wanted to end the meeting and gracefully excused himself. Anton looked out the window, watching the golden sunset pouring in like a tide, painting the clouds in vibrant colors. He was startled back to reality, not realizing how much time had passed while talking with Browning. He stood up and walked to the employee area, where he saw Betty packing up, preparing to leave for the day. Hey, Betty, has Eddie left for the day? I don't know. Betty didn't give Anton a pleasant look, swaying her hips as she turned away and disappeared from his view. Isn't it just about talking? I didn't make you the editor-in-chief, so why are women so petty? Anton rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face. Anton, are you looking for me? Eddie happened to walk out of the office. Yes, do you want to grab a drink together? There's a bar not far downstairs, Anton invited. I have a few things I want to discuss with you. In the bar. Anton, I really appreciate you. Eddie, now a bit tipsy, had a glint of excitement in his eyes, as if a fiery flame had ignited within him. Since hearing that Anton had agreed on behalf of the Daily Bugle to allow him to resume the investigation into the Life Foundation, it felt like he had transformed into a different person, rediscovering a sense of purpose and meaning in life. Don't mention it. I hope you can see it through successfully. Anton didn't regard this as his own accomplishment. He took a gentle sip from his glass and immediately made a face of distaste. He had never liked the strong taste of whiskey. By the way, there's something I need to remind you about. Anton set down his glass and, with a serious expression, warned, the Life Foundation has a significant presence in San Francisco. While the homeless incident has shown that they've crossed the line of humanity, it will only land them in some trouble. You have to understand that they hold so many medical patents, and those with vested interests will never give up the Life Foundation easily. As a former journalist, you should know this reality better than I do. Eddie nodded silently, the excitement in his eyes dimming as he said with a bitter smile, exposing the Life Foundation would tarnish their reputation and give Carlton Drake a hard time, maybe even send him to prison, but that's about all I can do. And you absolutely cannot return to San Francisco, Anton continued. Eddie looked surprised, staring at Anton with his mouth slightly agape, but ultimately, he said nothing. You're being too conspicuous right now, Eddie, Anton said seriously. Remember, you're the editor-in-chief at the Daily Bugle, controlling the situation. You can't go back to San Francisco to take on frontline work. We both know that once you show your face, the Life Foundation will be alerted immediately, and that will expose the fact that we are working against them. The investigation into the Life Foundation must not be conducted openly. Of course, to ensure the investigation proceeded smoothly, not only must Eddie not leave New York, but the staff at the newspaper would also follow his orders. First, they needed to find definitive evidence to expose the Life Foundation's crimes, then they could strike while the iron was hot. This was the safest approach. I understand what you mean. A slightly gloomy expression crossed Eddie's face. Once the Daily Bugle fires the first shot and sparks public debate, there won't be as many restrictions, Anton said meaningfully. Don't worry, by then, you won't be able to hide even if you wanted to. Okay. Eddie understood Anton's good intentions. He wasn't a stubborn person who disregarded others' thoughts. He nodded earnestly, indicating he understood. Let's leave it at that. Anton handed the bartender some large bills, covering both the drinks and the tip, then stood up and said, I have to head to Los Angeles tomorrow. The Daily Bugle is in your hands. Eddie silently watched Anton leave the bar, filled with gratitude. On the way back, Anton fell into deep thought, reflecting on Eddie's experiences. Eddie Brock, San Francisco, the Life Foundation, fired. These keywords inevitably reminded him of the Venom movie from his past life. He pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone and searched for information related to the Life Foundation. Soon, he came across news about a rocket crash. This incident had occurred not long ago. It seems the symbiote has arrived on Earth. Anton frowned slightly, a wave of inexplicable worry rising within him. He knew all too well that the more he learned, the more he could sense the dangers of this world. Reports indicated that the rocket had crashed in eastern Malaysia. Thanks to the combined efforts of various parties, the wreckage was being processed. However, Anton knew clearly that what the Life Foundation had to deal with was far more than just the wreckage. According to the plot's development, the Life Foundation should be actively collecting the symbiotes that had arrived on Earth with the rocket. The only difference was that Eddie had come to New York instead of staying in San Francisco. It was like a butterfly gently flapping its wings. Perhaps the future had already changed in some way. But Anton firmly believed that no matter how the world changed, the symbiotes could not stir up too much trouble on Earth. He had a profound understanding of the Marvel Universe's worldview. Although the world he was in now seemed to blend many chaotic movie elements, one thing he was 100% sure of was that wherever Tony Stark was present, S.H.I.E.L.D. would also be there. S.H.I.E.L.D. was established after World War II and had experience dealing with aliens since the 1990s. That event even birthed a powerful superhero, Captain Marvel, or she could also be called Carol Danvers. With that backing, Anton understood that the symbiotes could not disrupt the order of Earth. If Earth could be so easily destroyed by these aliens, it would have already been completely annihilated during the crisis with the Kree army back in the 1990s. History proved that among the countless life-bearing planets in the universe, Earth was definitely a place of special fortune. Having gone through all these thoughts in his mind, Anton returned home. His grandfather was retired and not at home, which had become a common occurrence for Anton. The old man, who suddenly started enjoying life, was like a runaway husky, capable of vanishing without a trace at any moment. The next day, Anton arrived in Los Angeles with the gold-plated screenwriter, Browning. Under the guidance of the airport service staff, they arrived at a high-end residential area near Hollywood. In a luxury apartment, Anton finally met the tardy Jim Lambert. "Anton, you finally arrived." Jim got straight to the point, saying, "The preparations for the crew are almost complete. Next, we need to decide on the main roles. Do you have any thoughts or suggestions? This is your job. I'm only concerned about when the movie can officially start shooting." Anton shrugged. He was completely uninterested in the crew preparations. His only concern was to get the movie into production as soon as possible. Having learned about Eddie Brock's story and the situation surrounding the Life Foundation, he had a deeper understanding of the Marvel world. Overall, he felt a sense of insecurity. This feeling made him exceedingly anxious. He eagerly hoped to complete the film quickly, achieve his goals, and exchange the Batman template, which was crucial for him. "All right." Jim sighed helplessly, saying, "The male lead has basically been determined, but I thought you would have some specific requirements for the female lead, considering we're in Hollywood." Anton's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wait, are we selecting roles today?" Jim nodded and replied, "Yes, we have appointments with 7 or 8 actresses tomorrow, each of whom is a top beauty. Make sure to include me." Anton immediately changed his attitude, stating earnestly, "I do have some specific requirements for the female lead. At the very least, she must be good-looking, obedient, and also have a nice figure with a curvy backside and a generous bust." Jim shot him a resigned glance, a hint of teasing in his eyes as if he were an old hand at this. Then Browning and Jim began discussing the script, promising to complete the first draft within 3 days before taking their leave. Browning's home was in Los Angeles, and this upscale residence was prepared by Jim for Anton, not because Anton had no other place to stay in Los Angeles, but because it was close to Hollywood, making it convenient for his work. "How's the props team doing?" Anton thought for a moment and asked, "I have high standards for the costumes and props in this movie. The designs you sent me earlier were too generic and completely didn't meet my expectations." He had long since decided on the ideal template in his mind, so how could he settle for the props team's stingy designs? "No problem, I'll arrange it as soon as possible." Jim nodded, fully aware of Anton's status and authority as both the investor and director. On matters regarding the film's production, he had no room to argue or reason against it. After all, he was only there to get the job done and earn his due compensation, which wouldn't change based on his objections. In the following days, Anton worked tirelessly like a machine, hardly taking any breaks. He immersed himself in the film's preparation, finally determining the props and character selections for the movie. On the day before shooting began, Anton received a budget sheet. 110 million. Anton couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly groaning. This was 10 million higher than the investment amount he had agreed upon with Tony Stark. But recalling the investment situation during Nolan's production of Batman, The Shadow of the Night in his past life, he knew Jim at least wasn't deceiving him. Moreover, the technological level in this world was much higher than in his past life, with various grassroots innovations, black technologies, and even levels of advancement that he couldn't have imagined before. This budget was still within an acceptable range. Anton silently signed the sheet and mortgaged all his assets to gather the 110 million in funds. Finally, the movie was set to officially start shooting. With ambition and determination, Anton directed his team of assistant directors, preparing to showcase his talent and skills during the film's production. Meanwhile, the journalists Eddie sent to San Francisco to investigate the Life Foundation were also relaying specific information back to him, which would provide important clues and support for the subsequent investigation. After reviewing the information handed over by his reporters, Eddie's brow furrowed tightly, and his expression turned extremely grim. This investigation was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The Life Foundation had initially only recruited homeless people on the streets of San Francisco, using deceitful means to make them sign agreements they couldn't comprehend, all to advance their human testing for drugs. However, from the materials sent back to him, Eddie learned that the Life Foundation had teamed up with the government to form an organization called the San Francisco Homeless Association. This association was fully funded by the Life Foundation, with Carlton Drake serving as the honorary president. They had built a massive prison for the homeless in a remote corner of San Francisco, a gathering place known as the Homeless House. Under the Life Foundation's leadership, the Homeless House enforced strict controls over the comings and goings of the homeless. Those who had been driven there by the San Francisco city government faced restrictions on their movement, effectively losing their freedom to roam and, in many ways, being imprisoned. The reporters sent by the Daily Bugle to investigate in San Francisco found it nearly impossible to slip in under the tight surveillance of the Homeless Association, let alone gather more information. After several days of effort, they had precious little useful information to show for it. Even if they made the scant useful information public, it wouldn't shake the foundation of the Life Foundation. Such a superficial attack was utterly ineffective. Without direct evidence to deliver a lethal blow to the Life Foundation, even if the Daily Bugle exposed their actions, it would be futile and could instead harm the paper's credibility built over many years. Carlton Drake, Eddie clenched his teeth. What a cunning opponent. The Homeless House, implemented not long ago, had already seen 90% of the homeless in San Francisco forced into it by the city government. The remaining 10% either chose to leave San Francisco or had to stay vigilant to avoid patrols by the police. Now, on the streets of San Francisco, it was rare to spot any homeless individuals. The city's environment had been unprecedentedly cleaned up. The San Francisco city government and the Life Foundation received unanimous praise from the citizens as a result. Senior officials in the city took the opportunity to gain substantial political contributions from the Life Foundation. Meanwhile, the Life Foundation acquired a wealth of resources for conducting human experiments. Since the Homeless Association was governed by the Life Foundation, no one had dared to meddle so far. It was a perfect operation that killed multiple birds with one stone. Editor-in-Chief, we've hit a bottleneck in the investigation, we have no way to proceed. A young voice came from the other end of the phone. He looked frustrated as he continued, the Life Foundation's people patrol every hour, and the streets of the Homeless House are filled with cameras. Even if we were willing to take the risk to sneak in, it would be impossible. After a brief pause, the young voice continued, there's only one way left, we could carry many cameras and disguise ourselves as homeless people to blend in. As long as we can capture footage of the Life Foundation signing agreements with the homeless, or even using them for human experiments, the Life Foundation won't be able to deny it anymore. No, that's too dangerous. Eddie decisively rejected the suggestion and thought for a moment before saying, we can try a different approach. Since we can't find a flaw from the outside, let's work from the inside. Inside? The young voice suddenly brightened, good idea, we'll get started right away. Eddie quickly cautioned, wait, Phil, don't rush. We need to be careful to avoid alerting the snake. Understood. Phil Urich nodded quickly, confidently stating, editor-in-chief, we won't let you down. On the other side, Anton had begun the filming work for the movie. Initially, progress was not smooth. Issues with actor coordination, props, lighting, and extras gave him a headache. Fortunately, he had the foresight to hire a professional team of assistant directors. As time passed, the crew gradually got into the groove. After seeing the talents of his assistant directors, Anton decided to delegate power and shoot on two fronts. He would handle the male lead scenes while leaving two assistant directors to help coordinate the crew and manage the shots, while the supporting roles and secondary scenes would be entirely entrusted to the remaining reliable assistant directors. Everything was aimed at completing the filming as quickly as possible. The filming process was very tedious and complex. Anton glanced at the timeline. Experienced Jim planned to complete the shooting schedule in 120 days, with post-production effects aimed to be completed in 90 days, running concurrently with promotional work, and then spend 15 days on editing before the film's release. The entire cycle would take about 200 days. For a blockbuster with special effects, this was already a very short time frame. However, Anton was not satisfied. According to this timeline, he would have to wait at least half a year before he could exchange for the basic Batman template. That was simply too torturous. Therefore, without compromising the quality of the film, Anton aimed to speed up the shooting process as much as possible. After all, the entire film was vivid in his mind. There were unnecessary shots that didn't need to be filmed at all. The so-called one take or two takes was just a waste of time for Anton. He planned to finish all the shooting within 3 months. Jim sensed something was off. He believed Anton was being reckless and, unable to tolerate it any longer, had a big argument with him. However, Anton was resolute, and Jim had no choice but to relent. As both the investor and director, Anton held that power. Thus, Jim chose to ignore it, basically giving up control over the crew and allowing Anton to do as he pleased. Under these circumstances, Anton managed to complete nearly half of the shooting progress in just 1 month. At Anton's strong request, the special effects team also entered the set early to begin their work. The possibility of completing the film within 3 months greatly increased. Other crew members witnessed this situation. Almost no one had confidence in the final outcome of the movie, including the cinematographer and the lead actors. They viewed Anton as nothing more than an unprofessional rich kid. They still vividly remembered his clumsy demeanor during the initial filming. Now, although he seemed more adept than a novice, they remained uneasy about his actions. Some actors even began to regret being part of the film. However, Anton was unfazed, ignoring the whispers among the crew. After all, these people only dared to complain in private. No one would speak such words in front of him, the director who held the greatest power over the crew. Even the closest person to him, the actress playing Rachel, only dared to whisper her complaints at night. "Today's shooting is over, we'll gather at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning," Anton announced. Afterward, he declined the lead actress's request to discuss the script, supporting his sore back from sitting too long as he returned to his room. He noticed an unanswered call from the screenwriter, Browning. So, he called back. "Anton, the novel for Batman, The Shadow of the Night is complete," Browning answered when the call connected. "The manuscript has been sent to your email, remember to check it. If you need any modifications, feel free to contact me." "Alright, thanks for your hard work." After hanging up, Anton opened his email and quickly skimmed through the concise original text, feeling very satisfied. Browning truly lived up to his reputation as a top-notch screenwriter. After that, he called Eddie. Eddie picked up almost instantly. "Anton, what's up?" A tired voice came from the other end of the line. "I sent a novel to your email. Make sure to find a section in the Daily Bugle to publish it at the fastest speed, with a 60-day serialization plan," Anton stated in a commanding tone. "This is crucial for my movie promotion, so it must be done well." "Don't worry," Eddie assured him, "this is not a difficult task." "Great." Anton shifted the subject, asking with concern, "Your voice doesn't sound right. Have you not slept for several days? As far as I know, the workload at the Daily Bugle shouldn't be enough to leave you like this. Did you run into trouble over there in San Francisco? The Life Foundation is far more cunning than we imagined." Eddie detailed the situation to Anton, his face filled with helplessness. "Whether from the outside or the inside, they have taken extensive protective measures. We can't find any opportunities at all." "A month has passed, and you haven't gained anything at all?" Anton was taken aback. In his past life, he had never thought that the Life Foundation would be so difficult to deal with. Indeed, one couldn't rely solely on the plot of the films to understand the current reality. It's not that we haven't gained anything, Eddie replied slowly. We've received reliable information from some researchers that the Life Foundation seems to be preparing for some mysterious experiments. This experiment requires a huge demand for human subjects, and they're planning to increase their investment in experimentation. However, we can't enter the homeless house to find solid proof of the Life Foundation crossing ethical lines, which leaves us completely powerless unless. Anton narrowed his eyes slightly and interjected, unless we disguise ourselves as homeless people to infiltrate the homeless house and find a new breakthrough. Yes. Eddie on the other end of the phone showed a hint of hesitation. The risk of disguising as homeless people was simply too great. Especially to send his own people to take such a risk while he remained in New York doing nothing. With the Life Foundation's status and power in San Francisco, if they exposed the reporters' identities, it would almost be like saying goodbye to the world. The most likely outcome would be becoming subjects of the Life Foundation's human experiments and ultimately dying in vain. This wouldn't help him at all, it would only aid the enemy. This left Eddie in a state of extreme anxiety, and he was reluctant to make a decision. Gradually, a thought began to form in his mind. Mysterious experiments? Anton could confidently deduce that the Life Foundation had indeed started researching the symbiotes. Given Carlton Drake's obsession with the symbiotes, once he achieved some preliminary results, it was highly likely he would quickly devolve into a supervillain. However, this was not directly related to Anton. Drake was in San Francisco, while he was currently filming in Los Angeles, with most of his life revolving around New York. In this unique world, the isolation between cities was akin to the opposition between nations, each with its own gangs and territories. The Life Foundation would lack the ability to cross territories to take action. Of course, if both sides were to completely sever ties, that would change the situation. Anton pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you tried bribing the employees of the Life Foundation?" The employees are clueless. As for the higher-ups, they are all in Drake's hands. That scumbag even uses the families of those senior researchers as threats, Eddie replied candidly. We're at a standstill now. After a pause, he spoke seriously, Anton, I have to go to San Francisco. I can't stand letting scum like Drake roam free. Since you've made up your mind, then I wish you success. Anton didn't refuse Eddie's request. With the investigation hitting a deadlock and Eddie willing to take the risk of returning to San Francisco, Anton chose to respect his decision. Eddie's unwillingness was entirely within Anton's expectations. If Anton were to tell him to give up, he would also feel it was inappropriate. He had already assured Jameson that he would push this matter forward. If he chose to give up at the first sign of difficulty, it would not only betray Eddie's trust but also let down Jameson's expectations of him. Upon reflection, Eddie was like a protagonist in this story. In other words, he was the child of fate. Surely, he wouldn't encounter misfortune so easily. Anton pushed that thought aside and couldn't help but remind him, before you go to San Francisco, remember to make arrangements for your work, especially regarding my novel. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Eddie replied gratefully, giving him a reassuring answer. During his most fallen and helpless times, the Daily Bugle had given him a job. Faced with such trust from his boss, Eddie was determined to handle this task in the best way possible. Anton didn't dwell on this too much. The intense work of filming consumed a lot of his energy, and after hanging up the phone, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The filming of the movie progressed surprisingly quickly, and the post-production effects began to advance rapidly under Anton's strict supervision. Everything was finally on the right track. The crew members began to change their opinions about Anton. They watched the first half hour of content that Anton had edited. The results were astonishing. The development of the story was unexpectedly smooth. To expedite the completion of the film, Anton cancelled some originally planned shooting locations, opting to showcase them through clever tricks or special effects. Most of the filming work for the outdoor locations was handed over to the assistant directors, further accelerating the shooting progress. In just about 50 days, they had completed 2/3 of the shooting plan. This infuriated Jim, who occasionally inspected the crew. He became increasingly convinced that he had stepped into a big pitfall due to his hasty decisions. Anton remained indifferent to Jim's emotions. After a day's shooting, he returned to his room, filled with worry. Eddie had gone missing. Since Eddie arrived in San Francisco over half a month ago, he had called Anton every other day, both to report his safety and to provide updates. However, a week ago, after Eddie infiltrated the homeless house, there had been no news from him. Had something happened? Anton felt restless. Although Eddie's life or death seemed to have no direct bearing on him, Eddie's return to San Francisco was closely tied to him. First, he had agreed to Eddie's risky request. Second, he held a deep admiration for Eddie. A person who could uphold justice and maintain their principles was difficult not to be respected. After a moment of contemplation, Anton pulled out his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. This was a string of numbers Eddie had left him during their last contact before he entered the homeless house. A young voice answered on the other end of the line. "Hello? Phil Urich?" Anton asked. "This is Anton, from the Daily Bugle." "Ah." Phil sounded very nervous. He had certainly heard of Anton. Although Anton was just the deputy editor, his status was akin to that of the newspaper owner. A single word from him could get Phil fired and make it impossible for him to find a foothold in New York. Phil quickly responded, "Boss, hello, this is Phil Urich. How's the situation lately?" Anton got straight to the point, asking directly, "Eddie hasn't contacted me in a while. Has something happened to him?" "No, I don't know," Phil stammered. "It seems like they have set up information blockers inside the homeless house, and we've completely lost contact with Editor-in-Chief Eddie. We don't know how he's doing in there. However, we managed to bribe a security guard from the Homeless Association, who told us that there haven't been any Life Foundation personnel coming to the homeless house recently. We speculate that Editor-in-Chief Eddie should be safe for now." As he finished, Phil's voice dropped, sounding less confident. "So, if the Life Foundation personnel come to the homeless house, he might not be safe, right?" Anton's expression darkened as he asked, word by word. Phil stammered, clearly hesitant to give a definitive answer. Damn it. Anton couldn't help but curse, struggling to suppress the anger boiling inside him. He patiently urged, "You must find a way to figure out Eddie's situation. It'd be best to find an opportunity to bring him out, understand?" "Understood, we will definitely do that," Phil quickly replied, his voice trembling slightly. He felt the weight of the investigation's importance and realized the sacrifices Eddie made by choosing to infiltrate the homeless house instead of allowing Phil to take the risk. Over the days of Eddie's disappearance, Phil had been feeling guilty. He believed that if he hadn't suggested Eddie infiltrate the homeless house, Eddie wouldn't have taken the chance and returned to San Francisco. "Mr. Anton, please rest assured, I will do my utmost to rescue Editor-in-Chief Eddie," Phil promised earnestly once more. Hearing Phil's determination, Anton encouraged him a bit before hanging up. After grasping the current situation, he was filled with an inescapable sense of frustration. Considering that the Batman novel had already been published, he decided to call Betty. As soon as the call connected, Betty answered immediately. "Anton, I'm off work," she complained helplessly. "As a working person, you have to learn to accept the reality of overtime," Anton comforted Betty, demonstrating the mindset of a boss. He then asked, "How's the novel doing?" "We've serialized about a third of it in the newspaper, and so far, it's looking good. Readers have even written to the paper asking for more content daily." Betty quickly transitioned into work mode, reporting, "Thanks to the novel, the daily sales of the paper have also increased." After a pause, she added, "By the way, I've heard that there are pirated versions of the novel appearing online. Do we need to go warn them?" "The more piracy, the better. That's actually a good thing," Anton said with a laugh. "However, we can open a new section on the Daily Bugle's official website to serialize the contents of the novel. Have the tech team start developing it, it shouldn't be too difficult." "Got it." Betty nodded, then asked, "Is there anything else?" "Arrange for some online promotion. I need this novel to gain popularity quickly," Anton said, a light bulb going off in his head. "Let's connect Batman's main character, Bruce Wayne, with Tony Stark to capitalize on that buzz." "What?" Betty exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure this won't anger that playboy?" "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for anything that comes up," Anton said unabashedly, boldly pulling the tiger's skin. "The Batman blockbuster is Tony Stark's investment, he won't mind such trivial details. We're making money for him." "Alright, I'll get right on it." Betty felt reassured and immediately sprang into action. After hanging up, Anton checked Batman's fan value and saw a rather straightforward number. 32145. He couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The popularity was still far from sufficient. Fortunately, the system was somewhat lenient. The beginner gift pack had given the main template hero a significant boost. Otherwise, reaching a total of 50 million fan value would indeed require a massive amount of time and effort. 9.98 million. At this point, he only needed a little over 9.94 million more. Since he had already taken the first step, the remaining 99 steps would likely solidify as the film released and created a buzz, allowing him to swiftly complete the target mission. A fiery light sparkled in Anton's eyes. If he could exchange for the Batman armor template, he wouldn't be so passive when facing the Life Foundation. At that moment, he also felt a sense of empathy for Eddie, who was far away in San Francisco. That feeling of waiting for news from a safe zone while being utterly powerless was an unparalleled torment. In San Francisco. Homeless house. Eddie's face was smeared with dirt, and he emanated a foul odor as he huddled in a corner, timidly glancing around. This place resembled a gathering ground for the living dead, devoid of vitality and hope. Anger surged within him, as if it would burst from his chest. Since entering the homeless house, he had gained direct insight into the internal conditions here. It was nothing like the perfect image painted by the Life Foundation during press conferences and news reports. On the contrary, the homeless here had no dignity. The San Francisco city government treated this place like a societal dumping ground, completely neglecting it since its establishment. The Life Foundation viewed it as a pigsty, occasionally sending trucks to lure the homeless into signing volunteer agreements, then dragging them away never to return. The staff even claimed these individuals had returned to normal lives. Eddie scoffed at this. He understood all too well what happened to these people. They merely became subjects of the Life Foundation's human experiments, lacking even the most basic guarantees of freedom. Every day, they were locked in transparent glass cages, studied like rare animals. Carlton Drake. After witnessing all this, Eddie's opinion of Drake plummeted to the lowest point. He wished he could expose all of Drake's crimes immediately. The video materials about the homeless house had already been recorded by the mini-camera he carried with him. However, the clever Carlton Drake had anticipated this. The area was shrouded in dense wireless signal blockers, and lacking supporting lines, Eddie couldn't contact the outside world, naturally preventing him from sending out the video footage. If the information about the homeless house could get out, it would deal a heavy blow to the Life Foundation. Eddie thought. Then, it wouldn't be impossible to trace back and find evidence of the Life Foundation's illegal human experiments. He racked his brain, pondering how he could relay the information. Suddenly, a truck rumbled down the street. Armed security personnel adorned in uniforms distinct from those of the Homeless Association were on board. Eddie's pupils dilated instantly. He knew this truck belonged to the Life Foundation. Undoubtedly, the security personnel aboard were also from the Life Foundation. They're coming to replenish human experiment subjects again. Eddie's heart raced. A bold idea struck him. Why not infiltrate the Life Foundation directly? After a moment's thought, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, but he steeled himself and approached the truck. Soon, after finding enough volunteers, the truck departed the homeless house loaded with homeless individuals. Beep beep beep. Outside the homeless house, Phil's alarm suddenly blared. He was elated and quickly pulled out his phone, where a red dot indicating GPS positioning appeared and kept moving. This was the signal source from Eddie. He hurriedly got into his car, slammed the accelerator, and sped off in pursuit of the signal source. Moments later, Phil, driving at high speed, spotted the Life Foundation's truck from afar, and his heart raced again. He guessed that Eddie must be in that truck and knew that the Life Foundation's security personnel wouldn't give him any opportunity to take Eddie away. In a flash of inspiration, he floored the gas pedal even more. Bang! Phil's small car rear-ended the truck. Damn it! The burly driver parked the truck, walked up to Phil, and grabbed his collar, fuming. Kid, how do you drive? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Phil stammered, trembling like a little chick in front of the driver. I can pay for the damages, I'll give you all the money I have. Please, don't be so rough. Then, he prepared to slowly edge closer to the back of the truck. There was an open window that allowed for some ventilation. Upon seeing Phil, Eddie felt a surge of relief as he discreetly tossed the hidden camera out of the window. Hey! Suddenly, another security personnel approached to check the situation. This is urgent, let's go. The person glanced at Phil, not placing much importance on him, and patted the driver's shoulder, saying, You're lucky. The driver nodded, releasing Phil's collar with an impatient tone, tossing out, Get lost. Then he turned to leave, giving Phil no chance to act. Boom! The truck released a foul exhaust that sprayed in Phil's face. Phil stood there, dazed. He had missed his chance, and Eddie was taken away. Bang bang! Damn it! He sat back in his car, slamming his hands on the steering wheel. Phil loathed his own cowardice. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He froze. He realized the signal source hadn't moved. This was impossible. The truck had clearly driven off far, so why was the signal still overlapping with his? A thought flashed in his mind. He quickly got out of the car and found the hidden camera Eddie had thrown out, took out the storage card, and was so excited he could almost jump. We're saved. Eddie is saved. Phil couldn't help but marvel at Eddie's cleverness and hurriedly dialed Anton's number. What? Anton exploded with rage, shouting into the phone, "You're telling me Eddie was taken by the Life Foundation?" Phil could feel the overwhelming anger radiating from Anton through the screen. However, after the previous events, Phil had come to understand the true meaning of courage. He spoke seriously. Eddie left behind some video materials from the homeless house before he was taken. Video materials? Anton's brows knitted tightly, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. Quickly, tell me what happened in detail. After listening to Phil's explanation, Anton's emotions quickly calmed down. Get those video materials sent back immediately, he instructed. As for you, Phil, you need to stay in San Francisco for now. Be extremely cautious and keep a close watch on the Life Foundation's every move. Report anything immediately. Understood. Phil nodded heavily. A few minutes later, Anton successfully received the video Phil had sent back and quickly browsed through it. After watching, his expression soured significantly. The raw footage hit him like a sledgehammer, delivering a direct impact. He could almost picture Eddie's situation, stuck among those homeless individuals. The homeless house. Carlton Drake, I thought I had already regarded you highly enough, but it seems you're even more despicable than I imagined. Eddie, well done. Now, it's my turn. Anton silently muttered to himself. He promptly booked a flight for the early morning, preparing to return to New York. Before he left, he found an assistant in the crew and called for all the assistant directors, actors, and other staff to gather for a meeting. During the meeting, Anton clearly stated that he had to leave the crew for a while. Since the filming was already in its final stages, even without his guidance, they were fully capable of completing the remaining shooting tasks independently. It was worth mentioning that since Eddie's initial disappearance, more than half a month had passed. In that time, the filming progress had advanced significantly. Now, the remaining shooting plan consisted mostly of supplementary work. Even the scenes related to the main character, Batman/Bruce Wayne, had only a few minor portions left to shoot. Thus, Anton was entirely confident in stepping back. As he left the crew, the assistant directors respectfully saw him off, all wearing bright smiles. Meanwhile, they vowed to Anton that they would complete the entire filming work within 20 days. Additionally, the special effects portion was still progressing steadily. With Anton's assistance in designing the drafts for the special effects, it no longer required his close attention, they just needed to wait for the final product to be completed and then integrated into the film. In summary, after Anton finished giving his instructions, he immediately boarded the plane to New York. The next morning, Jim learned that Anton had returned to New York and had begun to take a hands-off approach. He was furious, his face turning red with anger, but he felt powerless against Anton, the investor and director. All he could do was keep an eye on the crew to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. In the early hours, Anton arrived in New York. Betty had been waiting outside the airport for quite some time. When she finally spotted Anton's figure from a distance, her delicate face was cold as ice, showing no signs of warmth towards her boss. Anyone who was woken up in the early morning to pick someone up would likely be in a foul mood, let alone when that person was their boss. Betty, I'm still your boss, can't you at least give me a smile? After sitting in the front passenger seat of the BMW, Anton turned to Betty and couldn't help but complain, "Don't forget, I'm the one who pays you more than 90% of your peers." Betty huffed and replied, "Strictly speaking, the newspaper belongs to Jonah Jameson, not Anton Jameson. We're all Jamesons. Rounded up, the newspaper practically belongs to me, right? Isn't that only natural?" A moment later, as the car approached the Daily Bugle's building, Anton smiled and said, "I'm sure many people feel the same way as you right now." "What do you mean?" Betty asked, looking bewildered, completely not understanding what Anton was getting at. After parking the car, she followed Anton into the newspaper office. Suddenly, it seemed like Betty realized something, exclaiming, "I see now, I finally understand what you meant." The Daily Bugle's office area was brightly lit, resembling broad daylight. All the employees were at their desks, including the interns. Most of them looked irritated, with expressions of impatience. "Anton, what are you playing at?" A strange premonition surged within Betty, sensing that something significant was about to happen. She had never experienced such a scene and was filled with confusion. Not just Betty, but other Daily Bugle employees were equally baffled. Of course, when they saw that everyone had been called back to the office in the early hours, they began to share Betty's sentiments. Something big was likely about to happen. "I called you all here today to announce something important," Anton said evenly, revealing no emotions. "The front page content for tomorrow's newspaper is cancelled." He then decisively continued. Saying this, he activated the public projector and displayed the video materials he had brought with him onto the wall. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. Someone cursed, "Damn! Anton, do you even know what you're saying?" Realizing that the video Anton was projecting would become the new front page content for the Daily Bugle, they had no time to vent their frustrations, including the one who had just cursed. They all stared intently at the rapidly flashing images on the screen, not daring to blink. "As you can see, this is tomorrow's front page content," Anton said, slowly surveying everyone present with a sharp gaze. No one dared to meet his eyes, they were all intimidated by his serious aura. After a moment, the expressions of those people shifted between various emotions, their brows furrowing tightly. Some opened their mouths but couldn't find the words to say. "Where is this?" After a long pause, Betty finally couldn't help but ask. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something, exclaiming, "I get it now, this is from the field assignment Eddie went on earlier." "Eddie? This was filmed by Eddie?" "Exactly right, Editor-in-Chief Eddie just started not long ago and already went out on a field assignment. He hasn't returned in almost a month, and no one knows where he is. If the newspaper hadn't issued any notifications, we might have thought Eddie had offended the boss and ran away, or that he had somehow made Anton unhappy and got fired." Everyone's reaction was surprisingly unified. Eddie had gone out on a field assignment just a few days after joining the Daily Bugle, and now he hadn't returned in nearly a month, with no news of him at all. If it weren't for the newspaper's lack of a relevant notice, they might even suspect that Eddie had left the newspaper. Of course, they were even more puzzled about how Eddie, as the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, should typically be sitting in the office drinking tea and directing work, ended up personally going into the field for assignments. But as they recalled Eddie's previous identity as a reporter, everyone suddenly understood. When it came to fieldwork abilities, perhaps no one present could match Eddie. After all, having been a reporter for many years and being directly promoted to editor-in-chief by the notoriously picky Jonah Jameson was proof of Eddie's excellence. If it weren't for offending Carlton Drake in San Francisco, which led to his being blacklisted in the industry, with Eddie's skills, he could thrive anywhere. "The footage in the video is already very clear, and I shouldn't need to explain further," Anton said sternly. "This is a scandal belonging to the Life Foundation, the same Life Foundation that has enmity with Eddie in San Francisco. They've even signed invalid volunteer agreements for human experiments in secret, preying on homeless individuals. Eddie wanted to expose Drake's crimes, which is why he lost his job and was blacklisted in the industry. However, in order to film this video, Eddie infiltrated the homeless house, and now he has been taken by the Life Foundation. To ensure his safety, we must make this material public as soon as possible, ignite public discourse, and force the Life Foundation to be preoccupied with its own issues, preventing them from harming those volunteers. So, listen to me, abandon tomorrow's front page." He spoke slowly, each word striking the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. "From this moment on, the Daily Bugle is officially at war with the Life Foundation." "Damn it!" Anton shouted into the phone, his voice filled with rage. "You're telling me Eddie was taken by the Life Foundation?" Phil could feel the overwhelming fury emanating from Anton through the screen. However, after the previous incidents, he understood the true meaning of courage. With a serious expression, he said, "Eddie left behind some video materials from the homeless house before he was taken." "Video materials?" Anton's brows knitted tightly, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. "Quickly, tell me what happened in detail." After hearing Phil's explanation, Anton's emotions quickly cooled. "Get those video materials sent back immediately," he instructed. "As for you, Phil, you need to stay in San Francisco for now. Be extremely cautious and monitor the Life Foundation's every move. Report anything immediately." "Understood." Phil nodded heavily. A few minutes later, Anton successfully received the video Phil had sent back and quickly skimmed through it. After watching, his expression soured significantly. The raw footage hit him like a sledgehammer, delivering a direct impact. He could almost imagine Eddie's situation, stuck among those homeless individuals. The homeless house. Carlton Drake, I thought I had already regarded you highly enough, but it seems you're even more despicable than I imagined. Eddie, well done. Now, it's my turn. Anton silently muttered to himself. He promptly booked a flight for the early morning, preparing to return to New York. Before he left, he found an assistant in the crew and called for all the assistant directors, actors, and other staff to gather for a meeting. During the meeting, Anton clearly stated that he had to leave the crew for a while. Since the filming was already in its final stages, even without his guidance, they were fully capable of completing the remaining shooting tasks independently. It was worth mentioning that since Eddie's initial disappearance, more than half a month had passed. In that time, the filming progress had advanced significantly. Now, the remaining shooting plan consisted mostly of supplementary work. Even the scenes related to the main character, Batman/Bruce Wayne, had only a few minor portions left to shoot. Thus, Anton was entirely confident in stepping back. As he left the crew, the assistant directors respectfully saw him off, all wearing bright smiles. Meanwhile, they vowed to Anton that they would complete the entire filming work within 20 days. Additionally, the special effects portion was still progressing steadily. With Anton's assistance in designing the drafts for the special effects, it no longer required his close attention, they just needed to wait for the final product to be completed and then integrated into the film. In summary, after Anton finished giving his instructions, he immediately boarded the plane to New York. The next morning, Jim learned that Anton had returned to New York and had begun to take a hands-off approach. He was furious, his face turning red with anger, but he felt powerless against Anton, the investor and director. All he could do was keep an eye on the crew to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. In the early hours, Anton arrived in New York. Betty had been waiting outside the airport for quite some time. When she finally spotted Anton's figure from a distance, her delicate face was cold as ice, showing no signs of warmth towards her boss. Anyone who was woken up in the early morning to pick someone up would likely be in a foul mood, let alone when that person was their boss. Betty, I'm still your boss, can't you at least give me a smile? After sitting in the front passenger seat of the BMW, Anton turned to Betty and couldn't help but complain, "Don't forget, I'm the one who pays you more than 90% of your peers." Betty huffed and replied, "Strictly speaking, the newspaper belongs to Jonah Jameson, not Anton Jameson. We're all Jamesons. Rounded up, the newspaper practically belongs to me, right? Isn't that only natural?" A moment later, as the car approached the Daily Bugle's building, Anton smiled and said, "I'm sure many people feel the same way as you right now." "What do you mean?" Betty asked, looking bewildered, completely not understanding what Anton was getting at. After parking the car, she followed Anton into the newspaper office. Suddenly, it seemed like Betty realized something, exclaiming, "I see now, I finally understand what you meant." The Daily Bugle's office area was brightly lit, resembling broad daylight. All the employees were at their desks, including the interns. Most of them looked irritated, with expressions of impatience. "Anton, what are you playing at?" A strange premonition surged within Betty, sensing that something significant was about to happen. She had never experienced such a scene and was filled with confusion. Not just Betty, but other Daily Bugle employees were equally baffled. Of course, when they saw that everyone had been called back to the office in the early hours, they began to share Betty's sentiments. Something big was likely about to happen. "I called you all here today to announce something important," Anton said evenly, revealing no emotions. "The front page content for tomorrow's newspaper is cancelled." He then decisively continued. Saying this, he activated the public projector and displayed the video materials he had brought with him onto the wall. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. Someone cursed, "Damn! Anton, do you even know what you're saying?" Realizing that the video Anton was projecting would become the new front page content for the Daily Bugle, they had no time to vent their frustrations, including the one who had just cursed. They all stared intently at the rapidly flashing images on the screen, not daring to blink. "As you can see, this is tomorrow's front page content," Anton said, slowly surveying everyone present with a sharp gaze. No one dared to meet his eyes, they were all intimidated by his serious aura. After a moment, the expressions of those people shifted between various emotions, their brows furrowing tightly. Some opened their mouths but couldn't find the words to say. "Where is this?" After a long pause, Betty finally couldn't help but ask. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something, exclaiming, "I get it now, this is from the field assignment Eddie went on earlier." "Eddie? This was filmed by Eddie?" Exactly right, Editor-in-Chief Eddie just started not long ago and already went out on a field assignment. He hasn't returned in almost a month, and no one knows where he is. If the newspaper hadn't issued any notifications, we might have thought Eddie had offended the boss and ran away, or that he had somehow made Anton unhappy and got fired. Everyone's reaction was surprisingly unified. Eddie had gone out on a field assignment just a few days after joining the Daily Bugle, and now he hadn't returned in nearly a month, with no news of him at all. If it weren't for the newspaper's lack of a relevant notice, they might even suspect that Eddie had left the newspaper. Of course, they were even more puzzled about how Eddie, as the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, should typically be sitting in the office drinking tea and directing work, ended up personally going into the field for assignments. But as they recalled Eddie's previous identity as a reporter, everyone suddenly understood. When it came to fieldwork abilities, perhaps no one present could match Eddie. After all, having been a reporter for many years and being directly promoted to editor-in-chief by the notoriously picky Jonah Jameson was proof of Eddie's excellence. If it weren't for offending Carlton Drake in San Francisco, which led to his being blacklisted in the industry, with Eddie's skills, he could thrive anywhere. The footage in the video is already very clear, and I shouldn't need to explain further, Anton said sternly. This is a scandal belonging to the Life Foundation, the same Life Foundation that has enmity with Eddie in San Francisco. They've even signed invalid volunteer agreements for human experiments in secret, preying on homeless individuals. Eddie wanted to expose Drake's crimes, which is why he lost his job and was blacklisted in the industry. However, in order to film this video, Eddie infiltrated the homeless house, and now he has been taken by the Life Foundation. To ensure his safety, we must make this material public as soon as possible, ignite public discourse, and force the Life Foundation to be preoccupied with its own issues, preventing them from harming those volunteers. So, listen to me, abandon tomorrow's front page. He spoke slowly, each word striking the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. From this moment on, the Daily Bugle is officially at war with the Life Foundation. The head of the Life Foundation's public relations department was busy springing into action. He knew that the scandal was beyond salvaging, and the only hope now was to minimize the damage it would bring to the Life Foundation. However, what he and Carlton Drake did not anticipate was the speed and intensity with which online users, wielding their keyboards, mobilized. Within just a few hours, numerous internet users united to leave a flood of comments on the San Francisco city government's official website. Even the comments section of the White House's official site was inundated with thousands of messages related to the homeless, with people demanding that the White House order a thorough investigation into the matter. Meanwhile, a group of citizens who were already disgruntled with the Life Foundation, or who were eager to stir trouble for the San Francisco city government, began to join forces to pressure the city government. In the Daily Bugle office, Anton sat quietly at his desk, intently watching the various rumors scrolling across his computer screen, a peculiar expression on his face. It seemed that the situation was gradually slipping out of his control. The online discourse spread like wildfire, and the circumstances surrounding the homeless house appeared to have turned into a carnival for netizens, with the Life Foundation unfortunately becoming the sacrificial offering in this festivity. Thanks to the influence of the Daily Bugle, while they could successfully heat up the topic, the soaring level of public interest had completely exceeded Anton's expectations. He had a nagging feeling that the attack on the Life Foundation was not solely the work of the Daily Bugle. The Bugle was merely the one to flip the table first. Behind the scenes, many unknown players were quietly exerting their influence, acting as an undercurrent to tightly encircle the Life Foundation. Upon reflection, it all seemed somewhat reasonable. The Life Foundation's rise had been relatively rapid, and with its hold on numerous new drug patents, it was bound to attract the envy of many competitors. Human nature is such that seeing others succeed is often hard to bear. Even if there were no deep-seated grudges, countless people would still find pleasure in the Life Foundation's misfortunes. The Life Foundation was like an enticing cake. Its downfall would present an opportunity for many to grab a piece. Anton and the Daily Bugle were akin to the ones holding the utensils, making the first cut into the cake. I see now, we've been used as a knife in someone's hand, Anton mused softly, stroking his chin. From the rocket crash incident, it was clear that these behind-the-scenes players were coveting the Life Foundation. Otherwise, Carlton Drake wouldn't be so eager to attend various interviews and talk shows, trying to stabilize the company. His actions were clearly a warning to those shadowy figures. But this time, you'll be disappointed, Drake. Anton's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Tap tap tap. Betty, wearing high heels and swaying her hips, quickly approached Anton. Today's newspaper sales are 3 times the average sales from last month. It seems the impact of the online discourse is truly huge. Many people are waiting for us to continue our exposé, Betty reported excitedly, updating Anton on the progress of their work. The Life Foundation has just contacted us, hoping we would keep silent and sever any connection between the Life Foundation and the homeless house, offering $100 million as hush money. $100 million? Anton was taken aback, remarking, "That's quite a sum." And they attached an additional condition, Betty continued, "They want us to fire Eddie Brock. If we want that $100 million, we must execute this condition. Let them go to hell." Anton scoffed disdainfully, "Now that we know the Life Foundation is facing not only our pressure but also the encirclement of multiple hidden players, their counterattack is no longer significant to us. I only want to find a way to rescue Eddie, who is in trouble." "It's time to add fuel to the fire," Anton said, looking at Betty, his eyes shimmering with cunning light. "You should understand what I mean." "Of course." Betty nodded earnestly. On the other side in San Francisco, Phil received Anton's orders and brought in 2 people, unfurling 2 banners on the street. "Dignity is priceless. Boycott the Life Foundation. Tear down the homeless house. The homeless are humans, not captive beasts." He then began to organize a protest. Passers-by were gradually drawn in, and more people joined the marching group. Although the incident had erupted in a short time, the evidence was irrefutable, making it impossible for the Life Foundation to counter. Coupled with the previously disgusting promotional content, many citizens of San Francisco felt deceived. Consequently, the protest grew rapidly. Phil secretly plotted, setting the first stop of the protest at the homeless house. Although the security personnel of the Homeless Association wielded clubs, they ultimately could not withstand the impact of such a large crowd. The true situation inside the homeless house finally came to light before everyone's eyes. Local San Francisco media and video bloggers, as if they had discovered treasure, excitedly recorded everything with their cameras. Many others raised their phones to capture the scene. This wave of materials quickly pushed the homeless house onto the trending topics list. The attack was fierce like a storm, and the Life Foundation found itself in unprecedented trouble, unable to refute the accusations and unable to clear its name. At the same time, the Daily Bugle's official media spoke out again, breaking a heavyweight story that almost shook the national media. Countless netizens shifted their focus back to the homeless house, completely redirecting attention to the Life Foundation. The Daily Bugle disclosed that the Life Foundation had signed volunteer agreements with the homeless that were completely incomprehensible and utterly unequal. They had engaged in illegal and unregulated human experiments on the homeless. The rapid development of the Life Foundation over the years was due to their countless clandestine human experiments, which had cost thousands of lives. The homeless house was a carefully prepared pig farm for their human experiments, awaiting their harvest. This news bombshell hit like a depth charge, creating a stir in society. Although the Daily Bugle's report did not provide any substantial evidence, the damning circumstances were evident, and the dismal situation of the homeless house led many to firmly believe in the truth of the report. Interviews were conducted with the homeless, and indeed, many revealed that they had signed agreements with the Life Foundation before being taken away. According to the interviewed homeless, those who signed the agreements never returned after cooperating with the Life Foundation for experiments. Meanwhile, the staff at the homeless house claimed those individuals had returned to normal lives. However, when someone requested the staff to provide the current locations, names, and specific information of these homeless individuals, the staff refused under the guise of personal privacy. This series of events propelled the Daily Bugle into the limelight, hailed in the name of justice. The Life Foundation, on the other hand, became the target of public outrage, completely reduced to a failure, labeled a scum amid the revelry of countless netizens and media. Seizing this opportunity, Phil organized another protest, leading a group of San Francisco citizens who shouted for justice to the Life Foundation's experimental base. His purpose this time was to rescue Eddie. The experimental base was conveniently located next to the Golden Gate Bridge, a prime piece of real estate. Carlton Drake had invested a significant amount to secure this location, making countless promises to the San Francisco city government. From a commercial standpoint, this place provided immense visibility for the Life Foundation. As the saying goes, you may profit, but I will never lose. The value of this site was undeniable. Notably, the construction cost of this base was a staggering several $billion. With all the meticulous enhancements over the years and the various medical and experimental equipment purchased, the total easily surpassed the $100 billion mark. This was an astonishingly vast wealth. However, for a colossal entity like the Life Foundation, this asset was merely a small part of its overall footprint. As a leader in the pharmaceutical industry, the real treasure lay in the patents they held, the true goldmine that countless others coveted and wished to seize. Release those volunteers. Homeless people deserve human rights and freedom. Damn the Life Foundation, damn Carlton Drake. At this moment, people gathered at the entrance of the experimental base, shouting in unison, their hatred for the Life Foundation spilling over. Security personnel stood inside the gates, armed and watching the protesters outside with expressions of helplessness. They knew just how little the lives of those homeless individuals mattered in the grand scheme of things. Carlton Drake stood high above in the base, peering through the large floor-to-ceiling windows at the fervent protesters below. The fury in his eyes was palpable, practically solidifying into something tangible. A bunch of stupid idiots, he gritted his teeth, internally acknowledging that he had indeed underestimated the Daily Bugle. The latter's ability to sway public opinion had reached a height that the Life Foundation could only envy. Moreover, the situation had escalated beyond a mere issue of public sentiment. Even the higher-ups in the San Francisco city government were beginning to hold him accountable, making it clear that the Life Foundation could only consider itself unlucky. He might even face prison time himself. Eddie Brock, he muttered the name under his breath, clenching his fists tightly. He turned to his assistant beside him and asked, "Have you found out anything?" The assistant hastily replied, "Eddie Brock is currently the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, but he hasn't appeared there for a month. We found his last travel record, a ticket from New York to San Francisco." "So, Eddie Brock should be in San Francisco now," Drake said thoughtfully. "Then those videos must have been filmed by him. This whole incident is definitely connected to that bastard." After a brief pause, he asked, "What's the Daily Bugle's stance right now?" The assistant hesitated before saying, "They rejected our requests." "Very well." Drake's expression remained stoic. "It seems this matter can no longer be resolved with conventional means." Meanwhile, inside the experimental base, in the Symbiote Research Center, Eddie, confined in a glass room, had no idea what was happening outside. He looked around at the listless homeless individuals, some of whom lay motionless on the ground, and the fear in his heart was beyond description. At this moment, he began to regret his earlier decisions. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a researcher in a white lab coat approached him slowly. Eddie swallowed hard as he recognized this woman. She was here to take him for those illegal human experiments. A deep sense of despair washed over him. As the door to the glass room swung open, Eddie instinctively tried to escape, but he was swiftly subdued by the security personnel beside the woman. "Bind him up," the woman said nonchalantly. "This is a rare volunteer, given the current situation, using one less is better, and who knows when we'll find someone like this again." "Don't worry, we won't damage your toy," one of the security personnel grinned, his smile laced with malice. Eddie's mood plummeted upon hearing their words. After being taken to another glass room, the security personnel seemed to anticipate something, quickly backing away from the area. Only the female researcher remained. "You won't have a good ending, you filthy bitch." Eddie couldn't help but curse. "Eddie, in this situation, you should know who won't have a good ending," the researcher said with a smirk. Eddie was stunned, standing there with disbelief written all over his face. "Why you know it's me?" "Of course, Eddie Brock, the renowned journalist, the first fool to provoke Drake," the researcher said, staring intently at Eddie. "To be honest, I'm a fan of yours." Outside the experimental base, Phil stood at the forefront of the protesting crowd. In his eyes, the Daily Bugle was now in an absolute position of advantage, achieving a tremendous victory in this war without smoke. Since the exposure of the incident, the Life Foundation had been on the defensive, unable to retaliate. "Boss, we've cornered Carlton Drake at the Life Foundation's experimental base. Their reputation is in tatters. Under such immense pressure from public opinion, I believe Drake will soon hold a press conference to promise the release of those volunteers," Phil excitedly reported to Anton over the phone. "This idea of using public opinion to pressure the Life Foundation is brilliant, you're a genius." It was precisely because he followed Anton's orders that he organized this protest. Once the protest had taken shape, he chose to step back and hide among the crowd. He understood that at this moment, he could not control the protest, and revealing his identity as a journalist would only put him in extreme danger. After all, San Francisco was the Life Foundation's territory. "Very well, stay safe, continue to hide, and do not let the Life Foundation know you're a journalist. Report to me immediately if anything happens," Anton patiently instructed him. Listening to Phil's report, Anton felt certain that the Life Foundation was preparing to wave the white flag of surrender. After all, with Carlton Drake's intelligence, he could not possibly fail to realize that this abnormal level of attention was not something the Daily Bugle could achieve alone. The successful formation of this protest team, while largely due to Phil's efforts, was likely also bolstered by other hidden players working behind the scenes. At least half of the protesters among this crowd were likely actors hired by those behind the scenes. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Anton's phone rang again. The caller ID showed Jonah Jameson. "Old man, you can praise me now," Anton said with a smile after answering the call. "I hope my actions haven't disappointed you." "Don't get too cocky, do you think all of this is just your doing?" Jameson retorted mercilessly, "Get downstairs. I've sent a driver to pick you up, we're going to meet someone." Anton was taken aback. "Who are we meeting?" "You'll know when you get there," Jameson said succinctly, hanging up the phone and leaving Anton no chance to ask further. Anton got into the car, and the driver remained silent as he drove. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Osborne Tower. Jameson had been waiting there for quite some time. "Let's go," he said, leading Anton into Osborne Tower. "Someone wants to see you." "Who?" After Anton asked, a vague premonition settled in his heart. "Norman Osborn," he said in surprise. Could it be that the one pushing the buttons behind the Daily Bugle is Norman Osborn? "Don't pay attention to Norman Osborn's attitude when you meet him," Jameson said after hearing Anton's words, giving a slight nod as he instructed. "You need to understand that it's Osborn who needs the Daily Bugle, not the other way around." "What does that mean?" Anton asked, his face filled with confusion. He had a vague suspicion that the person Norman Osborn wanted to meet might not be him, but rather Jameson himself, and that the old man had delegated this meeting entirely to him. "Go on in." When they reached the top floor and stood outside Norman Osborn's office, Jameson stopped and smiled. "Go in, the rest depends on your performance. Remember, you represent the Jameson family now." "Understood." Anton's expression turned a bit complex as he adjusted his collar and lightly knocked on the door. "Come in." The voice of Norman Osborn came from inside the office. Anton pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing Anton, Norman's eyes widened in surprise. "If I remember correctly, you're Anton, right? This is quite unexpected. Jonah, that old stickler, actually handed the newspaper over to you. I thought he would hold on to power until his last breath. It seems he is quite pleased with you. Thank you for the compliment." Anton nodded slightly, taking stock of Norman Osborn and deciding that small talk was unnecessary, so he got straight to the point. "The old man didn't tell me what we were here to discuss today. However, I believe our meeting has something to do with the Life Foundation, am I correct, Mr. Osborn?" "You are correct." Norman invited Anton to sit down. "The Life Foundation is our common enemy. From what I know, the recent scandal involving the Life Foundation was pushed forward by you. I must admit, you've done exceptionally well, reminiscent of Jonah in his prime." "Old man?" Anton's gaze flickered slightly. "It seems he has toppled more big companies than I imagined. Of course, I've always admired him. I'm quite regretful about his retirement," Norman Osborn said with a sincere expression. Anton couldn't tell whether he was being genuine or not, but as a young man, he preferred to get straight to the topic rather than waste time on pleasantries. He proactively asked, "I'm curious, Mr. Osborn, why did you want to see me today?" "Collaboration." Norman said plainly, "I reached out to the Daily Bugle, of course, for collaboration." "It seems the Osborn Company is very interested in the Life Foundation," Anton replied with a knowing expression. Norman spoke meaningfully. "After all, our cooperation is based on the premise that the Life Foundation must fall. Although the Osborn Company is an arms enterprise, it is also a leader in the field of biological genetics. In other words, we are also a renowned pharmaceutical company," Norman continued. "The Life Foundation is one of our competitors in this field, and the pharmaceutical patents they hold are what the Osborn Company dreams of, an ideal complement. Bringing down the Life Foundation and allowing the Osborn Company to take over is indeed significant good news," Anton inquired, "but what benefits does the Daily Bugle gain from this?" "Equity." Norman Osborn had built the Osborn Company into a powerful and prosperous entity, and he understood well that the common practice of wanting the horse to run fast without letting it eat grass was a common pitfall in business, so he was always generous. "As long as the Daily Bugle cooperates with Osborn to successfully acquire the Life Foundation, I can transfer 5% of the Life Foundation's shares to the Jameson family afterward." When it came to business collaboration, Norman adopted an air of confidence, saying casually, "I believe this is enough to express my sincerity." "Then, here's to a pleasant cooperation." Anton readily agreed. While 5% of the Life Foundation shares might seem like a small figure, considering the massive scale of the Life Foundation, it represented an astonishing fortune. Norman Osborn was indeed generous. As for why the Osborn Company wanted to collaborate with the Daily Bugle, it was likely due to their keen interest in the Bugle's formidable ability to guide public opinion in this game. Without the Daily Bugle's involvement, the Osborn Company would struggle to find a way to acquire the Life Foundation. This was not a goal that could be achieved merely with money. The presence of the Daily Bugle filled the gap in the Osborn Company's public relations strategy. As an indispensable part of this plan, that was the reason Norman Osborn was willing to make such a generous offer. Stepping out of Norman Osborn's office, Anton recalled what Norman had just said about him having the style of Jonah Jameson in his prime, and his expression became somewhat peculiar. He suddenly began to question how the Jameson family's wealth had been accumulated. Did the old man really rely on the Daily Bugle to rake in profits, pulling wool over others' eyes, extorting money, and profiting at every turn, ultimately amassing this $100 billion fortune? In San Francisco, at the Internal Symbiote Research Center of the experimental base. "Are you really going to let me go?" Eddie asked incredulously, staring at the woman named Dora Skux before him, unable to believe his luck. "It's not that I'm letting you go, it's that you broke free from your restraints and knocked me out, taking the chance to escape," Dora corrected Eddie. Got it. Eddie nodded eagerly. "Don't worry, I won't expose you. Before you leave, there are some things I must tell you." Dora's expression turned serious. Eddie sensed the importance of the matter, and his face became grave as he said, "Go ahead." Dora suddenly asked, "Do you know why the Life Foundation, which is clearly a pharmaceutical company, suddenly started making rockets and initiating a space program?" "Because of overpopulation and climate change on Earth, Drake wants to gain an advantage in the future," Eddie thought for a moment, recalling what Drake had said in interviews. "Are those statements false?" "No, they are true," Dora replied. Drake sent a spaceship to search for habitable planets, and on its return journey, it unexpectedly discovered a comet. A comet? Eddie was even more confused. What does that have to do with a comet? The ship's onboard computer indicated that there were thousands of biological life signs on the comet. Dora said seriously. They brought back some samples. Eddie's eyes widened. Wait, you mean aliens? You could say that. Dora nodded. However, we usually refer to them as symbiotes. They cannot survive independently in our environment and must find a host, much like common parasites. So the experiments I've seen these past few days, Eddie gasped. Yes, Drake believes that the combination of humans and symbiotes will be the key to our survival in space in the future. Dora said, revealing an indescribable expression as she continued, moreover, these experiments aren't documented in the trial reports, he is forcibly attempting matches, and if they fail, it leads to the host's death, which is what you call harming life. He's insane. Eddie was shocked. He had initially thought Drake was conducting illegal human experiments for the sake of developing new drugs, which could still be rationalized as for profit. But he never imagined that Drake's goal was to combine humans with aliens. This seemed entirely unrelated to profit. It was hard to accept. Don't worry, once I get out, I will immediately expose Carlton Drake's heinous actions, ensuring he spends the rest of his life in prison. Eddie declared earnestly, thumping his chest with conviction. Setting aside the existing hatred between him and Carlton Drake, the mere thought of Drake's actions was enough to fuel his desire to eliminate him on the spot. For Drake to spend a lifetime in prison would already be an act of mercy in Eddie's eyes. I just don't want to see anyone else die for such bizarre reasons. Dora's expression dimmed. Eddie's gaze flickered as he sensed the deeper meaning behind Dora's words. The prior deaths of the volunteers were something she could convince herself were sacrifices for the greater good of medicine. However, once Carlton Drake turned his attention to aliens and began to waste lives for incomprehensible reasons, someone as indecisive as Dora Skux could no longer ignore her conscience for profit. It became clear to her that this was not beneficial to society, it was pure harm to life. Coincidentally, Eddie appeared before her, giving her the courage to change the situation. Rest assured, I will not let Carlton Drake off the hook, Eddie reiterated solemnly. Dora slowly opened the door to the glass room. However, neither of them anticipated that at this moment, a security guard would suddenly walk in. Upon seeing Eddie, now free, the guard gripped his firearm tightly and shouted, "Don't move! Or I'll shoot!" You better behave. A surge of intense anger welled up inside Eddie, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, you bastard. Why show up now, just as I'm about to leave? Is this my fate, to die today? Fueled by a strong sense of unwillingness, Eddie raised his hands in a feigned surrender while slowly inching closer to the guard. Click. The guard, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. Eddie's heart raced in alarm as he sensed the imminent danger and instinctively dodged. Whoosh! The bullet whizzed past Eddie's ear, a hot rush of air leaving a mark on his cheek. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Dora and the guard turned to look at the sound, their faces turning pale as indescribable fear filled their eyes. Run! Dora screamed at the top of her lungs, her eyes wide with terror as she fixed her gaze on something behind Eddie. At this point, the guard completely abandoned Eddie, bolting for the exit in a panic, likely to call for backup. What the hell? Eddie was bewildered, as if he had just come back to his senses after a near-death experience. He felt a chill run down his spine. Slowly, he turned around to see a puddle of black, viscous substance creeping up to his heels, gradually climbing up his back. A shock ran through him as he realized, with astonishment and fear, what was happening. Symbiote. Some things, even when seen for the first time, can be immediately recognized. In New York, at Osborne Tower, Anton was once again in the presence of Jonah Jameson. Did you strike a deal? Jonah asked with a smile. The Osborne Company and the Daily Bugle have collaborated many times, but this time, it's likely the largest amount involved. Anton, you haven't disappointed me. Old man, is this how you used to make money? Anton asked, his expression somewhat strange. Seeking benefits for oneself within reasonable bounds is something any moderately intelligent person would do, Jameson replied dismissively. Every penny I earn is above board, and I've paid my taxes. You don't really think I acquired this 100 billion fortune solely by extorting people through the Daily Bugle, do you? Anton replied in admiration, that's not the case, but I truly underestimated your connections. You'll discover more of my secrets in the future, Jameson said with a smile. In the incident involving the Life Foundation, Anton had delivered a satisfactory result, which made Jameson feel quite pleased. He was already considering cultivating Anton more seriously. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Anton's phone rang. Boss, the Life Foundation just released a statement saying they will hold a press conference soon to address the major issues of homelessness and illegal experiments. Phil's excited voice came through on the other end. We've won. Hold on, let's see what Drake has to say, Anton replied. While we currently have the upper hand, we should also be wary of the enemy resorting to desperate measures. Understood. Phil nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the driver brought them to the car. Anton pulled out his phone and opened the Daily Bugle's live broadcast interface. The camera focused on the entrance of the Life Foundation's experimental base next to the Golden Gate Bridge. At that moment, the gates were tightly shut, but outside, a crowd was packed. This included not only the protesters who had previously blocked the entrance but also a stream of journalists arriving from all directions, eager to report on the significant news that had sparked widespread public discussion. Don't worry, the Life Foundation has conceded, Jameson said, glancing at the scene outside with confidence. Why do you say that? Anton asked, curious. The San Francisco city government has issued an ultimatum to Drake, demanding he resolve this scandal promptly, Jameson replied sarcastically. Those high-ranking politicians do not want to see this scandal continue to fester. How do you know all this? Anton was quite surprised. That's the secret, isn't it? Otherwise, do you think Norman Osborn would have shared profits with the Daily Bugle? Jameson said. I told you, Anton, I have many secrets. All right. Anton rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I just hope Eddie will be safe. Everything comes with a price, Jameson replied, his tone carrying a hint of cold indifference. Anton, you must learn to accept reality. Anton asked, and you? Have you learned? Jameson answered, of course. Anton followed up with, since you've learned, why retire? That's life, Jameson said slowly. You'll understand in time. Just as they were conversing, the news conference for the Life Foundation in San Francisco was about to commence. The doors slowly opened, and flanked by several burly bodyguards, a thin man in his early 30s emerged into view. He was Carlton Drake, a self-made billionaire. Mr. Drake, how will you respond to the criticisms from netizens? Rumor has it that you've received a warning from the San Francisco Police Department. Is that true? Are you going to prison? Drake, Go die. Countless voices erupted, creating a cacophony that felt like hundreds of ducks quacking simultaneously, causing a severe headache. Please, quiet down, Drake raised his hand, signaling for silence. He approached the podium and, addressing the microphone, said solemnly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Life Foundation has always adhered to the philosophy of solving all human diseases. We have developed many new drugs that successfully address terminal diseases like pancreatic cancer, bringing hope to patients worldwide. Although we are currently facing many false accusations, I still want to tell everyone that I, Carlton Drake, have a clear conscience. Eddie, you..." Dora's voice trembled as she stared at the terrified man in front of her, her heart racing with shock and disbelief. "You're really okay? Is it that surprising that I'm fine?" Eddie crossed his arms and glanced at his body, still shaken but unable to suppress an eye roll. "Do you wish something had happened to me?" No, that's not it." Dora's eyes sparkled with excitement as her instincts as a researcher kicked in. "You're fine. You really are fine. You and the symbiote have bonded perfectly, you've become the ideal host. So, does that mean I can survive in space now?" Eddie blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Of course." A deep voice echoed in his mind. "You are my perfect host." "Who?" Eddie's eyes widened. "Who's speaking? Who's speaking?" Dora echoed, looking puzzled. "I didn't hear anyone talking." "It's impossible." Eddie insisted firmly. "I definitely heard someone talking to me. Could it be that you're hallucinating?" Dora frowned. "Could the symbiote have side effects?" "No, you need to get checked out immediately." "Checked for what?" Eddie thought about his current situation and felt too pressed for time to care. He knew that only after escaping this dangerous predicament could he consider such things, otherwise, he might not be alive by this time tomorrow. "Run. If we don't run now, it'll be too late." Eddie pulled Dora along, sprinting away from the symbiote research center like a gust of wind. "That way, the exit is over there." Dora pointed in a direction. They dashed forward. "Stop." At that moment, a group of security personnel appeared at the entrance of the corridor, guns drawn, immediately aiming at Eddie and Dora. "Otherwise, we'll shoot," shouted the lead man. Eddie and Dora ignored them and even quickened their pace, refusing to stop. In this situation, stopping would be tantamount to waiting for death. "Fire!" the man commanded decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful specialized firearms emitted blue flames as bullets rained down around Eddie and Dora, landing near their feet and triggering unprecedented adrenaline. What shocked Eddie was that one bullet was clearly headed for him. He thought it was the end, but at that critical moment, his body inexplicably shifted sideways, narrowly avoiding the bullet. This surge of power came suddenly, as if another being resided within him. Thump! While running, Eddie felt a lingering fear, sensing something unusual within him. But in such a critical moment, he dared not stop to analyze his body. He could only continue to run forward with all his might. Dora struggled to keep up with Eddie's speed, being dragged along, filled with anguish. Soon, they encountered several more armed henchmen. With danger ahead and behind, Eddie and Dora seemed trapped with no way to escape. Despair flickered in Dora's eyes. Yet at that moment, Eddie's body acted uncontrollably, executing a series of astonishing maneuvers. He slid forward, knocking down the henchman in front of him with a swift kick, then sprang up as if defying gravity, using both hands to push the remaining two henchmen away. Bang! Bang! The two henchmen crashed into the walls of the corridor, like paintings hung too high to take down. Like hanging paintings. Eddie's sudden outburst of strength left everyone astounded. Dora stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Then, Eddie pulled her along and continued to run forward. "Chase them!" the men behind shouted as they hurried after them. The leader, in fear, looked at his fallen men on the walls, and as the security captain, his experience told him that Eddie's casual display of power had reached an incredible level. How is this possible? The man swallowed hard, a realization dawning on him, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Get him! We must catch him! The boss will reward us generously." "Understood." The remaining men, not foolish, were equally thrilled, their eyes shining with fervor as they gazed at Eddie and Dora like they were two moving gold mines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Motivated by the lure of money, several men quickly launched a pursuit. But along the way, Eddie's body seemed controlled by some mysterious force, consistently showcasing astonishing abilities, swiftly taking down the henchmen blocking his path. His body even underwent bizarre transformations, morphing into a puddle of slime that shot forward like an extending tentacle, then solidifying to tightly envelop enemies before hurling them away. Hearing the crack of bones breaking, it was clear that these men would never rise again. Dora was utterly stunned, unable to believe that the combination of human and symbiote could yield such terrifying superpowers. No wonder Carlton Drake would go to such lengths to achieve this. Did he have such plans all along? While Dora was lost in thought, Eddie's next transformation left her in a state of panic and horror. Whoosh! At the critical moment when the crowd closed in, Eddie suddenly morphed into an ugly black monstrosity. Standing 3 meters tall, he resembled a small giant, easily able to touch the ceiling with a mere lift of his hand, creating an immense sense of oppression. This creature had large eyes with only whites visible, like a demon from hell, with sharp and dense fangs on its face. Ha ha! It chuckled triumphantly among the crowd, devouring the head of an enemy in front of it in one bite. The others collapsed in fear, unable to even steady their weapons. Ah! Dora screamed in terror. Whoosh! Eddie instantly reverted to his original form, his face filled with dread. What just happened? Although he was covered by the symbiote, he retained his original will and clearly remembered that terrifying scene. What the hell did I just do? I actually ate someone? He felt on the verge of a breakdown as he turned to glare at Dora. What exactly is the symbiote? I don't know. I really don't know. Dora cried, nearly breaking down herself. Don't run! More pursuers arrived from behind. In this urgent moment, Eddie had no choice but to push the terrifying sight from his mind. After all, those people deserved what was coming to them. He had no time to think and continued to drag Dora as they desperately fled. Bang bang bang! They quickly reached the exit. At that moment, Carlton Drake was delivering a passionate and fervent speech. Rather than a press conference, it felt more like a personal show. Anton and Jameson watched, nearly falling asleep, thinking it was just a loser shouting in vain. Suddenly, a loud crash drew everyone's attention. Including the journalists, everyone turned to look at the source of the noise. It was a heavy iron door behind Drake, a solid barrier that had blocked everyone's view. However, at this moment, the thick door began to bulge, as if struck by a powerful cannonball. What is that? Gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. Is there some kind of monster behind the door? Boom! In the horrified gazes of the crowd, the heavy iron door suddenly burst outward and crashed to the ground. From behind the now empty doorway, 2 figures slowly emerged. A man and a woman. Phil in the crowd widened his eyes, stunned. He saw the woman being cradled in the man's arms, unable to see her face. The man's hair was disheveled, his face covered in dirt. Aside from being a blonde Caucasian, his identity was indiscernible. Who is that? The crowd gasped. Did he break the door? What kind of monster is he? Stop! The relentless henchman came rushing from behind, guns drawn. The man didn't look back, not even glancing at the crowd. With a single step, he leaped high, easily jumping at least 20 meters. With the woman's shocked cry, he swiftly escaped into the nearby woods. The henchman hurried after them. Seeing this, Drake was utterly at a loss for words. Then, he seemed to realize something, a flicker of excitement crossing his mind. He exchanged glances with his assistant, who understood the cue and stepped forward at the right moment. Mr. Drake, do you have any explanation for what just happened? Who is that man? Is he one of your test subjects? He just displayed superhuman abilities. Was that the goal of your illegal human experiments? Mr. Drake, please answer our questions. A barrage of inquiries bombarded Drake, coming in like a whirlwind, leaving him no time to evade. Drake ignored them, waving his hand dismissively, and hurriedly left the podium. The assistant stepped up to the microphone. We apologize for the unexpected situation. We are still unclear about what has occurred. He paused before continuing. Today's press conference is concluded. Once we understand the situation, we will provide further explanations to the public. Don't leave. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of shouts. Drake paid no attention, quickly making his way into the experimental base. Even without thinking, he could feel what had just happened. It worked. The experiment combining humans and symbiotes had finally succeeded. Meanwhile, at the moment Eddie appeared, Anton, watching the livestream in the car, nearly choked on his own spit. Damn! He couldn't help but curse. Eddie! Eddie? Jameson's gaze flickered slightly, a strange feeling washing over him as he realized that the man he just saw perfectly matched the image of Eddie ingrained in his memory. Although he had only met Eddie once, the extensive information he had gathered about him had left a deep impression. Was that really Eddie? Doubt filled Jameson's mind as he recalled the scene of the man kicking the heavy iron door, reminiscent of an old video of Captain America from 70 years ago, making it hard to believe. Absolutely, that was Eddie, Anton nodded firmly. Eddie infiltrated the homeless house. Our video materials came from there. But later, he became a volunteer and was taken to the experimental base. He succinctly recounted the events to Jameson. After hearing Anton's account, Jameson stroked his chin, realization dawning on him. So, Eddie's transformation is closely related to Drake's research. He muttered to himself, a glint of thoughtfulness passing through his eyes. No wonder Norman Osborn is willing to pay a hefty price to acquire the Life Foundation. The situation seems far more complex than I imagined. Are you saying that Norman Osborn already knows about the Life Foundation's secrets? Anton's eyes widened in surprise. Pretty much, Jameson scoffed dismissively. Norman Osborn is not an impatient man. Since he sought us out at this time and allowed us to negotiate heavily, it indicates he knows something about the Life Foundation. These old foxes are all so cunning. Anton shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. He realized just how naive he was in front of these seasoned veterans. If it weren't for the public discourse heating up, and the Osborn Company sensing the opportunity to stir the pot, the Life Foundation might not be as easy to deal with as he had thought. Returning to the Daily Bugle, Anton got out of the car. Jonah Jameson merely waved casually before driving away, showing no sign of nostalgia for the place he had worked for decades. Anton slowly walked up the stairs and saw a group of colleagues with excited expressions. Anton, we did it, someone cheered, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The Life Foundation is finished. They had just watched the Life Foundation's press conference, witnessing Carlton Drake's defensiveness and stubbornness, which appeared to be a form of surrender. However, everyone was abuzz about the unexpected event that occurred at the end of the conference. That person looked a bit familiar, didn't he? Hey, maybe it's a romantic story. That man rushed out of the experimental base holding a woman. Regardless, it's undeniable that some special experiments are happening within the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation is done for. The crowd chattered excitedly, their faces filled with pride. Alright, this is just the first phase of victory, we have much more to do. Anton raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. His expression turned serious as he said, next, we must follow up and completely crush Drake in the court of public opinion, leaving the Life Foundation no chance to recover. He paused for a moment, determination flickering in his eyes as he continued, once this is over, the bonuses will double. Boss is generous. The crowd erupted in cheers, their smiles brighter than ever. Anton smiled as he walked into his office, but his expression soon turned grave. He took out his phone and called Phil. Boss, did you just see that scene? Phil, having left the experimental base, was standing at the foot of the Golden Gate Bridge, his face still showing shock and disbelief. That man is absolutely Editor-in-Chief Eddie, no doubt about it. I know. Anton replied softly. Even though the Life Foundation has lost to us in public opinion, they will not easily let Eddie go. You need to stay in San Francisco and do everything possible to find Eddie's whereabouts. I'll do everything I can to help you. Understood. Phil nodded heavily, his voice resolute. I will find Editor-in-Chief Eddie. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Anton rubbed his temples, feeling a nagging headache come on. The symbiote. He could almost be certain that Eddie had bonded with the symbiote, gaining the special abilities of Venom. This was not the end of the matter, rather, it marked the beginning of a new chapter. However, if the Life Foundation resorted to violence, his room for maneuver would be severely limited. He could only silently pray that Eddie could withstand the pressure from all sides. Perhaps only when the Osborn Company initiated the acquisition of the Life Foundation and wrested control from Carlton Drake could Eddie temporarily find safety. Otherwise, Eddie would have to rely on the power of Venom to put an end to Carlton Drake's malevolence entirely. No one could predict how future developments would unfold. The current situation had already deviated significantly from the movie's plot. The involvement of the Daily Bugle and the Osborn Company had thoroughly muddied the waters. There was no longer a clear way to view how things would progress. Waiting like this isn't a solution, Anton murmured, furrowing his brow. I need to get the Batman armor exchanged as soon as possible. If I can harness Batman's power, even just the basic armor, it would allow me to be less passive in facing these situations. He quickly made a call to find out that the film crew was already in the final stages. With the special effects scheme he had designed long ago, most of the production work had already been completed. Once these two tasks were finished, only editing and promotional work would remain. Moreover, the novel version of Batman, The Shadow of the Night, which had been released early, was nearing the end of its serialization in the Daily Bugle. The captivating plot and excellent quality had made the novel increasingly popular in the New York area, attracting more and more book lovers. Anton checked the fan count for Batman, which had reached a staggering 210,000. Although this progress was not slow, Anton still felt anxious, as if a heavy stone was lodged in his heart, leaving him with a persistent sense of insecurity. He called Betty and instructed, "Contact advertisers and ramp up the promotion for the Batman novel. I want the whole of New York City to know Batman's name before the movie is released." "That's quite a hefty expense, Anton." "Your personal account is already out of funds," Betty said with a helpless shrug, a troubled expression on her face. "Your personal account can't bear such a large expenditure. Why should we tap into my personal account?" Anton snapped angrily, nearly shouting, "The Batman novel is published by the Daily Bugle's controlled publishing house. Can't the publishing house do something for the book written by its boss?" "You're the boss, you call the shots," Betty said, startled by Anton's anger. She quickly nodded and left the office. Meanwhile, in a corner of San Francisco, Eddie gently set Dora down, his expression serious. "We have to split up." "Why?" Dora exclaimed in shock, fear glimmering in her eyes. "Are you really going to leave me to escape on my own?" "No, that's not it," Eddie quickly explained. "Carlton Drake won't let me go easily, but you're not his target. You can find a safe place to hide until this blows over." "No way. My daughter is still in Drake's hands." Dora firmly rejected him, determination in her eyes. "As a mother, I cannot risk my daughter's life." Eddie pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "As a senior researcher, you must know a lot about the Life Foundation's secrets, including Drake's plans, right? What are you getting at?" Dora looked at Eddie warily, suspicion flashing in her eyes. "Don't forget, I used to be a journalist." Eddie looked deeply into Dora's eyes, slowly saying, "You can go to the Daily Bugle and reveal this information to them. With the power of public opinion, Drake won't dare to act against you and your daughter. As far as I know, you're not the only one with family under his control." "And you?" Dora asked again, worry filling her gaze. After a brief moment of thought, Eddie had a clear understanding of his current situation. "I am in great danger and cannot appear in public." He smiled wryly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. "You know Drake is a madman. I'm the only human who is bonded with the symbiote, and he won't let me go easily. Only when he loses all his power will his pursuit of me stop." Dora bit her lip. She was not a foolish woman and understood that this was not the time for sentimentality. She decisively said, "In that case, let's part ways here. You'd better give me a way to contact you," she added after a pause. "If needed, I will do everything I can to help you. After all, my understanding of the symbiote is far beyond yours." Eddie nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. "All right, I have a private email you can note down." After parting ways with Dora, Eddie glanced toward downtown San Francisco, a pensive expression crossing his face before he turned to head toward the suburbs. However, just as he took a step, his expression suddenly changed, and his body involuntarily began to twist. "Hungry. I want to eat." A deep voice erupted in his mind. "What?" Eddie froze, a wave of confusion washing over him. This time, he was certain that this was not a hallucination, there was indeed another being residing within him. "Eat what?" Eddie could no longer muster a smile, instead, a look of resignation replaced it. He raised his hands helplessly and said, "In this situation, you still want to eat?" Suddenly, he recalled how he had swallowed a person's head whole during his escape from the experimental base, and his face paled further as a queasy sensation stirred in his stomach. "Don't tell me you want to eat people." Before he could finish his sentence, his body surged forward, sprinting at an extraordinary speed, as if propelled by a powerful force. Shit! In New York, at the Daily Bugle. Anton received an email and quickly read through its contents. He immediately contacted Phil, instructing him to head to a particular location in San Francisco to pick up a woman. This woman was Dora Skux. Soon after, Dora disclosed everything she knew without holding back to Anton and Phil. Under Anton's direction, Phil began drafting a lengthy news article. The article was written with great emotion, detailing the entire event and revealing Carlton Drake's ambitions clearly. However, references to aliens and symbiotes were omitted, replaced instead with mysterious experiments. Of course, concerning Drake's cruelty, his disregard for the homeless, and how he threatened researchers' families, Phil successfully crafted an image of a supervillain based on Dora's descriptions and his own imagination. Once finalized, the article was quickly posted on the Daily Bugle's official website. In an already boiling public opinion environment, the article was rapidly shared, with views skyrocketing past 100 million. No one doubted the authenticity of the piece. With this revelation, the Daily Bugle became a champion of justice, hailed as the last conscience of the newspaper industry. Originally enjoying a high level of credibility among New Yorkers, the Daily Bugle became the top news source in the hearts of citizens across the country thanks to this incident. At Osborne Tower. Nice work, Anton. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Norman Osborn observed the direction of public opinion online, which acted as the last straw that completely extinguished any remaining chance for the Life Foundation to recover. He felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but praise, "Jameson, you found a perfect successor." In the midst of public turmoil and internal dealings being exposed, even the politicians who had been friendly with Drake could no longer protect the Life Foundation and had to let the situation unfold. It was clear that the only entity capable of cleaning up this mess was the Osborne Company. After pondering for a moment, Norman called his secretary and submitted the acquisition of the Life Foundation as an official agenda to the board members. He planned to quickly unify the internal narrative of the Osborne Company and then take control of the Life Foundation. Aliens, symbiotes, a rare smile crept onto Norman's typically harsh face. Previously, he had attended Drake's press conference as an audience member, but what pleased him most was not Drake's impassioned speech, but the unexpected incident at the end of the conference, Eddie kicking down the iron door. Symbiote, flames ignited in his eyes. I must acquire it. Once he finished his thoughts, he pressed a button on his desk. A bodyguard promptly approached, respectfully asking, "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Take people to San Francisco. You must find that man before Drake does," Norman instructed. "If you can't accomplish that, don't bother coming back. Osborne Company doesn't keep idle people." "Understood." The bodyguard nodded solemnly. It's already dark. Anton looked at the stars outside the window, letting out a deep sigh. He was utterly exhausted after these past few days, having used more brain cells than he had in the previous 20 years combined. He had practically lived at the Daily Bugle, hardly leaving the office, working like a madman. Betty was astonished to see him like this, feeling as though Anton had changed completely. Today should finally be a time to really rest, Anton said as he left the Daily Bugle and drove home. However, when he arrived, he found Jonah Jameson still absent, causing his mouth to twitch slightly. The retirement life of the wealthy was truly enviable. Just thinking about being able to live that way decades from now filled Anton with anticipation. Before long, days passed. The Daily Bugle was no longer fixated on the Life Foundation as before, only occasionally releasing news articles to follow up on the situation. As a hot topic, these articles garnered considerable views, leading to a significant increase in newspaper sales for the Daily Bugle, making it quite profitable. It appeared that the Life Foundation had accepted the status quo and quietly admitted defeat, showing no reaction. However, Anton knew very well that the Life Foundation was not unresponsive. They simply didn't care to address the idle chatter. They were currently focused on hunting down Eddie. Anton felt helpless regarding this. Given Eddie's current abilities, he should have no problem dealing with the Life Foundation's armed pursuit. All Anton could do was provide monetary assistance. He sent Eddie a substantial sum for living expenses, which was all he could do for him. After all, he couldn't expect to personally jump in and help Eddie fight, especially since he hadn't yet acquired the Batman armor. If he rushed to San Francisco, he wouldn't know who would end up helping whom. Notably, under the Life Foundation's intense investigation, Eddie's identity could no longer be concealed, and Dora's identity was similarly exposed. The Life Foundation had grasped the specifics of how Eddie and Dora escaped. Carlton Drake was furious, but he made no public statement. Instead, he waved his hand and released the family members of senior researchers, seemingly showing his goodwill. It implied that he had given up on the situation, lying back and allowing the mockery to come. During this period, Anton finally received good news. The movie was finally finished. After nearly 3 months, Batman, The Shadow of the Night had entered post-production. In the past, Nolan had taken 129 days to shoot this film, while Anton, standing on the shoulders of giants, managed to complete it in around 90 days. The difference wasn't that significant. Post-production mainly involved editing, voiceovers, subtitles, and special effects. The most time-consuming part, the special effects, had already been prepared during filming, so now it only required adding the effects to the footage, making it the easiest part of the process. He had the editor bring the footage to New York and dived into the editing room. He and the editor discussed for an entire day, determining the editing approach. Then, like flowing water, he managed to cut a 140-minute blockbuster in just 3 days. The voiceover and subtitle work didn't require Anton's direct involvement, he could simply wait for the final product. When he saw the completed film, Anton breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment wash over him. When Jim arrived in New York and saw the finished product, he also displayed a look of surprise. Jim had not expected that a rushed film would show no signs of shoddy craftsmanship. Instead, many scenes seemed well-planned and captivating. This only happens when the director's vision is clear and overflowing with inspiration. Anton, you're a genius. Jim had previously had some complaints about Anton, but upon seeing the completed film, all grievances evaporated. Thanks for the compliment. Now the important thing is to find a distributor and ramp up the promotional efforts, Anton said. Batman's novel has a high profile in New York. You made a smart move, Jim said. I recommend holding a premiere in New York. If you can invite Tony Stark, it would make things much easier. Of course. Anton flashed a mysterious smile. This is a movie that Tony invested in, he'll definitely come. Jim quickly secured a distributor for the movie. With the deep connections of the Jameson family, coupled with his previous experience as a frontline producer, arranging for a theatrical release was not a difficult task for him. Even the issues surrounding the opening screen ratios could be easily resolved. It's worth noting that in Batman, The Shadow of the Night, the most influential figure was not the stars in the cast, but the investor Tony Stark. He was a playboy, a genius inventor, and a super-rich individual, bearing many dazzling titles. Across the United States, Tony Stark was a household name, known for his flamboyant and attention-seeking persona. Regardless of whether many people genuinely liked him, it was undeniable that he captured a vast audience's attention. Whenever Tony Stark spoke, it was like a billion-dollar advertisement. Thus, simply mentioning Tony Stark's name could secure 20% of the screen share. With Jim's confidence in the quality of the movie, raising the share to 40% was not a challenge. However, Jim was brimming with confidence and aimed for a 60% share. On one hand, merely based on the film's credentials, it was sufficient to push competing films out of the market. On the other hand, after so many years of silence, Jim was determined to seize this opportunity and would not easily let it slip away. He pulled out all the stops, ultimately confirming the release date and arranging for a premiere, while simultaneously launching promotional efforts. Batman, The Shadow of the Night had become quite the sensation in New York. Anton's meticulous preparations had finally paid off. Upon learning that the film adaptation of the novel was about to be released, many fans gathered on the Daily Bugle's dedicated forum for the book, chatting and boasting daily. Simultaneously, news of Tony Stark investing $50 million in the film spread rapidly among the crowd. A group of elite rich kids recalled the bet that Anton had made with Tony Stark that day. Consequently, rumors began to circulate, with some claiming that this film originated from the wager between two wealthy heirs, while others outright asserted that it was bound to be a flop and that they would never watch it. However, Anton released another message stating that the concept of Batman actually stemmed from Tony Stark, who inherited a vast fortune after his parents' tragic death, appearing to be a playboy but secretly serious about saving the world. People agreed with the first half of this statement, but opinions varied on the second half. A weapons manufacturer claiming to think about saving the world sounded like a bad joke. Most believed he was more focused on instigating wars, fitting the public's perception of an arms tycoon. Regardless, under the bombardment of these messages, the Batman film generated considerable attention, and its exposure skyrocketed. Anton checked the system space and found that Batman's fan count had surged to 800,000. Even before the film's release, these fans had gathered due to the novel. In some sense, if he published 10 more novels, he might gather enough fan value to purchase the Batman armor. However, with the film's imminent release, Anton had no time to ponder this. As long as he could elevate Batman's visibility, he wouldn't have to worry about attracting new fans. Gathering 9.98 million fan value should not be too difficult. He took out his phone and called Tony Stark, only to receive a few sarcastic remarks. Nevertheless, Tony ultimately agreed to attend the premiere. Tony was a man who thrived on excitement and had an insatiable curiosity. In other words, he was very interested in this movie not for its content, but to see how he could mock Anton through it. Tony was well aware of Anton's character. He never expected that Anton would spend 3 months actually making a movie, especially a superhero film of a type he had never heard of before. Jarvis, I need to talk to Pepper. Remembering the bet, Tony chuckled. Hey, darling, push back my trip to Afghanistan. You know, there's something fun waiting for me. Oh, right, I might need a date for the premiere. Would you like to be my date? That day, the premiere officially commenced. Jonah Jameson was also present. I'll be looking forward to it, Jameson said with a smile. I hope this movie doesn't put me to sleep during the screening. You won't be disappointed, Anton confidently patted his chest. Following the regular speeches, nearly everyone was present except for the notoriously late Tony Stark. Afterward, the photographers began snapping photos, and the movie was about to start screening. Just then, Tony Stark finally made his grand entrance, accompanied by his date, Pepper Potts, popularly known as the Little Pepper. Anton wasn't unfamiliar with her. She had always been the one handling various aftermaths for Tony at many parties over the years. After all, only this little assistant had managed to keep Tony in check all these years. You really love to be late, don't you, Tony? Anton approached him. Anton, I look forward to you becoming my bag boy after the movie ends, Tony laughed heartily. Over the past 3 months, he had almost forgotten about the bet. Regarding trivial matters in life, Tony hardly ever took them to heart, including the $50 million he had wagered, which was nothing to him. However, with the movie's release, the overwhelming publicity and rumors about the bet brought back memories of his rivalry with Anton. After watching the movie, I hope you can still say such things, Anton shrugged. You don't really think you can make a classic, do you? Tony scoffed, pulling Pepper to their seats. He thought that as long as he wasn't interested in the movie, he could leave at any time, estimating the right moment to return so that Anton wouldn't slip away from under his nose. Meanwhile, in San Francisco. Inside the headquarters of the Life Foundation, Carlton Drake sat in his spacious office, gazing out at the bright scenery, his expression as dark as storm clouds. He slammed the documents in his hand down onto the face of his head bodyguard. How many days has it been? Drake seethed with rage, spitting words like bullets. Just one Eddie, and you've been chasing him for so many days, losing how many men? And you still can't catch him? What use do I have for you people? Boss, besides us, there are others hunting Eddie, the head bodyguard said cautiously, lowering his voice. Their equipment is very advanced and appears to be from the Osborne Company. Osborne. Norman Osborne, that despicable bastard, Drake clenched his fists tightly. With the power of the Life Foundation, it would be challenging to confront the Osborne Company directly. However, the Osborne Company was based in New York. Although Norman Osborne could extend his reach to San Francisco, the principle of a strong dragon not overpowering a local snake was a lesson learned from past experiences. Otherwise, the Life Foundation would have long been a possession of the Osborne Company. But the key point was that given the current situation, the Life Foundation could only choose to swallow their pride and endure this humiliation. The only chance for a comeback lay in capturing Eddie and compiling the research results into data to present to the San Francisco city government. At that point, those self-serving politicians would naturally open their arms to the Life Foundation once again. The symbiote was undoubtedly the future trend. This was Carlton Drake's instinct and a belief he held firmly. Is there any other information? Drake glanced at the head bodyguard. Tell me in detail about the Daily Bugle's situation. The current actual controller of the Daily Bugle is Anton Jameson, the grandson of founder Jonah Jameson. During Eddie's time as editor-in-chief, he had a close relationship with him, the head bodyguard reported. The online public opinion attacks are closely tied to Anton. Teach them a lesson, Drake ordered coldly. The head bodyguard cautiously interjected, Boss, Jonah Jameson is a frequent visitor to the San Francisco city government. If we want to act against them, it will be difficult to retreat unscathed, and it could easily lead back to us. The San Francisco city government is already quite displeased with us. If we completely offend them over this matter, I'm afraid. Drake's expression darkened even further, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He felt trapped in a dilemma, hindered in every action. Damn it! Drake shouted in fury. In any case, I want you to teach them a lesson, let them know the consequences of offending the Life Foundation. Understood. The head bodyguard dared not contradict him, nodding as he bowed his head and exited the office. Drake remained silent for a long time before gradually calming down. He thought of the Osborne Company. Norman, you think you can acquire my company? You'll never succeed. Drake's eyes glinted with malice. Anton Jameson, don't think you can hide in New York and be safe. No matter what, I will make you pay. The movie began. Bruce Wayne's journey of growth resonated deeply with Tony Stark. As Tony aged and his character matured, the conflict between him and Howard gradually became apparent. Before the Howard couple tragically passed away in a car accident, their conflicts had reached a breaking point, and Tony had not spoken to Howard in a long time. In the wake of their death, Tony was left with a profound sense of regret, but by then, it was too late to turn back. In this regard, Bruce Wayne's situation was even more tragic. Before he had grown up, his parents were already gone. As a child, his family business was usurped by others, leaving only a loyal butler by his side. Even in the presence of his childhood friend Rachel, he was timid and hesitant, not daring to break the ice of their relationship. The longer Tony watched, the more suffocated he felt. Just as he was about to leave, Bruce Wayne in the film made a decisive choice. He resolved to leave Gotham City, assume a new identity, and travel the world to discover the most effective methods to combat crime, instilling fear in the hearts of the world's most vile villains. He was determined to fulfill his father's dying wish and change the corrupt Gotham City. He trained rigorously in the snowy mountains and gained strength from the League of Assassins. When Bruce Wayne returned to Gotham as Batman, the film's tone shifted from dark to a slightly more uplifting narrative. Bruce Wayne reclaimed control of his family's business. He ordered Lucius Fox to create advanced armor. He transformed his childhood fears into his creed, adhering to a no-kill principle as he became the Bat of the Night, a dark knight wielding incredible skills, sharp intellect, and advanced technology to change the city. Americans have always been fond of this kind of personal heroism, and many viewers felt a surge of excitement. Eventually, the major villain appeared, and it turned out to be Bruce Wayne's mentor, the leader of the League of Assassins, Henri Ducard. This dramatic twist surprised everyone. The unexpected yet logical plot made the audience appreciate the writer's sincerity. When Bruce Wayne defeated the main villain, the screen gradually faded to black, followed by a post-credits scene that served as a clue for the sequel, and then the credits rolled. The audience knew the movie was officially over. Clap, clap, clap. People couldn't help but applaud. Tony's face remained stoic. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had to admit that this film was exceptionally well made. It followed a classic three-act structure, simply put, beginning, climax, and conclusion. Anton's creative abilities showcased in this film left him incredulous that this was the same old friend he once knew. Many wealthy kids who had come to watch the spectacle applauded in admiration. Simultaneously, many in attendance noticed the credits rolling at the end of the film, which revealed the key creative personnel. Director, Anton. Writers, Anton, Browning. Editor, Anton. Anton's presence was felt in several key roles. Even though the names of more than a dozen assistant directors stood out, those familiar with Anton widened their eyes in surprise, especially Betty, who was beside him. Jameson felt a great sense of satisfaction. He believed Anton had finally found his calling. Coupled with Anton's recent performance at the Daily Bugle, even 100 years from now, Anton could still elevate the Jameson family to greater heights. Thank you, everyone. Anton took the stage, calm and collected, speaking effortlessly. After the premiere ended, he specifically sought out Tony, who had intended to leave but was suddenly drawn to Rachel's actress. Tony, thank you for your $50 million. Anton beamed, feeling even more confident in the film's success after witnessing the audience's reaction. Though Tony anticipated his own defeat and was quite displeased, he wouldn't go so far as to sabotage someone else's success. Frugal, yet he had his own sense of dignity. Otherwise, with Stark Industries' military equipment constantly being pilfered and slandered by Hammer Industries, he would have long since been furious and out for blood. You only beat me once, Tony said with a scowl, emphasizing, and I'd beaten you countless times at previous parties. Don't let it go to your head, I guarantee there won't be a second time. I'll be looking forward to it, Anton replied, displaying a nonchalant attitude. As the defeated party today, Tony couldn't refute him. Frustrated, he was unwilling to continue the conversation with Anton and rushed away with Pepper, ignoring the actress entirely. Tony finally experienced the feeling of having driven Anton away during that earlier party. I won't see you out. Anton called after him loudly. Tony quickened his pace. Dear, it seems it's just the two of us left now. Anton turned to the female lead, who often discussed scripts with him late at night, shrugging his shoulders with a resigned smile. Then you can't escape tonight, the glamorous actress smiled alluringly. Of course. The next day, Anton got up, supporting his waist as he stood, his legs slightly trembling. The sleeping beauty beside him had a rosy complexion, curled up in her blankets, breathing evenly like a princess waiting to be awakened by a kiss from her prince. But Anton dared not kiss her at that moment. After nearly surrendering the day before, he felt that doing so again today would be quite embarrassing. As the old saying goes, there are only overworked oxen, not ruined fields. Being a man was truly difficult. Anton thought that once the Batman armor was exchanged, putting it on for some roleplay might just rejuvenate him. Dressed, he left without a backward glance. Upon arriving at the Daily Bugle, Betty had been waiting for a long time, tossing a report in front of him. Congratulations, the movie was a huge success, Betty said flatly. The midnight box office reached 14 million. As an original film lacking a fan base, you've proven your capability. Of course, you might have to thank Tony Stark's influence. I've already thanked him in person, Anton shrugged, then changed the subject. Betty, you don't look too happy. Is it that time of the month? Betty coldly replied, if you could wipe that annoying lipstick mark off your neck, I'd be in a much better mood. Oh? Anton smirked, lowering his voice as his eyes filled with affection. You wouldn't happen to like me, would you? I know I'm charming, you don't need to say more. Tonight? You're dreaming, Betty shot back mercilessly. I worked all night while you were off gallivanting with a movie star. If you weren't my boss, I'd definitely kick your ass. Alright, this month's bonus will double, Anton said, somewhat embarrassed, deciding to solve the problem with money. That sounds better, Betty immediately relented, adopting a business-like tone. I suggest we continue to ramp up promotional efforts. Right now, only a few critics have come out with opinions, and as the release date approaches, ratings will inevitably decline. Got it, go handle it, Anton waved his hand. These work-related issues were giving him a headache, especially after a long night of toil. He could hardly bear to hear any more of it. As long as it boosts the box office, I'm open to anything, Anton replied. After all, what he truly cared about was not the box office itself, but the high exposure that came with high box office numbers. Fan value was the key. Batman, The Shadow of the Night opened to a staggering midnight box office of 14 million, and on its first day, it reached 87 million. For an original film without any prior setup, these figures were truly astonishing, nearly breaking records for original movies. As Betty had said, this was largely thanks to Tony Stark. Without leveraging Tony's fame for promotion, even if the film performed decently, it wouldn't have reached such heights. Professional movie websites predicted the final box office figures. Domestic earnings were expected to be around 500 million, with overseas revenue at least 200 million, bringing the global total to potentially over 700 million. With an investment of 100 million, the return rate on ticket sales exceeded 150%. When factoring in the IP's operations, as well as revenue from DVDs, streaming, and video on demand, the return rate would comfortably exceed 200%, making it extremely profitable. And this was just Anton's directorial debut. When Jameson learned of this, even as a retired boss, he felt a pang of envy, let alone others in the age of social media. Wealth was always a hot topic. Anton, as the focal point of discussion, instantly earned the title of genius director. At the same time, Anton's rising fame elevated the recognition of the movie he directed, and the two mutually reinforced each other. A week after the film's release, the fan value for Batman rapidly climbed to 5 million, with the box office earning 270 million. However, at this point, the growth in box office revenue noticeably slowed, and the trend appeared to weaken. Many movie websites took notice and revised their box office predictions down to 460 million. Nonetheless, Anton had already recouped his costs, with the remainder being pure profit. According to their agreement, he didn't have to share any earnings with Tony. Excluding the box office, Anton's personal return on investment had reached an impressive 400%. Jameson felt for the first time that his many years of hard work paled in comparison to Anton simply making a few films. However, the escalating popularity of Batman was abruptly interrupted by a sensational news story. Tony Stark, the major shareholder and chairman of Stark Industries, had been attacked while demonstrating a new missile in Afghanistan, and his life was currently uncertain. Uncertain life status meant that no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Anton was momentarily stunned. This was exactly the plot of Iron Man 1. He hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. Tony was about to grow up. From one extreme to another, the final sacrifice was deeply moving. However, Anton was not concerned about Tony's safety. If Superman was the biological child of the DC universe, then Iron Man was the biological child of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Such a destined child, one would think, wouldn't fall at the pivotal moments of his life. Once Tony returned, he would become Iron Man. Anton stroked his chin, suddenly struck by an idea. He called Betty. "Boss, what's up?" At the Daily Bugle, Betty sat at her desk, glaring at the closed office door of her boss, feeling frustrated with Anton's absence. Was this what being a boss was like? Skipping work at will? How enviable. "Have you heard that Tony is missing?" Anton stated bluntly. "Of course I know," Betty replied, looking bewildered. "This news has caused a nationwide sensation and even sparked discussions worldwide. After all, he is Tony Stark, the arms dealer. Don't forget, Batman is a movie invested in by Tony Stark," Anton defined the situation. "The concept of Batman not only originates from me but also includes Tony's ideas. It will become Tony Stark's legacy." "Legacy?" Betty was taken aback. "Boss, you're a genius." She gasped, "I really want to see if your heart is black." "Making money isn't shameful," Anton huffed. "Get to promoting it. If I don't see an increase in the box office by tomorrow, I'll fire you." "Your heart must be black, I don't need to dig it out to know," Betty sighed. Anton gleefully opened the system fan value interface. The fan value had reached 8.8 million. This was already quite in line with Anton's expectations. He estimated that by tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after at the latest, the Batman armor would be within his grasp. In San Francisco, Drake received information from his head bodyguard. Looking at the name of the so-called genius director on the computer screen, a smug smile crept across his face. "Genius director?" Drake murmured. "Soon, those who have been singing your praises will regret it." At the same time, in New York, in Manhattan's financial district, at the Continental Hotel, Winston showed a hint of surprise at the photos handed to him by his subordinate. As the operator of the Continental Hotel, he had diligently built a vast network in the New York underground over the past 30 years, and he knew all about the city's celebrities. The person in the photos was the center of attention across the country. However, considering the party issuing the orders, Winston felt no surprise at all. He even thought the retaliation was a bit late. At 10 million bounty, he squinted and mused. Even in trouble, he still has such deep pockets. "Winston, you called for me?" John Wick approached Winston. At this point, he had already agreed upon the date and time for his retirement from the Continental Hotel. "John, this is your last task before retirement," Winston smiled. John Wick glanced at the young man in the photo. He took the documents Winston handed him and carefully perused them for a few minutes, his expression unchanged. "Should I say thank you?" "No need to be polite, just consider it said." Winston waved his hand, his tone gentle. "After all, this is your last task. I hope it gives you a taste of the boredom of retirement. If you ever want to come back, you're always welcome." "I won't be coming back," John Wick replied coolly, turning away. "Goodbye, Winston." "Goodbye." Winston's gaze was deep as he sat like a king on the sofa, watching his knight set out to battle. In reality, this was indeed the case. For him, the king of the Continental Hotel, John was his most formidable knight. Unfortunately, the best tool was retiring. It was time to discover new talent. Winston fell into deep thought. On the other side, after leaving the Continental Hotel, John Wick got into his vehicle, accompanied by his dog in the passenger seat, and drove to an upscale residential area. Each house here was worth tens of millions. After working for the Continental Hotel for so many years and having diligently eliminated so many people, John could probably afford just one of these houses, and even that would be the cheapest one. But John felt no turmoil in his heart. A man like him had largely cast aside excessive emotions, especially jealousy and anger. Thinking that this would be his last job, John Wick's eyes suddenly shifted. As a benchmark among assassins, Winston hadn't tasked him with an almost impossible mission for his last job, which was rather merciful. He was neither a gangster nor a retired agent, nor a veteran soldier. Just a completely unprepared genius director. For a man hailed as the king of assassins, wouldn't it be easy to deal with? "Tony Stark, you're simply the lucky star of my life," Anton exclaimed, seeing his fan value reach the target. He was so excited that he couldn't help but dance a lively tap dance on the floor, feeling like he had just chewed on a piece of gum. He initially thought he would have to wait until tomorrow to exchange for the Batman main template, but unexpectedly, after Betty timely released the news of Tony's legacy and heavily promoted the movie, the Batman film quickly climbed to the trending list, attracting an immense amount of attention once again. Those who had previously shown no interest in the film decided to buy a ticket in honor of the deceased Tony. Many of these viewers found Batman to be incredibly cool after watching the film, deeming their visit worthwhile, and thus they joined the Batman fan club. They not only contributed financially but also actively participated. The speed at which the fan value was increasing was astonishing. Just from day to night, the growth rate of that day's fan value could rival the fastest rise on the day of the film's release. Exchange. Anton immediately entered the system space and successfully exchanged for the basic Batman template. Something wondrous happened. Anton, who was originally a bit over 180 centimeters tall, suddenly shot up a few centimeters, reaching 188 centimeters. His muscles began to ripple and then tighten, each muscle brimming with tremendous explosive power. Especially those 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, as hard as a 1-meter-thick steel plate. At the same time, it felt as if something had been stuffed into his mind. Before his eyes, a skill panel appeared that only he could see, displaying a series of text. Ultimate physical ability, vast knowledge, indomitable will, martial arts master, detective master, tactical master, language master, intimidation expert, interrogation master, skills master, escape master, disguise master, tracking master. All these dense skills were lit up. Anton gasped, realizing that Batman was indeed no ordinary person. Combining the information just received in his mind, he felt genuine admiration for Batman's efforts. Bruce Wayne was truly a man who had pushed human potential to the extreme. The perfect blend of exceptional skill, superior intellect, and high-tech weaponry, these 3 treasures were the secrets behind Batman's invincibility. With a thought, the basic armor immediately manifested around him. The Bat Helmet, Bat Suit, Bat Gauntlets, Multifunctional Utility Belt, Bat Boots, Bat Signal Transmitter, Bat Cape, Bat Shurikens, Bat Grappling Gun, Bat Cable Launcher, and more. All the accompanying equipment of the basic armor appeared in the system toolbar, visible only to Anton. Wow! This feeling was exhilarating. Anton suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and continued to explore the joy brought to him by the Batman main template. He noticed there was an option for vehicles in the toolbar. Vehicles: Batmobile, Batplane, Batmotorcycle, Batboat, Batjet, Bathelicopter, Batboat, Batwaterscooter. He chose the Batmotorcycle. Whoosh! A motorcycle with huge tires and wings equipped with machine guns and heavy weaponry appeared instantly on the floor in front of him. Fortunately, his room was spacious enough, otherwise, hiding the Batmotorcycle wouldn't have been easy. Seeing this uniquely designed, flamboyant motorcycle, Anton sat on it in a near-crouching position, gently twisting the handlebars and feeling a sense of intuitive control. After enjoying the experience for a while, he hopped off and waved his hand. The Bat motorcycle, basic armor, and his height increase along with the bulging abs all disappeared. Returning to his original form, he felt inexplicably empty, reminiscent of those exhausting nights. Since that's the case, I might as well stay in Batman's state. The physical changes won't be too obvious, I can easily pass it off as fitness training, Anton mused, stroking his chin. With another thought, he resumed his strong Batman form. Not to mention the physical changes, he was particularly fond of the Batman armor. He summoned the armor to cover his body, continuously caressing it. The cold touch filled him with delight. Suddenly, he understood why Tony Stark became so obsessed with creating Iron Man suits after becoming Iron Man. What could be more fun than toying with steel? Following the information in his mind, he activated various functions of the Batman armor's perspective. Infrared scanning, thermal sensing. Anton noticed a figure crouching outside his room, inching closer from just below the window. The heat display showed a human form moving little by little. His expression turned slightly strange. Was it a thief? This was a high-end villa area. The security couldn't be that unprofessional, especially at night when patrols were intensified. This was getting interesting. After pondering for a moment, Anton grabbed a small stool and sat by the window. While familiarizing himself with the operations of the Batman armor, he kept his eyes fixed on the figure as it climbed up to his windowsill. Whoosh! John Wick cautiously pushed the window open and lifted the curtain. Suddenly, he froze. In front of him sat a man clad in a flashy, high-tech armor, wearing a helmet with two pointed ears, casually perched on a chair with his legs crossed. Those deep eyes seemed to possess a kind of magic, gazing at him with great interest. Upon seeing John, the man's lips curled into a slight smirk, and in an instant, he vanished from John's sight. Not good. John Wick abruptly released his grip, intending to jump down to the lawn from the second floor to escape, but his head was suddenly struck hard, and his body involuntarily flew backward, landing sprawled out on the grass. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, momentarily dazed, ignoring the pain as he instinctively tried to get up and flee. Fortunately, the soil of the lawn was relatively soft. For a battle-hardened king of assassins, he managed to adjust his posture while jumping from the window, suffering only minor injuries. Bang! However, the figure that seemed to be concealed in the darkness followed closely behind, darting left and right. John Wick had barely taken a few steps when a sharp pain shot through his knee, and he rolled forward again. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, knowing this opponent was formidable. Running away was impossible, so he immediately made a decision. He stood still, raised his gun, and focused intently on the shadow in the darkness. Ha ha! Whether it was his imagination or not, a low, mocking laughter seemed to drift through the wind, as if ridiculing his audacity. Whoosh! The shadow danced with the wind, approaching quickly, and rapidly enlarged in John Wick's view. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The silenced pistol spat fire, the bullets heating up in the chamber, slicing through the air, and shooting straight toward the shadow's chest. Clang! This sound plunged John Wick into despair. The armor was bulletproof. This was so unfair. The last thought flickered through his mind. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the lawn. When John Wick opened his eyes again, he found himself bound by iron chains, trapped in a dimly lit basement, unable to move. In front of him stood the same mysterious man, adorned in armor and helmet, with astonishing skills. Speak, the man said, arms crossed, looking down at him from a height, his tone dripping with authority. Who sent you? John Wick quickly adjusted his emotions, locking eyes with the armored man before him, showing no signs of fear or retreat. Go ahead and kill me, he said calmly. Having been in this line of work for so long, he had long since brushed aside thoughts of life and death. At that moment, a face that was not beautiful but filled with tenderness, along with an energetic little dog, involuntarily flashed through his mind. He closed his eyes. Is that so? Anton carefully scrutinized the man in front of him. Drawing on Batman's extensive experience, he could clearly sense the heavy aura of a killer surrounding him. To Anton, there were generally two extreme types of assassins. One was unprofessional, likely to spill the beans easily, the other was highly skilled, completely unaffected even under severe torture. It was evident that this man belonged to the latter category. Everyone desires to live, especially someone like you, who dwells in the darkest corners of the world yet yearns for the light more than anyone else. Anton spoke slowly, his tone calm and steady. Admit it, you want to live more than anyone. John Wick remained silent. Woof! At that moment, a sharp dog bark suddenly rang out, causing him to open his eyes wide. He stared intensely at Anton, and the anger that had been suppressed within him ignited like a wildfire in his gaze. Your dog is safe, Anton said, stepping behind John Wick and presenting the same dog, also tied up, in front of him. He smiled and added, but I can't guarantee it won't die before you do. In the East, there's a dish called dog meat hot pot, spicy yet not harsh, numbing yet not overwhelming, rich in flavor and never tiresome. I wouldn't mind letting you taste this delicacy before you die. John Wick's face twitched slightly. I come from the Continental Hotel. He realized Anton was not lying and certainly wouldn't risk the dog's life to provoke him. He dropped his tough facade and said, assassins and employers usually have no direct connection, so I don't know who wants to kill you. Anton pressed on. If you don't know, then someone must. The Continental Hotel is controlled by Winston, he's the boss managing all the assassins, and all the assignments come from him. Since he had already exposed himself, John Wick no longer withheld information. Moreover, his identity was no secret in New York, many gangsters recognized him. It wouldn't be hard to track down the Continental Hotel based on his appearance. John Wick sighed inwardly. He was not afraid of death, he only wanted to protect the life of the dog at his feet. This was the dog his fiancée had given him, calling it a token of their love would not be an exaggeration. The Continental Hotel, John Wick, Anton immediately connected this character to the dog in his hands. He couldn't help but reflect on what was happening in this world, how so many bizarre events had suddenly emerged. Moreover, this guy didn't even resemble Keanu Reeves that closely. As he pondered how to deal with John Wick, he found himself uncertain. If he were not in Batman's suit, he would have undoubtedly killed John Wick without hesitation, sparing not even the dog. However, wearing the Batman armor meant he had to portray the role convincingly. The no-kill principle was Batman's defining characteristic. The difference between stopping violence with violence and enforcing order was fundamental. If Anton were to play Batman, he needed to consider Bruce Wayne's original traits. The no-kill principle was a rule Batman had always upheld. It had been said that a Batman who kills is no longer Batman but has become a Joker. Anton didn't entirely agree with that statement, but he had to admit there was some truth to it. After all, with Bruce Wayne's years of honed abilities, it would be all too easy to turn into a Joker. This extreme dichotomy was thought-provoking. Seeing the armored man lost in thought, John Wick gradually reined in the anger in his eyes, quietly awaiting his final fate. Bang! Suddenly, a swift knife hand struck hard, and he blacked out again. When John Wick opened his eyes once more, he discovered he was still in the same place, his hands and feet still bound. His beloved dog was also in the same condition, curled up at his feet, snoring. He let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the armored man had vanished without a trace. In his place were a young man and an old man conversing in front of him. John Wick immediately recognized the young man as the genius director, his target. "Is he here to kill you?" Jonah Jameson's expression darkened. Drawing on his years of experience and intuition honed in the business world, he immediately pinpointed the hidden hand behind the scenes. The Life Foundation. Jameson gritted his teeth, fury filling his eyes. "I underestimated them. Anton, you should hide for a few days. I will make them pay." "No need," Anton smiled. "I'll handle this myself, you just need to help me clean up afterward." "Clean up?" Jameson was taken aback, eyeing Anton carefully and asking with confusion, "What can you do?" "If I couldn't do anything, do you think I captured this man?" Anton countered. "John Wick, the king of assassins in New York, do you think he's just some street thug?" "John Wick?" Jameson blinked in surprise, surveying the disheveled man before him, whose bruised face hardly resembled the king of assassins. His gaze then shifted downward. "This guy doesn't look like much, but his dog is quite impressive." After a moment, he offered that assessment. "I'll leave him to you, you can deal with him however you like." Anton said, "Old man, after midnight, please notify the NYPD to come to the Manhattan Financial District, Wall Street to handle this matter." "The Continental Hotel?" Jameson, with extensive connections, especially in New York, was more familiar with this territory than anyone else. Upon hearing that address, his pupils slightly constricted as he turned sharply to stare at Anton. "You're going to cause trouble for the Continental Hotel?" "Just as you see, I am," Anton replied, locking eyes with him, his gaze resolute. "Anton, the Continental Hotel has never been the key, it's the high table behind them." "The high table is not our enemy, nor anyone else's enemy, they only respect the rules," Jameson emphasized. "You need to understand, our enemy is the Life Foundation." Though there was currently no evidence to prove the tasks assigned to the Continental Hotel came from the Life Foundation, for Jameson, it was an answer that needed no verification. "You're right, the Continental Hotel is not my enemy. However, since they accepted a task they cannot complete, they must pay the price," Anton said meaningfully. "Moreover, my visit to the Continental Hotel is not for their sake." Jameson frowned. He vaguely understood what Anton meant. However, he still couldn't wrap his head around where Anton's confidence was coming from. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He watched Anton leave the basement, and through the wall-mounted monitor, he saw Anton get into the vehicle John Wick had brought, and he couldn't help but sigh, the kid had truly grown up. V-Room. The 1969 Ford Mustang slowly pulled away from the villa area. Jameson withdrew his gaze and turned to John Wick, contemplating for a long while. "The king of assassins in New York, John Wick, it's an honor to meet you." Jonah Jameson rubbed his chin, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He pulled out an old-fashioned revolver and aimed it at John Wick's head. The latter calmly stared at the gun's muzzle. "I heard you're planning to retire. Would you be interested in a job change?" Suddenly, Jonah Jameson's gaze flickered, and he holstered the gun, saying, "If Anton can handle the Continental Hotel, you can stay and work for me. If he can't, I'll kill you." This deal was clearly unfair. John Wick had no choice, but he could feel the strong confidence emanating from Jonah Jameson at that moment. "Why?" John Wick looked at Jameson, confusion filling his eyes. With the skills he just displayed, he won't be able to handle the Continental Hotel. He's my grandson, Jameson stated candidly. My grandson has grown up. So I believe in him. Anton was initially met with significant dissatisfaction from Jameson when he first took over the Daily Bugle. Fortunately, within the Bugle, there was already a set operational program he had established beforehand, meaning even if Anton did nothing, the paper could continue to run smoothly for a long time. Jameson's frustration peaked when Anton announced his intentions to make a movie. However, since Anton was his only grandson, Jameson could only suppress his displeasure and acknowledge Anton's ambition. After all, having aspirations was a good thing. From that day forward, it seemed Anton had transformed into a different person. The biggest shift in Jameson's perception of Anton did not stem from his professional progress but from the moment he learned that John Wick had been easily defeated by Anton. In that instant, he realized that the boy had grown up and could now spread his wings to fly. The protection he could offer was dwindling. Jameson's gaze grew distant and profound. He glanced at the time. It was already 10:28 p.m. Anton had said he would call the NYPD after midnight to handle subsequent matters. Considering the time it would take to get there, even under the best circumstances, Anton had only about an hour left. Let me see just how far you can go, Anton. Jameson felt a sense of anticipation. Anton's firm attitude intrigued him. Although the communication between them had not been frequent, they understood each other's thoughts well enough. Just wait and see the show, I'm waiting too. To avoid people directly associating him with Batman, Anton spent the time after leaving his home navigating through secluded areas. His goal was to evade cameras and prevent himself from being exposed as direct evidence of Batman's existence. Eventually, Anton arrived at an abandoned industrial area. From there, he entered the sewer system. In this secluded spot, he summoned the Bat motorcycle from the vehicle's option and transformed into Batman, the basic armor materializing around him. He crouched on the Bat motorcycle, revving the engine to full throttle. Vroom! The low sound of the turbo roared through the air, yet there was no sound of an explosion. Whoosh! The Bat motorcycle burst out from another sewer exit. He estimated the time. There was still about an hour and 10 minutes until midnight. At the speed of the Bat motorcycle, it would only take 20 minutes to reach Manhattan. This left him with 50 minutes to deal with the Continental Hotel. That's enough. Anton's face, hidden under the helmet, showed a confident expression. The power of Batman filled him with self-assurance. Although the basic Batman armor was not enough to let him easily surpass those formidable opponents in the Marvel Universe, he was already invincible against the Continental Hotel, which had unified the underground assassin world in New York. No matter how skilled the people in the Continental Hotel were, they were still just ordinary humans. If Anton couldn't charge through regular people, it would definitely be his own fault, not Batman's. Whoosh! Anton rode the Bat motorcycle, racing down the street like lightning. He sped past without anyone able to stop him. Even in traffic jams, he could leap over the tops of cars like a motorcycle stuntman, soaring through the air over several dozen meters. He was reckless, unrestrained, and audacious. Though he adhered to the no-kill principle, New York was different from Gotham. Anton didn't need to overly conceal Batman's existence. Compared to Iron Man fighting Obadiah Stane outside Stark Industries, where two metal giants clashed, or the Hulk battling Abomination, two muscle-bound titans wrestling, or even the Avengers having a massive brawl with Chitauri aliens that destroyed half of New York, what was just Batman riding a motorcycle on the road? This was merely a small scene. After all, this would be a world filled with superheroes, and Batman's existence could be proudly displayed. This aligned perfectly with Anton's inner vision of harvesting fan value. The only thing to be cautious about was that Anton did not plan to expose the fact that he was Batman. This would help him avoid many troublesome situations. At least, not being publicly associated with Batman would reduce a lot of hassle. What? You say as the director of Batman, how could no one connect him to Batman? Just deny it. Don't young people love role-playing? Isn't Halloween rehearsal fine? As long as I don't admit it, I'm not Batman. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Wow, passers-by on the road gasped at Anton's appearance. What is that? Too cool. Is he role-playing? What role is he playing? So cool. I want to dress like that for Halloween, no matter how much it costs. It's Batman. The movie that just came out, it seems to be Tony Stark's legacy. I'm going to see it right now. Everyone who witnessed this scene had their eyes sparkling. Regardless of gender or age, not a single person was indifferent to Anton at that moment. This demonstrated that Batman's appeal transcended age and gender. Beep! Beep! The sounds of car horns rang out on the streets. Especially those whose cars had been run over by the Bat motorcycle felt extremely displeased. Some took out their phones to call the police. Others stared at the Bat motorcycle's massive wide tires and Anton's near-crouching posture on the bike, swearing silently. Motorcycle stunts, I'll learn once I get back. Don't go, master. Teach me how to ride a motorcycle. How much is that motorcycle? Buy it. Buy it. Buy it. With such a flamboyant and domineering demeanor, Anton stormed into the Manhattan area. Manhattan was the most densely populated and economically developed area in New York, bustling with activity. The police patrolled day and night, and the density of patrols was unimaginable to those in the poorer districts. Just minutes after Anton entered Manhattan, patrol officers spotted him, not to mention that his audacious actions had already prompted several reports. He was speeding. He was deliberately damaging others' vehicles. The patrolling police instinctively wanted to chase him down, but suddenly, they received orders through their communication devices. Do not pursue. After midnight, all police in Manhattan must assemble at the Continental Hotel. That's when we'll catch them. The officers looked confused. However, for high-level transactions, the grassroots police didn't need to understand, obeying orders was their way of survival. They all agreed. As Anton approached the area near the Continental Hotel, many shops along the roadside sensed something amiss and hurriedly closed their doors. They pulled out handguns from their drawers, watching the approaching figure in a battle-ready stance. Even passers-by instinctively ducked into corners, vigilantly observing the speeding silhouette. Then, in their horrified gaze, the man in the strange armor rode the cool motorcycle, zipping past the street and straight into the Continental Hotel. Someone stared in disbelief. Is he trying to get himself killed? Close the doors. A nearby person said seriously. This matter has nothing to do with us, no matter how the Continental Hotel responds, we best not get involved. Agreed. The person nodded, regretfully saying, what a shame for that motorcycle. And that outfit. The armor looks cool. The other person suddenly recalled, speaking of which, didn't we see that design somewhere? The two exchanged glances but couldn't quite remember where. The doorman at the Continental Hotel widened his eyes as the massive wide-tired motorcycle hurtled toward him like a beast. He quickly dove to the side. Boom! The hotel's bulletproof glass doors shattered instantly, and the steel frame that seemed as flimsy as paper was crushed into twisted scrap metal by the motorcycle. Screech! The motorcycle screeched across the lobby floor, leaving a prominent black tire mark before finally coming to a stop. The man riding the motorcycle slowly dismounted, clad in all-black armor with a helmet featuring pointed ears. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he calmly surveyed the surroundings. At the entrance, the doorman, who had managed to dodge in time, snapped back to reality. He drew a gun from his waist and aimed it at the man before him. Batman? He had just seen the blockbuster movie that had recently released and recognized the character associated with this outfit. Where did you crazy person come from? Don't move. You think you can run wild in the Continental Hotel? You're probably not up to it. Bang! Anton remained expressionless, suddenly waving his hand, and a batarang shot out like lightning. Swoosh! Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, and the gun fell to the ground. The doorman's wrist was severed, and he clutched his wounded arm in agony, standing in a pool of his own blood, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at this man impersonating a movie character. You're really serious? A thought flashed through his mind, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke such a formidable individual. He dared not contemplate revenge, quickly picking up his severed arm and turning to flee. He knew that if he got to the hospital quickly, there was a chance his arm could be reattached. He had heard of a great surgeon named Strange. Meanwhile, Anton's arrival had drawn significant attention from the Continental Hotel. Is someone causing trouble? Someone's killing in the Continental Hotel. You're violating the hotel's rules, do you want to die? Instantly, the guests in the hotel began to retreat, and the other staff members and gathered assassins all turned their attention to the center of the lobby, where Anton stood beside the motorcycle. Rules? Anton glanced at the one who spoke, his voice low and steady. I'm here to establish new rules. Kill him, someone shouted loudly. Before the sound could even fade, everyone raised their guns and pulled the triggers in unison. Whoosh! In their astonished gaze, the motorcycle instantly vanished, and at the same time, Anton, who had been posing as Batman, seemed to disappear into thin air. Click click click. Batarangs shot out like lightning. The once brightly lit Continental Hotel was suddenly plunged into darkness, with blurry shadows flickering in the gloom. Bullets fired from the guns lit up the towering silhouettes of those shadows but failed to harm the Batman hidden within the darkness. Ah! Where is he? Damn it! I'm going to kill you. In the upper levels of the Continental Hotel, Winston received news from his subordinate and turned on the security camera feed on the television, only to see a screen filled with darkness. However, the sounds of gunfire and anguished screams echoed throughout the room. Who the hell is causing trouble? His brows furrowed, his eyes filled with rage. The subordinate hesitated before reporting, "It's Batman." "Who is that?" Winston had never heard the name before. Listening to the sounds of gunfire and screams coming from the dark surveillance screen, his expression grew increasingly serious. "Who is Batman? He shouldn't be a nobody. He's a movie character." The subordinate's expression was somewhat peculiar. To be honest, he felt the same way when he first received this news, just as Winston did now. A movie character? Winston was perplexed, but his anger remained undiminished. Regardless, someone had invaded his territory and trampled on the rules so brazenly. This was no longer just a matter of face. If not handled properly, he could even lose his position as the head of the Continental Hotel. The high table would not tolerate such an affront to its dignity. "Mobilize all assassins," Winston said coldly. "I want him dead in front of me immediately." "Rest assured." The subordinate nodded. "The orders have already been dispatched." Winston's eyes darkened as he suppressed his anger and continued, "Find out Batman's identity. I want to understand what's going on here." In the lobby of the Continental Hotel, amid the darkness, a massive bat shadow flitted through the dim corners, seemingly suspended in mid-air, continuously depleting the fighting capacity of all the assassins present. One by one, the assassins fell, heavily injured and bleeding, yet no one died. The continuous defeats filled the hall with groans, transforming it into a hellish scene. The assassins lay in pools of blood, enduring excruciating pain as they watched the phantom-like figure weave through the crowd, resembling a grim reaper wielding a scythe, their eyes filled with terror. If given another chance, they vowed not to stick around to shoot at their enemy but instead to flee, just like the first doorman. This was Batman's method of using violence to counter violence. In a sense, when it came to instilling fear in gangsters, even the Joker couldn't match Batman's intimidation factor. What Anton aimed to do was to step over the corpses of the Continental Hotel and establish his own order. After this battle, he not only wanted to make Batman's name resonate in the underground world but also to make everyone understand that the newly emerged Batman was not someone to be trifled with. Soon, amidst the cries and wails echoing through the hall, Anton strode toward the staircase like a god of war. After a warm-up, Anton became increasingly familiar with the skill information belonging to Bruce Wayne in his memory. This transformation, akin to a revelation, could only be described as overpowered. In short, when facing these ordinary assassins, Anton would accept anyone and eliminate as many as he could. Boom! A powerful shotgun blast rang out, causing Anton to raise an eyebrow. A well-dressed black man, exuding an elite vibe, stood in the corner with a shotgun, leaning against the wall and squinting his eyes to observe Anton's movements. Clearly, his first shot, which had been a surprise attack, had failed to hit Anton. This black guy didn't find it surprising. He probably thought he was on the same level as John Wick. The Continental Hotel was filled with talent, many of whom were skilled in killing and interrogation techniques. Unfortunately, these were merely remnants for Anton, who was now channeling Bruce Wayne. Anton walked calmly into the hallway. Kaboom! The black man turned and pulled the trigger. The basic Batman armor was not much better than a bodysuit. To avoid hindering flexibility, it only had a light power system, unlike those ridiculously overpowering battle armors. However, it did provide Anton with a significant boost to his combat power. The key was that with the armor's protection, Anton could unleash his full potential without concern. Bang! Anton stood his ground, allowing the massive impact to spread across his chest. What? The black man's eyes widened, revealing a shocking amount of white. He hadn't expected this mysterious person who enjoyed role-playing to be wearing armor capable of withstanding even a powerful shotgun. This was no ordinary equipment, it was comparable to military technology. At that moment, names like Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and Oscorp from the Marvel Universe flashed through his mind, all recognized as advanced arms giants. Ha! Anton's lips curled slightly as he approached this man. Bang! With a single punch, he sent the blocking black man flying, allowing him to collapse to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Then, Anton stepped over the fallen man and approached a metal door. Bang! He smashed the circuit board with another punch, then using his vast knowledge skill, easily opened the supposedly airtight metal door. Inside the room stood a man sipping whiskey from a glass, his face darkening as he glared at Anton. Winston, I thought you could make this easier for me, Anton said with disappointment. Instead, you've been dealt with so quickly. Winston, nice to meet you. Should I introduce myself out of respect? Anton slowly walked toward Winston, a half-smile on his face. Winston never expected Anton to crack the code and enter this secure hideout. Startled, he hurriedly set down his glass and raised his gun, aiming it at Anton. At that moment, Anton's armor remained pitch black, not a trace of blood or shine on it. Yet, he had come through, undoubtedly breaking bones and leaving many incapacitated. The aura of menace emanating from him was palpable. Winston felt an immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew full well that the gun in his hand was useless against the armored man before him, but he couldn't bring himself to lower it. You are the first person to intrude here since the Continental Hotel was established, he said, forcing himself to appear calm, his expression serious. Batman, regardless of who you are, this is the Continental Hotel, under the jurisdiction of the High Table. If you kill me, you'll not only offend all the assassins in New York's underground but also the High Table. Your tone doesn't seem like someone looking for reconciliation, Anton observed, his voice calm, sending a chill down Winston's spine. Winston understood that this situation had escalated beyond easy resolution. They both knew that even if Anton spared Winston, he would certainly report to the High Table afterward. What do you want? Winston's face grew grim. Revenge. Anton's voice was eerily calm. You sent someone to kill me, so it's only reasonable for me to retaliate, isn't it? You sent someone to kill me? Winston was stunned, completely at a loss for words. He suddenly realized this was the trouble he had sown, and now he was reaping the consequences. What will it take for you to spare me? Winston composed himself. He could tell that the man before him didn't seem inclined to kill him. The Life Foundation. Anton pronounced the words clearly. Winston's eyes widened as he recalled giving John Wick that assignment just a short while ago as his last job before retirement. You are, he suddenly understood, his face filled with disbelief. Under the icy gaze of Anton, he could not bring himself to utter the name. After a moment, the clock ticked steadily until it struck midnight. Woo-woo! A multitude of police cars crowded the entrance of the Continental Hotel. Not far away, a group of reporters with cameras waited anxiously, eager to capture the unfolding scene. These reporters were excited. Usually well-informed, they knew the Continental Hotel had a deep background and operated independently in Manhattan. No one had ever dared to film near here before. Despite knowing this place was filled with filth and darkness, most journalists were just trying to make a living, not looking to risk their lives. But today was different. Someone had specifically invited them here, and the police had cleared a path for them. Was the Continental Hotel about to fall? Who had they offended? The group buzzed with excitement, sensing a major news story that could shake all of New York, promising a hefty reward when they returned. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, a group of police officers stormed into the Continental Hotel, guns drawn. After a while, the police emerged, escorting dozens of bloodied and severely injured assassins from inside the hotel, tossing them into prisoner transport vehicles. During this process, the reporters didn't hear a single gunshot. The entire area was enveloped in silence. So, where had these bloodied assassins sustained their injuries? The reporters pondered this. However, when they returned home, all their reports essentially read, New York police team up to capture gang members, without exception. They had no idea that even the police were shocked upon entering the Continental Hotel. Everywhere were incapacitated assassins and gang members. Given the equipment scattered around these individuals, if a real fight broke out, only the National Guard could easily eliminate them. Handing this over to ordinary police would leave them helpless. They didn't want to risk their lives over this matter. Where did this formidable figure come from? Previously patrolling Manhattan, an officer who had caught sight of Anton dressed as Batman sensed something ominous, silently amazed. This situation was escalating. A direct phone call from City Hall reached the police station. Police Chief George Stacy, who had already finished his shift, had to rush to the Continental Hotel. As a high-ranking figure in law enforcement, he was well aware of the Continental Hotel's reputation. In the past, whether out of disinterest or inability, he had avoided getting involved. New York City had established many deep-rooted rules over the years. George was not a fool. On the contrary, his position as the head of the NYPD was due to his sense of justice and tough methods, but he also understood that the rules of the underworld must be resolved by those within it. As the saying goes, you have to use magic to defeat magic. For someone like him, if he were to meddle in the underground filth, it would only end in futility, leaving him covered in disgrace. However, if an opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't miss out on reaping the rewards. Batman. George recalled the situation reported by his officers, feeling a headache coming on. The public safety situation in New York had not been good lately, and the police department was drowning in complaints. Now, another Batman had appeared. Was this a character from a movie? After all this commotion, George did not believe this person was merely role-playing. Find out Batman's true identity, he instructed the officers nearby. Also, write a report to City Hall. We cannot take all the credit for this. Understood, Chief. Don't worry, one officer confidently patted his chest. Writing reports is my specialty. Just as they were speaking, a disheveled figure with a composed face walked out of the Continental Hotel. George squinted his eyes, forcing a smile, and approached. Mr. Winston, it's a relief to see you unharmed amidst such a serious gang conflict at the Continental Hotel, especially with wanted assassins found inside. Hearing this, Winston's face darkened further. He sought his Continental Hotel surrounded by police, his gaze sweeping over the prisoner transport vehicles, a pang of heartache flashing in his eyes. This was the result of his years of hard work. In just one day, much of it had crumbled. After today, the Continental Hotel would likely become the laughingstock of everyone. Fortunately, the hotel's name remained intact. According to agreements, the High Table would undoubtedly come to settle accounts with that person, ensuring his power was not stripped away. Chief George, I need to speak with you, Winston took a deep breath and said. I want to report a case. He followed George outside the Continental Hotel and, in front of a group of reporters, declared emphatically, these people were sent by the Life Foundation. Those folks from San Francisco want to destroy my hotel. What? George's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected to hear such words from Winston. What the hell was going on? The Life Foundation. How could a bunch of people from San Francisco come to New York to stir up trouble? Did they really think the NYPD was a joke? George wanted to curse but couldn't say anything in front of the reporters, forcing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. The Life Foundation has no grievances with the Continental Hotel, their goal is to retaliate against the Daily Bugle. Winston displayed a look that everyone understood, speaking solemnly into the camera. As for the reason, everyone is well aware. But why would they cause trouble at the Continental Hotel? George pressed. You'll have to ask the Life Foundation. Winston casually tossed the question back, gritting his teeth, his expression conveying genuine hatred. I have no reason to lie about this. In short, the Life Foundation is the root of the problem. He emphasized each word, declaring this matter as a conclusion. George was stunned. He could see Winston wasn't lying, this guy genuinely believed the Life Foundation was the culprit. But this contradicted the information he had received. It was obviously Batman, who had suddenly appeared, causing chaos. How did it become linked to the Life Foundation? Shouldn't Winston hate Batman? George was utterly perplexed and completely at a loss. Just then, a gust of wind blew through. Look! Someone suddenly looked up, fear written all over their face, pointing at the top of the Continental Hotel and exclaiming loudly, "What is that?" A narrow shadow was cast on the ground by the lights on the outer wall of the Continental Hotel's top floor. The shadow appeared to have wings and two pointed ears, like a gigantic anthropomorphized bat. Gasps of surprise echoed as people looked up, and upon seeing the source of the shadow at the highest point of the hotel, a tall figure stood like a mountain, resembling a flag fluttering in the wind. Batman? Several people quickly recognized it. Among the police officers present, many had seen the recent blockbuster film, especially one officer who had just received a report and was patrolling Manhattan. He was left utterly stunned, stammering, what? The reporters buzzed with excitement. This was a major news story. The feud between the Life Foundation and the Daily Bugle was evident from the recent media war. The Bugle's revelations had put the Life Foundation in a difficult position, causing its market value to plummet almost to half. How could Carlton Drake not be furious? He had sent people from San Francisco all the way to New York, crossing thousands of kilometers to deal with the Bugle, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of Batman. And this Batman movie was precisely created by Anton Jameson, the grandson of the Bugle's owner. So, what connection did Anton Jameson have with Batman? And what relationship did Batman have with the Daily Bugle? The reporters began to imagine an exciting drama unfolding in their minds. They exchanged glances with the police outside the hotel, all understanding without needing to speak. On the surface, they would certainly claim this was a sign of the New York City government's effective governance and the police's rapid response. But in the gossip columns they would write later, they could spin the narrative however they liked, allowing them to avoid offending those in power while still seizing any opportunity to profit. Click. Click. Flashes from cameras flickered on and off. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through, and the shadow above seemed to transform into a giant bat. The shadow projected onto the ground suddenly spread wide, and amidst the gasps, Batman soared through the air, flying from the Continental Hotel to another building, quickly disappearing into the darkness. "Everyone, no following actions are allowed," George Stacy said, his expression grim as he addressed the reporters. He then turned to Winston, the head of the Continental Hotel. "Mr. Winston, I trust you won't mind coming back to the station with me?" "Of course, serving the public is my duty," Winston replied cooperatively. The next day. "I want to report a case. These people were sent by the Life Foundation. Those folks from San Francisco were trying to destroy my hotel. The Life Foundation has no grievances with the Continental Hotel. Their goal is to retaliate against the Daily Bugle. As for the reasons, everyone understands," Winston stated. At the Life Foundation headquarters in San Francisco, Carlton Drake watched the news on television, shaking with rage, his eyes bloodshot, practically wishing he could leap through the screen to fight Winston. Moreover, the Daily Bugle had featured Winston's accusations against the Life Foundation on the front page, causing a stir and an uproar. The Life Foundation had reached a point where everyone wanted to attack them. Their market value had plummeted to less than a third of what it once was. If it weren't for the valuable pharmaceutical patents the Life Foundation owned, they would have declared bankruptcy long ago under such a frenzied and one-sided situation. Bang! Drake slammed his palm on the desk, glaring at the head of his bodyguards. Unable to control his fury, he hurled everything within reach at the bodyguard leader, leaving him bloodied but still silent. "This is the outcome of your work," he gritted out, his voice laced with anger. "If Anton dies, I wouldn't just be angry, I'd actually feel relieved. At least my goal would have been accomplished. But now, what is this? A total loss. After seeing today's news, I feel like everyone around me is useless. Eddie can't capture anyone, the symbiote and human integration experiments can't progress, and even revenge feels like pouring water into a basket, it just won't hold water. Boss, the Continental Hotel is a killer organization, they broke the rules, and we have reason to complain to the high table," the bodyguard leader interjected cautiously, sensing Drake's simmering rage. "Winston will pay the price. The high table won't let them off easily." "Complain?" Drake shot him a cold glance. "And you still expect help? Last night, all the assassins in the Continental Hotel were taken down by Batman and then arrested by the police. Expecting the high table to help? We should be thinking about how to deal with that suddenly appearing Batman." The bodyguard leader was momentarily stunned. Having spent many years in the underground world, he was well aware of the terror of the Continental Hotel and the high table. He had recently transitioned to working for the Life Foundation, handling Drake's security matters, but he never imagined that such a renowned organization could fall to the sudden appearance of Batman. "Who the hell is this Batman?" the bodyguard leader couldn't help but ask Drake. "Boss, anyone who could negotiate with the Continental Hotel isn't a nobody." "A nobody?" Drake scoffed, his face darkening. "He's definitely not a nobody." He looked out the window, speaking without turning his head. "He's the one we want to kill." "Anton?" The bodyguard leader's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Anton, Batman, Daily Bugle," Drake muttered, gradually clenching his fists, growing increasingly frustrated with the names that plagued his mind. New York. In a certain villa area, Anton looked at Jameson, a look of helplessness on his face. "Old man, you've been staring at me all day. What do you want to say?" Jameson's gaze was distinctly strange, he looked at Anton as if he were no longer a normal person. "When did you gain such abilities?" Jonah Jameson exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. "Batman? If you really are Batman, I'll eat today's newspaper. Is that so? Anton raised an eyebrow, instantly entering his Batman persona. Whoosh! He transformed into the mysterious figure that had stirred the city the night before. Damn! Jameson was dumbfounded. His previous comment had merely been a probe, not that he didn't believe Anton could be Batman, but he never expected Anton to reveal this secret so easily and openly. You, Jameson stammered, his eyes wide as he looked at Anton in armor, completely ignoring Anton's mysterious methods. I'm feeling generous, you don't need to eat the newspaper, Anton waved his hand, returning to his original form. But there are some things you shouldn't inquire about, old man. You'll slowly come to understand this world. Jameson was taken aback, and when he came back to his senses, his face lit up with childlike excitement. Where's your motorcycle? I must say, you've inherited my taste, that motorcycle is impressive. Let me try it out, hurry up. Anton did not agree to let Jameson take out the Bat motorcycle for a spin, but he promised to give him a similar prop motorcycle used during filming. With this, Jameson was satisfied and no longer pressed Anton. After a brief exchange, he headed to New York City Hall to handle some matters left over from the incident at the Continental Hotel. It was then that Anton noticed that the driver serving Jameson was none other than John Wick, the man who had unsuccessfully tried to assassinate him the night before. This genuinely surprised Anton. However, he understood Jameson's reasoning and accepted the fact calmly. Moreover, having the former king of assassins working for him in the increasingly dangerous New York was not a bad thing. After all, John Wick was preparing for retirement, so finding a retirement job suited him well. Anton couldn't help but admire Jameson's foresight. He watched as Jameson drove away in the classic car driven by John Wick and smiled slightly. The decision to reveal his identity as Batman to Jameson was made after careful consideration. The existence of Batman was already a poorly kept secret, digging deeper would only reveal what many already knew. Jameson was the closest person to Anton, and in these matters, there was no need for excessive concealment. Instead, it would show Jameson that Anton had the ability to protect himself and his family. The only thing that needed to be hidden was the fact of his time travel. This unbelievable matter, if spoken of, would only confuse Jameson. Anton himself was uncertain whether he had taken over Anton's body or if the personality from his past life had awakened with the help of the system, replacing this lifetime's personality. Regardless, Jameson was his closest family in this life. After tidying up a bit, Anton drove to the Daily Bugle. Anton, the incident at the Continental Hotel has caused a huge stir in New York and even across the United States. The NYPD has already opened a case and is preparing to collaborate with the San Francisco police to investigate the Life Foundation, Betty reported upon seeing him arrive for work, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Moreover, about that mysterious figure who appeared at the Continental Hotel, the one dressed as Batman, there's already a huge uproar online. Is that so? Anton feigned calmness. Did it really have such a big impact? He checked the morning news and the trending topics online. The most viewed and liked content related to Batman were those stunning photos of him soaring from the Continental Hotel. These images were professionally taken, with excellent lighting and composition. Unfortunately, they were not shot by Daily Bugle staff. Anton pondered whether he should poach some talent from elsewhere. Just then, he heard Betty continue, due to this incident, tickets for Batman have become extremely hard to come by in New York City. Attendance rates elsewhere have also soared to 70%. Today's box office may double. That's fantastic. Anton didn't seem surprised, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, you've earned the bonus I promised you." After a moment, he noticed that Betty hadn't left yet and curiously asked, "Is there anything else?" That Batman, being an insider at the newspaper, Betty had learned some details from the reporters who went to the Continental Hotel last night. She felt a burning curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who he is?" "How would I know?" Anton waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. "I only know he's a good guy." "Fine." Betty huffed, sensing Anton was brushing her off, and left in annoyance. In his office, Anton sat in the boss's chair and began to assess the gains from the previous day. The armor had taken some wear from the battle but was not damaged. After checking, Anton discovered that fan value could be used to replenish the durability of the armor and equipment, and even if damaged, it could be repaired using fan value. But that wasn't the most crucial aspect. Defeat the Continental Hotel, reward, 2 million justice points. This prompt popped up on the system panel visible only to Anton, and it was what he cared about the most. He would not forget that he needed to focus on two metrics, fan value and justice points. Fan value was used to exchange for DC heroes, while justice points were used to exchange for the main template hero, which meant accessing Batman's special armor and unlocking his more powerful forms. Heat armor, Insider suit, Impact armor, Rabbit armor, Bat-enhanced armor, Heavenly Descent, Anti-Superman armor, Fenrir armor, Hellbat, sixth-dimensional ultimate armor, all of these were displayed in the system space, making Anton's head spin. He found himself wanting to peek inside regularly. If it weren't for that invisible barrier, Anton would almost want to lick them, dreaming of sleeping with them every night. The Heat armor, Insider suit, and Impact armor were the cheapest, requiring 5 million justice points each. Other tiers went for 8 million, 10 million, 40 million, 50 million, 80 million, and so on. The most expensive, the sixth-dimensional ultimate armor, was worth a staggering 100 million. If he could exchange for all these sets of armor, assembling the most complete and powerful Batman lineup, then like Iron Man, he could make the armor shoot fireworks for show. How many times would he have to save the world to afford that? Anton felt dizzy just thinking about it. Last night's actions served two purposes, to warn the Continental Hotel and to dig a pit for the Life Foundation, but most importantly, it was to see this prompt today, justice points. By defeating the Continental Hotel, he had purified the city environment, earning a reward of 2 million justice points. If he could deal with the Life Foundation, he should be able to earn even more justice points. Would that allow him to exchange for a special armor and alternate between it and the basic armor? Anton was filled with eager anticipation. He opened his computer and accessed his email, sending Eddie a message to inform him that he had found help and would soon be heading to San Francisco to tackle the Life Foundation issue together. After a moment's reflection, he called for Betty again. If all goes well, Eddie will be back soon, and you might be replaced as the acting editor by this official editor, Anton said. After he spoke, Betty's expression remained flat. He felt a bit surprised and asked, "Aren't you even a little upset? This isn't the Betty I know. Does being upset do any good?" Betty replied, "No." "Then it's settled. However, if you are upset, I can recommend a new job for you." "What job?" "My personal assistant." "Then I'd never dare to be angry again." Anton was momentarily taken aback, then said, seriously, "Betty, your talents can't be fully utilized at the newspaper. Why not be my personal assistant? I have plenty of work waiting for you. Besides chasing women, what serious work can you offer?" Betty looked at him suspiciously. "You're not trying to make a move on me, are you? I'm not into your type. Do you think I can't find other women besides you?" Anton felt a bit annoyed. "Don't forget, I'm a genius director. My mind is brimming with ideas just waiting to be unleashed." "Let me think about it," Betty replied, her joking demeanor fading as she spoke seriously. "Sure." Anton nodded. "You can decide after Eddie returns. Oh, and please book me a flight to San Francisco, preferably for tonight." "You're going to San Francisco?" Betty exclaimed, alarmed. "That's the Life Foundation's territory. Anton, have you thought this through?" "I'm going to resolve this issue at its root," Anton waved his hand dismissively. "Just do as I say and book the ticket. You just know how to exploit me." Betty rolled her eyes, unable to hold back her frustration. In the early hours of the next day, a plane landed smoothly at San Francisco Airport. Anton slowly exited the airport, standing by the roadside, quietly waiting. Before long, a taxi drove up. "Hey, you need a ride?" A familiar voice rang in his ear. "Of course." Anton smiled, getting into the front passenger seat. He looked at the driver beside him and said, "Eddie, it seems like you've been doing quite well lately." "Yeah, although there were some misunderstandings before, I'm getting along just fine with it now." Eddie nodded, no longer showing the initial fear and unease he had felt when first encountering the symbiote. He even introduced it to Anton, saying, "Its name is Venom." "Hello, Anton. You smell really nice." Venom suddenly spoke, and Eddie's face transformed, revealing a terrifying visage with sharp fangs and a gaping maw that could intimidate anyone. His snake-like tongue flicked in and out, resembling a demon that had just come from hell to visit Earth. Despite the frightening appearance, Anton recognized that Venom was merely greeting him. "Hello, Venom." Anton maintained a neutral expression and pointed ahead, saying, "You're about to crash into that car." "Oh, that's just a minor issue." Venom instantly receded back into Eddie's body, and Eddie remained unfazed, calmly steering the wheel. Swoosh! An incredible drift maneuver narrowly avoided the cars ahead. "Hey, watch the road!" Eddie shouted, ignoring the situation behind him as he continued driving forward. "How have you been lately?" Anton asked with a smile. "The Life Foundation is in complete disarray now, and Carlton Drake isn't having a good time. With Oscorp backing them, he'll soon be in prison." "Oscorp?" Eddie squinted, turning to look at Anton, saying, "There's something I wanted to discuss with you, Anton." "About Oscorp?" Anton furrowed his brow. "Exactly." Eddie nodded, his expression turning serious. "Recently, among those trying to capture me, besides the Life Foundation, there are also people from Oscorp." "Looks like Oscorp knows about the symbiote," Anton said, his brow furrowing slightly. He had a headache thinking about it. Oscorp and the Life Foundation were not on the same level at all. While the Life Foundation could bully people in San Francisco, Oscorp had the power to dominate the whole of America. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Oscorp, it was just that dealing with the pressure from these two major companies could become quite troublesome. "Don't worry, neither poses a threat to us," Eddie said confidently. With Venom at his side, he was well aware of his current strength, emphasizing, "Our only enemy right now is Carlton Drake." "What do you mean by that?" Anton looked at him thoughtfully. Over the past few days, their communication had remained constant, often exchanging information via email. Anton had a good understanding of Eddie's situation, and combined with his own memories, he could make some educated guesses. As he recalled, there were millions of symbiotes in space. Besides Venom, countless others drifted in space, waiting for their kin to arrive on Earth, to be brought back and lead the entire planet. Drake's ship just happened to be their hope. According to Venom, it wasn't Drake who discovered them, they had found Drake themselves. Indeed, according to Venom, there were originally 7 symbiotes brought to Earth by the ship. However, the ship crashed in Malaysia, and the Life Foundation only managed to find 6 of them, including Venom. Eddie explained seriously. "One symbiote was left behind in Malaysia, and it's called Riot." "You mean, Riot could have already come to San Francisco?" Anton recalled the storyline in his mind and suddenly realized, it wants to help the millions of alien symbiotes conquer Earth? "Yes," Eddie replied straightforwardly. "Venom and I have made an agreement, it's willing to help me deal with this issue, and we can coexist peacefully on Earth." Anton asked, "What does that have to do with Carlton Drake?" Eddie explained, "Riot escaped from its containment. Based on the information I've gathered, it once possessed an employee of the Life Foundation who was part of the search team. So, it must know that the person most likely to help it return to space and bring those millions of kin to Earth is Carlton Drake." After a pause, he continued, "Drake has always had plans to launch rockets, he is filled with endless dreams of the universe, yet he doesn't understand the dangers hidden within it." "I see." Anton nodded. "So we need to keep a close eye on Drake. Once Riot makes contact with him, we'll strike immediately. At that point, the Life Foundation will no longer pose any threat." Eddie added, "Then we can focus our energy on dealing with Oscorp." "Good idea." Anton smiled. "You really surprised me, it seems you won't even need my help to solve this issue." "It's all thanks to Venom," Eddie shook his head, seriously saying, "Regardless, thank you for coming to San Francisco, Anton. You've helped me a lot." After a moment, he thought of the news that had erupted in New York and quickly swept across the US, saying, "By the way, your movie is doing great at the box office, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet." "And about that Batman, who exactly is he? Is he our ally?" "You'll meet him soon enough," Anton replied with a mysterious smile. Before long, they arrived in front of a house. "This is my ex-girlfriend, and Waying's house. She has been a big help to me lately," Eddie said as he and Anton got out of the car. At the entrance, a man and a woman were waiting for them. That's Anne's boyfriend, Dan Lewis. He's a doctor," Eddie said, looking somewhat embarrassed. He felt that seeking help from his ex-girlfriend during tough times wasn't a big deal, but now living with her current boyfriend made it an awkward situation. Anton looked Dan Lewis over carefully, sensing that he seemed a bit foolish but appeared to be a good person, although there was a hint of green on his head. The group walked into the house and gathered around the table. "This is Anton, you should be familiar with him," Eddie introduced with a smile. "He's the genius director who's been gaining a lot of attention in Hollywood lately. I just saw the box office numbers for Batman, Anton's first film has already grossed over $350 million. To many, he's a walking goldmine." "Hello, Anton." Anne and Dan looked at Anton in surprise, shaking his hand and saying, "Thank you for coming." "He's working for me," Anton downplayed his role, not feeling like he had done much to help Eddie. As he had mentioned before, He believed Eddie could handle the Life Foundation issue himself. He was merely providing a bit of assistance from the sidelines. His visit was not just to help Eddie with trouble but also to earn more justice points to unlock more special armors for Batman. After the introductions, they got down to business. According to Venom, the symbiote's weaknesses are noise between 4,000 to 6,000 Hz and fire, Eddie said with a serious expression. To deal with Riot, we need to tackle it from these two angles. That's simple, Anton nodded, revealing a confident smile. I can get Stark Industries to customize weapons for us. Creating a sound wave emitter that operates in the 4,000 to 6,000 Hz range and a flamethrower shouldn't be too difficult. He pulled out his phone, confidently stating, as long as there's money, I can probably have the custom weapons ready by tomorrow. A group of poor folks were left speechless. Eddie, who was broke and relying on his boss for support, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Looking at Anton's self-assured demeanor, he felt a strange sense of joy akin to being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Seeing their reactions, Anton felt a surge of pride and satisfaction as he put down his phone, experiencing a unique joy. However, when it came to wealth, Bruce Wayne from Gotham City was undoubtedly the richest. Compared to Bruce, Anton was still far behind. A man who defined his superpower as being rich was simply terrifying. In the Marvel universe, only Tony Stark and the future king of Wakanda could come close to such an enviable superpower. One was immensely wealthy, while the other was a bona fide king. This is quite a leg to hold onto, I need to latch on tightly. Venom exclaimed in Eddie's mind. Do I need to say that? Eddie instinctively retorted. It wasn't until he noticed the three people present staring at him with strange expressions that he realized he had embarrassed himself. He awkwardly laughed and quickly said, let's continue discussing. Where were we? Oh right, the weaknesses of the symbiote are sound and fire. Meanwhile, a little girl walked out of San Francisco airport. She broke free from her mother's grip and vanished into the crowd like a gust of wind. In just 10 minutes, while her mother anxiously searched for her inside the airport, the girl had bizarrely appeared on the Golden Gate Bridge. It typically took about half an hour to drive from the airport to the bridge, yet she made it there in 10 minutes, a miracle. Passers-by noticed the pale, dazed girl and were curious. They called out to her, but she ignored them, heading purposefully toward the nearby Life Foundation research facility. Only the girl knew she was looking for someone there, along with her companion. For the creature inside her, this world was so beautiful that it couldn't help but want to destroy it. Stop right there, little one. Where did you run off to? A security guard at the entrance frowned and approached the girl, impatience creeping into his voice. Your mom isn't here. If you're lost, I can help you call 911. Huh? The little girl paused, looking up at the tall man holding a gun with confusion. What's with that look? The man felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was off. Boom! The girl suddenly transformed into a terrifying monster. Although its size was only that of an adult, it appeared slightly weaker than the previous monsters. However, the familiar sharp teeth and gaping maw made the man immediately think of someone. No way, not again. Before he could react, the girl's transformed arm, now a sharp blade, pierced his chest and sent him flying. He had narrowly escaped the previous attack brought by Eddie but was not so fortunate today. Truly, what goes around comes around, who could escape the inevitable? Beep beep beep. The Life Foundation research facility's alarms blared again. Everyone felt a sense of dread, fearing that another incident caused by Eddie was about to unfold. That terrifying monster sent chills down everyone's spine. Many researchers, upon seeing the footage from the security cameras, felt their hearts race and their skin crawl. That creature had literally devoured a person. Boom! Security personnel quickly gathered and rushed to the source of the alarm. When they arrived on the scene and saw a creature about the size of an adult that looked almost identical to the monster Eddie had transformed into, they collectively sighed in relief. Thankfully, this one didn't seem as fierce. They were obviously unaware that this creature appeared less intimidating solely because it had possessed the body of a little girl. In terms of combat strength, Riot was likely even stronger than Venom. On the other side, Anton's discussion with the two hadn't lasted long. They simply devised a straightforward plan, to wait for Riot to appear and use the opportunity of its contact with Carlton Drake to eliminate both. This would save time and effort while completely removing the threat. Of course, they weren't incapable of striking Drake preemptively. The issue was that if Riot didn't show up, it would remain a perpetual risk. Therefore, the best strategy was to wait until both threats revealed themselves, allowing them to take care of two problems at once. By the way, Anton, when will our ally arrive? Eddie asked curiously, unable to resist wanting to know the answer. Things haven't been too peaceful in the news from New York lately. I saw reports that the Life Foundation sent people to deal with the Daily Bugle. How's that going? After a pause, Eddie added, I know what the Continental Hotel is like. Don't forget, I've worked for the Global Daily in New York for a long time. Our ally must be that Batman who suddenly appeared and took down all the assassins at the Continental Hotel in one night, right? Anne and Lewis exchanged glances, a bit unfamiliar with New York and the Continental Hotel, struggling to grasp Eddie's points. However, they immediately understood the topic of Batman, as he had become a trending term online. The photos of Batman that appeared in Manhattan just a couple of nights ago had quickly turned into viral memes, with people even creating reaction images from them. Want to learn how to ride a motorcycle? I'll teach you. After 2 days of fermentation, the coolest images of Batman had attracted countless fans. Americans love this kind of cool guy. If Batman wasn't cool enough, then there were no cool people left in the world. As for Tony Stark, he wasn't cool, he was just cocky. In addition, the various gossip articles circulating online and Anton's highly successful movie, Shadow of the Night, had led many to view Bruce Wayne as a real person. They even suspected that Anton was Batman, while Bruce Wayne was merely a persona he created to hide his identity. There were many reasons for this. It was undeniable that the concept of Batman was initially proposed by Anton. Furthermore, Tony Stark was friends with Anton. This friendship must come with quotation marks. Regardless, based on Tony Stark's genius brain and Stark Industries' technological support, creating Batman's set of equipment shouldn't be too difficult, right? The biggest improbability was that in everyone's perception, the real Tony Stark could never become Batman. Batman and Tony Stark were completely unrelated, they belonged to two different worlds and entirely different concepts. Therefore, if forced to choose, Anton would be Batman. In fact, Anton had seen this post and wanted to comment below, "You are completely wrong." Back to the main topic. The speculation among netizens had one irrefutable point: Batman had resolved the threat posed by the Life Foundation's assassins sent to deal with the Daily Bugle. Couldn't that prove something? As for those who stubbornly refused to admit that Anton was Batman, they had their reasons and spoke with conviction. Anton's background had been thoroughly investigated. Countless people concluded, a lucky, spoiled kid who had no impressive accomplishments growing up, dating girls didn't count, and anyone could throw money around, right? But this spoiled kid suddenly made an outstanding film after dropping out of school, pioneering the superhero genre and essentially defining such films. Many believed Batman was a person Anton knew. They firmly believed that Anton's success was guided by that Bruce Wayne behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a spoiled kid suddenly become a genius director? With someone backing him, even a pig could take flight. The debates were intense, with neither side conceding. Anne and Lewis, due to their connection with Eddie, also paid attention to the Daily Bugle. They were naturally familiar with Anton, the figure behind the Bugle. Seeing Anton, they, like Eddie, were eager to know the answer. Noticing their expressions, Anton chuckled and calmly said, "Batman? In fact, he's already here. He will appear before you whenever you need him." After Anton made his statement, the tension in Eddie and the others eased slightly. From his words, they could infer that the superhero Batman, who had recently stirred up a frenzy online, had indeed arrived in San Francisco. However, Batman would only reveal himself at the most critical moment, not now. Of course, influenced by the myriad discussions online, both Anne and Lewis had harbored doubts that Anton might be Batman himself. But after contemplation, they deemed this possibility unlikely. Anton's first 20 years had been thoroughly investigated, and he was just a wealthy scion. Public opinion generally suggested that there was some connection between Anton and Batman, and he might even be seen as Batman's spokesperson. Yet, whether Anton was indeed Batman remained a question open to debate. "Before you arrived, I really thought you were Batman," Anton said, her tone lightening as the conversation became more relaxed, even joking a bit. "Maybe you're right," Anton replied, shrugging with a smile. "Of course, my biggest dream is to be a spoiled rich kid and inherit my old man's billion-dollar fortune." "I get it." Eddie didn't doubt this. He reflected on the entire situation, knowing full well that Anton's entanglement with the Life Foundation was entirely due to him. Faced with the threat of those assassins, Anton had no choice but to seek out an ally like Batman. At that moment, Eddie felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Having such a boss provided immense security. Oh, he really cares about you, Venom remarked in Eddie's mind. This must be love, right? Eddie, I like your boss. Shut up. Eddie couldn't help but twitch his lips, instinctively scolding Venom. Ha! This outburst garnered the attention of the three others. Eddie felt the weight of their gazes on him, freezing up and blushing in embarrassment. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, I'm not talking about you guys. You should understand, it's Venom. We understand, and said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. We're actually quite curious about what Venom just said. The next day, Anton headed to the Stark Industries branch in San Francisco to pick up the weapons they had rushed to manufacture overnight. Meanwhile, Eddie and the others disguised themselves and began gathering intelligence near the headquarters and the research facility of the Life Foundation. Notably, the rocket project base established by the Life Foundation was adjacent to the research facility. At the iconic Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, Carlton Drake indeed invested a significant amount of resources and energy into this project. It was another endeavor that consumed hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions, for research and manufacturing. Unfortunately, the Life Foundation was on the verge of collapse, while Oscorp was eagerly waiting to take over this mess. The name Green Goblin truly held some weight. This guy loved green, and in the plot of the original Spider-Man, the second Green Goblin, Harry Osborn, was greened by his best friend, Peter Parker, while dating Mary Jane. It was practically a family trait. At that moment, Eddie was fixated on the rocket project base, staring at the rocket that stood tall there. Suddenly, Venom spoke up within him. Riot has arrived in San Francisco. Venom's voice was deep and serious, echoing suddenly in Eddie's mind. How do you know? Eddie was taken aback, responding in a low voice, Haven't you been with me this whole time? I saw it. Venom's tone grew even graver. Right in front of you. As soon as Venom finished speaking, Eddie focused his gaze and saw Carlton Drake emerge from the rocket base. His pupils dilated, and he felt a surge of intense anxiety. What? He was taken aback, immediately realizing what Venom meant. Drake had already made contact with Riot and become its host. Everything happened so suddenly that he was utterly unprepared. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Ann calling. Eddie, we just found out that Drake has restarted the rocket launch plan. There's definitely something wrong. He may have become Riot's host. Ann's voice was laced with urgency. I know, I'm already aware. Eddie was about to respond when he suddenly felt a jolt of alarm and looked up sharply to see Drake casting a glance in his direction. Whoosh! That gaze was like a sword, piercing through the dense woods and accurately spotting the figure in the thicket. Prepare the rocket launch preparations as soon as possible. I will operate the ship myself. The configuration and debugging are not important, I just want the rocket to launch, understood? Drake, who had just arrived at the rocket base for an inspection, suddenly paused mid-sentence, raising his eyes to look in a certain direction, the corner of his lips curling into a faint, cold smile. Venom? Tress, gather everyone, take weapons, and secure the surrounding area, especially that thicket. He took the initiative and walked toward the place he was gazing at. Understood. After reviewing the relevant plot points about Venom, Tress, the head security guard, was filled with doubts but dared not ask why. He merely nodded obediently. Boom! Then, Tress's eyes widened in shock as he watched Drake bend his legs slightly before propelling himself upward, leaping dozens of meters into the air before landing firmly in the dense woods. Eddie had no chance to escape. He stared in dread at Drake before him. Venom! At that moment, Drake had transformed into Riot, towering nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, sharp fangs, and a gaping maw. Aside from the color difference, he looked almost identical to Venom. Come with me. Riot's voice was deep and sinister, his smile carrying a seductive allure as he slowly spoke. We'll go retrieve our kin and then conquer this planet. No, Venom firmly rejected. I won't let you destroy this world. You're truly worthless. The brutal and disdainful expression on Riot's grotesque face deepened. His hands morphed into a giant axe, and with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, he lunged at Venom. Then die. Meanwhile, Anton was completely unaware that Eddie had transformed into Venom and was now facing off against Drake, who had taken the form of Riot, near the Golden Gate Bridge. He had just left Stark Industries' San Francisco branch, carrying the Soundwave weapons and flamethrowers that Stark Industries had rushed to produce overnight. The technological requirements for these two weapons weren't particularly high, but because Anton had paid handsomely, Stark Industries was able to take the order in the early morning and deliver the weapons that very night. If the technology involved had been more complex, the delivery would have likely been delayed. It must be said that the weaknesses of the symbiotes were indeed too easy to exploit. Anton internally speculated that even if Drake successfully brought all the symbiotes from the comet to Earth, it would only cause some disturbances. There was no way they could destroy the entire planet. After all, the civilization cultivated by humanity over thousands of years wasn't that fragile, it wouldn't be easily destroyed. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, his phone rang, it was in calling. And, I've got the weapons. What's wrong? Eddie might be in trouble? Drake has become Riot's host? Anton's expression changed slightly, and he quickly reassured her, don't worry, I'm coming right away. You all shouldn't go, it's too dangerous. Alright, I'll notify Batman to support Eddie immediately. After hanging up, Anton glanced at the route, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. He slammed the brakes and parked in a secluded area. After confirming that no one was around, he concentrated and summoned his transport. It was a flying vehicle, exactly what he needed at the moment. On the Golden Gate Bridge, two monstrous creatures were engaged in a fierce battle, creating a terrifying scene that caused cars on the roadside to crash into one another. Some unfortunate individuals, along with their vehicles, plummeted off the bridge into the vast sea below, where the waves made it nearly impossible to recover their bodies. Countless terrified San Francisco citizens abandoned their cars, screaming for help as they ran for their lives. At the bridge's entrance, some daring souls stood fearlessly, recording the chaos with their phones. One internet addict felt as if he were in a dream, witnessing a battle that could only occur in a video game. He was completely oblivious to the danger creeping ever closer, thinking to himself, if I upload this video online, it'll definitely get over 100 million views. He was gleeful, imagining himself as a video blogger with millions of followers, about to marry a wealthy beauty and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Suddenly, the two monsters clashed from the middle of the bridge to the entrance, and the internet addict panicked. Run, someone yelled in his ear, but his legs felt weak, and his fantasies vanished in an instant, leaving him filled with regret. Boom! As the two monsters charged toward the entrance of the bridge, ready to tear him apart, a sleek, all-black car appeared to soar in from the distance, descending as if it were flying. What is that? A flying car? Oh my god, there's someone standing on the front, and another person behind them. Wait a minute, that person looks familiar. A group of temporarily safe onlookers stared intently at the incoming vehicle, their eyes locked on the man standing at the front, cape billowing like a flag behind him. Batman, someone quickly recognized, as Batman had recently been a hot topic trending online, significantly boosting the value of the Daily Bugle. With such influence, Batman's fame rivaled that of many internet celebrities and even Hollywood stars. Among those present, very few didn't use the internet, most were aware of the trending topics and had seen some of the iconic images of Batman circulating online. Batman is here to help us. It really is Batman. The internet addict at the entrance of the bridge felt a surge of joy, believing he was finally saved. Help me. Batman, I'm your fan. I'm right here, he shouted, but as he drew Batman's attention, he also attracted the destructive gaze of the two monsters. Bam! 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 The monsters uprooted the railings along the bridge, twisting the steel bars into spirals and mercilessly throwing them at each other. While dodging the railings, one barreled straight toward the internet addict. Damn it! The addict had no time to escape. He stared, wide-eyed, at the incoming iron railing, feeling as if he would be pierced through by its sharp end any second now. Crap! Oh God, help! Onlookers in the distance felt their hearts race, their backs chilled with fear. Some even closed their eyes, bracing for the sight of gruesome carnage. At that moment, the addict failed to notice a powerful gust of wind overhead. When the railing was less than a meter away, he felt his skin stinging from the force of the air it displaced. Just as he thought he was done for, a black figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Boom! The figure landed squarely on the railing, using immense strength to stomp it into the bridge. The violent gust of wind and debris struck the addict's face, but he remained blissfully unaware, filled only with relief and exhilaration that he had survived. He stared in awe at the cape-wearing Batman before him, shaking with excitement. You. Batman, you saved me. The internet addict stammered, clutching his phone, still intent on capturing this moment. He felt so fortunate that he might faint from happiness. Get out of here. Anton glanced at him briefly before shifting his focus to the two symbiotes still locked in a fierce struggle not far away. At that moment, Venom was completely overpowered by Riot, unable to fight back. Just as Venom had stated, Riot was far stronger, and their situation was extremely dire. Anton ignored the still stuttering internet addict, and with a push of his foot, he sprinted toward the two symbiotes. The Batmobile hovered above him, maintaining its airborne position and closely following his movements. Whoosh! Anton moved swiftly, quickly reaching the combat zone. Riot sensed an intruder approaching and became incredibly arrogant. Another shrimp? A shrimp? Venom scoffed internally, knowing Batman's arrival signified the introduction of highly destructive weapons, which were lethal to symbiotes. A shrimp? Anton heard Riot's taunt, and the corners of his mouth turned up and a cold smile visible beneath his helmet. He raised his hand slightly, and the Batmobile's underside opened, dropping two terrifying weapons. Venom, restrain that guy, don't let him escape. Anton instructed calmly. Of course, Venom replied immediately. Escape? Riot roared in fury, you think you can make me flee? Little shrimp, I'm going to eat you piece by piece. Oh, we'll see about that, Anton calmly retorted, launching himself into the air while grasping the fallen weapons. At the same time, Drake inside Riot seemed to have a form of communication with it, realizing that Venom and the others possessed a surefire way to win, so they ignored Venom's attack and charged straight at Anton. Batman, be careful! Venom warned, unable to stop Riot. Anton had already acquired the weapons. Without hesitation, he activated the Soundwave device, producing a deafening noise between 4,000 to 6,000 hertz. Ah! Riot immediately lost its strength, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. Its body boiled as if it were submerged in scalding water, resembling the Monkey King Sun Wukong under a suppression spell. Nearby, Venom also felt immense pain, and Anton swiftly twisted his body, activating the flamethrower. The intense heat, reaching thousands of degrees, was terrifying. Even from 10 meters away, Venom could feel every part of his body groaning in pain, let alone Riot, who was face to face with the flames. You look like you're about to give up. Anton sneered at the downed Riot, showing no intention of stopping. He sarcastically taunted, is this it? Is this all a symbiote can do? You just said you would eat me, why can't you back it up? I thought you were going to take this to the next chapter, but you're already out halfway. What a disappointment! Eddie, within Venom, felt his teeth clench at Anton's remarks. No wonder Anton could be considered a friend of Tony Stark, as these two shared a level of ruthlessness. This entire scene was recorded by the internet addict who had just been saved by Anton. He wasn't unwilling to leave, his legs felt numb, and due to tension and fear, he was trembling, unable to move. If I survive this, I'll be an internet sensation, the addict thought to himself. Soon, he saw the monster before him beginning to wither under the burning flames, and a human body was separating from it. As a citizen of San Francisco, he recognized the figure immediately, his eyes widening in shock. Carlton Drake. The founder of the Life Foundation. It was him. That monster was him. Who is the person inside that other monster? This intense curiosity surged through the internet addict's mind. He had just witnessed Batman deactivate the so-called Soundwave device, causing the deafening noise to vanish completely. Whoosh! At that moment, the other monster suddenly looked his way. Now that he had regained some mobility, the internet addict panicked and scrambled toward the bridge's entrance, hardly able to think about who the other monster might be. Fear enveloped him once more, and it wasn't until he distanced himself from the Golden Gate Bridge and mingled with the crowd that he finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, on the Golden Gate Bridge, Anton held the barely conscious Drake and turned to Venom. You shouldn't reveal yourself to the public right now, leave for now, and I'll handle the rest, Anton instructed. Understood. Eddie successfully dealt with Drake, and Venom had eliminated Riot, both felt significantly lighter. They acknowledged Anton's command and, maintaining their symbiotic state, jumped into the sea. Anton leaped into the air, firmly landing on the hovering Batmobile, gazing toward the San Francisco Police Department. Whale! With the urgency of repeated emergency calls, the patrolling officers near the Golden Gate Bridge, along with police dispatched from headquarters, rushed to the scene as fast as they could. Just as the patrol officers were about to reach the bridge, a bizarre sight suddenly appeared before their vehicle. A sleek, all-black car soared through the air, speeding toward them. The car had an exaggerated wide-body design, with cannon muzzles and various mysterious weaponry visible on either side. It looked both impressive and intimidating. Most importantly, there was a figure standing on the front of the car. His cape billowed in the wind, and the half of his face visible beneath the helmet radiated a cold intensity. Batman. The officers inside the car immediately recognized this rising star who had just made waves in San Francisco. Who is the person he's carrying? It's Drake. Drake from the Life Foundation. The officers exchanged glances, completely baffled by Batman's intentions. Bang! Without warning, Batman threw Drake toward them. Drake crashed heavily onto the police car's hood, nearly denting the engine cover. Drake was struggling to breathe, on the brink of death, and after such a fall, his face contorted in pain, as if he would lose consciousness at any moment. Under the burning flames, not only had Riot been fully extinguished, but as its host, Drake had also suffered severe burns, with more than half of his face almost destroyed. Had it not been for Riot maintaining the symbiotic form as a protective shell, he would have turned to ash within mere seconds after the flamethrower was activated. He's handed Drake over to you. I hope the San Francisco Police Department won't let me down. After leaving this statement, Batman remained on the Batmobile, casually departing, his posture exuding calmness and confidence. Following him was a crowd of citizens drawn to the spectacle. They pursued Batman's figure and, upon seeing Drake sprawled on the police car's hood, exchanged glances, realizing they could never catch up to Batman. They quickly surrounded the police vehicle instead. Officers exited their cars to regain control of the situation while simultaneously beginning to question the onlookers. Minutes later, officials from headquarters arrived at the scene and finally pieced together the entire story. This is going to escalate quickly. The chief of the San Francisco Police Department gasped, already foreseeing the chaos that would unfold in the city hall. Among the crowd, and Dan Lewis, originally headed for the Golden Gate Bridge, had arrived here with the throngs of people and learned about the situation from others. They exchanged glances, smiles of relief spreading across their faces. It's over. This trouble has finally been resolved. Thank you, Batman. Anton didn't rush back to Anne's house. Instead, he first went to the outskirts to retrieve Anne's car from that secluded area, humming a tune as he drove into the city. His mood was particularly delightful. This wasn't merely due to the seemingly anticlimactic battle. After all, easily handling Riot and Drake was something he had planned long before. The real reason for his happiness was the system prompt. Defeated Riot, toppled the Life Foundation, rewarded with 8 million justice points. Current justice points, 10 million. What did this mean? It meant that Anton could exchange for Batman's special armor from the system space at any time. Although he could currently only redeem a few relatively inexpensive models, for him, this was already a significant advancement. Finally moved beyond the novice phase. Anton mused to himself. He needed to carefully consider whether to exchange for the special armor immediately or save up justice points to eventually redeem the most expensive armor. He wasn't in a hurry, leisurely driving back to Anne's home. At that moment, Anne and Lewis hadn't returned yet, but Eddie had been waiting in the living room for a long time, anticipating Anton's arrival. Anton, thanks to you. Eddie's expression was somewhat complicated. He recognized Anton as Batman through Venom's insights. A symbiote identifies a person not just by their appearance but through various sensory cues like smell and sound. Venom could almost instantly recognize Anton due to the good impression he had made. During the battle, the moment Anton transformed into Batman and quickly arrived on the scene, Venom had already provided the answer to Eddie. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Anton smiled slightly, graciously accepting Eddie's gratitude. Today, on the Golden Gate Bridge, Eddie and Venom had been completely dominated by Drake and Riot, almost without any ability to fight back, as if they were being brutally beaten down. Had Anton not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire. This time, he wasn't being arrogant, he genuinely acknowledged that without his help, things could have turned out very badly. To be honest, the strength Venom displayed today hadn't quite met Anton's expectations. However, upon reflecting, in the original plot he recalled, Venom also hadn't defeated Riot and had needed his ex-girlfriend's assistance to barely win that battle. With that in mind, it made sense. Of course, this incident served as a reminder to Anton. The protagonists in the original plot could be considered children of destiny, seemingly favored by fortune. But now, Anton was like a little butterfly, gently flapping its wings, causing the threads of fate in this world to shift, altering everything from the original course. Except for those particularly resilient individuals, like Tony Stark, Anton could no longer strictly judge others based on the plots in his mind. Drake has been delivered to the police, he no longer has a chance to turn the tables. Anton stated confidently. Even if he wanted to, he must consider whether Oscorp would allow him to have his way. Oscorp, Eddie hadn't forgotten that, during his escape, the Life Foundation sent people after him, alongside mercenaries from Oscorp. His expression turned serious. How should I deal with Oscorp? I'll help you communicate with them. Right now, the Daily Bugle has a certain cooperative relationship with Oscorp, and I have a say in this matter, Anton reassured him. Oscorp isn't like the Life Foundation, toppling it won't be that easy. It's a massive undertaking, comparable to landing on the moon last century. Therefore, it's best if we feign cooperation with Norman Osborn for the time being. I understand. Eddie nodded, not overly worried about the threat from Oscorp. Firstly, he now had the symbiote. With Venom always ready to assist him in battle, he was, in a sense, a superhuman himself. Secondly, Batman was his boss. Both of them were not ordinary characters. After the collapse of the Life Foundation in Drake, Oscorp would likely reconsider the consequences and wouldn't resort to such crude methods against him as they did before. Most importantly, Eddie knew that Oscorp was primarily interested in the symbiote. With the Life Foundation in a precarious situation and Oscorp eager to take over, this was an excellent opportunity. At that time, if Oscorp acquired the symbiote, their interest in him as a host would likely diminish significantly. Moreover, with Anton representing the Daily Bugle negotiating on his behalf, it would be logical for them to abandon their plans against him. Based on Eddie's understanding of Oscorp, Norman Osborn and Drake were entirely different types of people. At least the former didn't have such a strong obsession with extraterrestrial beings. Before long, Ann Lewis returned home. After some casual exchanges, Anton clapped his hands and declared, "All right, today we won't talk about serious matters, let's all relax. I'm treating." As they enjoyed a night of wild revelry at a nightclub in San Francisco until the early morning, each of them eventually woke up in their respective hotel rooms. Bang! 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 Everyone was jolted awake by the sound of knocking on the door. Different people stood at each of their doorways, all dressed in suits, their expressions serious. "Hello, Anton." A slightly balding man smiled as he introduced himself. "I'm Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Our department was specifically established by the International Security Council to handle various extraordinary events." Phil Coulson? Anton paused for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the slightly balding man before him. He pondered to himself that although they didn't look much alike, they shared a similar trait, their baldness. He couldn't help but think that perhaps those cheerful men all had the same weakness. Coulson felt a bit uneasy under Anton's unwavering stare, sensing a hint of hostility in the young man's eyes as he seemed to focus on his sore spot. "I'm here regarding what happened yesterday," Coulson said, brushing aside Anton's unfriendly gaze and maintaining his warm demeanor. "Please come with me. I represent the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, and I'd like to discuss some matters with you." "What's there to discuss?" Anton crossed his arms over his chest, his tone flippant as he asked nonchalantly. "Your companion is already waiting for you in the conference room," Coulson replied. "Then let's go." Anton raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating for Coulson to lead the way, appearing carefree. In the hotel's conference room, Eddie and Lewis had arrived first. Under the watchful eyes of agents from the department, commonly known as S.H.I.E.L.D., they sat quietly at the conference table. Eddie scrutinized his surroundings, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. He could feel without Venom's reminder that these individuals were specially trained, exuding an indescribable aura with every move they made. Connecting this with their earlier self-introduction, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, he quickly realized this was an official agency. Most likely due to the intense battle that had occurred on the Golden Gate Bridge. 2 terrifying monsters had fought, and Batman had been involved. Such a sensational event, if it didn't attract the attention of such a special agency, would be unimaginable. Did Americans really keep these people around just to let them sit idle? Anton. A few minutes later, they saw Anton, still looking a bit sleepy, leisurely following a man into the conference room. "Go ahead and speak, Coulson. What do you really want?" Anton nodded at Eddie and the others, signaling them to remain calm. He then boldly pulled out a chair and sat down, exuding the air of someone who owned the place. "Hello, I'm Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, and I'm in charge of this conversation." Coulson reiterated his introduction to Eddie and the others. "We've already understood the entire sequence of events regarding what happened yesterday. Carlton Drake is guilty of heinous crimes, and we will impose the strictest penalties on him, ensuring he never leaves prison again. You don't need to emphasize that. Regardless of your involvement, Drake is destined to spend the rest of his life in prison, Anton replied confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. Government agencies always love to show up after the fact. You didn't just bring us here to ask about the symbiote, did you? You should be speaking to the employees at the Life Foundation's research facility about that. There is indeed some reason for that, as there is currently the only symbiote host in the room. Coulson acknowledged Anton's rebuttal without anger, looking at Eddie and Anton. Besides that, our department hopes to strengthen our connection with both of you. Strengthen our connection? Eddie looked puzzled at Coulson, confused about what he meant. This world isn't as peaceful and stable as you might think. Our department has made significant efforts and contributions to that end, Coulson stated earnestly. You may feel we arrived too late, but in reality, this is more like a test and assessment. A test for Eddie and me? Anton furrowed his brow. Yes, you've passed this test. Therefore, we hope you both can become special consultants for our department, assisting us in addressing related incidents. Coulson continued, for this, we will take responsibility for the follow-up work regarding this incident, including resolving any potential troubles that may arise in the future. If we refuse, you won't handle these matters? Anton inquired further. No, we will still address these issues according to our responsibilities. Coulson maintained his smile, his tone very polite. The doors of our department are always open to both of you. Anton replied, I'd prefer to see your sincerity before you say that. In fact, we have already demonstrated sufficient sincerity, Coulson stated. Oscorp has instructed me to apologize to Mr. Brock and assured that they will no longer harass him. Regarding shares of the Life Foundation, Norman Osborn has promised to transfer 10% to the Jameson family. With that, Coulson pulled out a check from his pocket and handed it to Eddie, saying, Mr. Brock, this is part of Oscorp's apology. Eddie took the check and glanced at the string of zeros, his eyes going a bit dizzy. 10 million. This was merely the amount they were offering as an apology. Eddie knew exactly what 10% of the Life Foundation shares meant, a deal worth billions. Just like that, it was handed over to the Jameson family behind Anton. Oscorp was indeed loaded. It does seem quite sincere, Anton said, surprised. He stroked his chin, then politely declined, all right, I'll carefully consider the department's invitation with Eddie. To Anton, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared powerful, but it felt like a troublesome pit filled with various issues. He hadn't lost his mind or been kicked by a donkey to jump into such a pit voluntarily. At least until the Hydra problem was thoroughly resolved, S.H.I.E.L.D. was certainly not a good place. What they could do now was, as Coulson subconsciously expressed, simply maintain contact. Then I won't disturb you any further. Coulson understood Anton's meaning, smiled slightly, handed them a business card, and waved goodbye. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Sure. Anton nodded in agreement. Oh. Before leaving, Coulson turned to Ann and Lewis, who had been quietly observing from the side. Miss Wang and Mr. Lewis, there's a confidentiality agreement that needs your signatures. Ann and Lewis exchanged glances, initially thinking this matter didn't concern them. Upon hearing Coulson's words, they readily agreed. A few minutes later, Coulson and his team exited the conference room. Anton and the others remained seated, while Eddie continually rubbed the check, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He never expected that the largest sum of money he had ever earned would come from something akin to extortion or compensation. Stop smiling. Anton rolled his eyes, exasperated. Now that everything's settled, you should consider when to return to a normal life. What? Eddie looked bewildered, confused. Now I'm a millionaire, do I still need to work? Anton shot him a stern look and replied, I've kept the editor position at the Daily Bugle for you, you wouldn't want to abandon me to go solo, would you? A few days off wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Eddie tentatively queried. 3 days. Anton declared firmly. You'll return to New York to report after those 3 days. All right. Eddie felt the time frame was a bit short but agreed nonetheless. The experiences of the past few days felt like stepping into a whole new world, and returning to a normal life would give him some buffer time to prevent overwhelming pressure from leading to a mental breakdown. After a pause, he suddenly recalled the man from the relevant department, Phil Coulson. Phil? Eddie pondered for a moment, then looked at Anton with a hint of hesitation on his face. Did we forget someone? In an apartment somewhere in San Francisco, Phil Urich was bouncing excitedly on the floor, eagerly watching videos online about the monster battle at the Golden Gate Bridge. Since the news broke, he had sent emails to both Anton and Eddie, but neither had replied. Phil didn't think much of it, he merely assumed they were busy dealing with troublesome matters, completely unaware that his two superiors had spent the entire night partying at a nightclub, leaving him to guard the empty room in San Francisco. Those heartless Anton and Eddie finally remembered Phil Urich, whom they had forgotten. After greeting Ann and Louis, they left the hotel and quickly contacted the poor, forgotten Phil. "Boss, editor. You guys are incredible!" Phil Urich exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement upon seeing them. "Your video has gone viral online. There are screenshots and photos of you everywhere. Especially that moment when you jumped from the sky vehicle to save someone. Countless people think it's the craziest scene of the year. That video blogger must have made a fortune off this." "What?" Anton said, eyes wide with surprise. He stared at Phil, pretending to remain calm. "What are you talking about? Jumping from a sky vehicle? You must be mistaken. Impossible. Boss, you are Batman, I can't be fooled." Phil had been lurking in San Francisco for so long, and with occasional two-way communication with Anton and Eddie, he had long figured out that Anton was no ordinary person. His expectations for Anton were extremely high. To some extent, he was the one who understood Anton the best since his arrival. Phil was capable of discerning the truth behind the rumors circulating online. Coupled with his extraordinary intuition, he firmly believed that Anton was indeed Batman. Such statements shouldn't be made lightly, they could mislead everyone. Although Anton's tone lacked persuasiveness, he gently rebutted Phil before patting him on the shoulder, smiling as he added, "Phil, your success in thwarting the Life Foundation has also contributed to this. After returning, you'll be Eddie's assistant, and the bonus you'll receive will leave you counting money until your fingers hurt." "Thank you, boss." Phil was overjoyed but then cautiously added, "Boss, don't worry, I definitely won't spread any rumors about Batman. But could you give me an autograph? Just sign Batman or Bruce Wayne, I'm a huge fan of you, Batman." Anton shook his head helplessly. "Oh, and about the two monsters fighting on the Golden Gate Bridge yesterday, one of them was Carlton Drake. What about the other?" Phil swallowed hard, feeling he had missed a lot of important details. He looked at Eddie and asked, "Editor, that monster isn't you, is it?" "It's not called a monster, it has a name." Eddie found Phil's words increasingly grating. He had initially thought about giving Phil a bonus from his 10 million, but that thought vanished instantly. He introduced, "Its name is Venom, it's an extraterrestrial creature, and you can also call it a symbiote. I have to say, how should I put it? Your appearance is rather unique. It's like God sneezed while creating you and went a bit overboard," Phil rambled, unable to control his tongue, but he thought he was being quite tactful. Eddie couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "I don't like him," Venom's voice echoed in Eddie's mind. "He said I look ugly, I must eat this guy. He's definitely the bad person you mentioned earlier." "No, he's just being a jerk." Eddie gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. "Editor, what are you talking about?" Phil looked at Eddie curiously. "I'm talking to the monster you mentioned, it's currently residing in my body," Eddie said ominously. "You just called it ugly, and it's angry now, it said it wants to eat you." "Ah?" Phil's face turned pale, and he quickly explained, No, I didn't mean to say it looks ugly. I just think it looks a bit, not very refined." "Yes, just not very refined." Eddie rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Alright, I have things to handle back in New York, so I won't ramble on. Eddie, do you want to come back with me?" Anton interrupted their conversation. "Not really, I plan to stay here for a couple more days." Eddie shook his head. Upon hearing this, Anton immediately thought of Anne, then Louis, and sighed inwardly, realizing that Louis's situation had become more precarious. He then turned his gaze to Phil. Phil didn't want to return to New York right away, he had initially wanted to catch up with Eddie. But upon thinking about Eddie's monster, he couldn't help but shiver and then decisively said, "Boss, of course, I'm going with you." Anton nodded and said goodbye to Eddie. "I'll be waiting for you in New York." "All right." Eddie watched as Anton and Phil left. "Boss, is this your private jet?" Phil asked, his eyes filled with envy as he boarded a wealthy family's private aircraft for the first time. Anton had booked a ticket for his arrival but had requested that Jameson bring their family's plane after arriving in San Francisco for convenience. "This is amazing." Phil beamed with happiness, thinking of the bonus he would soon receive, feeling that this trip was truly worthwhile. "Sir, the plane is about to take off, please fasten your seatbelt," a beautiful flight attendant approached, her alluring fragrance filling the air as she smiled at Phil. Phil's eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, Anton had grown accustomed to this and closed his eyes to rest. A few hours later, the plane landed in New York, and Anton and Phil exited the airport, where Betty was already waiting for them outside. "Ms. Brandt." Phil grinned at the sight of her. "Long time no see." Phil and Betty greeted him, then turned to Anton, saying, "There's been a situation." "What?" Anton was taken aback, looking puzzled. "What could have happened?" "It's about Batman's identity," Betty said meaningfully, looking at Anton. "Now many people believe you are Batman, the netizens are practically concluding it." "How is that possible?" Anton shrugged, feigning innocence. "They have no evidence." Betty's heart stirred slightly. Anton didn't deny his identity as Batman when he said that. "Don't forget, you flew to San Francisco, and then Batman showed up there, taking down Carlton Drake, the founder of the Life Foundation, his sworn enemy," Betty continued. "How would the netizens know I was in San Francisco?" Anton frowned, confused. "Don't underestimate the airline's confidentiality protocols," Betty said with a dismissive expression, reveling in his predicament. "In any case, you should think about how to handle media inquiries." "Damn airlines." Anton's expression darkened. It wasn't that Batman's identity couldn't be exposed, the problem was that he wasn't Tony Stark. He wasn't adept at or fond of that kind of high-profile exposure, nor was he prepared for it. "Let's not respond to those online discussions for now," Anton thought for a moment, his face grim, and said, "I don't want to do any media interviews, including with the Daily Bugle." "Understood." Betty shrugged and added, "By the way, Batman's box office has surpassed 400 million, with an overseas total of 200 million, making a global total of 600 million. Congratulations, genius director." "It's not over yet, there's still about half a month of screening left." Anton finally heard some good news, a smile appearing on his face. "My goal is a global box office of 1 billion. By the way, Jim has been looking for you recently. He asked me to tell you he wants to throw a party to celebrate Shadow of the Night surpassing 600 million at the global box office." Betty added, "I think this is an opportunity, a chance to announce that the Jameson family is officially entering the entertainment industry." "That makes some sense," Anton replied. "Please tell Jim that I agree." After about 10 minutes of smooth driving, the once tranquil atmosphere in the car was suddenly shattered by Anton. He turned his head slightly and asked, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" "According to your request, DC, Detective Comics, has been officially established, and the approval paperwork will be ready tomorrow," Betty quickly replied with a nod. The night Anton booked his flight to San Francisco, he had asked Betty if she would be interested in switching jobs. Initially hesitant, Betty soon came to a decision. Before Anton left, she approached him and agreed to become his personal assistant. Now, with Anton's status as a highly sought-after genius director in Hollywood, combined with his impressive family background, he had become one of the most famous rich kids in America, his notoriety only slightly below that of Tony Stark before his incident. Not to mention, the two were considered friends as well. Since Tony Stark went missing after being attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan, the news had been buzzing, but people's interest in Stark was waning day by day. After all, many viewed him as effectively dead. Most understood that Tony Stark had likely met with misfortune. Considering Tony's friend, Anton Jameson, he was not only a genius director but also the behind-the-scenes owner of the Daily Bugle, and quite possibly the rumored superhero Batman, who had gained admiration shortly after his debut. Thus, the regret for Tony Stark's fate only heightened the public's fascination with Anton Jameson. From a less favorable perspective, one could say Anton rose to prominence on the corpse of Tony. However, unbeknownst to everyone, only Anton had unwavering confidence that Tony would be fine. To him, if Tony Stark died, the world would lose at least half its color. Back to the main topic. On the way back to the Daily Bugle from the airport, Betty continued her work report, saying, "The head of the screenwriting department is Browning Toby. He had a very pleasant collaboration with you before and readily accepted our invitation. As for Jim, he said he needs to think about it. Film is just one aspect of our strategy." Anton nodded in satisfaction, showcasing the demeanor of a capitalist, then instructed, "We need to arrange matters regarding comics, animations, and merchandise as soon as possible." "I understand," Betty responded obediently. "When is Browning expected to arrive in New York?" "I have a lot to discuss with him," Anton inquired, adding, "By the way, did you manage to recruit those assistant directors I mentioned?" "3 of them accepted our invitation, the others declined," Betty reported honestly. 3? Anton stroked his chin, not overly critical of Betty. "Fine, you've done quite well in such a short time. With their exchange, the car gradually came to a stop at the curb in front of the Daily Bugle building. Anton and the others got out and headed toward the office. Once back at the Daily Bugle, Phil dropped off his luggage and immediately ran to the finance department, where he collected a substantial bonus based on Anton's approval of his paycheck. He was so thrilled that he hurried home with his luggage. Anton had given him a holiday and told him to return to work after Eddie came back. Sitting in his office chair at the Daily Bugle, Anton made himself a cup of coffee, took a gentle sip, and let out a long sigh. At that moment, he finally felt that life was starting to settle down. Knock, knock, knock. Just as closing time approached, Betty knocked on Anton's office door, her expression slightly strange as she said, "Someone knows you're back and wants to see you." Anton frowned and asked, "Who?" Betty replied, "It's Winston from the Continental Hotel." "Let him in," Anton nodded, then watched as Winston pushed the door open. Winston's demeanor remained warm, showing no sign of the impotent rage he had displayed that night. He smiled at the young man in front of him, but his inner vigilance was at its peak. In his eyes, this kid was not someone simple. That night, Anton, as Batman, had threatened him like a demon emerging from hell, leaving a lasting impression. "What's the matter?" In front of Winston, Anton didn't bother to play pretend, they both knew each other well. He smiled with genuine interest, saying, "I thought you'd never want to see me again." "A adjudicator wants to see you," Winston stated plainly. "Regarding the Continental Hotel incident, you have to give an explanation, right?" "A adjudicator?" A smirk appeared on Anton's face as he slowly spoke. "Let her come in." Winston hesitated slightly, then said, In fact, she hopes you can meet her at the Continental Hotel. I don't belong to the high table, nor have I offended them." Anton's expression darkened instantly as he coldly stared at Winston, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "On the contrary, it's the high table that offended me. Go back and tell that adjudicator that if she wants to see me, she should come to the Daily Bugle. Also, if the high table dares to deal with me, they're always welcome. I'll relay your words verbatim to her." Winston didn't get angry. From his expression, he seemed to harbor no fondness for the adjudicator either. After slowly saying this, he turned and left. Then, until closing time, Anton never saw that high table adjudicator. He didn't mind. In his heart, the high table organization had never mattered to him. In simple terms, the high table was a global assassin empire ruled by strict rules. All assassins under the high table had to adhere to its regulations. Yet even so, the high table had not unified the assassin world. Many different assassin organizations still stood firm, competing like various factions. From Anton's understanding, the high table had 12 seats held by individuals like Gamora, the Mafia, the Honorary Society, Chinese members, and Russians. These power brokers were spread across the globe, and resolving their issues would not be easy. The Continental Hotel was merely a New York outpost under the high table, far from its main stronghold. This was also why Anton, after resolving the Continental Hotel situation, didn't focus on the high table behind it or even consider uprooting it. If the high table were sensible, they would not provoke a formidable opponent like him again. After all, they were the ones who had made the first mistake. On the other side, in the Continental Hotel, experiencing disaster recovery, a short-haired woman with a commanding presence looked at Winston, who was smiling with ill intent, and said expressionlessly, "Did he say that?" "Indeed," Winston nodded, saying, "He wants you to meet him, not the other way around." This is important because, in his view, we were the ones who made the first mistake. "We?" The adjudicator gave Winston a deep look. As the owner of the Continental Hotel, Winston referring to himself and the high table as "we" was natural. However, his words indicated that he was unwilling to be the one to step forward. In other words, Winston's wariness of Anton had reached a profound level. Was that newly emerged Batman really that terrifying? "When do you plan to meet him?" Winston asked suddenly, seeing the adjudicator in deep thought. "I will meet him." The adjudicator glanced at Winston and replied coolly, "But not now." The next day, when Anton arrived at the office, he immediately noticed a crowd of reporters blocking the entrance of the Daily Bugle. His heart raced at first, then it felt like a small hammer was pounding his head, causing him significant discomfort. "Mr. Anton, do you acknowledge the claims circulating online? Are you Batman?" The global box office for Batman has surpassed 600 million, and a real-life Batman appeared during the recent Continental Hotel incident. Is there a connection between you two? A swarm of reporters surrounded Anton as he got out of the car, bombarding him with questions like a rapid-fire barrage, as if they wouldn't relent until they uncovered everything. "Everyone, the Batman thing is just a coincidence," Anton said, feeling he had no choice but to stop and address the relentless barrage of screens in front of him. He forced a smile. "Bruce Wayne is just a character I created, he doesn't exist in real life. As for why there's a Batman in reality, I can only assume he agrees with my vision of Batman. How do you explain the assassins Batman took down at the Continental Hotel, who were actually there to deal with you and the Daily Bugle?" The reporters showed no fear of his denial, they were only afraid he would remain silent. The moment he opened his mouth, they had a chance to keep questioning him. "And you just arrived in San Francisco, and shortly after, Batman appeared there, even delivering Carlton Drake, the founder of the Life Foundation, to the police. Mr. Anton, can you explain this to us?" They continued to press him relentlessly. "This really is just a coincidence," Anton said helplessly, raising his hands. "Coincidences are hard to clarify no matter how you explain them." After saying this, he stopped answering any more questions, and only when he walked into the Daily Bugle building did the reporters' queries finally fade away. Inside the Daily Bugle, Betty saw Anton sweating and struggling to handle the reporters and couldn't help but tease him. "Anton, I've never seen you look so flustered. If you could bring me a cup of coffee, I would be eternally grateful." Anton shot her a glance, his head still spinning from the pesky reporters outside. He realized he had underestimated the impact that being Batman would bring. Currently, in the system space, Batman's fan value had exceeded 14 million, an astonishing figure. Let's not forget, he had spent 9.98 million to purchase Batman's main template. If this 14 million fan value could be equivalently exchanged for templates of other heroic figures, he might not be far from achieving his goal of acquiring another alter ego. Moreover, this 14 million fan value was not without its uses. At least, when he transformed into Batman and battled other opponents, both his armor and equipment would incur wear and tear. At that time, the fan value would come in handy. Of course, given the current situation, this 14 million fan value was more than sufficient for him, and this number was still growing. "Although I anticipated that Batman's identity would eventually become a well-known secret, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Anton rubbed his temples, pondering for a moment. While the online discourse suggested an 80% likelihood that he was Batman, there remained a segment of people who staunchly refused to believe it. To deny a fact, the best method was to sever the connections between the facts. Currently, the most substantial evidence supporting those claims was the close relationship between Batman and the Daily Bugle. Secondly, wherever he appeared, Batman would show up as well. These two facts provided ample room for speculation and reasoning. To sever these connections, the first part was manageable, he could keep denying it and attribute everything to coincidence. However, the latter would require some effort. Suddenly, Anton had a flash of inspiration. He remembered that Jim would be hosting a party in Los Angeles in a few days. He would undoubtedly make an appearance under the media's watchful gaze. If he could have Batman also show up at that time, it would directly sever the strong connection between him and Batman. At that point, he could easily disassociate himself from Batman. However, to achieve this effect, he would need a prop, or rather, a special armor. With his current justice points, he could just purchase this special armor. He stroked his chin, secretly making up his mind. It was necessary. Unlike Tony Stark, who boldly claimed to be Iron Man, that was not Anton's style. He preferred to remain hidden in the background for now. The reason he said temporarily was that as his newly established DC company began to grow, the more DC heroes that emerged under his banner, the harder it would be for him to hide, shining like a firefly in the night. But at least until he was prepared, he had no intention of exposing himself to the public. The identity of Batman should only circulate within a small circle for the time being, as this was the best way to avoid trouble. After all, Anton prided himself on fearing nothing except for trouble. As the workday came to an end, Anton first instructed Betty to check if there were any reporters still lingering outside before carefully leaving the office building, fearing another mobbing by the press. It's often said that reporters are the only creatures in the world more annoying than flies, and at that moment, Anton deeply felt this sentiment. Soon, when he opened the door to the car that the driver arrived with, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the short-haired woman sitting inside. He quickly composed himself and sat down in the back seat next to her. "A representative of the High Table?" he asked. "Correct, I am an adjudicator of the High Table," the short-haired woman introduced herself. "My name is Aisha Kate, you can call me Aisha." Anton's tone was calm, but it contained a hint of impatience. I hope we can clarify things as quickly as possible. Of course, Aisha replied. I am here not only to express my apologies regarding the assassination incident but also to make a request. A request? Anton asked coolly. If it's an unreasonable request, you can close your mouth and leave my car right now. Aisha explained, rather than a request, it's more of a plea or a proposal for cooperation. What kind of request? How do you want to cooperate? Anton furrowed his brow slightly. At present, the High Table seemed to be compromising a bit too much. Although the High Table didn't mean much to him, it was still one of the top assassin organizations in the world, wielding considerable power and ranking high in the underground world. The fact that Aisha used the word request clearly indicated that this was not a trivial matter. This is the only requirement from the High Table, Aisha said with a serious expression. As for the target of the task, I can only reveal that once you decide to accept it. In this world, there are many people the High Table can kill, but those they cannot are indeed few. Yet, it is these few who possess the ability to mobilize most of the world's resources. Anton narrowed his eyes slightly and replied nonchalantly, since this is a cooperation, what do I stand to gain from it? The friendship of the High Table, and the status of a High Table consultant, Aisha said slowly. As a consultant, you would have the authority to mobilize members of the High Table's assassins. You could share all intelligence with the High Table. Of course, corresponding to this, you must also bear the corresponding responsibilities and bind yourself to a blood oath. Once the blood oath is established, it cannot be violated, otherwise, you will face the High Table's relentless pursuit. At that moment, Anton fully understood this was the High Table attempting to recruit him. It seemed that his earlier display of Batman's formidable abilities had caught the High Table's attention regarding his value. A blood oath is absolutely out of the question. Killing is also absolutely impossible. Anton decisively rejected her without hesitation. If you've seen any Batman films, you should know Batman has a steadfast principle, no killing. Aisha's expression shifted as she heard Anton's words. She had anticipated that Anton might refuse her, but she hadn't expected it would be for this reason. No killing? That's utterly absurd. However, upon reflection, during that night's battle, no one had died. A thorough review revealed that only 2 unfortunate souls had been hit by stray bullets and ultimately bled out. At most, they could be considered to have died indirectly at Anton's hands rather than directly killed by him. That night, among the assassins facing Anton, the worst-case scenario was merely one person ending up in a vegetative state. However, if you want Batman's help, that's not impossible. Seeing Aisha's fluctuating expression, Anton suddenly spoke again, but the task must be completed in Batman's way. He paused for a moment before continuing, furthermore, Batman can establish a cooperative relationship with the High Table, but it will only be limited to intelligence sharing. If there are any other needs in the future, that would be a different matter of cooperation, we can discuss that gradually. It just so happened that he needed a platform to showcase himself, which would help clear his name regarding the suspicion of being Batman. Collaborating with the High Table was not out of the question. I cannot make a decision on my own, Aisha pondered for a long time before speaking to Anton. Please give me some time to consult with others. After she exited the car and spoke on the phone for a while, she returned and nodded at Anton, saying, pleasure to cooperate. Then you can tell me who you want to kill now? Anton asked with genuine curiosity, eager to know what kind of person could not even be killed by the High Table. His name is Sloan, the leader of another assassin organization, the Brotherhood, Aisha explained. He is also the High Table's biggest competitor in the assassin world. Sloan? The Brotherhood, a competitor? Anton felt a moment of disorientation, almost as if something felt off. He muttered, the Brotherhood, Sloan? That foolish organization that manipulates fate under the guise of weaving? Exactly, Aisha said, unfazed. Sloan is the leader of the Brotherhood, extremely powerful, commanding numerous top assassins, and has never missed a target internationally. He is the High Table's main competitor. Over the past decade, there have been multiple direct competitions between the High Table and the Brotherhood, and their relationship has been hostile. Not only do we want to eliminate him, but he has also been trying to eradicate us. In other words, both sides were eager to become the top organization in the assassin world. When 2 tigers fought, if one could eliminate the other, the remaining one would naturally rise to the top. It makes sense that the leader of an assassin organization is someone that other assassin organizations cannot kill, Anton realized, nodding at Aisha. Get the relevant intelligence to me as soon as possible, I'll arrange the timing to handle this matter. Absolutely, we've already compiled the relevant intelligence. Aisha nodded in agreement. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me or Winston to reach the high table. You will be considered our esteemed guest from now on. With that, she handed Anton a tablet-like device and then exited the car. Anton watched Aisha disappear into the street before instructing the driver to start the car. He opened the device in his hand to check the information. After reviewing the details, he finally understood why the High Table had approached him at this time. The long-standing feud between the High Table and the Brotherhood had deep roots. Initially, the Brotherhood was a principled assassin organization that only targeted their internally designated assignments, posing no competition to the High Table. However, about 20 years ago, after Sloan rose to power, the Brotherhood developed rapidly, becoming a significant threat to the High Table's status in the assassin world. Consequently, the High Table decided to eliminate Sloan to make it clear to all assassins that they were the enduring empire of the assassin world. The reason they approached Anton now was not only because they lacked absolute certainty in taking down Sloan but also because the Brotherhood's strongest assassin, Carlos, had recently appeared in New York. Carlos was the Brotherhood's ace assassin, possessing unimaginable skills in gunfighting. However, a few years ago, Carlos suddenly left the Brotherhood, and under Sloan's leadership, the Brotherhood seemed to sever ties with him, marking him as a target for assassination. A protracted tug-of-war ensued, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The Brotherhood suffered significant losses, while Carlos remained unscathed. Until the High Table received the relevant intelligence. Carlos was set to reappear in New York soon, and the Brotherhood was mobilizing all their members to carry out an assassination against him. This would be a decisive battle, and Sloan was sure to show up in person. For the High Table, this presented an excellent opportunity to strike. Since they didn't have the confidence to succeed themselves, they could instead entrust the task to someone reliable, namely Batman. Even if Batman ultimately failed to complete the task, at least the status quo could be maintained, and the High Table would not suffer any losses. The elders at the High Table were no fools, they had considered everything. A decisive battle? Anton stroked his chin, recalling memories from his past life, but it seemed there was no mention of this plot in the wanted notices. The most rational assumption was that in this decisive battle, both sides would become entangled in a stalemate where neither could prevail over the other. It was precisely because of this that Sloan had sought out Carlos's son Wesley, attempting to use this unfortunate guy against his father Carlos. Tomorrow, Fox, the mechanic, and other top assassins from the Brotherhood will arrive in New York. Anton closed the tablet and closed his eyes, lost in thought. Time was of the essence. He then pulled out his phone and dialed Jim. Anton? Jim answered the call almost instantly, his voice revealing a hint of excitement. I'm planning to host a celebration party the day after tomorrow. You promised me you'd come, right? I will definitely attend, but not the day after tomorrow. Anton instructed, move the party up to tomorrow night. I'll be flying to Los Angeles tonight. What? Jim's plans were completely derailed, and he exclaimed angrily, tomorrow? What the hell is going on? I've already sent out invitations for the party. Do you think those Hollywood people are free every day? Whether they come or not is irrelevant. I must hold this party tomorrow. Anton was indifferent to who would be attending. He only needed a legitimate, highly publicized opportunity to make an entrance. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Damn it! Jim cursed when he heard the busy signal on the line, unable to do anything about Anton. He knew all too well what the consequences would be when Anton acted stubbornly. He had a clear understanding of this from the time Anton directed and led the crew during filming. Anton was just as willful as Tony Stark, and both shared a stubborn temperament. The only advantage Anton had over Tony was that he was not as difficult to deal with in his interactions and rarely left others hanging to dry. In the early hours of the next day, Anton arrived in Los Angeles without a hitch. Los Angeles, the heart of Hollywood, was home to countless celebrities, and the frenzy of reporters here rivaled, if not surpassed, that of their counterparts in New York. Groups of reporters, cameras in hand, were blatantly stationed at the airport's exit, eagerly awaiting Anton's arrival. Thanks to their extensive networks, they could find out Anton's next destination as soon as he boarded a plane. Even a private jet wouldn't escape their scrutiny. There would always be someone among the crew who could be bought off. At this moment, not only were there reporters at the regular exit, even the VIP exit had journalists lurking. Anton couldn't figure out how they had managed to get in, as if every exit had their spies. The reporters in Los Angeles were like the kings of intelligence in the city, appearing everywhere, from mundane affairs to underground secrets. covering everything from international events to various gossip. "Fire all the staff on the plane when we get back and replace them with a new crew," Anton said, his expression darkening as he looked around and saw the eager reporters at the entrance, giving him a headache. He understood that it must have been an employee on the private jet who leaked his information. "Understood," Betty nodded. "Do you want me to call security from the airport?" "Go ahead," Anton sighed, feeling helpless against the reporters, especially since he lacked experience in dealing with them. As the behind-the-scenes owner of the Daily Bugle, he knew better than anyone that anything he said here could easily make the headlines the next day. He was acutely aware of his newfound notoriety. A few minutes later, surrounded by a group of security personnel, Anton quickly got into the car and left, leaving no opportunity for the reporters. During this process, the eager journalists shoved their cameras into Anton's face, seemingly satisfied with just capturing his image, not needing to ask any questions. A group of reporters followed Anton's car all the way to the luxurious mansion near Los Angeles. "What is he doing here?" one reporter asked in surprise. "Party," another reporter replied. "Jim moved the celebration party up to 8 p.m. tonight. Anton came to Los Angeles specifically for this party." "What?" the first reporter exclaimed in shock. "Wasn't the party supposed to be tomorrow? It's been moved up a day. You didn't know? Maybe you should just quit and go home to take care of the kids. This line of work isn't for you." Another colleague looked at him disdainfully, as if he were a worthless amateur. Time quietly flowed from the early morning into the evening. After a good rest and feeling revitalized, Anton drove to the party venue. Sitting in the passenger seat was his personal assistant, Betty. The reporters, seeing this scene, immediately scurried after them. Meanwhile, in New York, under Sloan's orders, members of the Brotherhood gathered near the Empire State Building. Fox, the mechanic, the gunmaker, Mr. X, insecticide, butcher, and nearly all other members were mobilized to deal with Carlos. They were the top assassins in the world, and the reason for their full mobilization was their understanding of Carlos's formidable skills. Once a comrade, Carlos was a legendary figure within the Brotherhood, known for never missing a target. His terrifying gunfighting skills instilled fear even among the Brotherhood's members. Even assassins under the High Table viewed Carlos as one of the hardest people to kill, ranking above Sloan. While John Wick was called the king of killers in New York, he would surely not be able to handle Carlos, at most being comparable to Fox and others. After all, if John Wick could take down Carlos, the High Table would not fear the Brotherhood so much. However, what the Brotherhood members didn't know was that their actions were being watched by a pair of eyes glowing in red. Whoosh! Under the cover of night, an incredibly tall figure concealed itself, sporting two long, pointed ears, resembling a humanoid rabbit. In Los Angeles, the time for the party finally arrived. Various celebrities began to arrive at the venue for the celebration held due to the global box office of Shadow of the Night surpassing 600 million. Reporters were constantly snapping photos, their flashes adding a touch of glamour to the event. Of course, the reporters were kept outside, only able to shoot through the doors, their eyes filled with longing. Only a few female reporters managed to link arms with big shots and strutted confidently into the venue, eliciting envious glances from countless male reporters. As one of the protagonists of this party, Anton stood at the entrance, greeting these celebrities. Some were familiar faces, while others were less so. At that moment, everyone seemed like long-lost friends. Beside Anton was Jim Lambert, who had returned to the forefront of producers thanks to Shadow of the Night. At this moment, Jim was brimming with confidence, having shaken off his previous gloom. "When do you plan to start filming the second Batman?" Jim finally found a moment to chat with Anton about business after most of the guests had arrived. "It's already in the planning stages," Anton replied. "Besides Batman, I have some other projects I intend to push forward simultaneously." "Jim, what about the matter I asked Betty to consult you on? Have you given it any thought? You mean joining your newly established DC company?" Jim hesitated. "This concerns my future career plans. I need more time to consider it." "No problem, but my patience is limited," Anton said. "You should know, Hollywood doesn't have only you as a producer, everyone is working hard." Jim's expression shifted slightly, and he responded earnestly, "I understand, I will give you a reply as soon as possible." "All right, let's go inside," Anton changed the subject. "Everyone who should be here is now present, and it's time for the next activities to begin." With that, he walked toward the crowd. Jim stood for a moment, pondering, before following behind Anton. Several minutes later, Anton's gaze flickered. If someone were to observe his pupils closely at that moment, they would notice that he seemed to see another scene, a deep darkness entirely different from the party atmosphere before him. In New York, Carlos was disguised as a janitor, moving through the hallways of the Empire State Building. If one were to say that the Brotherhood had discovered his whereabouts, it would be more accurate to say that he had deliberately exposed his position, intending to prepare thoroughly and deliver a heavy blow to these top assassins of the Brotherhood. Years of being hunted had made him weary of such a life, and he decided to take out the Brotherhood's elite in one go. Either he would die, or they would. Suddenly, the lights in the Empire State Building went out. The power had been cut. However, power outages were common at night and didn't attract the notice of others, though Carlos raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Brotherhood had entered the building. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood members, witnessing the extinguished lights above them, thought it was a tactic by Carlos. Both sides were unaware that in this decisive battle, a third party was quietly observing everything from the shadows. The third party quietly observing from the shadows was undoubtedly Anton, far away in Los Angeles, skillfully controlling the special armor remotely. This armor was the GCPD mechanical batsuit, also known as the rabbit suit. It earned this name due to its design, which featured two long, rabbit-like ears atop its head, retaining some bat characteristics but leaning more towards a rabbit-like appearance, hence the moniker. Additionally, the armor was equipped with two large miniature missile launchers on its shoulders, and its entire structure resembled a small mech rather than the extended skeletal style of typical armor. In terms of appearance, it was vastly different from the basic Batman suit Anton had exchanged for earlier. However, he knew that as he acquired more special armors, the differences between the basic and special suits would become increasingly apparent. It's worth mentioning that the rabbit suit was not one of the well-known Batman armors. It actually belonged to James Gordon, Batman's close ally and partner, Commissioner Gordon. This story unfolded in the New 52 timeline, sparked by the famed Flashpoint event. The Flash's time-altering actions had led the world into catastrophic war. To restore history, he revised the timeline. However, Dr. Manhattan secretly manipulated events, preventing the timeline from returning to its original state, instead creating the New 52 timeline. After the Endgame event in the later New 52, Bruce Wayne lost all memories of his time as Batman and was no longer haunted by his parents' death. He became a happy volunteer, living a fulfilling life with his first love. However, Gotham City needed a Batman to protect it, so James Gordon stepped up to become the chosen one. The GCPD created this Batman armor specifically for him to take over Bruce Wayne's role. The rabbit suit could be piloted by a person and, even without a driver, could operate autonomously or be remotely controlled, making it a formidable force. The system priced it at 8 million justice points. For Anton, who had 10 million justice points, purchasing the suit was an easy decision. At this moment, far away in Los Angeles, Anton was multitasking, remotely controlling the rabbit suit. Once he entered Batman mode, he possessed all of Bruce Wayne's skills. For Anton, who was the master, multitasking wasn't a challenge. Moreover, to ensure the smooth execution of this operation, he cleverly avoided the crowd and positioned himself in a corner near a window, appearing uninterested in being disturbed. With all the big shots around, no one would dare approach him. Whoosh! Inside the Empire State Building, the rabbit suit glided through the slightly crowded hallway, its movements so light that it was nearly undetectable. Carlos and the Brotherhood members remained oblivious to the presence of a third party amidst their standoff. However, Anton's target this time was not these individuals. He clearly remembered that the leader of the Brotherhood, Sloan, was his true goal. If one were to categorize it, these individuals were merely secondary targets. Yet, Sloan was extremely cautious. The High Table's intelligence could only track the movements of Fox and the others, leaving them helpless against the elusive Sloan. Therefore, Anton viewed these secondary targets as not entirely useless. Of course, this was only one of the reasons Anton was present here. More importantly, tonight, Batman had to be visible to the public. Only by doing so could he create a stark contrast to Anton in Los Angeles, thereby severing the connection between them and shifting online public opinion towards the belief that he could not possibly be Batman. Bang! 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 Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Carlos, having betrayed the Brotherhood, engaged in a fierce battle with the active Brotherhood members, with bullets flying like rain. Each bullet sliced through the air at incredible angles, yet Carlos, fueled by adrenaline, seemed to transform his heart into an engine, allowing him to manipulate time and curve bullets. In this world, bullet curving, bullet time, long-range sniping, and the explosive power of adrenaline were all encompassed under the term gunfu. Both sides were top-tier fighters, fully aware of each other's capabilities, and neither dared to recklessly advance. Instead, they fought while retreating, maintaining a safe shooting distance. Through the rabbit suit's optics, Anton observed their battle closely, noting that both groups had reached an astonishing level of gunfu. The ability to wield a weapon to such extremes was a testament to their extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, in this world, talent was abundant, especially in the assassin realm, which was filled with gifted individuals. Swoosh! One of the current Brotherhood members was unfortunate enough to be shot, while Carlos remained unscathed. Fox and the others exchanged grim looks, biting their teeth in determination. Chase! We can't let him get away so easily. They were resolved to settle the score with Carlos tonight. If so many of them failed to take him down, not only would the Brotherhood lose face, but Carlos would also become an even greater legend in the assassin world. This was a result they absolutely did not want to see. Gunfire echoed throughout the Empire State Building, and the alarm system blared in response. It was obvious the police would quickly receive the alert and arrive. However, at that moment, Carlos and Fox were too focused on defeating each other to care about the police. They were eager to eliminate one another today. Missing this opportunity would mean a long time before they found such a chance again. In the darkness, Anton knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Whoosh! He maneuvered the rabbit suit, swiftly crashing through a wall and sending clouds of dust flying, blocking Carlos's escape route. Who's there? Carlos was taken aback and instinctively fired his gun. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the bullet struck the towering figure before him, having no effect whatsoever. For a skilled assassin who mastered gunfu, losing the power of their weapon meant losing much of their capabilities. If bullets couldn't penetrate the figure's armor, what use would bare hands be? Seeing this, a surge of intense fear coursed through Carlos, and his pupils dilated. Especially as he fired in rapid succession, the bullets tearing through the dust and stirring up air currents, he suddenly realized that what stood before him was not a mere person, but rather a being encased in steel. Carlos couldn't be sure if anyone was inside, but he estimated there was a high probability that someone was. "Who are you?" Carlos asked, his expression grave, nearly forgetting about the pursuers behind him. "Who exactly are you?" "If you can tell me Sloane's location, I would be happy to answer your question," Anton's voice emanated from the rabbit suit speaker. Upon hearing the low, electronic tone, Carlos's gaze flickered. "If you're here to deal with Sloane, I'm more than willing to help." "It seems you don't trust me," Anton observed, easily recognizing that Carlos was not convinced. This guy was merely trying to buy time and look for an escape opportunity. Suddenly, the rabbit suit raised its fist, generating a powerful gust of air. The force behind that punch was astonishing. Carlos hurriedly dodged, but he didn't expect the massive figure to step forward, using its size advantage to knock him back. At that moment, the members of the Brotherhood arrived at the scene. "Who's that?" They saw Carlos on the ground and didn't immediately attack but turned their attention to the rabbit suit. "Wait, are you Batman?" Fox frowned, barely able to recognize the figure based on its exterior. As a person who had thwarted the Continental Hotel incident, the name Batman resonated far louder in the assassin world than that of any Hollywood star, even equaling the most renowned assassins who had toiled for years. After all, those who dared to take on the Continental Hotel and easily sweep away all the assassins inside, leaving the high table humbled, were few and far between. Indeed, before Batman, there had been no one like him. "I'm glad you recognized me, Fox." The low electronic voice echoed again, and the red mechanical eyes slowly scanned the Brotherhood members, as if cross-referencing information. Anton continued, "If you're willing to surrender and tell me Sloane's location, you'll suffer a lot less." "Dream on," the mechanic said coldly, glaring at the towering figure. "Don't think you can defeat us just because you're hiding behind that metal shell. We're not the average scum from the Continental Hotel." "All right then." The rabbit suit's fists lightly clinked together, producing a crisp sound. The previously expressionless steel face seemed to convey a hint of change through that sound, filled with regret. "Prepare to feel pain." As soon as the words left Anton's mouth, the massive figure surged forward like a ghost, charging towards the crowd. The expressions on Fox and the others turned frantic as they felt a powerful gust of wind slam into them, leaving them no time to react. Bang! The disrespectful mechanic slammed his head into the ground, blood gushing as he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Carlos felt a surge of panic for escape, but suddenly, a cannonball appeared before him like a demon. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the sky, its incredible sound threatening to bring down the entire Empire State Building,
startling all the unsuspecting civilians surrounding the building.
At that moment, innocent bystanders working in the adjacent building were frightened by the sudden noise, letting out terrified screams as they stared at the blinding flames igniting inside the Empire State Building, instinctively swallowing hard, realizing that something terrible had happened. Ding ding ding. The New York Police Department's phones were about to explode with calls. George Stacy, who had just been preparing to finish his shift, gritted his teeth in anger. Just days ago, he had been swamped with the Continental Hotel incident and had finally thought he could relax today, only to have this new crisis arise. Which bastard was responsible for this? He silently vowed to make them pay. Chief. There's been a fierce gunfight at the Empire State Building, and someone has used a cannonball. Someone rushed in to report urgently. A cannonball? George was taken aback and then roared in anger, an RPG? Which idiot dares to fire an RPG in the city? Do they want to die? The person quickly responded, Chief, the intel is sound, even the call operators are overwhelmed with calls. Damn it! George immediately stood up and stormed out of his office, shouting, What are you standing around for? Get moving! After the cannon fired from the shoulder of the rabbit suit, everyone inside the Empire State Building, including Carlos, was stunned. They could never have imagined that their opponent would dare to escalate the situation to this level. This was a heavy weapon. In the city, using heavy weaponry meant completely severing ties with the city's authorities. This unspoken rule was one many adhered to, largely due to the strict official control over heavy weapons. The peace of the underground order and the official powers always had a certain understanding. This is your last chance, Anton's deep laughter echoed, his red eyes scanning every person in the room like a sharpened sword. Instantly, they froze in place, an indescribable fear flooding their minds as they felt the terror of Batman. Clearly, Batman was not someone who played by the rules, and he exuded an impressive confidence. After a considerable time, the police hurried to the scene. At the entrance of the Empire State Building, a group of tied-up assassins with all their weapons confiscated sat helplessly on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. Even upon seeing the police cars arrive, they showed no reaction, their expressions still vacant. Who are these people? A police officer frowned, feeling that these guys were no good, yet they appeared here as victims. They are members of the Brotherhood. Ah, more assassins? The officers were taken aback and quickly pulled out handcuffs to detain them. Nearby, George Stacy stepped in, having been the one to identify them. He looked at the group in front of him, filled with headaches. Carlos was a legendary figure in the underground assassin world, a top assassin within the Brotherhood who had never missed a target. Even though he had betrayed the Brotherhood, his profile had once been on many desks. George had previously heard from his informants that there would be a fierce battle among the Brotherhood tonight. He had thought it wouldn't affect the police, but now it had escalated dramatically. Using heavy weaponry in the Empire State Building was no small matter. Given their criminal records, these people would be sitting in jail for a long time. George's mind was filled with enormous question marks. Who did this? Who caught these Brotherhood members? Who is the bastard that fired the RPG? He didn't know much about the Brotherhood, but he had a remarkable understanding of the local enterprise, the Continental Hotel under the high table. The Brotherhood's status was even a level above the Continental Hotel, roughly equivalent to the high table. This comparison made it clear how shocking it was that these top assassins were all captured. Chief, look, it's Batman. Suddenly, one of the officers shouted, snapping George back to reality. He stared at the figure atop the Empire State Building, realizing that he seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before, almost like a dream from a few days ago. What the hell, it's him again. George's eyes widened as he gazed at the bizarre silhouette above, his breathing quickening. Whoosh! In the next moment, that figure vanished from sight, just like before. The officers fell silent, collectively feeling that the scene from a few days ago seemed to be playing out once more. Let's pack it up. George waved his hand helplessly, letting out a sigh. To be honest, they were utterly powerless against this elusive Batman whose identity remained unknown. Thank goodness there are no reporters today, George thought, feeling a slight relief. At least that was some consolation. If New Yorkers found out that Batman had reappeared, capturing a group of world-class assassins and resolving the gunfight inside the Empire State Building, the New York Police Department would face another wave of ridicule and scrutiny from the media and citizens. As for those calling in, as long as those rumors didn't make it to the newspapers and news outlets, the NYPD could easily pretend they didn't see anything. George was no stranger to such cover-ups. What he didn't know was that not far behind them, a man holding a DSLR was grinning smugly, a satisfied expression on his face. This photo turned out great. I'll have Anton send me a bonus when I get back. Eddie captured the scene at the Empire State Building and the gathering police, not missing the moment the rabbit suit soared past the high-rise. Looking at the photos in his camera, he felt content envisioning tomorrow's newspaper headlines.
Anton truly was a great boss.
He knew that his recent return to work had landed him such a good assignment.
Very nice, really nice.
Eddie left the scene before the police could react, but he didn't head home just yet, as he still had tasks assigned by Anton to complete.
His next destination was the entrance of the New York Police Department.
On the other side, the rabbit suit that had vanished from the Empire State Building now dashed like lightning to Hell's Kitchen, not far from the Empire State Building.
Boom!
The rabbit suit barged into a street in Hell's Kitchen with a reckless force, drawing considerable attention from onlookers.
This was Hell's Kitchen. Oh, damn. What the hell is that thing? Hey, this is our turf, you can't just mess around here. No matter what you want to do, I advise you to think carefully.
A group of armed individuals rushed out, unhesitatingly aiming their guns at the rabbit suit.
Bang! 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 Bullets struck the rabbit suit's hard exterior, ricocheting off and sparking bright flashes. The attackers were momentarily stunned. They had never seen such an unfair opponent, an iron-skinned monster. This is Goldie's territory. I suggest you be a little kinder. Though the group felt a twinge of fear, their backgrounds and identities didn't allow them to retreat easily. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber inside a building, a white man and a black man were engaged in an amiable conversation.
The white man was clad in a tailored high-end suit, his large frame giving him a somewhat plump appearance, but few knew he was entirely muscle, a devious, cunning man with unimaginable strength. The black man seemed older, but the cunning glint in his eyes made it clear he was not someone to be trifled with. The two were shaking hands, the atmosphere seemingly cordial.
Welcome to the Brotherhood, joining my underground kingdom.
Just as the white man finished speaking, the door to the chamber was suddenly flung open, and a bald man with a tattoo of a target on his forehead walked in. Ignoring the immediate change in the two men's expressions, he said bluntly, "Boss, we have a situation, someone has intruded."
Who is it?
Kingpin's face, already intimidating in its own right, now bore a serious expression that could frighten a child into tears. His voice was low and commanding as he asked, "Who dares to wreak havoc on my turf?"
Is it that night demon?
No, although his appearance has changed somewhat, it's likely Batman. The man with the target tattoo shook his head, his expression grave.
Is he the one who toppled the Continental Hotel?
A flicker of doubt crossed Kingpin's eyes as he pressed for more information. Exactly, the target tattooed man nodded, quickly adding, "He's about to burst in here, this place isn't safe anymore."
I think you should leave now.
Boss, you're a successful businessman, it's not wise to be in a dangerous situation like this.
I'll wait for you in the car, Kingpin said sternly to the tattooed man.
Take care of him quickly.
Don't worry.
The tattooed man revealed a cruel smile, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes.
Let's go, Mr. Sloan.
Kingpin turned to the black man beside him, his tone leaving no room for argument.
We'll wait in the car for good news.
Of course. Sloan nodded with a smile, completely unaware that Batman's appearance was not targeting Kingpin, but rather aimed directly at him. On the other side, the rabbit suit was rampaging through Hell's Kitchen like a frenzied beast. The henchmen armed with various weapons were easily sent flying by the rabbit suit, and their firearms posed no threat to it.
Only heavy weaponry could potentially inflict some damage on the suit's formidable defenses.
Unfortunately, any heavy weapons in Hell's Kitchen were stored in other locations, and the time it would take to retrieve and transport them to the battlefield was more than enough for the rabbit suit to incapacitate several henchmen.
Quick! Change weapons. Use armor-piercing rounds, someone shouted, clearly realizing their disadvantage as they rushed into the armory to switch to more lethal weaponry. However, it was already too late. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Under Anton's control, the rabbit suit barreled through, knocking out over 100 henchmen. Utilizing the shadows for cover and its powerful metallic fists, the rabbit suit moved as if in a no-man's land, while the damage inflicted by the henchmen was almost negligible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp throwing dart shot from a distance. Thwip! The dart accurately embedded itself in the joints of the rabbit suit's arms and legs.
Boom! The next second, the dart exploded. The rabbit suit shook slightly, seemingly not affected too much, but Anton, far away in Los Angeles, received a message through the suit's feedback system. Rabbit suit, durability decreased by 3%, damage rate 5%. The explosive impact from the dart had caused some damage. Although the damage rate was minimal and didn't significantly affect the battle, it indicated that the person launching the dart was not someone comparable to the ordinary henchman Anton was currently facing. Oh! Through the rabbit suit's optics, Anton spotted the bald man who had thrown the dart. Just from the target tattoo on his forehead, Anton immediately recognized his identity. Target. Kingpin is indeed getting involved with the Brotherhood, Anton thought, surprised but not showing it. He had just interrogated a Brotherhood member he had dealt with at the Empire State Building and had gathered related intel. This was just confirmation. With calm confidence, he leaped into action, the heavy suit exhibiting remarkable agility as it swiftly charged toward the target. The target, of course, wasn't foolish enough to confront the rabbit suit head-on. Though he possessed decent combat skills, he knew his advantage lay in his exceptional dart-throwing abilities. He drew and released darts like a storm, simultaneously retreating, clearly unwilling to engage in close combat with the rabbit suit. However, his pupils suddenly constricted. Boom! The cannon on the rabbit suit's shoulder erupted with a dazzling light, and a powerful projectile shot forth like a released arrow, landing near the target. The deafening noise resonated throughout Hell's Kitchen, creating visible shockwaves in the air that rippled outward. The target was caught in the tremendous shockwave, unable to maintain his balance, and crashed heavily against the wall. Gray smoke quickly billowed up, shrouding the battlefield. Whoosh! As the smoke began to dissipate, a terrifying sound tore through the air, and a fist the size of a large pot slammed into the target's chest. Gah! The target involuntarily staggered back, crashing through the wall behind him and becoming buried under rubble and debris. His condition was dire as he widened his eyes and spat out blood, shocked at how quickly he had been defeated. Boss target. As the smoke cleared, the nearby henchman revealed expressions of terror upon witnessing the scene. Ugh! The target spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing himself to rise from the rubble. His eyes glinted with rage as he coldly stared at the rabbit suit. He held darts between his fingertips, seizing the moment when they were close enough to stab at the joints of the rabbit suit, hoping to use the same trick again. Clink, clink. However, as soon as he moved, his expression changed dramatically. The rabbit suit's shoulder-mounted rocket launchers rotated to aim directly at the target. This sight not only stunned the target but also caused the surrounding henchmen to hold their breath, stopping their actions and retreating, fearing they might provoke this armored behemoth. Rocket launchers were not toys to play around with. The previous explosion had occurred far from the crowd, and under Anton's special control, it hadn't caused any casualties. The henchmen thought they were lucky. But now, at this critical juncture, they were not willing to gamble their lives on luck. Seeing the target frozen in place, the rabbit suit emitted a disdainful snort from its speaker. Bang! Anton controlled the rabbit suit to punch the target senseless, then lifted the unconscious target and swiftly dashed into an interior corridor. Using infrared scanning, Anton did not pause at all, immediately locating a hidden room. However, the room was empty. Anton felt a slight disappointment in his heart, and then he punched through the wall of the hidden chamber, pursuing further. Outside Hell's Kitchen, a large, all-black armored vehicle was parked on the road. This vehicle was several sizes larger than a standard car, looking like a specially customized model that showcased its owner's status and identity. Kingpin, with his massive physique, sat inside the car, maintaining a dignified posture that exuded authority. Next to him, the normal-sized, somewhat stooped Sloane appeared as if he were in a small room. Mr. Fisk, I don't think I've ever heard of any grudge between you and Batman. Sloane suddenly broke the silence in the car, his tone revealing a hint of confusion. Aren't the newspapers calling him a superhero? Kingpin's expression was calm, his inner strength made him indifferent to those who hated him, and he certainly didn't care about anyone targeting him. He replied casually, many want to be heroes, and I have offended even more, so any grudge with him doesn't matter. What's important is that he's about to become an unwilling spirit under my vast empire. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure crashed down from above, landing heavily on the front of the oversized armored vehicle. Crack, crack, crack. The vehicle's hood caved in upon impact. However, this expensive vehicle, equipped with robust armor, sustained little damage to its overall structure. Inside the vehicle, Kingpin and Sloane jolted slightly from the tremor, staring at the shadow before the windshield, both with serious expressions. Batman. Kingpin spat the words through clenched teeth, tightening his fists. Of course, the vehicle was not only bulletproof but also soundproof. Fortunately, Anton understood lip reading, and when he saw the large man murmuring his name, he waved his hand, giving an unfriendly greeting. Then, Anton tossed the unconscious target aside and leaped into the air once more. Mid-flight, the cannons on his shoulders quickly adjusted their angle, targeting the windshield of the armored vehicle as flames erupted with a roar. "Who is it?" Kingpin's face, already intimidating, now wore an expression so serious it could frighten a child into tears. He asked in a low, powerful voice, "Who dares to cause chaos on my turf? Is it that night demon?" No, although his appearance has changed somewhat, it's likely Batman. The man with the target tattoo shook his head, his expression grave. Is he the one who toppled the Continental Hotel? A flicker of doubt crossed Kingpin's eyes as he pressed for more information. Exactly, the tattooed man nodded, quickly adding, "He's about to burst in here. This place isn't safe anymore. I think you should leave now." "Boss, you're a successful businessman. It's not wise to be in a dangerous situation like this." "I'll wait for you in the car," Kingpin said sternly to the tattooed man. "Take care of him quickly." "Don't worry." The tattooed man revealed a cruel smile, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. "Let's go, Mr. Sloan." Kingpin turned to the black man beside him, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We'll wait in the car for good news." "Of course." Sloan nodded with a smile, completely unaware that Batman's appearance was not targeting Kingpin, but rather aimed directly at him. On the other side, the rabbit suit was rampaging through Hell's Kitchen like a frenzied beast. The henchmen armed with various weapons were easily sent flying by the rabbit suit, and their firearms posed no threat to it. Only heavy weaponry could potentially inflict some damage on the suit's formidable defenses. Unfortunately, any heavy weapons in Hell's Kitchen were stored in other locations, and the time it would take to retrieve and transport them to the battlefield was more than enough for the rabbit suit to incapacitate several henchmen. "Quick! Change weapons! Use armor-piercing rounds," someone shouted, clearly realizing their disadvantage as they rushed into the armory to switch to more lethal weaponry. However, it was already too late. Bang! 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 Under Anton's control, the rabbit suit barreled through, knocking out over 100 henchmen. Utilizing the shadows for cover and its powerful metallic fists, the rabbit suit moved as if in a no-man's land, while the damage inflicted by the henchmen was almost negligible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp throwing dart shot from a distance. Thwip! The dart accurately embedded itself in the joints of the rabbit suit's arms and legs. Boom! The next second, the dart exploded. The rabbit suit shook slightly, seemingly not affected too much, but Anton, far away in Los Angeles, received a message through the suit's feedback system. Rabbit suit, durability decreased by 3%, damage rate 5%. The explosive impact from the dart had caused some damage. Although the damage rate was minimal and didn't significantly affect the battle, it indicated that the person launching the dart was not someone comparable to the ordinary henchman Anton was currently facing. Oh! Through the rabbit suit's optics, Anton spotted the bald man who had thrown the dart. Just from the target tattoo on his forehead, Anton immediately recognized his identity. Target! Kingpin is indeed getting involved with the Brotherhood, Anton thought, surprised but not showing it. He had just interrogated a Brotherhood member he had dealt with at the Empire State Building and had gathered related intel. This was just confirmation. With calm confidence, he leaped into action, the heavy suit exhibiting remarkable agility as it swiftly charged toward the target. The target, of course, wasn't foolish enough to confront the rabbit suit head-on. Though he possessed decent combat skills, he knew his advantage lay in his exceptional dart-throwing abilities. He drew and released darts like a storm, simultaneously retreating, clearly unwilling to engage in close combat with the rabbit suit. However, his pupils suddenly constricted. Boom! The cannon on the rabbit suit's shoulder erupted with a dazzling light, and a powerful projectile shot forth like a released arrow, landing near the target. The deafening noise resonated throughout Hell's Kitchen, creating visible shockwaves in the air that rippled outward. The target was caught in the tremendous shockwave, unable to maintain his balance, and crashed heavily against the wall. Gray smoke quickly billowed up, shrouding the battlefield. Whoosh! As the smoke began to dissipate, a terrifying sound tore through the air, and a fist the size of a large pot slammed into the target's chest. Gah! The target involuntarily staggered back, crashing through the wall behind him and becoming buried under rubble and debris. His condition was dire as he widened his eyes and spat out blood, shocked at how quickly he had been defeated. Boss target! As the smoke cleared, the nearby henchman revealed expressions of terror upon witnessing the scene. Ugh! The target spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing himself to rise from the rubble. His eyes glinted with rage as he coldly stared at the rabbit suit. He held darts between his fingertips, seizing the moment when they were close enough to stab at the joints of the rabbit suit, hoping to use the same trick again. Clink, clink. However, as soon as he moved, his expression changed dramatically. The rabbit suit's shoulder-mounted rocket launchers rotated to aim directly at the target. This sight not only stunned the target but also caused the surrounding henchmen to hold their breath, stopping their actions and retreating, fearing they might provoke this armored behemoth. Rocket launchers were not toys to play around with. The previous explosion had occurred far from the crowd, and under Anton's special control, it hadn't caused any casualties. The henchmen thought they were lucky. But now, at this critical juncture, they were not willing to gamble their lives on luck. Seeing the target frozen in place, the rabbit suit emitted a disdainful snort from its speaker. Bang! Anton controlled the rabbit suit to punch the target senseless, then lifted the unconscious target and swiftly dashed into an interior corridor. Using infrared scanning, Anton did not pause at all, immediately locating a hidden room. However, the room was empty. Anton felt a slight disappointment in his heart, and then he punched through the wall of the hidden chamber, pursuing further. Outside Hell's Kitchen, a large, all-black armored vehicle was parked on the road. This vehicle was several sizes larger than a standard car, looking like a specially customized model that showcased its owner's status and identity. Kingpin, with his massive physique, sat inside the car, maintaining a dignified posture that exuded authority. Next to him, the normal-sized, somewhat stooped Sloane appeared as if he were in a small room. Mr. Fisk, I don't think I've ever heard of any grudge between you and Batman. Sloane suddenly broke the silence in the car, his tone revealing a hint of confusion. Aren't the newspapers calling him a superhero? Kingpin's expression was calm, his inner strength made him indifferent to those who hated him, and he certainly didn't care about anyone targeting him. He replied casually, many want to be heroes, and I have offended even more, so any grudge with him doesn't matter. What's important is that he's about to become an unwilling spirit under my vast empire. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure crashed down from above, landing heavily on the front of the oversized armored vehicle. Crack, crack, crack. The vehicle's hood caved in upon impact. However, this expensive vehicle, equipped with robust armor, sustained little damage to its overall structure. Inside the vehicle, Kingpin and Sloane jolted slightly from the tremor, staring at the shadow before the windshield, both with serious expressions. Batman. Kingpin spat the words through clenched teeth, tightening his fists. Of course, the vehicle was not only bulletproof but also soundproof. Fortunately, Anton understood lip reading, and when he saw the large man murmuring his name, he waved his hand, giving an unfriendly greeting. Then, Anton tossed the unconscious target aside and leaped into the air once more. Mid-flight, the cannons on his shoulders quickly adjusted their angle, targeting the windshield of the armored vehicle as flames erupted with a roar. Jim, it seems you've made up your mind. We warmly welcome you to join DC. After chatting briefly with Jim, Anton quickly finalized the operational processes for the DC company moving forward. Jim would naturally be responsible for the film aspects, while the award-winning screenwriter Browning Toby, with whom they had previously collaborated successfully, would take on the script writing. Anton would oversee the creative direction and overall strategy. In addition to film production, the DC company needed to continue recruiting various talents and aggressively expand into areas such as novels, comics, and anime. Anton also planned to launch a serialized novel forum on the official website of the Daily Bugle, dedicated to publishing stories about Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and other characters. As the user base grew over time, he intended to separate this forum into an independent platform for web literature, akin to the Chidian website in the Marvel Universe. This grand blueprint excited Jim, making his blood boil with enthusiasm. However, having been in Hollywood for many years, Jim had heard similar grand plans from others every year, but only a few managed to succeed. The only difference was that Anton possessed qualities those others lacked. First, Anton had already proven his talent with Shadow of the Night. Second, he had the backing of the Jameson family and owned the Daily Bugle, making him a media mogul. Compared to others, Anton's entry into the entertainment industry would not lead to culture shock, instead, he would thrive. Of course, Jim did not know that the development of the business was merely a trivial part of Anton's plans. What Anton truly aimed to achieve was to correspond with the fan values of the Justice League heroes. Currently, Batman had a fan value of 14.8 million,
while Superman, Wonder Woman, and The Flash all had a fan value of 0. In fact, apart from Batman, who was the primary template hero Anton had exchanged for, the other heroes had a big fat 0 for fan values. The fan values required to exchange for the remaining heroes were 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million, and even 100 million. Anton knew full well that Batman's original value was 50 million, but the system had given him a discount, reducing it to 9.98 million, which was already a significant concession.
Let's go, workers! Anton was filled with ambition and motivation.
Jim, seeing his demeanor, believed he was filled with hope for the future, and he couldn't help but feel excited as well.
If Anton's ambitions came true, based on his promises to Jim, he could at least become a billionaire.
If they successfully went public, becoming the largest entertainment company in the world would not be beyond reach.
Anton, you can count on me. I will not let you down.
Jim patted his chest and vowed earnestly.
Anton looked confused, not understanding why Jim suddenly said that.
Finally, in a friendly atmosphere, the celebration party concluded successfully.
Anton awoke alone in the room, secretly regretting not having found an actress to exact some revenge last night.
He went downstairs to eat the breakfast prepared early by the servants and then ran into Betty.
Betty gave him a strange look.
"What's up?" Anton shrugged. "Betty, you've seen my handsome face before, just say what you need to say."
Betty said, "You must not have seen this morning's New York news." Anton replied, "Why would I bother with that?"
Betty continued, "Last night, Batman appeared in New York and successfully captured the leader of the assassin organization known as the Brotherhood, along with its key members. He also caught a notorious mob enforcer, a man nicknamed Target."
"Isn't that great?" Anton swallowed a sandwich, feeling exceptionally pleased. "I've finally cleared my name regarding being Batman. I am who I am, I'm Anton."
"Maybe," Betty shrugged. She also felt a bit perplexed by all these events.
But even if Anton wasn't Batman, everyone knew his connection to Batman was undeniable.
"Alright, let Jim handle things here in Los Angeles. He will be responsible for preparing the second Batman movie, The Dark Knight. Meanwhile, we should head back to New York to prepare for some other matters."
After finishing breakfast, Anton waved to Betty, "Get my plane ready."
"Sorry, you fired all the staff on the plane yesterday, so the plane can't take off now." This time, Betty shrugged, showing a helpless expression.
"What? Didn't I tell you to wait and fire them later?" Anton's face darkened, revealing his capitalist nature as he huffed, "Your bonus for this month is gone."
In New York, the news of Batman's reappearance had spread through every street and alley. Even though he had only made a brief appearance, everyone in Batman's base of operations knew his name. Even those who didn't like Batman had to follow the trend. This is what is known as herd mentality. According to the Daily Bugle's report, Batman had taken down an assassin organization called the Brotherhood, directly capturing its leader and key members. At the same time, during the capture, he also apprehended a notorious mob enforcer known as Target and delivered him to the NYPD. Though the NYPD had not responded, the colorful photos on the front page of the newspaper had made it an undeniable fact. Alongside the news published by the Daily Bugle was a photograph of Police Chief George Stacy with Batman. As the chief of police in New York, George Stacy had never been this famous before. He had appeared in newspapers, but being hounded by reporters as he was now was unprecedented. Today, he had just arrived at work, and before he could park his car, a swarm of reporters recognized his license plate and chased after him with various questions about Batman.
Has the NYPD formed a partnership with Batman? Is Batman considered an illegal vigilante? Will the NYPD grant Batman law enforcement powers? Or are you planning to arrest him?
Overwhelmed by the questions, George Stacy threw out a quick no comment and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, rushing into the police station. What they didn't know was that in a high-rise in Manhattan, two individuals were discussing Batman. Many believe Batman's identity is Anton Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle and grandson of Jonah Jameson, Wesley said.
After our investigation, we also think Anton is Batman. However, last night Anton was in Los Angeles while Batman was still in New York, so we ruled out Anton's identity. Currently, we have not found any other leads. Of course, it's certain that Batman is closely related to Anton from the Daily Bugle. Kingpin, upon hearing this, was extremely dissatisfied, glaring angrily at his subordinate. So you're saying you found nothing?
Suppressing his anger that was almost bubbling over, he spoke each word carefully. What you just said is nonsense. I want the real identity of Batman.
Wesley Welch swallowed hard. As Kingpin's capable assistant, he rarely showed signs of tension. Once this happened, it indicated that Kingpin's emotions were on the verge of spiraling out of control. In such moments, anything he said or did would be futile.
Anton definitely knows Batman's identity, Wesley said, sweating profusely.
Then go and bring him in, Kingpin spoke slowly, his tone filled with undeniable authority.
I only want results, don't disappoint me, Wesley.
Ultimately, Anton and Betty booked 2 plane tickets and embarked on their journey back to New York. As for the private jet, they planned to bring it back once they hired new staff, as Anton likely wouldn't be making frequent trips between the 2 cities in the near future. Upon exiting the airport, they were met by reporters who had been tipped off in advance and were waiting at the entrance.
As usual, the American Airlines had no sense of decorum.
Fortunately, Anton had prepared for this. He had contacted the relevant personnel ahead of time to keep the reporters at bay. Although he was no longer viewed as Batman, it was well known that even if he wasn't Batman, his connection to the Dark Knight was significant enough to attract the journalists' attention.
Moreover, as a rising director in Hollywood, the news of his newly established company couldn't escape the scrutiny of the tabloids. After Tony Stark's disappearance, Anton had become the prime target for entertainment gossip columns as a new affluent heir. Even his long-abandoned Twitter account had amassed millions of followers. Of course, this was still far behind Tony Stark's tens of millions of followers, but it was noteworthy that Anton's follower count had skyrocketed within just a month. In a way, his rapid rise to fame could rival that of some Hollywood stars. Anton, did you know Batman was in New York last night? Anton, can you tell us about your relationship with Batman? A barrage of questions flooded Anton's ears like a tidal wave. He let out a resigned sigh. After several minutes, he finally got into the SUV sent by the Daily Bugle. Whoosh! The car sped away, quickly leaving the airport behind. Although the reporters felt somewhat frustrated, they still had something to show for their efforts. They could return home and craft a gossip piece. Severely injured the Brotherhood, captured target, reward, 4 million justice points. Current justice points, 6 million.
Sitting in the SUV, Anton appeared to be resting his eyes, but in reality, he was reviewing system notifications in his mind. He had spent 8 million points to exchange for the rabbit suit, and now he had managed to regain half of that in justice points, leaving him feeling that he had not incurred any real loss but rather made a profit. With 6 million justice points remaining, he could exchange for another special suit. However, he had no intention of doing so at the moment. Justice points were best saved unless absolutely necessary. When the time was right, he preferred to make a significant leap, akin to transforming a regular vehicle into a sports car. If he could acquire the Hellbat or the Ultimate Armor, he was confident he could break out of Earth and challenge Thanos in the cosmos, provided Thanos didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet. Such an item was practically a bug, making it unreasonable in any universe. It was akin to the Dragon Balls in Dragon Ball, which could grant any wish. This kind of operation, governed by rules, could best be described using the term bug. Before long, the car drove out of the airport. After finishing his thoughts, Anton opened his eyes and looked out the window. After a moment, he frowned slightly, sensing something was off. He noticed a black car closely following the SUV they were in. Anton was certain he hadn't misjudged. Based on the experience he inherited from Bruce Wayne, the movement of that black car clearly indicated that it was following. This was clearly a premeditated action. Who could it be? Several names flashed through Anton's mind, but he couldn't pinpoint who might be tailing him. The only group that could possibly trouble him, the Life Foundation, was currently in turmoil, negotiating a buyout with Oscorp. Could it be someone he had crossed paths with while acting as Batman, now entangled in this mess? Kingpin? The thought crossed his mind. At that moment, the car turned onto a narrow, deserted road, a perfect opportunity for the pursuing vehicle to strike. Stop! Anton suddenly spoke, his tone serious and unwavering. Screech! The driver naturally obeyed the boss's order and slammed on the brakes. Betty looked at Anton, perplexed. What's going on? Nothing, Anton waved his hand dismissively. Just let me handle this. I have some business to deal with. He glanced at the approaching black car, speaking calmly. Betty furrowed her brow, watching Anton's silhouette and then glancing back at the slowly moving black vehicle, feeling a sense of unease. Anton, what's happening? It's nothing. Anton waved his hand again without turning around. Just do as I say, hurry up and leave. I'm your boss. Go! Betty knew something was off, but she chose to trust Anton. She told the driver, "Drive away quickly." The driver also sensed something was wrong, hesitating for a moment before stepping on the gas, leaving the narrow road. Swoosh! The black car behind the SUV came to a stop right in front of Anton. A group of burly men got out of the car. Surprising, isn't it? You voluntarily walked right into our hands. The leader of the group revealed a sinister smile and said, "I hope you can cooperate with our actions. Otherwise, we can't guarantee whether this genius director will leave here with all his limbs intact." "Are you with Kingpin?" Anton glanced at him and suddenly asked. The men in front froze. Without needing them to respond, Anton already had his answer. Without any hesitation, he abruptly delivered a knee strike to the groin of the burly man in front of him. The man twisted his face in pain, howling and crouching on the ground, clutching his injured area and unable to move. "Move! Quick, move! Grab him! Don't use guns, we need him alive." As the burly leader screamed out orders with a twisted expression, the remaining henchmen quickly retrieved their weapons from the car and charged toward the unarmed Anton. Seeing this, Anton not only did not back down but actively moved forward to meet them. Bang! 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 In just a few punches and kicks, he knocked all the henchmen to the ground. Then, he picked up a metal baseball bat and gently tapped it against the groin of the burly man he had just struck, displaying a helpless expression. "Kingpin really underestimated me, sending such lowlifes to kidnap me." From Kingpin's actions, Anton inferred that Kingpin had not taken him seriously. He felt he was certainly entangled in the mess created by his role as Batman, as everyone believed that even if he wasn't Batman, he must know his identity. The burly man swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Anton, who appeared to be a weakling in the data, lacking interest in sports or fitness, would possess such terrifying fighting skills. "No need to say anything, I don't want to hear it." Anton's expression hardened as he swung the baseball bat forcefully against the man's head. Bang! The burly man's head burst open, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Anton remained expressionless. He wasn't worried that this blow would kill the man. He controlled his strength, ensuring he wouldn't deliver a fatal strike. If all went well, this man would be bedridden for a year or so, perhaps with some lasting aftereffects. If he was unlucky, he might spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair or on a hospital bed. While Batman never killed, his methods for dealing with criminals were far more ruthless than those of ordinary heroes. Only the Joker and his ilk, with the supreme backing of editors and loyal readers, could repeatedly escape Batman's cruel measures. It was well known that not killing was Batman's bottom line. But as long as he didn't break that line, what difference did it make what he did? Then, with the terrified gazes of the fallen henchmen upon him, Anton coldly chuckled and delivered a finishing blow to each of them. He then stepped over the unconscious bodies, casually took one man's cap, and put it on before driving off in the black car that the henchmen had arrived in, leaving behind a scene that resembled a fierce and one-sided fight. At the entrance of the Continental Hotel, as soon as Anton approached, he spotted the familiar black receptionist directing renovation workers in transforming the hotel's decor. Previously, when he had swept through the Continental Hotel as Batman, the place had been left in shambles, with numerous assassins locked away in nearby prisons, while only a few managed to escape justice. This black receptionist was one of those survivors. Upon seeing Anton, the receptionist immediately recalled the fear he had experienced not long ago, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly composed himself and said respectfully, "Mr. Anton, this way please. Mr. Winston is in the top office of the hotel, I'm sure he'll be very pleased to see you." "Where is the enforcer?" Anton replied, tossing the car keys he held to the receptionist. "Get rid of this car for me. The enforcer is in room 213. If you need, I can call her for you," the receptionist offered. "Tell her to meet me in Winston's office," Anton instructed. After this brief exchange, the receptionist took the keys and watched as Anton walked upstairs without looking back. Once Anton was out of sight, he let out a long sigh, feeling the tension in his heart ease significantly. He knew Anton's identity and didn't dare show any signs of negligence. The image of Batman that night, resembling a demon from hell, had left a deep mark on him. Once upstairs, Anton was met by Winston, who had come to greet him. Clearly, during Anton's ascent, the black receptionist had already informed Winston of his arrival. "Mr. Anton, welcome back to the Continental Hotel," Winston said with a smile, shaking his hand. This time, his demeanor was much more natural and no longer frantic. Anton and the high table had established a certain level of cooperation, and Batman was no longer considered an enemy but rather a friend who fought alongside him. The losses endured by the Continental Hotel had been entirely compensated since the moment Sloane and the key members of the Brotherhood were arrested by the police. Without Winston, the collaboration between the High Table and Batman would not have been possible. In a way, Winston had made an indelible contribution to the High Table's campaign against the Brotherhood. "The enforcer will arrive shortly," Winston said with a smile. "Before that, I have a question." Anton sat opposite Winston, locking eyes with him as he spoke slowly. "What do you think of Hell's Kitchen?" "Hell's Kitchen?" Winston's gaze flickered slightly. "That's a neighborhood full of troublemakers. Is it really just that simple?" Anton crossed his legs, picking up on the insincerity in Winston's expression. "Having such a group of troublemakers nearby must be quite unsettling for you." Winston narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that? Don't play dumb with me, you know exactly what I'm talking about." "Winston, I'm sure you know better than I do how I brought Sloane and Target to the police from Kingpin." "There's no hesitation in that process," Anton stated bluntly. "If I'm going to deal with Kingpin, the Continental Hotel must cooperate with my actions." He paused, glancing at the cold-faced enforcer, Aisha Kate, who had just entered the room, and added, "Including the High Table, all of you must cooperate with me." Meanwhile, at Fisk Industries in Manhattan, in a certain office. Bang! Someone was throwing things in a fit of rage, clearly furious. Notably, it wasn't Kingpin who was angry but his capable assistant, Wesley. "He got away?" Wesley exclaimed, his heart racing as he recalled the news he had just received, fearful that Kingpin would learn of this. He understood that if Kingpin found out he had messed up, he wouldn't escape unscathed. He was well aware that Batman had thoroughly offended their boss during that night's confrontation. Not only did he escape, but our men are all in the hospital. 2 of them are fully paralyzed, and the rest will be bedridden for a year and a half. "Is this how you handle things for me?" Wesley felt the urge to pull out a knife and eliminate the henchman in front of him. "Mr. Wesley, we underestimated him. Please give us another chance," the henchman stammered, trembling in fear, looking as helpless as Wesley would in front of Kingpin. "Then gather more men, find him, and extract Batman's identity from him," Wesley said, speaking each word with authority. "Understood," the henchman quickly nodded. "Also, how's the situation with Target? Has the police cleared his bail process?" Wesley asked. "Almost there," the henchman replied. "Target has no criminal record, although everyone knows he's an assassin. There's no solid evidence to convict him, so he'll be released soon." "Very good." Wesley sighed in relief, this was finally some good news. He waved his hand to dismiss the henchman, then sat back in his chair, anxiously pondering how to deal with Kingpin's fury now that the plan had fallen through. "The High Table agrees to cooperate with your actions," Aisha confirmed, not disappointing Anton, then glanced at Winston. "When necessary, we will send assassins. The intelligence will be handled by the Continental Hotel." "Pleasure doing business," Anton replied calmly, having anticipated this outcome. Although he had only recently established a partnership with the High Table, as long as they still had ambitions in New York, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to expand. Hell's Kitchen. This was a massive prize. If the High Table could successfully swallow Hell's Kitchen, the Continental Hotel would become the new king of New York's underground world. "One thing I must emphasize in advance," Aisha said seriously, just as he had expected. "Once Kingpin falls, his territory will belong to the High Table." "I'm not interested in Hell's Kitchen," Anton waved his hand dismissively. "I'm only interested in sending Kingpin to prison." "Prison?" Aisha recalled Batman's principles and shrugged. "I can't deny that your no-kill principle isn't indecisive, it's just somewhat unnecessary. You can't be unaware of what happens to these people once they enter prison. At the very least, the High Table has already begun taking action against Sloane and won't give the remaining Brotherhood members any chances. By tomorrow at the latest, Sloane will suddenly die in prison." "Speaking of Kingpin, I have someone in mind," Winston interjected, having seen that the two had reached an agreement. "Daredevil, have you heard of him?" "Daredevil?" Aisha, who possessed a wealth of intelligence, was familiar with New York and squinted slightly. "The vigilante who only operates in Hell's Kitchen and is at odds with Kingpin?" "Exactly," Winston replied. "If we're going to deal with Kingpin, he would be more than willing to join us." He paused and looked at Anton. "Especially at Batman's invitation." "Leave that to me." Anton nodded in agreement. "I'll find him and invite him to join us." Daredevil, or Matt Murdock, a blind lawyer and Kingpin's archenemy, came to Anton's mind as he recalled information about him. He had to admit that Winston, the old fox, had put forth a great suggestion. After finishing his conversation with Aisha and Winston, Anton slowly left the Continental Hotel and returned to the Daily Bugle. "Anton, are you all right?" Betty was anxiously waiting at the entrance, her face filled with concern. She had been prepared to call the police if Anton didn't show up for a long time, especially since he had appeared somewhat off when he got out of the car. In retrospect, she realized that the black car that had approached and followed their SUV was definitely suspicious. "I'm perfectly fine," Anton replied with a smile, waving his hand reassuringly. "Betty, don't worry about me, you should focus more on others." He paused for a moment and then asked, "Where's Eddie?" "He's in the office." Betty pointed to the room behind her. Creak. Anton gently pushed open the office door and saw Eddie going through some documents. "Anton, you're back." Eddie greeted him without showing any surprise, instead smiling as he said, "The paper sold exceptionally well today, exceeding expectations. I'm sure you'll double my bonus. If you hadn't taken those photos of Batman on my orders, I might consider doubling your bonus." Anton shrugged and sat down in front of Eddie. "You should know that I caught someone named Target." "Yeah, I know," Eddie nodded. "From what I understand, there's more to this Target than meets the eye." Anton stated, "He works for Kingpin." "Kingpin? The boss of Hell's Kitchen?" Eddie pondered for a moment. "Honestly, I'm not very familiar with him, but when I was a reporter in New York, I encountered many people from Hell's Kitchen, and they all spoke of Kingpin in hushed tones." "Then you definitely don't know that Kingpin's real name is Wilson Fisk," Anton revealed. "That powerful tycoon with huge influence in real estate and energy?" Eddie was genuinely surprised. "He's the underground emperor of New York, even the whole country? That's really unexpected." Anton crossed his arms, maintaining a calm demeanor as he said, "You need to know that Batman capturing Target has offended Kingpin. Therefore, our current target is Fisk Industries. We need to gather evidence of Kingpin's crimes as quickly as possible to send him to the prison that suits him best. That's what we need to do next." "Understood." Eddie nodded in agreement immediately. "I'll start investigating Fisk Industries right away, and I'll inform you at the first sign of any news." "Great." Anton nodded in satisfaction. After work, Anton and Eddie found a place to have drinks together, parting ways only late into the night. Eddie went to meet his old contacts in New York to begin investigating Kingpin's crimes, while Anton headed toward his destination, Hell's Kitchen. Though Hell's Kitchen spanned only a small 8 blocks, the depth of its crime was likely greater than that of 8 Satans combined. Especially at night, it was a gathering place for all sorts of unsavory characters, making it a veritable paradise for scum. Setting aside the rabbit suits action from the previous night, this was Anton's first formal visit to this notorious and gang-ridden area. He looked around, sensing the lingering smell of alcohol and drugs in the air. However, his purpose wasn't to cleanse the area of its crime but to find someone. The blind lawyer, known as Daredevil, was quite famous in Hell's Kitchen, and many people knew him. He was recognized as a good person. As Anton pondered, he stood at the street corner, watching the incessant flow of traffic, waiting for a long time. Finally, a man wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane approached slowly from the corner. Tap, tap, tap. The blind man lightly tapped his cane as he walked forward, while Anton quietly followed him, resembling a criminal stealthily tailing his target. However, instead of following a woman, he was tailing a man, which sounded even creepier. When the two turned into a dark, narrow, and deserted alley. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind rushed from behind, aimed at Anton entering the alley. Anton reacted quickly, slightly shifting his step to skillfully evade the cane swinging toward his head. He then stepped forward, pushing back the blind man before sending a fist up like lightning, striking the blind man's chest with force. Staggering back. The blind man was pushed a few steps back by the punch, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Although he was blind, all his attention was focused on the enemy in front of him. He could sense that he was facing a man, and a relatively young one at that, whose skills were quite formidable. "Who are you? This place doesn't belong to you," the blind man asked in a low voice. Growing up in Hell's Kitchen, he was certain he had never seen this person before and had the vague feeling that this enemy did not originate from Hell's Kitchen. "Daredevil, nice to meet you." To his surprise, the young man in front of him confidently stated his long-hidden identity. The next words from this young man left him in shock. "I'm Batman. I remember that the Batman novel was also released in Braille. If you know the content, you can call me Bruce Wayne as well." Anton looked at the blind man, flashing a smile as if he had found a kindred spirit. That brief exchange had given him a rough idea of the blind man's combat abilities. In a way, Daredevil was like a practitioner who had broken the human limits, sharing some similarities with Bruce Wayne. Batman? The blind man was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. Batman, the one who had just made a name for himself by sweeping through the Continental Hotel, defeating the Life Foundation in San Francisco, and leaving Kingpin in a bind, was standing right in front of him. How do I know you're not lying to me? The blind man could hear Anton's heartbeat, indicating no signs of deceit, but his experience as a lawyer made him aware that deceptive reactions could be deliberately masked with preparation, so he didn't dare to easily trust a stranger. Snap! Anton snapped his fingers, and suddenly his armor appeared with a flourish. He smiled and said, "This entrance should be impossible to imitate, right? Batman, it really is you." The blind man was astonished. He had lost his sight as a child due to exposure to radioactive materials spilled from a truck, but this had inadvertently enhanced his other senses, granting him supersensory abilities. Due to his father's death and childhood experiences, he had become a powerful warrior. His super senses were exceptional, allowing him to create a radar-like mental map through sound waves to perceive changes in the environment. Because of this, he was extremely shocked by Anton's transformation, murmuring in an uncertain tone, "How did you find me?" Anton straightforwardly replied, "In Hell's Kitchen, there's only one blind lawyer, Matt Murdock. You're not hard to find. Finding out my identity and locating me really isn't that difficult," Matt said after a moment of silence, then led the way. "This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go to my place, Batman." "I'd be honored." The two walked into a very simply decorated house. The interior was spacious but contained all the essentials, with a sack hanging from the ceiling and several fitness equipment scattered around, indicating this was where Matt exercised. Additionally, Anton quickly noticed that something felt off about the space. Behind one of the walls, there should be a hidden room where Matt likely stored his Daredevil gear. "Batman, I don't understand why you're looking for me?" Matt asked as he poured Anton a glass of water, then sat across from him, calm despite the situation. "You know, I made Kingpin suffer a significant loss and sent Target to the police, so Kingpin will definitely retaliate against me. In fact, he has already begun to act," Anton said with casual confidence, then directly transitioned to the main topic, inviting, "Before things get worse, I've decided to take action first and send him to prison as well. So, what do you say, Matt? Are you interested in joining our side?" "Sending Kingpin to prison is much more difficult than simply killing him," Matt said evenly. As Kingpin's longtime adversary, he was well aware of Kingpin's true identity. Wilson Fisk, a real estate magnate and energy tycoon born and raised in Hell's Kitchen, was involved in various industries and was an extremely successful businessman. Moreover, his underlings were spread throughout the underground world, with nearly 40% of crime in the US linked to him. Whether it was taking down a drug lab, stopping a smuggling operation, or capturing gang members, all of these actions could encroach upon Kingpin's empire. Especially in New York, where he could almost control everything, trivial charges held no weight against him, while the serious crimes that could lead to a conviction lacked any solid evidence. This was the difficulty in sending him to prison. "Perhaps you don't know, but the target you sent to the police station tonight will be released by tomorrow night," Matt said, his blind eyes looking at Anton through his sunglasses. "The police can't convict him. Although everyone knows he's an assassin, they just can't find evidence of his murders. That's Kingpin's power." "Target? If I caught him once, I can catch him a second time," Anton replied dismissively. "Is this your no-kill principle?" Matt asked. "Isn't it easier to just kill him than to send him to prison?" From this statement, it was clear that Matt had some understanding of Batman. "Not killing is my bottom line, but keeping my enemies alive only subjects them to more suffering," Anton said. "Even if you send Kingpin to prison, another Kingpin will emerge," Matt countered, shifting his tone. "What are you planning to do?" Anton explained, "The High Table is my partner. Once Kingpin falls, the High Table will take over Hell's Kitchen. The High Table is an organization that follows rules. If you understand it, you would know that when they enter Hell's Kitchen, it won't be any more corrupt than during Kingpin's time." "You have a point," Matt said after a moment of silence. Out of hatred for Kingpin, he would rather see another organization rise in Hell's Kitchen than have Kingpin continue to hold power. He stood up and extended his hand toward Anton. "Pleasure doing business." "Pleasure doing business," Anton replied, shaking his hand with a smile. After establishing their partnership, the two continued to talk for a while. Anton gathered a lot of intelligence about Kingpin from Matt.
What surprised him most was that Kingpin's source of weapons was Stark Industries. Tony Stark probably looks down on this revenue, but as a weapons giant, Stark Industries is run by a reckless playboy who focuses solely on inventions and lacks management skills, which has allowed many parasites to thrive within. Currently, I only know that most of Kingpin's weapons come from Stark Industries, but I haven't figured out who specifically is trading with him. I can only confirm that it must be a high-ranking individual, Matt said. Stark Industries, Anton stroked his chin, a figure coming to mind. He had initially planned to leave this matter for Tony to handle upon his return, but now it seemed that he might have to address it before Tony Stark came back. Do you have a lead? Matt caught the subtle change in Anton's words and felt a stir in his heart. Yes, I do have some clues, Anton admitted with a nod. Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries. That old man is no good. But I can't yet confirm if he's the one trading weapons with Kingpin. Obadiah Stane? If it is him, that would make sense, Matt nodded. Leave this matter to me to investigate. As for you, continue searching for evidence of Kingpin's crimes, Anton instructed. Once you find enough evidence, that will be the best time to strike at Kingpin. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Understood, Matt replied. Let's stay in touch. Okay. Anton then said goodbye to Matt. He left Hell's Kitchen and pulled out his phone, seeing a message from Eddie. He met up with Eddie on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. How's your progress? Anton greeted Eddie. I ran into an old friend, Ben Urich. He and I are colleagues, working at different media outlets, and he's keen on taking down criminals, Eddie said with a smile. Coincidentally, he's also investigating Kingpin right now. Any leads from him? Anton asked. His findings are much bigger than we anticipated, Eddie chuckled. You definitely need to double my bonus this time. Come on, you're already a millionaire. The next day, the Daily Bugle initiated an offensive. Underworld Emperor, Kingpin and his underground kingdom. The headline and content were based on real information that Eddie and the Daily Bugle staff had worked late into the night to compile. It revealed Kingpin's true identity, Wilson Fisk, a wealthy real estate and energy tycoon with investments across multiple sectors, making him one of the top billionaires. No one expected that this guy was also involved in the underworld. Although the newspaper didn't provide specific charges or evidence against Kingpin, it thoroughly exposed his background. Wilson Fisk grew up in Hell's Kitchen, his father a minor gang leader who was killed in a gang shootout. For young, rebellious Wilson, his father's death didn't bring him much grief, instead, it deepened his understanding of the law of the jungle. From that moment on, he harbored ambitions of establishing his own underworld empire. Driven by this goal, Wilson joined the New York mob, committing heinous acts, and eventually ascended to the throne of the gang leaders. Yet, this didn't satisfy him. Nearly mad, Wilson used his innate evil mind to conduct a purge of other gangs, ultimately securing control over the gangs in New York and across the U.S. Wilson's underworld empire evolved from a dream into a reality. Since then, he had hidden his true identity and adopted the name Kingpin. By day, he was a successful businessman and philanthropist in New York. By night, he was the underground emperor of New York and the U.S., wielding immense power. It was quite an inspiring story. However, the biggest problem was that Kingpin had embarked on an irretrievable path. With the Daily Bugle's current credibility, coupled with the well-known close relationship between Batman and the Daily Bugle, people had no doubt about the authenticity of the report. Internet users even discovered that one of the individuals arrested by Batman during his operation a few nights ago, Target, was indeed Kingpin's subordinate. This indicated that Batman had crossed paths with Kingpin. Furthermore, the resourceful internet users learned that, due to the lack of evidence from the police, Target had been released without conviction. This left those in the know shocked, and the NYPD was subsequently trending for all the wrong reasons. George Stacy, as the police chief, bore the brunt of the backlash, facing immense pressure. Bastard! He gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, in the Fisk Industries building in Manhattan, Wilson Fisk, or rather, Kingpin, shared a similar expression with George Stacy, filled with rage. This is how you handle things for me? Kingpin glared at the henchman in front of him, clenching his fists, barely containing his urge to slap the man. I didn't expect him to dare do this. Wesley trembled as he spoke. Release Target and let him take out Anton. Kingpin commanded expressionlessly. Also, send a lawyer's letter to the Daily Bugle. I don't want any more negative reports about me circulating online. Make sure the other media companies don't fan the flames. I want them on our side. Do you understand what I mean?
Wesley nodded quickly. I've already arranged it.
These media companies are smart, they won't cause us trouble. He paused for a moment before adding, as for the Daily Bugle, I'll make sure they understand the might of Kingpin.
Don't disappoint me again, Wesley.
Kingpin glared fiercely at Wesley, who felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down as he dared not meet his boss's gaze.
Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Kingpin's personal phone rang.
Upon seeing the caller ID, he furrowed his brow and pressed the answer button.
A few seconds later, his expression changed dramatically, rage igniting in his eyes. Wesley sensed something was amiss.
This time, Kingpin's fury was more intense than he had ever seen, and New York was likely on the brink of chaos. At the Daily Bugle, Anton and Eddie were eagerly refreshing online comments about Kingpin. Clearly, the public sentiment was heavily in their favor, thanks to the Daily Bugle's long-established media credibility, which made people more willing to believe their reports. In this atmosphere, Kingpin's true nature was thoroughly exposed. He could no longer present himself as a hypocritical businessman and philanthropist. For Anton and his team, this was just the first step in striking Kingpin. The next task was to find substantial evidence of his crimes and send him to prison, ensuring he would never rise again. This was somewhat similar to handling the Life Foundation, but not entirely the same. The Life Foundation had self-destructed, while Kingpin was cunning and shrewd, never seeking his own demise, making it much more challenging to deal with him. Ben has already gone to verify his suspicions, Eddie suddenly said. Once we have results, we can immediately announce Kingpin's crimes, turning him into a criminal. At that point, when the walls start to crumble, it won't matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to retain his freedom. The Ben he mentioned was Ben Urich, the fellow journalist he had referred to last night, who was keen on taking down criminals. Ben was well aware of Kingpin's immense power, so he was willing to collaborate with the Daily Bugle, especially with someone like Eddie, whom he knew well.
Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Anton felt confident as the progress had been unusually smooth. Kingpin is the one who killed his father, that's a certainty.
Why are you so sure? Eddie asked, surprised. Because a naturally evil guy like Kingpin is capable of anything, even at just a teenager, Anton replied, his words laden with meaning. In truth, this was not entirely true. The real reason was that he had seen related plots in his previous life. There were movies and TV shows featuring Daredevil, where Kingpin was a major antagonist. In various adaptations, Kingpin often appeared, as his original comic book portrayal established him as the emperor of the underworld in New York and even across the US, drawing the ire of numerous superheroes like the Punisher, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Fantastic Four. From this perspective, it wasn't surprising for Kingpin to appear in any superhero version, only that the specific setup varied each time. However, when Ben Urich relayed through Eddie that Kingpin's father might not have died in a street brawl but by Kingpin's own hand, Anton became convinced of the story's version. There was a high possibility that in this world, Kingpin was indeed a patricide, driven by the fact that his father abused his mother, leading Kingpin to take action against him. His mother would naturally side with her son, helping him cover up the truth and claiming that Kingpin's father died in a street fight. In Hell's Kitchen, daily deaths from street brawls were common, and the living were indifferent to the dead. The police certainly wouldn't care about the deceased in Hell's Kitchen. This was a flawless excuse. To verify this fact, Ben Urich had tracked down Kingpin's mother at a private nursing home in the suburbs of New York, confident that he could get answers from her. In the suburbs of New York, at a private nursing home. Ben Urich exited the nursing home with excitement, clearly having received the answers he sought. However, the only regret was that Kingpin's mother had begun to show signs of dementia, with her moments of clarity becoming rare, leaving Ben somewhat helpless. If it weren't for this, he might have extracted more information. After all, as Kingpin's mother, Ben didn't expect her to testify in court. The words of such an elderly person wouldn't be accepted in a courtroom. Even so, Kingpin's invincible image had begun to crack. This news is significant. Ben pulled out his phone, eager to tell Eddie that his suspicions had been confirmed, but then he saw a black car driving up to the nursing home. An unexpected figure appeared, Kingpin. Ben's eyes widened as he realized Kingpin seemed to sense his presence and slowly walked toward him, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that felt palpable, making it hard to breathe. This was the aura of the underground world, the emperor of the underworld. Ben Urich, Kingpin's face twisted in a snarl, devoid of any hint of a smile, his heart filled with swelling rage. Clearly, Ben's actions had crossed his line. Just as Ben felt his body freeze under Kingpin's pressure, about to face a brutal beating, a red figure suddenly lunged in like lightning. Daredevil! Kingpin recognized the familiar face and was momentarily surprised.
He sneered and said, "I didn't expect to see you in broad daylight. It seems you'll go to any lengths to deal with me. Kingpin, your identity has been exposed. Do you still have the heart to target innocent people?" Matt, now in his daredevil guise, locked onto Kingpin's location with his acute hearing.
He turned to Ben and urged, "Get out of here."
"Right."
Ben recognized Daredevil from Eddie's previous mentions, knowing he was there to confront Kingpin.
Following Eddie's cryptic words from last night, he believed Daredevil was on his side and quickly turned to flee.
At that moment, Kingpin waved his hand, and his henchman immediately pursued Ben. To Kingpin's surprise, Daredevil did not move to follow Ben but instead kept his focus on Kingpin, seemingly unconcerned for Ben's safety. Kingpin didn't mind this. He tightened his grip on his cane, his expression icy as his massive frame loomed like a mountain, crashing toward Matt, who was in the form of Daredevil.
"This time, you won't escape, Daredevil."
Matt pulled out his billy club, and the two exceptional fighters, nearing human limits, engaged in an intense battle. Not far from them, Ben had just taken a few steps when he was quickly caught up by Kingpin's henchmen, cornered in an alley with nowhere to run. Just as Ben felt trapped and hopeless, a group of men in black with stern expressions emerged from the side alleys, immediately opening fire on the pursuing henchmen.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Ben stared in shock at the bodies falling in pools of blood before him, reminiscent of Eddie's words from the night before.
"Working with us won't let you down," Eddie had said. "We have personnel configurations you can't even imagine. It's like divine intervention. Kingpin is finished." "Is this divine intervention?" Ben murmured to himself.
On the other side, at the Daily Bugle, Anton received the news. Indeed, Kingpin has discovered Ben's actions, and he's already at the nursing home. Anton read the report and, seeing Eddie's worried expression, reassured him, "Don't worry, Daredevil and the High Tables people are with Ben.
He'll be fine.
You should think about how we're going to deal with the assassins Kingpin sends to the Daily Bugle to take us out." "Leave it to me," Eddie nodded, a disdainful sneer on his lips. "It's been several days since I transformed. It's time for New York to know the name Venom."
"Oh?"
The voice of Venom suddenly echoed in his mind.
"Finally, can I eat some bad guys?"
"New York isn't as you described. You told me there are bad guys everywhere."
"Let Target go and have him take out Anton," Kingpin ordered expressionlessly.
"Additionally, send a lawyer's letter to the Daily Bugle.
I don't want any more negative reports about me circulating online.
Make sure the other media companies don't fan the flames. I want them on our side."
"Do you understand what I mean?" Wesley nodded quickly. "I've already arranged that."
"These media companies are smart, they won't cause us trouble." He paused for a moment before adding, "As for the Daily Bugle, I'll make sure they understand the might of Kingpin."
"Don't let me down again, Wesley."
Kingpin glared fiercely at Wesley, who felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling as he dared not meet his boss's gaze.
Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Kingpin's personal phone rang.
Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed, and after pressing the answer button, his expression changed dramatically within seconds, rage igniting in his eyes.
Wesley sensed something was amiss. This time, Kingpin's anger was more intense than he had ever seen, and New York was likely on the brink of chaos. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, Anton and Eddie were eagerly refreshing online comments about Kingpin.
Clearly, the public sentiment was heavily in their favor, thanks to the Daily Bugle's long-established credibility, which made people more willing to believe their reports. In this atmosphere, Kingpin's true nature was fully exposed. He could no longer present himself as a hypocritical businessman and philanthropist. For Anton and his team, this was just the first step in striking Kingpin. The next task was to find substantial evidence of his crimes and send him to prison, ensuring he would never rise again. This was somewhat similar to handling the Life Foundation, but not entirely the same. The Life Foundation had self-destructed, while Kingpin was cunning and shrewd, never seeking his own demise, making it much more challenging to deal with him. "Ben has already gone to verify his suspicions," Eddie suddenly said. "Once we have results, we can immediately announce Kingpin's crimes, turning him into a criminal. At that point, when the walls start to crumble, it won't matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to retain his freedom." The Ben he mentioned was Ben Urich, the fellow journalist he had referred to last night, who was keen on taking down criminals. Ben was well aware of Kingpin's immense power, so he was willing to collaborate with the Daily Bugle, especially with someone like Eddie, whom he knew well.
"Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." Anton felt confident as the progress had been unusually smooth. "Kingpin is the one who killed his father, that's a certainty. Why are you so sure? Eddie asked, surprised. Because a naturally evil guy like Kingpin is capable of anything, even at just a teenager, Anton replied, his words laden with meaning. In truth, this was not entirely true. The real reason was that he had seen related plots in his previous life. There were movies and TV shows featuring Daredevil, where Kingpin was a major antagonist. In various adaptations, Kingpin often appeared, as his original comic book portrayal established him as the Emperor of the Underworld in New York and even across the US, drawing the ire of numerous superheroes like the Punisher, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Fantastic Four. From this perspective, it wasn't surprising for Kingpin to appear in any superhero version, only that the specific setup varied each time. However, when Ben Urich relayed through Eddie that Kingpin's father might not have died in a street brawl but by Kingpin's own hand, Anton became convinced of the story's version. There was a high possibility that in this world, Kingpin was indeed a patricide, driven by the fact that his father abused his mother, leading Kingpin to take action against him. His mother would naturally side with her son, helping him cover up the truth and claiming that Kingpin's father died in a street fight. In Hell's Kitchen, daily deaths from street brawls were common, and the living were indifferent to the dead. The police certainly wouldn't care about the deceased in Hell's Kitchen. This was a flawless excuse. To verify this fact, Ben Urich had tracked down Kingpin's mother at a private nursing home in the suburbs of New York, confident that he could get answers from her. In the suburbs of New York, at a private nursing home. Ben Urich exited the nursing home with excitement, clearly having received the answers he sought. However, the only regret was that Kingpin's mother had begun to show signs of dementia, with her moments of clarity becoming rare, leaving Ben somewhat helpless. If it weren't for this, he might have extracted more information. After all, as Kingpin's mother, Ben didn't expect her to testify in court. The words of such an elderly person wouldn't be accepted in a courtroom. Even so, Kingpin's invincible image had begun to crack. This news is significant. Ben pulled out his phone, eager to tell Eddie that his suspicions had been confirmed, but then he saw a black car driving up to the nursing home. An unexpected figure appeared, Kingpin. Ben's eyes widened as he realized Kingpin seemed to sense his presence and slowly walked toward him, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that felt palpable, making it hard to breathe. This was the aura of the underground world, the Emperor of the Underworld. Ben Urich, Kingpin's face twisted in a snarl, devoid of any hint of a smile, his heart filled with swelling rage. Clearly, Ben's actions had crossed his line. Just as Ben felt his body freeze under Kingpin's pressure, about to face a brutal beating, a red figure suddenly lunged in like lightning. Daredevil! Kingpin recognized the familiar face and was momentarily surprised. He sneered and said, "I didn't expect to see you in broad daylight. It seems you'll go to any lengths to deal with me. Kingpin, your identity has been exposed. Do you still have the heart to target innocent people?" Matt, now in his Daredevil guise, locked onto Kingpin's location with his acute hearing. He turned to Ben and urged, "Get out of here." Right. Ben recognized Daredevil from Eddie's previous mentions, knowing he was there to confront Kingpin. Following Eddie's cryptic words from last night, he believed Daredevil was on his side and quickly turned to flee. At that moment, Kingpin waved his hand, and his henchman immediately pursued Ben. To Kingpin's surprise, Daredevil did not move to follow Ben but instead kept his focus on Kingpin, seemingly unconcerned for Ben's safety. Kingpin didn't mind this. He tightened his grip on his cane, his expression icy as his massive frame loomed like a mountain, crashing toward Matt, who was in the form of Daredevil. "This time, you won't escape, Daredevil." Matt pulled out his billy club, and the two exceptional fighters, nearing human limits, engaged in an intense battle. Not far from them, Ben had just taken a few steps when he was quickly caught up by Kingpin's henchmen, cornered in an alley with nowhere to run. Just as Ben felt trapped and hopeless, a group of men in black with stern expressions emerged from the side alleys, immediately opening fire on the pursuing henchmen. Bang! 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 Ben stared in shock at the bodies falling in pools of blood before him, reminiscent of Eddie's words from the night before. "Working with us won't let you down," Eddie had said. "We have personnel configurations you can't even imagine. It's like divine intervention. Kingpin is finished." "Is this divine intervention?" Ben murmured to himself. On the other side, at the Daily Bugle, Anton received the news. Indeed, Kingpin has discovered Ben's actions, and he's already at the nursing home. Anton read the report and, seeing Eddie's worried expression, reassured him, "Don't worry, Daredevil and the High Tables people are with Ben. He'll be fine. You should think about how we're going to deal with the assassins Kingpin sends to the Daily Bugle to take us out." Leave it to me, Eddie nodded, a disdainful sneer on his lips. It's been several days since I transformed, it's time for New York to know the name Venom. Oh? The voice of Venom suddenly echoed in his mind. Finally, can I eat some bad guys? New York isn't as you described, you told me there are bad guys everywhere. Sending Target's body back to Kingpin will surely infuriate him, Eddie said, clicking his tongue as he watched Anton walk out of the Fisk Industries building and approach him. From now on, the Daily Bugle is going to face a situation far beyond minor troubles. Kingpin is not like Drake, he rose through sheer violence, and to draw out Batman, given his nature, he might very well unleash a bloodbath at the Daily Bugle. Are we afraid of things escalating? Anton countered. Eddie chuckled at the response. Indeed, he stood on the side of justice and had Venom by his side, so fear was not an option. In fact, Venom inside him was getting excited, constantly cheering. In this scenario, every stranger they encountered could potentially become a delicious dessert for it. His only concern was for the safety of the Daily Bugle's employees. Don't worry, I've already notified everyone to take a 2-day break. As long as he's not an idiot, he won't target these innocent employees. Otherwise, those disgusting politicians would have long removed him from his position as the Emperor of the Underworld, Anton reassured Eddie with a smile. What we should worry about now is that Kingpin might not want to confront us directly. Are you sure you can find evidence of Kingpin's crimes this time? Eddie asked. Our goal isn't to fight him but to investigate Kingpin's arsenal, Anton explained. There are bound to be illegal items in his arsenal. If we can latch onto that clue, we might catch an even bigger fish. Following this lead could potentially uncover Stark Industries and turn New York upside down. This way, not only would they solve the problem, but they would also gain more justice points, a win-win situation for Anton. I never expected I'd have a day to become a hero, Eddie remarked. Since teaming up with Anton to bring down Carlton Drake and gaining Venom, his entire world and life had changed dramatically. It's an extraordinary feeling, you'll gradually get addicted to it, Anton replied, smiling. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the caller ID showed Winston. Anton, my informant has news. Kingpin is gathering manpower and has mobilized heavy weapons. He's preparing to take action, so be careful, Winston warned directly. I understand. Get your people ready, let's gather in Hell's Kitchen this evening. We need to take the initiative, Anton said, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. What? Winston exclaimed in surprise, completely caught off guard. Are you going to confront him directly? We don't have the advantage. Don't worry, I have my arrangements. I won't treat you as cannon fodder, Anton said before hanging up. Hell's Kitchen. A somewhat slender young man wearing a red, comical mask and a long-sleeve shirt featuring a spider design nervously walked into an underground boxing ring. Hey, little chick, you want to fight too? The registration staff at the entrance, a burly man with an exaggerated goatee, clapped the young man on the shoulder, mocking, what name are you going with? I think little chick suits you just fine. Spider, just call me Spider, the young man hesitated before writing his name on the registration form. Alright, go on in, the goateed man shrugged, shoving the slender young man down the hallway. Your opponent is the Behemoth, our reigning champion. I hope you'll come out without missing any limbs, the goateed man said gleefully. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, he had seen many young people come to make quick money through fights, but unfortunately, the outcomes for most were not good. The worst case he had seen was someone getting killed in the ring, with no one coming to claim the body afterward. As the young man entered the underground boxing ring, he realized that things were not as he had imagined. This was indeed an illegal fight venue. Hey, the young man panicked. I want to participate in a legitimate boxing match, not an underground fight. Kid, now that you're here, what's there to be afraid of? A nearby scantily clad woman looked at him with disdain. You're not scared, are you? Scared? How could I be scared? The young man's blood boiled. Then get on the ring quickly, your opponent is already waiting for you. The Behemoth will tear you to shreds. As the young man stepped onto the ring, the iron cage above suddenly dropped, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, he fully realized that the situation here was worlds apart from what he had imagined. It was a fight for his life. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, tensions were rising. Most gangs had received notifications and were mobilizing, responding to Kingpin's call. They were prepared to unleash a bloody storm in New York tonight, targeting the Daily Bugle, the nearby Continental Hotel, and their local hero, Daredevil. After all, Hell's Kitchen was only 8 blocks long. They were determined to find and eliminate Daredevil. The Daily Bugle and Continental Hotel were both conveniently located in Manhattan, making them relatively easier targets. To be honest, Kingpin's rage had excited all the gangs. They knew their emperor was finally showing his long-hidden fangs. Taking down the Daily Bugle was meant to draw out Batman, while the Continental Hotel was targeted because Kingpin had discovered that the assassins who rescued Ben Urich belonged to the Continental Hotel, and as for Daredevil, he was their old nemesis. As the personnel gathered, armed with various weapons, firearms, baseball bats, knives, etc., each one appeared fierce and menacing, waiting for the return of the Emperor of the Underworld. Finally, Kingpin stepped into the spotlight, wearing his signature white suit, leaning on his cane, and puffing on a cigar, his expression solemn. "Tonight, I want everyone in New York to know that Kingpin has never left the underground. This is still my territory," Kingpin said in a deep voice. Go take down our enemies and let everyone know that my underworld empire cannot be provoked easily." As his words fell, a tremendous cheer erupted around him. "Kingpin! Kingpin!" Surrounded by the cheers of his underlings, Kingpin opened his arms, and the smile on his face grew more and more wild, as if he was reclaiming the vigor of his past. Boom! Suddenly, a bat-like shadow was cast from a tall building across from him, silhouetting him. "Batman!" Kingpin was startled, then looked at the figure on the high building, bursting into laughter. "You came to your death without me having to look for you. Come to your death? Today is your end, Kingpin." Batman's tone was calm, but his words echoed through the loudspeakers in his armor, resonating in everyone's ears. "Let's wait and see then." Kingpin's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Batman from above, then abruptly waved his hand. "Go, take him down." Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, Batman shifted the cannon on his shoulder, and a powerful cannonball, trailing a fiery tail, plummeted like a meteor. At that moment, Anton wore the rabbit suit. In an environment filled with heavy weaponry, the standard armor wouldn't hold much advantage, so he had to utilize the micromecha-like rabbit suit. Moreover, in a crowded environment, convenience was key. "RPG," someone shouted in terror, "get down." In fact, it didn't matter whether they moved or not because the cannonball's target wasn't them at all, it was Kingpin standing on the platform. Boom! Kingpin remained unmoved, expression unchanged, raising his cane to aim at the cannonball, and fired a bullet. The cannonball exploded mid-air, resembling a brilliant firework, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Meanwhile, just finishing up a boxing match, the exhilarated yet anxious young Spider, clutching his winnings, rejected the underground boxing ring owner's long-term offer and stepped out of the venue. Boom! A loud explosion echoed not far away. The young Spider felt the wind blowing against his face, catching a whiff of gunpowder in the air. As he looked up at the fireworks overhead, he quickly realized something was off. His spider sense began to tingle, and he hurriedly tucked away his winnings, entering a state of heightened alertness. Spider sense was an extraordinarily powerful ability, acting like a sensitive web that throbbed wildly in Peter Parker's mind, warning him of impending danger. Gulp! Peter involuntarily swallowed, a strong sense of unease rising within him as he began to doubt whether coming to Hell's Kitchen to train his abilities had been a wise decision. The entire area was now engulfed in a chilling atmosphere, as if countless crises lay hidden within. Boom! A loud noise suddenly erupted in the distance, a bullet slicing through the night sky like lightning. Peter's instincts kicked in, and he dodged the deadly shot with the agility of a leopard. Even so, his heart raced with fear. He was just an ordinary high school student, unaccustomed to such perilous situations. What kind of place is this? Peter looked around in confusion, the sounds of gunfire and fighting echoing around him, resembling a war without smoke. His anxiety hung over him like a heavy boulder, refusing to lift. Just when despair began to settle in, a shadow darted across the sky. A figure as agile as a bat captured his attention. Batman! Peter's heart raced with excitement. His idol had finally appeared before him. Without hesitation, he followed Batman's direction, shooting out a web line, quickly propelling himself closer. After the battle in the underground boxing ring earlier, he had gained a deeper understanding of his abilities. He felt he was no longer the timid person he once was. "Batman, you thought I wouldn't anticipate your arrival?" Kingpin sneered as he saw Anton transformed into Batman. A sinister smile flickered in his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand, and a group of henchmen armed with energy weapons surged forth. These weapons were advanced models, typically reserved for large arms companies or official military units. Peter felt a chill run down his spine as he observed these guns. He could tell their design was anything but ordinary, with each bullet containing immense energy capable of easily vaporizing half a person. Kill him. Kingpin coldly issued the order, and the energy weapons buzzed ominously, their eerie blue glow flickering like a pack of hungry beasts ready to pounce on their prey. Buzzing. Terrifying energy bullets rained down on Batman in the center of the street. Batman, agile as ever, dodged left and right like a nimble fox. Finally, he leaped into the air, and the towering miniature mech he was in vanished without a trace, replaced by an ordinary-looking armor. The armor then stealthily blended into the shadows of the street, leaving the henchmen puzzled as they failed to track Batman's whereabouts. Kingpin furrowed his brow, confused by Batman's tactics, as if he were witnessing an incredible magic act. What he didn't know was that Anton, the moment he leaped, had switched to a more stealthy basic armor, hiding in the shadows and waiting for the perfect moment. At that moment, Anton noticed a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Hey! Anton stared with interest at the young spider, a strange sense of joy welling up within him. He never expected to see one of Marvel's most popular heroes, Peter Parker, here. Although Peter was clad in simple attire, looking like a rookie who had just gained his powers, his somewhat shy demeanor perfectly matched the image of the young spider in Anton's mind. Little spider, is this show any good? The sudden appearance of Batman startled Peter, and he quickly sidestepped, clinging to the exterior of a building to distance himself from Batman. BB Batman, I'm not your enemy. I'm your fan. Peter hurriedly explained. He didn't want to be seen as an enemy by his idol, nor did he wish to get caught up in this dangerous conflict. He just wanted to be a quiet bystander, enjoying the thrilling spectacle. A fan? Anton raised an eyebrow, a strange expression crossing his face, though his heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Buzz. He's over there. Suddenly, one of the henchmen spotted Batman's location. Not far away, someone was operating a spotlight, casting a massive beam of light that enveloped Batman. At the same time, the young spider next to Batman was also caught in the light, plunging into darkness. Who's that? Don't worry about it, kill them. Kill them. The henchmen shouted, continuing their barrage of gunfire. In the next second, Batman vanished like a ghost into the shadows, leaving only a blurred figure behind. The young spider hesitated, looking at the incoming energy bullets, filled with fear. He quickly shot out a web line, moving swiftly to a farther building. Unbeknownst to him, in another corner, a figure holding a camera silently observed everything and pressed the shutter. TSK, as the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, I'm truly diligent, Eddie murmured to himself, feeling proud. The photo he just took showcased Batman's extraordinary aura, especially against the backdrop of the young man in a red hoodie with a spider emblem and an ugly red mask, making Batman appear even more charismatic. It was a perfect match of red flowers and green leaves. What a pity, Venom is just a bit ugly, or else he wouldn't be seen as a villain. Eddie sighed, recalling the battle scene of Venom and Rampage on the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. In previous news reports, everyone knew Batman had defeated two major monsters and saved San Francisco, but they were completely unaware that it was actually Batman and one of the monsters teaming up to take down the other. Ha! Something feels off? I'm not a monster. Venom roared angrily in Eddie's mind. Apologize. Buzzing. The energy bullets continued to rain down, their blue light flickering in the night's Hell's Kitchen, resembling a chaotic light show. Batman dodged left and right, drawing the henchmen into a frenzy of pursuit, and he couldn't help but feel troubled. The power of these energy weapons was not to be underestimated. He couldn't afford to take risks so easily, but if he didn't deal with these henchmen, facing Kingpin would be difficult. He needed someone to help, and at that moment, the image of the young spider he had just encountered flashed through his mind. Kid, are you interested in helping out? Anton approached the young spider, who was trying hard to hide and avoid trouble. Ha! The young spider looked at Anton in confusion, pointing to himself as if asking if he meant him. Yeah, that's right, Anton nodded, unceremoniously commanding, use the web you just shot to pull that big guy over here. Here, the big guy naturally referred to Kingpin. The young spider hesitated for a moment, glancing at Batman and then at Kingpin below, who was pursuing Batman. A surge of determination filled him. He vigorously nodded, positioned himself at the window, shot out a web, and pulled hard. Kingpin, caught off guard, found himself tightly wrapped in the web, his massive body yanked forward like a cannonball flying toward the rooftop. F***CK. At that moment, Eddie, transformed into Venom, arrived at Kingpin's original position. He had originally planned to sneak around and take out Kingpin while he was chasing Batman, but to his surprise, Kingpin was pulled away by the web. What kind of crazy operation is this? Eddie, now Venom, stood there dumbfounded, watching Kingpin fly toward the rooftop, the young spider struggling to pull the web, and Anton cheering him on from the side. A sudden wave of inexplicable disappointment surged in him. He felt like an outsider. Eddie glared fiercely at the young spider, his expression akin to that of someone whose girlfriend had just been stolen away. Almost immediately, dozens of henchmen turned to look at him, pointing their energy weapons, still warm from recent fire, directly at him. Eddie's body trembled involuntarily. Danger! Venom warned him in his mind. The residual heat from the energy bullets made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Whoosh! Eddie leaped up suddenly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The eerie blue energy bullets rained down like a storm. In midair, Eddie swiftly changed his position, his body seeming to morph into liquid, stretching and pulling in a frantic dance to evade the lethal projectiles. Then, he nestled against the wall, his body transforming into tendrils that shot out like lightning, snapping the necks of the nearest henchman with incredible speed. Following that, he lunged forward, biting off one henchman's head in a swift motion. Swish! Eddie turned, his eyes flashing with danger, revealing his sharp fangs as his long tongue flicked in and out, saliva dripping from his mouth, making him look terrifying. The situation seemed to have reversed instantly. On the other side, Kingpin had been pulled onto the rooftop by the young spider. Facing him was Anton, who had upgraded from the basic armor to the rabbit suit, delivering a punch of justice. Bang! Kingpin fell backward onto the ground. The young spider quickly stepped aside while Anton moved forward, watching as Kingpin struggled to get back on his feet, the building seemingly trembling under his movements. Though the young spider had gained immense power, his mentality was still far from mature. Facing the terrifying Kingpin, he felt as if his heart might leap out of his chest. Batman! Kingpin shot a cold glance at the young spider. Is he your helper? A wet behind-the-ears kid? Even though the young spider's face was covered, his youthful aura was impossible to disguise. He could be recognized without needing to see his face. You shouldn't underestimate him, Kingpin, Batman said in a deep voice. He will be the witness to your defeat at my hands and the sole spectator of your underworld empire's collapse. Humph, stop bragging. If you survive tonight, then you can talk, Kingpin coldly replied, gripping his cane tightly and charging at the black figure before him like a tank. Bang, bang, bang. Last time, the rabbit suit was controlled by his thoughts, resulting in many actions lacking coherence. This time, however, Anton was inside the rabbit suit, seamlessly controlling it as if it were an extension of his own body, pushing the suit's capabilities to their limits. He engaged in a fierce brawl with Kingpin, whose powerful physique faced off against the suit's hard exterior. Although Kingpin felt pain, Anton was merely consuming some gadgets. Continuing this way, Kingpin had no chance of winning, especially since Anton's rabbit suit was equipped with formidable cannonballs. Boom! The cannon turned to aim directly at Kingpin. Seeing this, Kingpin quickly retreated a few steps, employing the same tactic as before. Bullets fired from his cane triggered the cannonball to explode mid-air. The young spider watching from a distance swallowed hard, realizing this level of combat far exceeded his understanding of fighting. It was practically war level. Swish! Batman emerged from the explosion's flames, launching another powerful attack on the tense-faced Kingpin. At this point, Kingpin realized something was amiss. Batman was becoming more spirited as the fight progressed, while he himself, although not feeling an obvious loss of stamina yet, knew that if this continued, he would gradually find himself at a disadvantage. The key was whether he could tear apart the bat before his strength ran out. With that thought, Kingpin revealed a sinister smile. He had always been confident in himself and never doubted his abilities. Batman, once I tear your shell apart, I want to see if you can still laugh, Kingpin growled. Anton had no intention of engaging with him. The reason this guy could say such things was purely because he was unaware of the sheer power of the Traverser's advantages. Even if the rabbit suit was damaged, he could switch to the basic armor. If that was also damaged, he still had 6 million justice points to exchange for a new suit at any time. Did Kingpin actually think he was gambling on whether there were bullets in his gun? Boom! Anton and Kingpin exchanged fierce blows again, with Kingpin being pushed back several steps. The fists of the rabbit suit showed severe damage, while the suit's hardest chest also caved in slightly under Kingpin's heavy punches. Durability decreased by 35%, damage rate at 47%. Warning, the rabbit suit's damage rate is about to exceed half, operational power is adversely affected, combat strength decreased by 15%. Anton didn't even bother to glance at the prompt that popped up.
he was already prepared and continued to exchange punches with Kingpin. The scene was brutal. They had been fighting for nearly 10 minutes, and in the intense struggle, Kingpin was exhausting his strength rapidly. He was now bruised and battered, with numerous purple contusions covering his body, and his head and fingers were bloodied, his bald head stained with red, making him look increasingly fearsome. Meanwhile, Anton's rabbit suit was in a similar state. His arms were severely damaged, the chest was deeply sunken, and the joints showed exposed wiring, making his movements less fluid. Both were nearing exhaustion, as if even throwing a punch had become a laborious task. Only the young spider nearby clearly understood that despite both of them looking run down, they still possessed unimaginable terrifying combat power. So this is the world of superheroes? This is terrifying. The young spider trembled all over. Although he believed he had gained extraordinary abilities, being personally involved in such a battle made him feel his powers were insufficient. Haha, Batman, your shell has been torn apart. Let me see your true colors. Kingpin suddenly summoned a surge of strength, closing in on the rabbit suit and gripping its head, intent on tearing apart the steel helmet protecting it. Be careful. The young spider couldn't help but shout. At that moment, Venom finally finished off the henchman armed with energy weapons that had been circling around him, taking quite some time. Upon seeing the dangerous scene, he was taken aback and was just about to intervene when the situation suddenly changed. Kingpin, you underestimate me. Anton remained calm, glancing at his system panel showing a balance of over 20 million fan points. An idea struck him. Repair rabbit suit, deducting 3.2 million fan points, 40% of the suit's original value, confirm? Yes. To Kingpin's astonishment, Batman's shell instantly returned to its original form under an incredible force, looking as if it had just come off the assembly line. Simultaneously, the combat power of the rabbit suit saw a comprehensive boost, and even the number of cannonballs in the cannon was restored to its latest factory state. How is this possible? Kingpin exclaimed in shock. The young spider was left dumbfounded, countless thoughts racing through his mind. What kind of technology was this? Instant repair? Memory metal? Or perhaps the damage to the suit was just an illusion intended to confuse the opponent? The young spider felt the most likely scenario was the third one. The damage was fake, purely intended to deceive Kingpin. Because true instant repair technology was still merely a concept for scientists, and those so-called instant repair technologies were just names, utilizing clever tricks for rapid restoration. Finally, the current memory metal technology was far from reaching the level Batman had just exhibited. Only one possibility remained. How twisted! The young spider thought to himself, secretly chuckling at Kingpin's dumbfounded expression. Boom! With his combat power fully restored, Anton completely seized the advantage. He delivered a punch that sent the nearly exhausted Kingpin crashing to the ground, quickly binding him with special iron chains summoned from the system. Then, he stood up and clapped his hands in satisfaction. The game is over. Anton shrugged. You lose, Kingpin. Kingpin lay exhausted on the ground, reduced to a prisoner. Batman, do you think this is the end? Kingpin laughed loudly, sensing from Anton's expression that he bore no intent to kill. He seemed unafraid that Anton might change his mind, even threatening, I swear, I will become a nightmare that haunts you for the rest of your life. Ordinary prisons cannot hold me. Ordinary prisons may indeed struggle to contain you, but I have prepared an extraordinary place for you, Anton replied, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he spoke in a low tone. From now on, you will not be held in a regular prison. I have applied to a certain powerful agency for a solitary island. I've named it Purgatory. It is desolate and devoid of any signs of civilization, and you will spend the rest of your life there. Impossible! Kingpin roared, filled with resentment. No one has the right to judge me. You don't have that authority. I may not have the authority to judge you directly, but the agency does, Batman replied calmly, as if everything was within his control. The agency? Kingpin furrowed his brow, and unease began to swell within him as he recalled Batman's earlier words. To be precise, it's the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. A balding man slowly emerged. He had already led a team of agents to the scene and had only come out to take the spotlight after the battle concluded. Next to him was Matt, transformed into Daredevil. Although Matt hadn't arrived in time to assist Anton directly, he had played a significant role behind the scenes, leading Coulson to Kingpin's most secretive warehouses and residences shortly before the battle, discovering the hidden weapons that would serve as solid evidence against Kingpin. Hello, I'm Phil Coulson. Coulson smiled at the exhausted,
bound Kingpin and then said with seriousness, "We found a large number of illegal weapons in Hell's Kitchen, including Stark Industries' latest missile system, the Jericho. This is a serious violation of national security laws, and Kingpin, you are under arrest." The Jericho missile, developed by Tony Stark, was a new type of missile with terrifying power capable of destroying a city in an instant when combined with an advanced missile system. Its price tag was a staggering $500 million, and that was just the starting price. To make it worse, purchasing a set of Jericho missiles came with a complimentary high-end liquor cabinet worth millions, filled with expensive tequila, whiskey, red wine, and other luxury spirits. Notably, Tony had gone to Afghanistan to market this missile system when he was attacked and subsequently went missing. Coincidentally, Coulson had brought the missile to the scene, making it a case of personal gain and theft. Click. Anton stepped forward, opened the liquor cabinet beside the missile, switched from the rabbit suit to the basic armor, revealing a handsome jawline. He poured himself a glass of whiskey, raised it toward Kingpin, and downed it in one gulp, striking a pose of a victor, his face full of pride. "Kingpin, I wish you a pleasant life in purgatory." After a pause, Anton continued, "Rest assured, very soon, more people will be joining you in purgatory. Believe me, that day won't be long in coming, you won't feel lonely." With that, Anton turned his back on Kingpin's hoarse screams and looked at Eddie, Matt, and the young Spider, a wave of emotion rising within him. Venom, Daredevil, Spider-Man, Batman, plus the additional forces of the High Table, the Continental Hotel, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Kingpin were to die, he should be able to close his eyes peacefully. "Batman, thanks to your reminder, we have zeroed in on Stark Industries' CEO, Obadiah Stane." Coulson returned to the present, addressing the man transformed into Batman. "However, although we have a complete chain of evidence, Obadiah Stane is not without means of escape. He could easily pin the blame on someone else at any moment. Additionally, I have one more question that I hope you can answer truthfully." "About Tony Stark?" Batman asked. "Exactly." Coulson wasn't surprised that Anton could guess what he was going to ask. "As Tony's friend, do you know the details regarding this matter?" Coulson clearly believed that Anton could follow the trail from Kingpin to Obadiah Stane, perhaps possessing some insider information. After all, Anton was friends with Tony Stark. This question was not deliberately avoided in front of others. The young Spider and Daredevil were both slightly taken aback. They hadn't realized Batman knew Tony Stark. In an instant, they were reminded of Batman's real-life background, a virtual character created by Anton Jameson that had later appeared in the real world. Anton Jameson and Tony Stark were close friends, even claiming that Batman's concept partially derived from Stark. Was this true? Of course, neither Batman nor Coulson had time to indulge in their musings. While we currently lack sufficient evidence to prove that Obadiah is the mastermind, I can give you a definite answer. Anton didn't hesitate to speak candidly. "I believe that Tony's incident was not an accident but a premeditated murder. The mastermind is most likely Obadiah Stane, and you need to take action against him immediately." This was not a secret that needed to be hidden. In the original storyline, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken action against Obadiah Stane. Clearly, they had suspicions about him but didn't know whether it was because Obadiah hid too well or if S.H.I.E.L.D. genuinely couldn't find concrete evidence. They would rather search the deserts of Afghanistan for months than find a single clue on American soil. If not for Tony's father, Howard, being one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders, even if Tony's inventions were outstanding, he would have long been abandoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Strictly speaking, Tony Stark could be considered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s favored son. Moreover, before Iron Man's debut, no one believed Tony Stark would transform from a caterpillar into a butterfly and become a superhero. So, at this point, Tony's value didn't seem as great as imagined. It was purely due to the protagonist effect that S.H.I.E.L.D. paid attention to him. "Understood, thank you for your support." Coulson shook hands with Batman, then instructed the agents behind him to take away the Jericho missile. Meanwhile, the heavily drugged Kingpin was also taken away. However, they left the liquor cabinet that came with the missile behind, its purpose clear. On the rooftop remained only Batman, Venom, the young Spider, and Daredevil. "Let's share this liquor, it's time to enjoy the taste of victory," Anton said, beaming at the others. "Why don't we take a photo first?" Eddie, within Venom, brightened at the thought. He reached into his chest, pulled out the camera hanging around Eddie's neck, and mimicked Eddie's excited tone. "Tonight is big news, I want to get 3 times the bonus for this month. After all, we are allies, you can't let me down." "What? The young Spider and Daredevil exchanged confused glances, while Anton, transformed into Batman, felt deeply moved. Eddie was indeed a great employee, even remembering to fish for money from his employer's pocket at such a moment. Leaving the bloody and chaotic Hell's Kitchen, the young spider tightly held the bottle of whiskey gifted to him by Batman, his face beaming with happiness, his head feeling a bit dizzy. He could hardly believe that he had come so close to his idol and received a personal gift from him. "Peter, why are you so late coming back?" When the young spider opened the door to his home, he was met with the stern gaze of his Uncle Ben, who sat upright in the living room, his face serious and focused on the whiskey bottle in Peter's hand. His expression changed abruptly. Uncle Ben had a certain understanding of alcohol and immediately recognized it as a very rare whiskey, Old Malt Cask Lafroig 17-year, distilled in 1987. This particular version had long since vanished from the market, and the bottle Peter held was undoubtedly genuine. How could such a valuable and rare bottle of whiskey end up in his nephew's hands? "Peter, what on earth did you do?" Uncle Ben fixed his serious eyes on the young spider, his tone stern as he asked, "Where did this bottle come from?" Peter stammered, his mind racing but coming up blank, unsure of how to respond. What they didn't realize was that Peter's experience in Hell's Kitchen had quietly altered his fate. In the original timeline, Uncle Ben was supposed to have been shot and killed today. This was akin to a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest, potentially triggering a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later, a classic example of the butterfly effect. After parting ways with Matt and the others, Anton returned to his original form and left Hell's Kitchen alongside Eddie. They saw Winston waiting for them at the perimeter, a smug smile on his face. The area showed signs of having been washed by heavy rains, with traces of blood remaining in the corners and fresh bullet holes evident along the walls, indicating that a fierce gun battle had just occurred there. "We've dealt with Kingpin's henchmen, Hell's Kitchen is ours now," Winston said, unable to contain his pride upon seeing Anton and Eddie. "Gentlemen, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact us. We will do our utmost to assist you." Winston paused and added seriously, "Given the perfect outcome of this collaboration, you will always be esteemed guests of the High Table and the Continental Hotel." "Sworn to a blood oath?" Anton asked with a smile. "Sworn to a blood oath." Winston's smile faded, and he spoke with a serious expression. "Considering our pleasant collaboration, I'll give you a heads up," Anton continued. "Daredevil is a local of Hell's Kitchen. He doesn't want this place to return to its former chaotic state. The High Table is an organization that adheres to rules. As long as you can implement your rules in Hell's Kitchen, he won't pose any trouble for you." "Thank you," Winston nodded in appreciation, knowing it was Anton speaking from the perspective of Batman. With that, Anton and Eddie waved goodbye and turned to leave, heading back to the Daily Bugle. "Tomorrow's front page should have a new headline," Eddie said with a smile, shaking the camera in his hand. "Daredevil, Venom, Batman, and that little spider, Kingpin lost convincingly." He didn't mention Coulson and the others who were judging Kingpin because such secret organizations typically wouldn't be reported on, and this case was no exception. "You're right," Anton agreed with a smile. "People hope that the Big Apple will continue to improve." The next day. Kingpin arrested. The underworld empire crumbles. For heroes unite to cleanse Hell's Kitchen. Half of the front page of the newspaper was covered by a colorful photo. In the picture were Daredevil, Batman, Venom, and a somewhat slender, somewhat timid young spider. The first two were familiar faces. Batman needed no introduction as he was the most famous vigilante, or superhero, across the United States. Daredevil's reputation was also considerable, especially within Hell's Kitchen, where his presence was well known, even overshadowing Batman's in terms of intimidation. Venom had been unearthed by netizens, previously seen battling a monster on the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, and later teaming up with Batman to take down the monster that Drake had transformed into. People had initially thought Venom was a villain, only to discover he was actually Batman's ally. It could be said that Venom and Batman had teamed up twice now, first to capture the monster and then to deal with the creator of the underworld empire, Kingpin, achieving significant results. Finally, next to the muscular figures were the weak-looking young spider, dressed in a simple red mask, a hoodie adorned with a spider emblem, and loose-fitting sweatpants. If the newspaper hadn't specifically mentioned that the young spider played a significant role in Batman's capture of Kingpin, people might have thought he was merely a lucky bystander rescued by the three heroes. Spider-Man? He looks just like that high school kid from my neighborhood. What abilities does he even have? Can he shoot webs like a spider or crawl up walls? That doesn't sound cool at all. At Midtown High, Peter Parker, having been enhanced by the spider, had developed extremely keen senses, and his spider sense could even be considered a sixth sense,
allowing him to hear these discussions. He gritted his teeth, a wave of inexplicable displeasure swelling within him. The Daily Bugle regarded him as a superhero, which made him proud, but the scorn of his classmates ignited a strong impulse in him to prove himself. "Sounds like you're quite dissatisfied?" Suddenly, a sweet voice entered his ears. Peter turned to see Gwen Stacy, the goddess of Midtown High, a blonde beauty widely admired. Notably, her father was George Stacy, the police chief of New York, making many at school hesitant to cross her. "Do you like Spider-Man?" Gwen, being an intelligent girl, immediately picked up on Peter's discomfort regarding the comments nearby. "Yeah," Peter replied, his face flushing. Gwen smiled and said, "I actually like Spider-Man too. He seems to be our age, yet he can be Batman's ally. I think that takes a lot of courage." "Really?" Peter's eyes brightened. From that moment on, he truly decided to take action, to change his life. The force of destiny was so powerful, although Uncle Ben had escaped the fate of being shot, the young Spider had still found his life's meaning. His perspective shifted from "with great power comes great responsibility" to a pursuit of courage. Unlike the original storyline, the young Spider's fate seemed to be becoming even better. At the Daily Bugle. Today's newspapers are selling like hotcakes. There are reports of shortages all over New York. "Anton, with our leadership, the Daily Bugle will surely rise to new heights," Eddie said proudly. Meanwhile, Jonah Jameson was in Hawaii, enjoying the company of a young, beautiful blonde when he heard the news from New York. A satisfied smile crossed his face. He had kept track of Anton's recent developments. Kingpin was a powerful figure, and when he first learned of Anton's confrontation with him, he had been quite worried. But seeing how everything had turned out, he knew he had made the right choice. Anton was his most satisfactory heir. He then glanced nearby, where the former king of New York's assassins, John Wick, was embracing his wife Helen, enjoying the sea breeze with a look of happiness on his face. Aside from the sun drifting in space, Jameson felt that life was perfect. On the other side, Anton was also quite satisfied, not only because the Daily Bugle was thriving but also due to the system prompt. "Arrest Kingpin, reward of 6 million justice points. Justice points balance, 12 million. This meant he now had enough resources to exchange for a more powerful Batman armor. Of course, he still needed to keep accumulating points. He had a long way to go before reaching the coveted armors he dreamed of. The Kingpin incident gradually settled down, allowing Anton to finally relax. In the days that followed, he immersed himself fully in the work at DC, meticulously planning the company's future development direction. He was primarily responsible for content production at DC, frequently discussing upcoming storylines for virtual superheroes with Browning Toby, a former top-tier screenwriter now leading the DC writing department, who had come to work in New York. Among the many potential characters, Superman was undoubtedly the top choice. Although Anton primarily used Batman as his main template, he was well aware of Superman's immense strength. Successfully acquiring Superman would elevate his combat ability to a top-tier level. It was well known that the power hierarchy in the Marvel Cinematic Universe could be roughly divided into Earth level, cosmic level, and multiverse level. According to Anton's estimates, an ordinary Superman was roughly at the peak of the cosmic level, barely touching the threshold of the multiverse. The other special forms of Superman would exceed Anton's current understanding, reaching terrifying levels such as the multiverse, hyperuniverse, and even omnipotent universe. It was certain that even an ordinary Superman, once exchanged, would hold dominion over the entire Earth, and in the vast universe, he could be considered a significant power player. However, acquiring an ordinary Superman required a staggering 100 million fan points. How many justice points would be needed for the various special forms of Superman? Golden form, silver form, the God Superman form, as well as thought form, parallax form, and doomsday form. These were all unattainable entities, requiring the continuous accumulation of justice points through good deeds. It was evident that these special forms of Superman could not be easily obtained by simply saving the Earth. It would likely require multiple instances of resolving cosmic crises or even multiverse crises to gather the necessary justice points. Of course, these were Anton's future goals. For now, if he could successfully exchange for an ordinary Superman within 2 years, it would already be a significant achievement. He understood that he needed to temporarily lower his targets. Considering the scale of DC, to comprehensively promote the development of all DC heroes, his current power was still slightly insufficient. For now, he can only recruit some writers and artists, starting with novels and comics to gradually build experience and influence. While a sweeping action was undoubtedly important, aside from the key target of Superman, he also needed to allocate some manpower to exchange for a relatively cheaper hero. After all, he currently only had Batman as his identity, and funds were somewhat tight. Speaking of which, Green Arrow only requires 10 million fan points. Anton pondered for a moment before decisively excluding Green Arrow. The overlap in abilities with Batman was too high, and Oliver Queen's overall setup paled in comparison to Bruce Wayne, making him a low-tier version of Batman. Although the price was cheap, it wouldn't significantly help address Anton's shortcomings. Next, he thought of Cyborg, requiring only 20 million fan points for the exchange. Anton stroked his chin and concluded that Cyborg was a very suitable second choice. Cyborg, originally named Victor Stone, had been an excellent athlete until an accident left him severely injured by a mother box explosion. Just as he faced death, he fused with the mother box's molecules to save his life. His father, Silas Stone, brought him to the U.S. government's Red Room laboratory, where various alien technologies were collected for emergency treatment. During the process, influenced by the mother box, Victor absorbed all the high-tech equipment in the lab, ultimately transforming into a half-human, half-machine bioorganism. With most of his body replaced by machinery, Cyborg gained Superman-like strength, endurance, and durability. His body was equipped with powerful weaponry, granting him flight, sensor systems, enhanced durability, bulletproof, and reconnaissance capabilities, making him a highly mobile warrior. Additionally, Cyborg's brain had been modified to function as a quantum computer, allowing him to sync with the internet 24/7, resembling a superintelligent AI half-machine life form. Acquiring such a highly mobile cyborg would undoubtedly be a tremendous supplement to Batman's existence. Most importantly, Cyborg's exchange price was not high. 20 million fan points. If all goes well, I should be able to achieve this in a few months. Anton had already gained some experience from exchanging for Batman. Furthermore, he was now a genius director, naturally drawing attention, and with the DC company's substantial funds backing him, launching one or two new IPs wouldn't be difficult. The key was whether he was willing to invest money. Clearly, Anton was willing to spend, so he decisively decided to take action. He approached Browning. "Boss, I've basically finalized the storyline for Superman that you emphasized, and the outline is ready. Whether it's a novel or a script, we can deliver results quickly," Browning reported on his progress. "Great. You need to remember that at this stage, the main IP characters we are focusing on are Superman and Cyborg." Anton nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The novel should be launched on the Daily Bugle forum as soon as possible, following the settings and outlines I provided earlier." "Understood." Browning rubbed his head, feeling a bit fatigued as he replied. "Also, the movie scripts for Superman and Cyborg need to be completed and submitted to me as soon as possible." Anton thought for a moment and added, "This is crucial for our company's upcoming film projects, so you all need to work hard. Once completed, the bonuses will be doubled." "Got it." Browning agreed obediently. Although the workload had increased, the generous bonuses left him with no complaints. Seeing this, Anton smiled slightly. As a wealthy individual, he had grown accustomed to using money to drive developments. At that moment, he suddenly understood the kind of joy in life that Tony Stark experienced. However, compared to Tony's current wealth, Anton still had quite a gap to bridge, needing to cover several levels of the Life Foundation. After arranging the work, Anton returned to the Daily Bugle. When Eddie saw him come back, he couldn't help but speak up. "Anton, I've received news that Obadiah Stane will be making a statement today, claiming that someone within Stark Industries colluded with Kingpin for personal gain, and he'll be taking serious measures while apologizing to the public. I must admit, this Obadiah Stane is quite the old fox." "Oh?" Anton came back to reality, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at the news coverage on the TV. At that moment, the broadcast shifted to a press conference at the Stark Industries building, where Obadiah Stane stood on stage, a pained expression on his face as he earnestly addressed the media and the audience in front of their screens. "Recently, Kingpin has been successfully arrested, and his criminal empire has crumbled as a result. I initially thought this incident had nothing to do with Stark Industries, but unexpectedly, there were indeed people at the company who colluded with Kingpin in secret. In any case, I have dealt with this matter seriously, and the relevant departments have intervened. You can rest assured, trust Stark Industries." Obadiah Stane spoke in a serious tone, appearing righteous as he addressed the media cameras, detailing the ongoing internal investigation at Stark Industries. He completely distanced himself from Kingpin, and now, even if someone were to claim that Stane was in cahoots with Kingpin, not many would easily believe it unless irrefutable evidence were presented. After all, in the original storyline, S.H.I.E.L.D. had spent months searching the deserts of Afghanistan for Tony Stark and found no leads from Obadiah Stane.
Wasn't that enough to prove how slippery Obadiah was?
It seems Obadiah has sensed that certain departments are secretly monitoring him.
Anton thought to himself as he watched Obadiah on the television.
He quickly searched for the name of the unfortunate scapegoat that Obadiah had pushed forward, discovering that this person was Obadiah's senior assistant, who held significant power within Stark Industries and was one of Obadiah's trusted subordinates. This time, Obadiah had made a bold move reminiscent of cutting off his own arm. I guess it's best to leave this matter for Tony to resolve when he returns.
Anton shrugged helplessly and turned off the TV. He was currently too busy to get involved.
After all, Tony Stark had been missing for nearly a month, and according to the storyline he remembered, Tony would likely return in 2 months, re-emerging as the well-known Iron Man. At that point, Obadiah would be a tricky old fox to deal with, and Anton had other significant plans he didn't want to disrupt. As he pondered, Betty approached him.
"Anton, there's only a week left until Batman leaves theaters," Betty said.
So far, Batman has grossed $470 million domestically and $380 million overseas, totaling $850 million worldwide.
There's a good chance it could break $880 million in the remaining week. If I'm not mistaken, there are still some countries where the film hasn't been released yet, right? Anton asked.
Exactly. Betty nodded, her eyes glimmering with excitement.
Once the global release is completely over, it might actually reach $1 billion in total box office. Such a result would certainly qualify it to enter the year's global box office records. Anton, you are now regarded as a figure of the year in Hollywood. I've received many party invitations for you. Do you want me to accept them all?
Really? If it's a party in New York, I might consider it. Anton's eyes lit up. He had indeed been feeling a bit restless lately.
However, he quickly sighed, maybe not. I'm really busy right now, I still need to meet with Jim tonight to discuss my next film. Your next film? Eddie's eyes brightened nearby. Are you starting to shoot the second Batman?
Anton smiled mysteriously. No, this is a brand new movie telling the story of a brand new superhero.
A brand new superhero?
Eddie looked puzzled, clearly surprised. It seemed odd to him that Anton would choose to make a brand new superhero movie instead of continuing the certainly profitable Batman series.
Perhaps this was just the mindset of the wealthy. That evening, Anton met with Jim to discuss the plans for the next film. When Jim learned that Anton did not intend to continue filming Batman, he was taken aback.
After all, he had prepared to construct a crew for the second Batman before arriving. Currently, with Batman being one of the hottest superheroes in the United States, its fame rivaled that of Hollywood stars. Moreover, in the public eye, Batman was shrouded in mystery, with the film seemingly revealing the mysteries of Batman's origins, leaving everyone eagerly anticipating the sequel.
Yet Anton had decided against it?
Jim was so stunned he nearly threw his chair but took a while to calm down.
He soon realized Anton's intent. Anton not planning to film Batman 2 didn't mean he wouldn't allow others to do so.
Although Anton was the director of Batman, The Shadow of the Night, changing directors wouldn't significantly impact Batman's commercial value. On the contrary, Anton's second original film was more likely to spark widespread discussion. Foregoing a lucrative series to insist on an original path. This was the pride of a genius, difficult for others to grasp.
In fact, Anton had already become a recognized genius director in Hollywood. If he succeeded again, it would mean DC had hit the jackpot once more. Understanding this, Jim no longer tried to dissuade Anton. The two discussed for a long time and ultimately finalized the next steps for DC's film projects.
Jim began looking for investors and preparing the production teams. Of course, he had a massive workload ahead of him, as there were 3 production teams to prepare.
This meant DC's current film plans included 3 major investment projects: Batman, The Dark Knight, Anton's upcoming second film Cyborg, and Superman.
Jim understood he had no power to convince Anton and recognized that Anton now had the capital to take risks, so he chose to let Anton proceed, handling the logistics himself. Soon, the preparations for the 3 crews were completed smoothly. During this process, Browning also handed the movie scripts for Cyborg and Superman to Anton early. As for the script for Batman 2, The Dark Knight, it had long been completed. Notably, the serialized novel for Batman 2, The Dark Knight had begun posting on the Daily Bugle's text forum yesterday. Soon, stories for other heroes, including Superman, Cyborg, and The Flash,
would also be launched in the following week. However, the only challenge lay with the investors. It was well known that superhero films required massive budgets for grand scenes and special effects, with any film's investment typically exceeding $100 million. The preliminary budget alone for both Batman and Cyborg required over $300 million, and with the addition of Superman, the minimum investment would be at least $500 million. That was a staggering sum. While Anton had money, he was still far from the level of a billionaire like Tony Stark, who could easily whip out $500 million without batting an eye. After all, the various companies under the Jameson family had professional managers responsible for their operations, and he had no reason to draw funds from these companies for personal use, nor would it align with company regulations. The liquid funds Anton could use primarily came from his previous savings, asset sales, and the first round of box office dividends from Batman, The Shadow of the Night after its release. Additionally, the distributors still owed him over $100 million, but he couldn't press them, as slow payments were the norm in the film industry. All businessmen faced this issue. Furthermore, given the massive investment required, even if Anton had the money, he wouldn't shoulder the entire burden alone. It would be wiser to channel the remaining funds through other avenues. After all, movies were just the main route for earning fan points, not the only source. Moreover, Anton had previously convinced Tony to invest because no one believed in the film at the time, and his funds were insufficient. Now the situation was different. As a genius director in Hollywood with a guaranteed moneymaker in Batman, countless investors were eager to throw money his way. However, the problem lay with the investment scale of the Cyborg and Superman projects, which were significant, and few investors had the guts to jump in. For the few brave investors, Anton also needed to screen them. He wasn't interested in just anyone's money. It wasn't until someone caught wind of the news and approached Jim that the investment issue was finally resolved. When Anton saw the visitor, he felt quite surprised. "Harry, nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to be so interested in the Batman movie," Anton said, looking at the rich kid before him with surprise. He couldn't understand why someone completely unrelated to the film industry would come seeking him out after hearing the news. Harry Osborn, the second Green Goblin, and son of Norman Osborn, appeared slightly inexperienced. He grinned and said, "Anton, I'm a loyal fan of Batman. I heard DC is preparing to shoot a second Batman film and that they're short on funds, so I volunteered to come and help." You are indeed the most generous investor I've met so far," Anton acknowledged with a nod, not beating around the bush. He extended his hand to Harry. "I accept your investment. Here's to a happy collaboration." "Wait a second, I have one condition, or rather a small request," Harry said, showing a rare hint of shyness. "What condition?" Anton asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry hesitated slightly. "I want a Batman autograph. I just mentioned I'm a huge fan of Batman." Anton found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Harry hurriedly added, "Don't refuse, Anton. I know you can reach Batman, that's common knowledge. If there's anyone in this world who knows Batman's true identity, it must be you." "Fine, it's a deal," Anton shrugged in resignation. "Awesome." Harry beamed, his smile brightening the room. "Thank you, Anton." Looking at Harry's youthful demeanor, Anton felt a sudden urge to seize the opportunity and decided he might as well bring in a bit more funding without searching for other investors. After all, once Cyborg and Superman were made, Harry would surely not be left out of the profits. "Since you're getting Batman's autograph, Harry, are you interested in our other two films as well?" Anton smiled slightly, putting his arm around Harry's shoulder as he began to introduce him to DC's grand plans. 2 hours later, Harry walked out of the DC office on the lower floor of the Daily Bugle, feeling a bit dazed. He had somehow managed to spend $100 million, bringing his total investment to $150 million. Anton smiled broadly as he saw him off, marveling at how deep-pocketed the Osborn company was. Harry Osborn, a high school student, casually threw around $150 million without needing anyone's approval. One had to commend that wealthy beyond reason attitude. However, Anton hadn't deliberately taken advantage of him. He genuinely believed in the return on investment for Cyborg and Superman, just as he had confidence that Batman, The Shadow of the Night would yield significant profits. Harry wasn't an idiot, though Anton's words were enticing. He saw the opportunity and acted decisively. Most importantly, Norman Osborn had praised Anton in front of him, and based on his father's trust, Harry made his largest investment to date, an impressive $150 million. For the 3 films, each received an investment of $50 million. With the initial budget of $500 million for all 3 films,
the external funding already covered 30% of the budget. Anton would put in another $200 million, and the remaining $150 million could be sourced from elsewhere. This allocation was quite reasonable. Moreover, Anton could still have some funds left over to promote the development of novels, comics, and even animations, including his long-desired Marvel Origin Network plan. It was simply perfect. After finalizing the deal, Anton called Jim, who was in Los Angeles. Upon hearing the news, Jim was overjoyed. Since the establishment of DC, their first development plan was already linked to the Osborne Company, which made Jim increasingly confident that his initial decision had been correct. Having a giant company like Osborne as an investor brought numerous hidden benefits, ensuring plenty of resources. In New York, Anton stepped out of the DC office and went up a floor to the Daily Bugle, which was only one level away. Since establishing DC, he had rented this floor beneath the Bugle for better management of the company and the newspaper. "Anton, have you heard about a Spider-Man appearing in Queens recently?" Eddie looked at the article submitted by his reporters, a strange expression crossing his face as if he had just thought of something. "Little Spider? You haven't forgotten about him, right?" Eddie spoke somewhat awkwardly to Anton. "He's the one who helped you catch Kingpin that night." "Of course, I remember. What's up? He's made his debut in Queens?" Anton replied. In truth, he knew very well that in Queens, there could only be one person, Peter Parker. Remembering how the young Spider had called himself Batman's fan made Anton feel a flicker of pride. "We just discussed it in a meeting. Tomorrow's front page will definitely feature Spider-Man," Eddie continued. "He's been doing some good deeds lately and has been dubbed a good neighbor of New Yorkers by our competitors. He's gaining quite a bit of popularity." He paused for a moment before adding, with a hint of schadenfreude, "However, he frequently steals jobs from the police. The ones who dislike this vigilante the most are probably not the petty criminals but the police themselves." "Ah, that's great. We handle the big stuff, someone has to take care of the small stuff. But that kid looks too young, he still needs more experience," Anton remarked, feeling that the young Spider was doing well. Of course, stealing jobs from the police would indeed provoke a lot of resentment from them, as if the police were idle. People wouldn't think it was because there was no crime in the city, but rather that the police were incompetent. For individual officers, Spider-Man's antics would also make them feel embarrassed. After all, they ran around day and night, and if they did 9 things, one of them would be done by someone else, leading to public blame for their incompetence. That would naturally be frustrating. "Wait, is this the photo of Spider-Man we captured?" Anton flipped through the articles and attached photos, finding that most were side views and looked terrible, with the few front-facing shots being blurry and not suitable for the front page. These were all taken from surveillance footage. "You know, that kid swings between tall buildings like a real spider. We can't get a nice shot, so we had to make do," Eddie shrugged. "Using these photos would be rather unprofessional," Anton said with a headache. "But if we don't run any photos, it would make us look even less professional," Eddie countered. "What about the photos from Kingpin that night?" Anton asked. "What's the difference between that photo and these? Besides, it's already been used. If we use it again, our competitors will laugh at us," Eddie firmly rejected. Hearing this, Anton recalled how the young Spider had looked that night and was left speechless. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Phil Urich walked in, followed by a slightly thin, youthful-looking boy. Phil said, "Editor-in-chief, boss, this kid says he has some exclusive photos of Spider-Man and wants to know if we're interested." Anton and Eddie exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it was just as they had wished. Anton quietly observed the young boy standing next to Phil Urich, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. "You got pictures of Spider-Man?" "Let me see," Eddie said, breaking the silence. The boy, a bit nervous, stepped forward and carefully pulled a digital camera from his backpack, handing it to Eddie. Eddie took the camera, flipping through the photos inside, his expression shifting to one of surprise. He then nodded and said, "These are pretty good photos. Are you planning to sell these exclusively to us, or will you sell them to other media outlets too?" "I'm only selling to you guys. I'm a Batman fan and a loyal reader of the Daily Bugle," the boy replied, his youthful face filled with anxiety. "Great. I can give you $1,000 for each photo. There are a total of 6 photos, so Phil, take him to finance to get the money," Eddie said with a bright smile. The boy's decision to sell the photos exclusively to them had won him some goodwill from Eddie, and he offered a rather generous price. "Thank you." The boy breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Phil lead him away. He couldn't help but ask,
if I take more photos of Spider-Man later, can I come to you again? Of course. We'll take as many as you have. As long as you promise to sell only to us, I'll guarantee you the same price for every photo. Anton quickly agreed before Eddie could respond. Anton then casually asked, by the way, what's your name? Peter Parker, the boy replied before leaving. Anton smiled slightly, a thought crossing his mind. The young spider continued to act as he usually did, seemingly wandering into his own black fan lair at the Daily Bugle. Fate has a peculiar way of unfolding, always unpredictable. Leaving the Daily Bugle with $6,000 in hand, Peter felt a surge of excitement. This wasn't the first money he'd ever earned, but it was the most he'd made so far, and it held great significance for him, solving an urgent need. He decided to use this money to buy materials needed to create a new costume. He wanted to make a proper suit for himself. Frankly, during his time in the spotlight, the harshest criticism from his detractors wasn't about his abilities to catch thieves and robbers, it was about his appearance. That ugly red mask, the loose hoodie with a spider emblem, and the sweatpants that had nothing to do with Spider-Man made him feel embarrassed. If it weren't for the Daily Bugle declaring him Spider-Man a few days ago, no one would have even viewed him as a superhero. He needed to change his outfit to uphold his superhero image. To keep it a secret, he decided to make the suit himself. However, funding was his biggest obstacle. Suddenly, he remembered the idea of taking photos of himself and selling them for money. This idea stemmed from Venom's actions that night. After taking down Kingpin, Venom had claimed he was doing it to get 3 times the bonus at the end of the month, snapping a photo that later appeared in the Daily Bugle, which circulated throughout New York. This was also the first time Spider-Man had entered the public eye. As for why that photo ended up in the Bugle, Peter could easily guess that Venom likely worked for the Bugle or had a direct partnership with them. From this point of view, the Daily Bugle's relationship with Venom and Batman was quite close. It was practically a hero concentration camp. This was one of the main reasons Peter had a fondness for the Bugle, not to mention he was a fan of Batman. "Hey, Peter!" As he stepped out of the building, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. He turned around, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "Harry," he exclaimed happily. "What are you doing here?" "I came here to talk to someone, and just as I was about to leave, I saw you walk into this building, so I waited for you at the door," Harry Osborn explained briefly, skipping over the details about his multi-million investment with Anton. He then smiled and said, "I recently visited Oscorp and met Dr. Connors. He spoke highly of you and is considering bringing you on as an assistant. Are you interested?" "Dr. Connors?" Peter's eyes brightened with excitement. "Of course, I'd love to be Dr. Connors' assistant." "Anton, it seems you're quite interested in that kid from just now," Eddie remarked after Peter left, noticing Anton's unusual behavior that day. "I just think he's a bit special," Anton replied casually. "Everyone struggles to get photos of Spider-Man, yet he managed to take such good shots. That shows he's capable." "Maybe he just got lucky," Eddie shrugged, not entirely convinced by Anton's words. "There's also a possibility that he is Spider-Man." Suddenly, Venom chimed in Anton's mind, seemingly unable to hold back and providing a reminder. "What?" Eddie's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Seeing this, Anton smiled slightly and turned to leave the Daily Bugle. Although he had seen the boy behind the mask of Spider-Man, he had no intention of interfering with Peter's growth. Every superhero had their uniqueness, just as every person had their own thoughts. Of course, Peter's acceptance of the Daily Bugle made Anton very happy. It indicated that the Bugle, under his leadership, had gained recognition from more people. Returning to the DC office downstairs, Anton began supervising Browning and the others' work. The novel creation for Superman, Man of Steel was in full swing, with many heroes like Cyborg, The Flash, Wonder Woman, and Shazam taking their first steps thanks to the diligent efforts of the writers. The corresponding release platform for the novels, the Daily Bugle's website, had already been developed and was just waiting for DC to upload the relevant novel content. Given the public's interest in Batman, the novels section had enough traffic from the outset to support its normal operation. After all, the second work of Batman, The Dark Knight, was currently being serialized on the forum. In other words, the Bugle's novel forum had already turned a profit since its inception, thanks to advertising support and the resources accumulated by the Bugle over the years. With just those two factors, they could provide ample support for the initial development of the forum, while DC only needed to focus on delivering quality content. Ding, ding, ding. Jim's phone call came in. He inquired, "Anton, the preparations for the film crew are complete,
and the initial funding is basically in place. How soon do you plan to start filming Cyborg? The sooner, the better. I'm heading to Hollywood tonight, Anton replied, then asked, what's the progress on filming Batman and Superman? We started filming yesterday. We're still in the adjustment phase, so the progress isn't very fast, but I'm somewhat reassured. What worries me most is you, Anton, Jim said somewhat helplessly. Although funding wasn't fully secured, it wasn't uncommon for crews to shoot while raising funds simultaneously. Plus, these 3 films weren't without funding, they were simply trying to spread out the costs so that the remaining money could be used for other projects. Anton had been eager to secure a second identity, so once Jim had prepared the crew, he quickly arranged for the staff to enter. Casting, directing, and other work had already been contacted in advance. During the celebration party for Batman's global box office surpassing $600 million, he had discussed the subsequent filming plans with Jim, after which Jim began preparing for the filming of the second Batman film. Of course, Anton's recent push to expedite the work of 3 crews had indeed surprised him. To prepare for these 3 films had taken a toll on him, and he even felt that he was close to achieving the weight loss goal he had failed to meet for years. Now that filming was finally about to begin, his workload would significantly lighten, and he felt a sense of relief. Don't worry, Jim, this time, I won't let you down, Anton said nonchalantly over the phone. Although he was joining the crew tomorrow, based on his previous filming experience, he knew that his main job in the crew would be to act as the cut command machine. With so many experienced assistant directors in the crew, they certainly weren't just there to watch. Based on his previous experience, he estimated that it would take about 3 months to complete the filming of the movie, and the specific process would be similar to the last time he filmed Batman. He hoped to release the film as soon as possible so he could earn fan points for Cyborg, which was far more important than money. The next day, Anton embarked on his journey to Hollywood, marking the official start of filming for Cyborg. In his previous life, the Cyborg movie had been plagued by delays, and the plot had always remained unclear. However, with his in-depth understanding of DC and numerous discussions with Browning, they had finally settled on a rough framework for the script. The film would follow the classic storyline of a protagonist gaining superpowers, discovering a crisis, and stepping up to resolve it, much like those popular, feel-good stories. The only difference was that while someone could sit comfortably on their sofa at home with a phone in hand, smiling with pride, audiences in the cinema would be in cozy seats, sipping soda and munching popcorn, fully immersed in the film's storyline. In this world, the superhero film formula was still relatively novel, and Anton was filled with confidence. He believed he could produce a successful movie. If he were to find a reference point, he would compare Cyborg to his previous life's Iron Man 1. Iron Man 1 had a budget of $140 million, with an official filming period of about 105 days after accounting for pre-production and post-production. Anton had also prepared a budget of $140 million, planning to complete filming in around 90 days. Following his approach from Batman, The Shadow of the Night, the special effects production would occur concurrently with filming, ideally allowing the movie to premiere in the second month after shooting wrapped. From the start of filming to the final release, only 4 months would be needed, a seemingly unbelievable timeframe for a large-scale superhero film. Yet with ample funding, this goal was entirely achievable. Moreover, the technological advancements in this world were somewhat superior to those of Anton's previous era, with a plethora of emerging cutting-edge technologies greatly aiding the special effects production, ensuring that effects would not pose a problem. Anton's gaze was fixated on a particular talent. He thought to himself that if he could recruit this person and their team, the film's special effects production would become a breeze. As he was contemplating, the male lead, a young black actor, began showcasing his acting talents in front of the camera. Anton's choice of a black lead was one of the reasons he believed Cyborg would at least break even and not incur losses. In his previous life, the superhero film Black Panther, featuring a black protagonist, resonated with the sentiments and national consciousness of the black community in America, garnering enthusiastic support. Coupled with the film's inherent appeal, it achieved a domestic box office of around $700 million and a global box office of an astonishing $1.346 billion, yielding impressive returns. In this world, even though the character of Black Panther already existed, having a black protagonist in a superhero film was still a significant breakthrough. As long as the film could be released smoothly and met quality standards, effective promotion would likely lead to strong support from the black community. This would inevitably result in Cyborg's fan points quickly surpassing 20 million. It was easy to imagine that, compared to Batman, Cyborg's path to success would be much easier, provided the targets were correctly identified, and the right measures were taken. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Filming for both the enclosed scenes in Hollywood and the standard outdoor scenes had been completed. Anton then divided the crew into two parts. He led the black lead and other relevant personnel back to New York, while the other group remained in Hollywood to continue shooting minor scenes and to push forward with the special effects production. This time, without any original footage to reference, Anton couldn't provide much creative guidance to the effects department and had to let them work day and night. However, due to the generous pay, there were few complaints. Back in New York, Anton and his team were set to film the critical scenes where Victor Stone becomes cyborg due to the explosion of the mother box at the Red Room laboratory. To facilitate this, Anton had reached out to Oscorp, hoping to borrow their latest lab for filming. Thanks to his friendly relationship with Oscorp, even though the lab was a critical research area, they wouldn't turn him away. Furthermore, Harry Osborn, the son of Oscorp's founder, was one of the investors in the film, which made Oscorp even more willing to help. After signing a series of safeguard agreements regarding the lab usage duration, daily filming hours, ensuring no disruption to other personnel, and guaranteeing no damage to important experimental equipment, Anton finally led the crew into Oscorp. They would conduct a 2-week filming session in this laboratory. However, it was quite a coincidence that Anton discovered the laboratory he was using was located directly above the regenerative tissue technology department. To his surprise, Peter Parker, the young spider, was serving as an assistant to Dr. Kurt Connors, the head of that department. During the filming, Peter learned that a movie was being shot in the lab upstairs, and it was the same crew that had previously filmed Batman. His curiosity piqued, he ran upstairs to watch for half the day. He only reluctantly returned downstairs when Dr. Connors urged him. Anton was aware that certain events might unfold in the future, but his primary focus was on filming the movie. Additionally, Dr. Connors had not yet undergone his transformation into the lizard. Even though Anton knew the eventual outcome, he couldn't abandon his responsibilities and hover downstairs, waiting for Connors to turn into the lizard, or directly become Batman, knock out the disabled professor, and send him to purgatory to keep Kingpin company. After all, the man hadn't done anything wrong yet. Such thoughts were clearly unrealistic. In short, as long as Dr. Connors remained normal and didn't interfere with Anton's filming, he would not concern himself with those trivial matters. Leaving Connors to Peter might even help the young spider gain some growth and enlightenment along the way. That day, filming wrapped up, and Anton announced a break for the crew. He immediately returned to the nearby DC office, filled with anticipation, as he awaited the arrival of the special effects master he had long been looking forward to. "Mr. Beck, it's a pleasure to meet you," Anton said with a radiant smile at the man in his 30s before him. "I greatly admire your special effects work, including your research on the holographic system. It's a revolutionary breakthrough with limitless applications, capable of changing humanity's lifestyle and entertainment." "Mr. Anton, do you really think so?" Quentin Beck's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling that this was the first time in his long career he'd received such affirmation. Especially during his time at Stark Industries, those who focused solely on weapon development never recognized his inventions or pursuits, they merely thought he was wasting his talent. To be honest, even Tony Stark regarded the holographic system as just an ordinary technology, as he had already touched upon more advanced answers. Tony had a holographic projection system of his own research beneath his mansion in Los Angeles, serving as part of Jarvis's infrastructure, facilitating some of his virtual experiments. Though Tony's system differed from what Beck sought in terms of realism, it undeniably delved deeper into the technology than Beck's current work. For this reason, Tony didn't see much value in Beck's research. However, Beck was completely unaware of this. He felt that everyone looked down on him, and the accumulated resentment over the years had nearly led him to a state of self-isolation. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons he became Mysterio after Tony's death, driven by hatred for Tony, infiltrating the superhero world and attempting to steal the young Spider's glasses. Hoping to surpass Iron Man tragically, he ultimately became a stepping stone on the young Spider's path to growth. Of course, Beck's fate was changing at this moment because Anton, as a time traveler, had found him and praised his research direction. To Anton, Beck was indeed a rare talent. As someone who had once deceived the world with his special effects mastery, if Beck could join DC, the special effects production for the movie would become effortless. Additionally, Anton knew that in the comic version, Mysterio was originally a special effects practitioner in Hollywood, aligning perfectly with Beck's expertise. "Beck, give up on Stark Industries. You should come work for me," Anton said decisively, shaking Quentin Beck's hand with a sincere tone.
Only here can you fully realize your potential. Absolutely. I'm more than willing to join DC. Beck was almost dizzy from Anton's words, agreeing without a moment's hesitation. He gripped Anton's hand tightly, excitement sparkling in his eyes as if he had found an important opportunity in life. By the way, I heard you have a team, Anton said with a smile, seemingly casually. Why not bring your team to our crew now? Our special effects department desperately needs your technical support. Not a problem, I'll arrange it as soon as possible, Beck replied firmly, showing no signs of hesitation. Following that, Anton and Beck discussed both the emotional and financial aspects, detailing the benefits and career prospects of joining the company, until Beck was eager to return to Stark Industries to handle his resignation. Anton then watched Beck leave the company with satisfaction. With the addition of special effects master Mysterio, Quentin Beck, DC was certainly gaining a significant advantage. Anton could finally unleash his creativity in filmmaking. The quality of Cyborg, Superman, and Batman, The Dark Knight had greater assurance, and it was even possible to shorten the post-production time, allowing the films to hit theaters at a faster pace. As Anton glanced at the sky, filled with curiosity, he prepared to drive home. Just as he exited the building, he spotted Eddie and Phil driving an interview vehicle out of the underground parking lot. Although Eddie was the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, he preferred to take on the role of a frontline reporter at critical moments. Phil was naturally his loyal sidekick, always at his side. What's going on so late? Anton quickly realized they were heading out for news and felt a surge of curiosity. Anton. Eddie slammed on the brakes as he spotted Anton, urgently greeting him. There's been an incident at Oscorp. A lizard man is causing chaos, and Spider-Man is in an intense battle with him. Phil, in the passenger seat, chimed in, Boss, this news has spread throughout the city, and other media outlets are already rushing there. We can't fall behind the Daily Bugle. What? Spider-Man is fighting a lizard man? Anton was momentarily stunned. Without thinking much, he immediately understood what had happened. Connors had transformed into the lizard. This was the young Spider's debut battle. Want to go check it out? Eddie sensed Anton's thoughts, and the symbiote venom extended its tendrils from his shoulder, abruptly pulling the car door open, seemingly urging Anton to get in quickly. There's no time to waste, let's go. Without further ado, Anton quickly hopped into the car. Inside Oscorp Tower. Dr. Connors. Peter was filled with urgency, transformed into Spider-Man, as he fiercely grappled with the lizard. The two exchanged blows in a spectacular display. He had witnessed Connors transform right before his eyes, losing his sanity in an instant and developing a destructive urge filled with extreme hatred for humanity. Peter understood that Connors had been mentally affected by the gene serum, leading to extreme tendencies and violent emotions, even harboring anti-human ideas. Connors praised the greatness of the lizard gene, shouting during their fight that he wanted to turn the entire world into lizard people, believing that lizard people were the direction of human evolution. You've lost it, Professor. Peter felt immense pain. In his eyes, Connors was once a gentle, knowledgeable man. I shouldn't have helped you complete this experiment. Your transformation is partly my responsibility. I must make amends for this mistake. Peter gritted his teeth, rushing forward to subdue Connors. However, after transforming into the lizard, Connors had greatly enhanced strength, making him nearly equal to Spider-Man, and even stronger than Peter, who hadn't fully matured yet. Peter resorted to using his web shooters and spider sense to engage in hit-and-run tactics, trying to weaken Connors' combat ability before capturing him. But he was underestimating the situation. Bang! Connors grabbed the web Peter shot out and, with a powerful swing, flung the inexperienced Peter straight out the window. Crash! The glass shattered into countless pieces. Peter was thrown out from a height of over 100 meters. He didn't have time to feel the pain, his eyes widened, twisting his body midair, and quickly shot a web to stick to the outer wall of the glass, halting his fall. Phew! Peter clung to the outer wall of Oscorp Tower, panting heavily as he looked down into the abyss beneath him, filled with dread. Suddenly, a spotlight shone on him. He could hear the sound of police shouting amidst the roar of helicopters. Although the police didn't particularly like Spider-Man, they recognized that he was a good person, and at this moment, they should be allies, not enemies. The lizard is still inside Oscorp Tower, approximately above the 30th floor, continue searching for targets. From a distance, the officers monitoring the tower alerted those in the helicopters. They had finally spotted the lizard. Whoosh! The creature jumped down from over 30 floors of Oscorp Tower. What? At the same time, Peter's eyes widened in shock. He saw Connors thrust an arm into the glass wall to increase friction, countering his falling body, and at about 20 meters above the ground, he twisted his waist and leaped upwards, jumping over 50 meters to land heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground sank, creating a deep pit under his feet, cracks spreading across half the street, and the dirt in the decorative flower beds on either side erupted like a fountain. The dust cloud obscured the police's view, but it didn't stop them from launching a comprehensive attack. "Fire!" shouted the police on the helicopter. Rat-a-tat-tat. The special machine guns on the helicopter unleashed dazzling tons of fire, with bullets the size of peanuts raining down on the spot where the lizard had landed. However, as the dust gradually settled, all they saw were numerous bullet marks in the already dented earth where the lizard had landed. The lizard, however, had vanished without a trace. What just happened? Where did he go? The officers were dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Peter, squinting from his perch on the Oscorp Tower's outer wall, fell deep into contemplation. Meanwhile, Anton, who had just arrived at the scene, witnessed the lizard jump down from Oscorp Tower and, astonishingly, escape unharmed under the police gunfire. Anton turned his head thoughtfully, looking at Spider-Man clinging to the wall of Oscorp Tower, and suddenly felt a twinge of realization. It was crucial to note that the area most damaged in Oscorp Tower wasn't the nearly 100-meter-long crack in the wall caused by the lizard's leap, but rather the 3 floors directly above the Regenerative Tissue Technology department. Those floors had been thoroughly wrecked during the fierce battle between the lizard and Spider-Man. Damn it! Anton hadn't cursed in a long time, but now he was genuinely enraged, veins bulging on his forehead as he fumed. Daring to mess with my territory. He was reminded that the laboratory he had rented for filming Cyborg was directly above the Regenerative Tissue Technology department. In other words, the lizard and Spider-Man had completely wrecked his filming space. Furthermore, the filming equipment related to the movie, such as cameras and props, likely suffered substantial damage as well. This would inevitably delay the filming schedule for Cyborg and push back the movie's release. Anton, caught in the crossfire, was extremely displeased, a flame of anger igniting within him as he muttered through gritted teeth, "Forget it, I'll handle this myself." With that, he swiftly slipped into the nearby dark alley, transforming into Batman, and found a sewer entrance, storming in with determination. Eddie and Phil exchanged glances, completely unaware of Anton's intentions, filled with confusion. However, judging by Anton's earlier behavior, it was clear that the lizard had done something to anger him. They silently prayed for the lizard, hoping the creature wouldn't meet too grim a fate. The police and Spider-Man were utterly puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the lizard after he jumped from Oscorp Tower. However, Anton knew exactly what was happening. He was well aware that the lizard's lair lay within the dark sewers below. Even though Connors had just transformed into the lizard, it was easy to imagine that he had an extraordinary craving for the sewers, a desire even stronger than that of rats for their burrows. After being surrounded by heavy fire and the threat from Spider-Man, he had no choice but to retreat into the dark sewer, which was his only escape route. Whoosh! As the lizard entered the sewer, Anton quickly maneuvered to a position below street level. With his keen perception, he immediately noticed the traces left by the lizard. He didn't hesitate, stepping into the murky sewage beneath him, and like a bolt of lightning, he raced after the transformed Connors. Ahead, Connors was sprinting madly. Once in the sewer, his frantic state eased slightly, though he was still filled with excitement and exhilaration. After years, he had finally realized his dream. He had healed his disability. His regenerated right arm was more robust than that of an ordinary person, leading to an extraordinary evolution, filling him with sudden confidence. At this moment, he was completely unaware that he had unwittingly provoked a terrifying presence. In front of Oscorp Tower, Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, feeling a surge of inexplicable unease as he saw the lizard disappear from sight. Unconsciously, he slipped inside the building, determined to use Oscorp's experimental materials and instruments to create an antidote to turn Connors back into the man he once was. Meanwhile, Eddie and Phil arrived at the scene and spotted New York Police Chief George Stacy. "Chief Stacy, can you tell us about the situation with the lizard?" Eddie, utilizing his good physical condition, pressed through the crowd of reporters and was the first to present the microphone to George Stacy. Looking at the throng of reporters surrounding him, George sighed inwardly, knowing he was in for a rough day. The New York Police Department was about to trend on social media once again, becoming the subject of public ridicule. Beneath the Manhattan Bridge, Connors kicked open the sewer exit with a sudden burst of energy. He gazed at the calm surface of the Hudson River, reflecting the dazzling lights of the bridge,
and felt an uncontrollable thrill surge within him. Although he was no longer in human form, he was more satisfied with his current appearance as the lizard. Boom! Just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, a loud noise erupted behind him and an explosive projectile came hurtling toward him. The shell was powerful, trailing a long stream of flame, as if it aimed to consume everything in its path. Connor spun around, recognizing an all-too-familiar silhouette. A humanoid mech stood at the corner of the sewer, adorned with long ears well known across the streets of New York. It was none other than the legendary Batman. Before Connors could utter a word, the projectile struck him squarely, launching him into the air. His massive body arced through the sky, large patches of skin seared, before crashing heavily into the Hudson River, sending up a massive splash. Anton, clad in his rabbit suit, calmly stepped from the sewer exit to the riverbank. The thermal sensing system in his eyes was like a pair of sharp eyes, clearly capturing the churning figure beneath the water. Though he had been hit directly by the projectile, the lizard was not so easily killed. Thanks to the lizard's extraordinary healing ability, combined with the chaotic genes Connors had introduced during his experiment, as long as Connors wasn't killed instantly, he could rely on his quick regenerative powers to maintain his vitality. Glub, glub. As Connors, transformed into the lizard, sank into the Hudson River, the previously sparkling water gradually calmed. However, Anton, beneath his mask, remained composed. He knew the battle was far from over. Boom! Suddenly, a massive figure shot out of the water, its body still bearing traces of the burns from the projectile. It was the enraged lizard, lunging toward Anton like a meteor. Anton had anticipated this. The thermal sensing system of his rabbit suit was no mere decoration. He stayed vigilant, closely monitoring the movements beneath the water. He crouched and sprang into the air, evading the lizard's assault with ease. Then he landed heavily on the lizard's back, delivering a powerful strike to the back of its head. Bastard! The lizard let out a painful roar, flipping over violently and tossing Anton onto the ground. In an instant, they were engaged in a fierce melee. The lizard's heavy fists, weighing several tons, posed an unprecedented threat to Anton, causing his suit to emit sounds of distress. However, much like his previous battle with Kingpin, this crisis wasn't too significant for Anton. It was clear that this did not showcase the true horrors of the lizard, rather, it highlighted the unimaginable efforts Kingpin had put into honing his extraordinary physique. The lizard was merely a professor who had taken shortcuts and gone mad due to the gene serum. Despite being a military doctor with some professional training, that was all there was to him. When it came to combat skills, Anton, who had unlocked Batman's Master of Combat ability, could easily overpower him. Whoosh, whoosh. Anton deftly dodged the lizard's attacks, then landed a powerful punch to the lizard's face, following up with another explosive attack from his shoulder-mounted cannon. Seeing this, the lizard was alarmed and quickly dove into the river, attempting to evade Anton's onslaught. Boom! The cannonball exploded in the Hudson River, creating massive waves. Anton frowned slightly as he noticed the lizard leap out of the water and rapidly climb the Manhattan Bridge using the bridge pillars. This was starting to complicate things. Although the lizard's combat capabilities weren't overly exaggerated, his incredible healing factor made him quite resilient. Anton didn't worry about the battle dragging on too long, as he could repair his suit using fan points, and his durability was even greater than that of the lizard. But it appeared that the lizard was beginning to contemplate retreat. Trying to threaten me with the people on the bridge? A cold smile spread across Anton's face as he summoned his grappling hook gun, shooting out a cable. As the lizard reached the surface of the Manhattan Bridge, Anton swung through the air like Spider-Man, landing firmly in front of the lizard. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the lizard flying several meters away. Crack! The Manhattan Bridge was still bustling with traffic at night. After being kicked, the lizard stumbled and crashed into a bus, caving it in. Fortunately, there was no one inside. The driver sensed danger as the lizard appeared and had already jumped out to escape. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was filled with terror, mimicking the driver's actions as they all hurriedly exited their vehicles to flee. Batman. The lizard, standing atop a car on the congested bridge, let out an enraged roar. However, what awaited him was a genuine iron fist. That fist struck the lizard's face hard, instantly contorting it grotesquely, causing several teeth to fall from his gaping mouth. Meanwhile, Anton firmly grabbed the lizard's arm, pushing the suit's power system to its limits. The joints glowed red as they accelerated, and Anton's face beneath the mask was filled with a cold smirk as he pulled with all his might. Crack!
The sound of bones tearing echoed like a thunderclap in both their ears. Ah! The lizard's eyes bulged instantaneously, and hot blood gushed from his right arm like a fountain. In an instant, the ground beneath them was dyed a vivid red from the blood. The lizard, enraged, despised the image of his former self in a disabled state. Now, under Anton's assault, he had suffered such a severe injury, causing immense damage both physically and mentally. As the blood flowed more rapidly, despite the lizard's formidable healing ability and vitality, if this continued, he would surely struggle to hold on. At this moment, Anton, clad in his blood-stained rabbit suit, resembled a war god emerging from hell, radiating an aura of authority and terror. Bang! Finally, the lizard collapsed to the ground, and Anton placed a foot on his chest, his expression cold. Everyone present was stunned, even those who had previously been indifferent to Batman. They were now in awe of Anton's performance, filled with reverence. It was brutal. Anton's attack was chilling to behold. At this moment, George Stacy, surrounded by a throng of reporters, suddenly received a report from the Manhattan Bridge. His face turned pale as if doused with cold water. He forcefully pushed his way through the crowd and hurriedly boarded a nearby helicopter, anxiously urging the pilot while shouting, "Quick! Notify all units! There's a lizard monster on the Manhattan Bridge, and it's engaged in an intense battle with Batman." Batman? Oh my god, how did Batman get involved too? Although the officers were filled with complaints, their faces showed serious expressions. They left a few people to secure Oscorp Tower while the others quickly jumped into police cars, flooring the gas as they raced toward the Manhattan Bridge. Eddie and Phil exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Just then, the head of Oscorp rushed to the scene, sweating profusely. After a brief exchange with the police officers remaining at the scene, they were immediately besieged by a group of frantic reporters, camera flashes illuminating the area like a storm of lightning. "Sir, what's your take on the lizard? Is the lizard a mutated being due to a research accident at Oscorp? Where is Mr. Norman Osborn? Will he be coming to the scene tonight?" A barrage of questions bombarded the head of Oscorp, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed. Seeing this, Eddie thought to himself that he wouldn't get anything of value from these reporters, it would just be a bunch of evasive responses. After contemplating for a moment, he turned to Phil and a sly smile crept onto his face. "Phil, how about we take a look inside Oscorp Tower?" "What do you mean?" Phil scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face, as if he were a monk unable to comprehend. A few minutes later, tendrils from venom extended behind Phil, tightly binding him, and together they swiftly scaled the dark side of Oscorp Tower like ghosts, entering the building. Their objective was to capture footage of the ongoing battle between the lizard and Spider-Man. If they could snap some photos or find traces of the fight, such insider information would surely attract more attention. Everything was for the sake of the Daily Bugle. Eddie quietly reflected, thinking that Anton could never find a more dedicated editor-in-chief like himself. Their actions were silent, not alerting anyone, as they blended into the dark night. At the center of the Manhattan Bridge, Anton stood quietly, looking at the lizard, who had been thoroughly beaten. He appeared cold and stern on the outside, but internally he felt a sense of helplessness. He didn't want to project such brutality, he simply had no other choice. The lizard's vitality was incredibly strong, and his healing ability meant that severed limbs were merely severe injuries to him. He could even regrow his limbs, which didn't pose a life-threatening situation. In other words, although the lizard looked horrific at this moment, he wasn't in any life-threatening condition. To completely resolve the issue with the lizard, they would need the antidote from the original storyline, which could only be manufactured by Connors himself or the young spider who assisted him in the experiment. After pondering for a moment, Anton lifted the lizard and, amid the gasps of the onlookers keeping their distance, jumped off the Manhattan Bridge without hesitation. Immediately, the Batmobile, equipped with flight capabilities, soared from beneath the bridge, racing toward the center of Manhattan, specifically towards Oscorp Tower. This action drew another round of gasps. In the Batmobile, feeling the night's chill, Anton's cape fluttered in the wind. He did not mind it, instead, he was searching through his memories. He recalled that in the original plot, creating the antidote wasn't overly complicated, one simply needed to add specific experimental drugs in a particular sequence and synthesize them using instruments. The difficulty lay in the synthesis sequence, which represented the code of the genes. At this moment, only Connors and Peter, who had created the lizard gene serum, knew this code. As Anton contemplated, the hovering Batmobile crossed paths with a police helicopter that had just left Oscorp Tower and was heading straight for the Manhattan Bridge. Both parties were equally bewildered as they looked at the lizard, with severed limbs, on the Batmobile. George Stacy's eyes widened in disbelief as he involuntarily swallowed. "Batman, hand him over to us!" George Stacy shouted at Batman as the helicopter roared past. "Sorry, not yet." Anton shrugged and helplessly raised his hands to George Stacy, then urged the Batmobile to accelerate away from the helicopter, speeding toward Oscorp Tower. He didn't refuse to hand over the lizard, it was simply that the police knew too little about the lizard and lacked effective means to restrain him. Given the lizard's capabilities, he could easily escape imprisonment once he regrew his limbs. Therefore, it was imperative to turn the lizard back into Connors for the matter to be considered resolved. In other words, Anton could hand Connors over to the police, but he absolutely could not hand over the lizard, as the latter did not signify the end of the incident but rather the potential beginning of another disaster. "What?" George Stacy watched as Batman sped away, his teeth gritting in frustration. Although he didn't fully understand what Batman was planning, he could guess that the situation regarding the lizard was far from over. "Turn around! Turn around!" George Stacy's mind raced as he pressed the communicator, commanding the helicopter pilot to turn back, while urgently informing his colleagues racing toward the Manhattan Bridge, "Quick! Turn around! Head back to Oscorp Tower. The lizard has been taken by Batman." "What's going on?" A group of police officers rushing toward Manhattan exchanged helpless glances, then quickly turned their cars around, speeding back toward Oscorp Tower. Besides the police receiving the news promptly, everyone remaining in the Manhattan area, especially those near the Manhattan Bridge to Oscorp Tower, looked up at the Batmobile soaring through the sky, excitement gleaming in their eyes. "Batman! Go, Batman! I love you!" A crowd of fervent fans shouted loudly, their voices seemingly piercing the clouds. Most were burly men, but there were also some women. However, the women's high-pitched screams couldn't drown out the excitement emanating from the men. In their eyes, matches represented eternal romance. They felt as if they were experiencing Batman's prowess firsthand, recalling the scene of Batman battling the monstrous Drake on the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. They felt as if they were part of that thrilling event. If Anton were to check the system space at this moment, he would be astonished to find that Batman's fan points were skyrocketing at an incredible rate, increasing at least 10 times faster than usual. Meanwhile, inside Oscorp Tower, Peter was anxiously busy, working diligently to produce the antidote, preparing for Connor's next appearance after the antidote was ready. During his battle with Connors, he learned of Connor's ambitions and understood that he would not give up easily. Frankly, if Connors truly intended to turn the entire human race into lizard people, he would undoubtedly resurface again. Connor's first target would surely be New York. Then, like a virus that couldn't be completely eradicated, it would gradually spread to the rest of the world. At this moment, Peter was unaware that Connors had already been dealt with by his idol, Batman. He was filled with hope that the antidote he was creating would prove effective. Suddenly, Peter's spider sense jolted in his mind, and he turned around sharply to see a tall black figure appear behind him, accompanied by a man holding a camera. They exchanged glances, and the air around them seemed to freeze, a dead silence enveloping the space. Finally, Phil Urich, bearing the Venom symbiote, broke the silence, waving at Spider-Man with an awkward smile on his face. Spider-Man, you and Venom should know each other, right? We're all friends here. Would you mind striking a pose for a photo?" At this moment, Peter, the young spider, wore a look of helplessness. He certainly recognized Venom and understood that the person who had led him to the Daily Bugle was Phil Urich. "What's with you guys at the Daily Bugle?" Peter couldn't find the right words to describe the behavior of the two in front of him. He glanced helplessly at Venom and then at Phil, silently critiquing them in his mind. "I can't help it, I'm just a worker," Phil casually greeted the Spider-Man in front of him, the sound of his camera clicking as he snapped a few photos. He then turned his attention to Venom. "You can continue." Eddie, maintaining his Venom form without revealing his original appearance, looked at the young spider with curiosity and asked, "What are you working on?" "I'm making an antidote," Spider-Man explained. "The lizard turned into that because of a complex gene serum. If that complex lizard gene can be seen as poison, then the antidote I'm making will counteract it, allowing him to return to human form." He furrowed his brow, troubled as he added, "But there's a problem, the lizard just escaped, and we don't know when he'll appear again. We need to catch him to have a chance at restoring him." "Got it," Venom nodded, his voice low. "Don't worry, you'll see the lizard again soon." "What do you mean?" Peter's eyes widened as he sensed something ominous, abruptly looking towards the behind Venom.
A black Batmobile suddenly appeared, with Batman standing firmly at the front, right above the incapacitated lizard, who lay defeated at his feet, missing limbs and utterly powerless.
Bang! In Peter's astonished and shocked gaze, Batman kicked the lizard toward his feet. I think you should have a way to turn him back, right?
Peter heard this question and widened his eyes beneath his mask, feeling as if Batman had seen right through him.
A few minutes later, the antidote was finally complete. The lizard returned to Connor's form, but the only difference was that the right arm he had regrown was now gone again, and worse still, he had lost his right leg during this ordeal, rendering him a man who could only rely on a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He lay on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of hope. Peter could see the despair and anger within Connors. Why?
Connors muttered, glaring at Batman with hatred.
Why did you do this to me? I just wanted to be whole again. Your thoughts and actions were too dangerous.
Now you have time to reflect on your disability. Instead, think about how to compensate for the damages to Oscorp and the harm you've caused to others during your time as the lizard. The loss of your right leg is the price you must pay. Perhaps it even includes your freedom for the rest of your life, Anton said calmly. Just as he finished speaking, George Stacy arrived at the scene with a group of police officers. At this moment, Batman, Venom, and Spider-Man were all present. Phil Urich's eyes lit up with excitement as he discreetly adjusted his camera, capturing every moment in high definition.
Batman, hand him over to us, George said, finally understanding why Batman hadn't immediately turned the lizard over after subduing him, so the lizard could indeed be transformed back.
George, he's yours now, Batman said, and after that, he entered the Batmobile, disappearing into the distant sky. Venom and Spider-Man also left in succession. Before leaping out of Oscorp Tower and through a window, Spider-Man took one last deep look at Connors, sighed helplessly, and disappeared into the shadows of the city.
Phil appeared right on cue.
He turned to George Stacy and said, Chief Stacy, congratulations to the NYPD for capturing the lizard.
What's your comment on the lizard's actions? How do you view this incident? Does this event serve as a warning for the NYPD?
George Stacy realized that a reporter had inexplicably mixed in with the crowd. Get him out of here, George said, glancing at the camera, his head throbbing as he instructed his subordinates to remove Phil. Phil was helplessly escorted away by the officers, waiting outside Oscorp Tower.
Sure enough, Eddie and Anton soon appeared by his side. How did it go? Eddie nudged his shoulder, smiling as he asked, Did you get the shots?
Of course.
Phil patted his chest, grinning. Don't forget, I'm your student, Eddie. Good job. Eddie nodded with satisfaction.
You're almost ready to graduate. Meanwhile, Anton was gazing at the sealed-off Oscorp Tower when he suddenly turned to see a black car approaching at the end of the road. The car stopped at the entrance of Oscorp Tower, and the driver hurriedly got out, opening the passenger door to reveal the head of Oscorp. At that moment, Norman Osborn straightened his outfit and slowly walked toward Oscorp Tower. A swarm of reporters spotted Norman and immediately surrounded him.
Mr. Osborn, what's your take on the lizard incident?
I've heard the lizard is an employee of Oscorp who mutated due to a mysterious serum.
Is this related to Oscorp's recent research into life gene technology? Is Oscorp set to acquire Life Foundation? Is this technology connected to Carlton Drake, who once turned into a monster? Mr. Osborn. The cacophony of voices and the incessant flashes of cameras made the entrance to Oscorp Tower lively. Phil squeezed into the crowd, waiting for Norman Osborn's response.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm willing to answer your questions, he said, as his bodyguards cleared a path for him. He stepped onto the stairs at the entrance, looking at the reporters with a calm expression and said, however, only one media outlet can ask questions. As the reporters erupted in protest, he pointed out, I believe the reporter from the Daily Bugle is present. Phil paused for a moment, quickly raised his hand, and excitedly exclaimed, Here.
Here. Mr. Osborn, I'm the reporter from the Daily Bugle.
Great, come with me. Norman Osborn nodded, then turned to Anton and Eddie on the edge of the crowd, saying, Anton, if you'd like, you can come along too. Anton and Eddie exchanged glances, and amid the envious and jealous eyes of the reporters, they obediently moved through the crowd, following Norman Osborn into Oscorp Tower.
Norman's bodyguards surrounded them, but once the elevator opened, he instructed them, You don't need to follow. Just guard the entrance, no one else is allowed in.
Boss,
one of the guards hesitated. In here, I am absolutely safe, no one can harm me, Norman said decisively, then looked deeply at Anton, smiling as he added, Anton, wouldn't you agree? Anton was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile.
Of course. Upon hearing the conversation between Norman and Anton, Eddie and Phil quickly understood the implications. They then made their way to the Regenerative Tissue Technology Department, where they saw a group of NYPD officers engaged in post-incident work.
"Mr. Osborne, do you need me to explain the identity of the lizard?"
George Stacy greeted Norman Osborne, then glanced at Connors, who was slumped on the floor with a vacant expression, and shrugged.
"I imagine you're already familiar with Oscorp employees, especially smart ones like Dr. Connors."
Norman looked deeply at Connors, his tone carrying a hint of friendliness.
"Chief Stacy, may I have a moment alone with Connors?"
Of course. George seemed to have anticipated this moment. He didn't refuse but motioned for the officers standing by Connors to step back. He wasn't worried that Connors would suddenly become violent. After all, without his lizard form, Connors was just a professor with disabilities, powerless to harm anyone.
Anton and the others also took a step back, not eavesdropping on the conversation.
From the outside, it appeared that Connors didn't respond at all, and Norman was speaking to himself, wearing a look of regret. After a while, Norman nodded to George, who instructed his officers to take Connors away. It seemed Norman Osborne had only come to Oscorp Tower to speak with Connors for a few moments. Seeing this, Anton suddenly realized.
George hadn't taken Connors away immediately because he was waiting for Norman Osborne's arrival.
This was the charm of capital.
Anton reflected quietly in his mind.
At that moment, Norman approached Anton with a smile, looking quite pleased.
"Anton, thank you for your help this time."
"We're friends, after all," Anton replied subtly, confident that Norman would understand his meaning. "Yes, we are friends," Norman nodded and continued, "however, friends should show some appreciation.
Oscorp will cover all the losses your crew has incurred, including this filming work.
I will ensure Oscorp employees provide you with the best conditions." He paused and added, "Also, regarding the funds that Harry allocated to you, if the movie fails, there will be no remaining dividends, everything will belong to DC. If the movie profits, you only need to return the principal, and I will personally make up the rest for Harry, but this must remain between us. After all, he has high hopes for this investment."
"Understood, you are very generous." Anton smiled with satisfaction.
Although the lizard incident was somewhat unexpected, he had certainly gained a lot. Capture of the lizard, Justice Points reward, 1000000. Justice Points balance, 13,000,000. With this system reward, he was one step closer to his ultimate goal.
Of course, as Anton had thought, the lizard was not a formidable character, and this appearance had not caused chaos like in the original plot.
The system's reward for justice points was even less than what he had earned when thwarting the Continental Hotel incident.
Anton could roughly understand that the justice points awarded by the system were determined by the level of threat posed by the character, the potential harm of the event, and its overall impact.
Clearly, the system regarded the lizard's influence as insufficient. This was perhaps also due to the fact that the lizard had barely made any moves before Anton subdued him. However, despite the smaller reward, even a mosquito is still meat. Additionally, with Norman Osborne's commitment, he had effectively gained $150 million in movie investment without any cost. If the film turned a profit, there would be even more dividends, which would promote the development of DC. It could be said that this was a significant gain. "If you want to conduct interviews, you'd better do it quickly." Norman Osborne suddenly looked at Eddie and Phil beside Anton, smiling as he said, "I may not have this much free time later."
"Of course." Phil quickly raised his camera and approached Norman Osborne.
Eddie's expression was somewhat complicated, but he ultimately said nothing. His grievances with Norman Osborne had long since faded after Drake's arrest when Norman had handed him a $10 million check. In a society where profit reigns supreme, things were that simple. As long as Norman didn't provoke him, he and Oscorp could coexist peacefully.
Moments later, high-ranking employees of Oscorp and some board members arrived at Oscorp Tower, preparing for a meeting.
Anton and the others politely excused themselves. The NYPD left a few officers to continue securing the scene, while George Stacy hurried back to the precinct to interrogate Connors, ignoring the normal operations of Oscorp.
"What big news!" Phil exclaimed, looking delighted.
He felt that choosing to work at the Daily Bugle was the best decision he'd ever made. Just look at what he had experienced in recent days: the Life Foundation, the symbiote incident. He had witnessed extraterrestrial beings arriving on Earth, realizing that humanity was not the only intelligent life in the universe. Hell's Kitchen, the downfall of the crime empire, the capture of Kingpin.
Though he hadn't personally participated, he had learned the entire process through behind-the-scenes reports from Eddie and considered himself a half-witness. This lizard incident allowed him to document the whole process with his camera. Whether on the front lines or behind the scenes, few understood the entire situation better than he did. This made Phil feel incredibly satisfied. As someone who inherently pursued excitement, the Daily Bugle was the perfect place for him to thrive. Batman. Venom. The Daily Bugle was practically an undiscovered hero concentration camp. After Eddie and Phil returned to the Bugle headquarters, they prepared to work overtime, striving to achieve a new high in newspaper sales the next day. Of course, the planned front page for tomorrow had to be scrapped. This had become a routine occurrence for them. After parting ways with them, Anton went home to sleep soundly. He thought to himself, why should he, a capitalist, concern himself with the matters of workers? Now that all losses from the crew had been covered by Oscorp, he had nothing to worry about. Everyone believed the lizard incident was over. However, later that night, after the NYPD finished interrogating Connors and transferred him to a prison on the outskirts of New York, several black SUVs suddenly appeared on the desolate road, blocking the police transport vehicle's route. Bang! 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 A series of bullets rained down, forcibly clearing a path. Then, a group of masked thugs pointed their guns at the police, threatening the officers to remain still. If you want to live, you'd better not move, officers. The thugs split into two groups. One group smashed the radio equipment in the police vehicle and destroyed the officers' phones, then bound the police to the vehicle. The other group took away Connors, who was now sitting in a wheelchair, expressionless and seemingly indifferent to the changes around him. Then the thugs returned to their SUVs and drove off. The spared police officers, unable to communicate with the outside world, found their hands and feet tied and their mouths gagged, trembling helplessly in the vehicle. Connors was taken to the outskirts of New York, inside a certain mansion, where he encountered someone who left him in disbelief. This person's appearance was completely unexpected, causing a slight ripple in Connors' previously deadpan gaze. "Connors, I told you we would meet again," Norman Osborn said, opening his arms and embracing Connors, who was in the wheelchair, before bursting into laughter. The regenerative tissue technology is a historic breakthrough. Although there are still some side effects, your research in life gene technology has indeed taken a historic step. "Norman, you," Connors seemingly guessed something, his eyes widening as he stared intently at the slender man in front of him. "Indeed, I will continue to support your research, providing you with personnel, materials, and equipment," Norman affirmed, speaking with conviction. "However, I have one condition. The genetic defects in the human body are what I value the most. You must ensure that your research not only allows for limb regeneration but also addresses the genetic defects, curing genetic diseases. Connors, this will be your research direction moving forward." The next morning, while Anton was still lost in sleep, the compensation supplies from Norman Osborn had already arrived. Oscorp had thoughtfully delivered brand new filming equipment to DC. Additionally, the footage captured by the cyborg crew was backed up every day, so there were no issues resulting from the lizard incident. It seemed that the impact of the lizard incident on the cyborg crew was minimal and nearly negligible. However, the biggest consequence of this whole affair was that Anton had to give the crew a day off. Currently, Oscorp was under lockdown, and all operations were virtually halted, including the previously undamaged laboratories, which were no longer accessible to outsiders. Norman had even arranged for Anton to have access to a new cutting-edge research facility, but since the arrangements were just finalized, it wouldn't be available for use until the next day at the earliest. Notably, Norman had already settled the rental fees for this high-tech research venue and expressed his deep gratitude to Anton in the process. Anton gladly accepted everything without any objections. When Anton finally woke up and arrived at DC to begin his work, he was surprised to find Eddie had come looking for him. "Anton, there's been some new developments regarding the lizard incident." Eddie's face was serious as he spoke in a low voice. "I just received word that Connors was abducted by a group of mysterious masked thugs." "What?" Anton was taken aback. Who would be bold enough to steal someone from the police? "It's still unclear, but this happened last night when the police were preparing to transfer Connors to prison. He was taken away," Eddie explained. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I do know that no one from the police was hurt. The thieves seemed to have some restraint and didn't cause any major harm. No injuries? It seems that their target was solely Connors, and they didn't want to have a full confrontation with the NYPD." Anton rubbed his chin, deep in thought.
Eddie continued, the NYPD has kept this under wraps, only a few well-informed people know about it.
Of course, I think most of the media should also get wind of this. Should we?
He hesitated for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Anton.
Anton understood what he meant and gently shook his head.
Since the NYPD has already sealed this information, let's give them that courtesy.
If this gets exposed, we might end up on their blacklist. I think other media outlets wouldn't be foolish enough to make a scene either.
I understand, Eddie nodded.
He actually agreed with Anton's viewpoint.
The motives of the people who abducted Connors were unclear, but their actions undoubtedly offended the pride of the NYPD. From what Eddie knew, Police Chief George Stacy was furious. He had united multiple departments and was preparing for a massive search across New York to find these perpetrators. The official reward for information was even set at $2 million, which demonstrated the NYPD's anger. To be honest, the amount of the reward wasn't the main point. The NYPD's attitude was what made many people think twice about crossing them at this time.
Eddie then turned to leave D.C., heading back to manage the daily operations at the Daily Bugle. By the way, today's newspaper sales have been excellent.
Just as he reached the door, Eddie seemed to remember something and turned back to smile at Anton.
Anton, congratulations. You've once again captivated everyone.
What he meant by captivated everyone referred to Batman's brutal resolution of the lizard incident last night, bringing him back to Oscorp under the watchful eyes of the public. Batman's impressive entrance had allowed many New Yorkers, who previously knew little about him, to fully recognize this mysterious and powerful superhero. They realized that Batman was not like the other street heroes or vigilantes that had long existed in New York. While those vigilantes only acted on a community level, Batman was a superhero of citywide or even national significance. Just look at the foes Batman had dealt with since his debut: the Continental Hotel, the Life Foundation, Kingpin, and now the mutated lizard from Oscorp. These were on a whole different level compared to the petty street fights in Hell's Kitchen, raising his status significantly. The red flower was brought out by the green leaves.
With many green leaves surrounding him, Batman's unique presence stood out even more. Moreover, Americans had always revered individualism. In comparison, people began to focus on Batman, viewing him as the ultimate idol.
Not to mention, at least in New York, no one could compare to Batman's popularity, not even Hollywood stars.
Anton listened to Eddie's words, understanding his intent, and a subtle smile crept onto his face.
Frankly, the speed at which Batman's fan points were increasing had reached the level seen during the film's release.
This wave of fan point accumulation was unparalleled.
His Batman fan points balance had reached 26 million, even after deducting the 9.98 million spent on redeeming Batman and the 4.2 million for repairing the suit. The total fan points accumulated should be around 40 million. This meant that his fan base had fully covered New York, a city with a population of just over 10 million, reaching about 1/8 of the US population.
Of course, this didn't mean his fans were only in America. Countries like neighboring Canada and distant EU nations were also familiar with the frequently trending Batman online.
After all, Batman, the Shadow of the Night, had grossed around $1 billion worldwide, significantly boosting Batman's visibility. From a certain perspective, Batman's emergence had already overshadowed the previous attention on Iron Man. Now, even if Iron Man were to reappear, it wouldn't create as much of a stir as it once did in the original plot. With Batman as a precedent, the impact would be diminished. Of course, if Tony Stark continued to announce to the world, "I am Iron Man," he would still maintain his deserved popularity. After all, he was Tony Stark, a playboy and billionaire who thrived in the spotlight, comparable to Hollywood superstars. As Anton's thoughts wandered, reflecting on how he had been in this Marvel-centric parallel world for 5 months, he felt that his life had been quite colorful. At the very least, he had managed to make a name for himself in this world. Movies, novels, comic books, and various plans were all progressing smoothly without any issues. Coming back to reality, Anton saw that Eddie had left DC and returned to the Daily Bugle to continue his daily tasks. He yawned and stretched, then thought about Connors, who had been taken away by unknown assailants from the police. Connors, he rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Who would dare to abduct Connors from the police? And who would need a failed scientist? Suddenly, he found the question intriguing but didn't delve deeper into it. As long as Connors didn't reappear as the lizard, Anton wouldn't bother with him, even if he were sitting right in front of him. The brief holiday passed in the blink of an eye, and Anton once again threw himself wholeheartedly into work. He methodically directed the crew, relocating them to a brand new research facility to continue filming Cyborg.
Meanwhile, Quentin Beck and his team officially joined the project. Anton immediately summoned them to Hollywood to oversee the special effects work for Cyborg, injecting renewed vitality into the film's production. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that in New York, the personal cult of Batman incited by the Lizard incident continued to grow. The very spot on the Manhattan Bridge where Batman had fought the Lizard had now become a popular destination for countless visitors. Even the Daily Bugle, closely associated with Batman, had turned into a must-visit place for these fervent fans. Eddie keenly noticed this trend and decided to set up a giant Batman cutout at the entrance of the Daily Bugle, allowing fans to take photos. Upon learning of this, Anton ordered a dazzling bat signal to be installed on the rooftop of the Daily Bugle. At night, the bat signal illuminated the Manhattan skyline, its massive bat symbol making even the bright moon seem dull in comparison. The signal remained lit for a full 7 days, delighting the crowd in drawing cheers. However, after 7 days, the bat signal suddenly went dark, leaving no explanation even as people bombarded the Daily Bugle with phone calls. Many were left bewildered, but that was a matter for later. Regardless, the Daily Bugle profited greatly from Batman's popularity. It had rapidly become a trending newspaper, with daily sales soaring, much to the envy of other publications. Unfortunately for them, they could only look on in despair, as the Daily Bugle's close relationship with Batman, especially with Anton as the behind-the-scenes boss, the director and writer of Batman, The Shadow of the Night, made it only natural for them to ride the wave of Batman's fame. Any other publication that tried to blindly follow suit would not only fail to attract attention but might also face backlash from the public, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. Anton couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. In this world, the meaning of the bat signal had dramatically changed. It was no longer just a signal for Commissioner James Gordon to summon Batman but had become a hotspot for people to visit. However, Anton believed that in the coming days, the citizens of New York would eventually realize that whenever the bat signal illuminated the sky, it meant Batman was on the move. Time flowed quickly, and another month slipped by unnoticed. The location shooting at the Research Institute was successfully completed, and Anton swiftly transitioned from New York back to the glitzy Hollywood. By this point, the filming of the movie had entered its critical final stage. Anton was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had underestimated his filming speed. At the current pace, he estimated that within another half-month, the movie would be wrapped up, totaling less than 80 days for the entire filming process. Additionally, the mysterious Quentin Beck, whom he had sent to Hollywood early on, showcased extraordinary talent in the special effects department. He and his team cleverly applied the holographic system technology they developed to the actors, creating stunning illusionary transformations through light and shadow effects, followed by live-action shooting that achieved an incredibly realistic outcome. Of course, compared to the technology from the era after Tony Stark's death, the current level was still far from that exaggerated. However, for Hollywood at this moment, it was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough, akin to jumping from 2D technology straight to 3D. The application of this technology left countless special effects artists in awe of Quentin Beck, who became the center of attention, with many seeking collaboration opportunities with him. A flurry of special effects orders poured into Anton's mysteriously named special effects studio, led by Quentin Beck under DC, making the studio exceptionally busy and profitable. Here, Quentin Beck earned a substantial income and finally found the sense of presence he had long been missing. He grew increasingly grateful to Anton, believing he had found a dream job. After seeing Beck's results, Anton carefully assessed the progress and realized that within another month, the movie would be completed in its entirety and ready for release. He pinpointed the timing perfectly. Now was the time to start the movie promotion. That day, after filming ended, Anton found Jim. "It's time to prepare the promotional plan," Anton said directly upon meeting Jim. "In no more than half a month, Cyborg will wrap up, and with Beck's new technology aiding post-production, we're confident we can finish the film within a month. Jim, I need you to provide me with a detailed plan for the promotion of Cyborg as soon as possible." "What? You're almost done filming?" Jim looked astonished, as if struck by lightning. Although he knew Anton was known for his fast filming pace, he hadn't expected that after just 2 months, Anton would already be thinking about promotion. Jim had been busy shuttling between the Superman and the Dark Knight sets, only occasionally checking in with Anton about the progress. So he was genuinely surprised to learn that Anton was nearly finished with the movie. It gave him a surreal feeling, reminiscent of when Anton had informed him that Batman, The Shadow of the Night was complete. At the time, he hadn't felt particularly moved, but now, looking back, he realized how wonderful that feeling had been. If they could replicate the previous success, it would mean that joining DC had been the best decision of his life. "I'll go back and arrange for the promotion." Jim took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and nodded in agreement. "Do you have any specific suggestions regarding the promotion?" "Movies belong to the public, and I'm confident in the quality of this film. As long as we follow the regular promotional procedures, the box office will definitely perform well." Anton contemplated for a moment before continuing. "However, the lead of this film is a black actor. If we can resonate with and gain recognition from the black community during the promotion, then this film will absolutely not fail." He cast a meaningful glance at Jim. "Jim, you should understand what I mean." "I get it." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Jim's eyes. As a lead producer, he could naturally grasp Anton's intent. The two discussed for a while, after which Jim bid farewell to leave and begin arranging promotional matters. Anton returned to the hotel arranged for him by the crew, took a relaxing hot bath, and was about to rest properly when his personal assistant, Betty, knocked on his door. "Hey, it's quite late." Anton looked at Betty in surprise. He was bare-chested and raised an eyebrow, jokingly saying, "I just warmed up your bed. Are you interested in having a good sleep together? Your abs look pretty good." Betty glanced at Anton, her expression unfazed, as if she hadn't heard his teasing. She said seriously, "There's something you will definitely be interested in." Anton asked curiously, "What is it?" Betty said solemnly, "Tony Stark is not dead. He was found by the military in the deserts of Afghanistan and is expected to have arrived at a military airport by now." "Tony was found?" Anton was initially stunned but quickly regained his composure, a pleased smile spreading across his face. He calculated the time and realized it had been nearly 3 months since Batman, The Shadow of the Night was released, which aligned with Tony's time of suffering in Afghanistan. Stark Industries has just released a statement. "Tomorrow morning, Tony Stark will hold a press conference at the Stark Industries branch in Los Angeles," Betty said calmly. "Tony might reveal some important news during the press conference." Additionally, Eddie and Phil have already flown in overnight. They believe the Daily Bugle cannot miss this press conference. Pausing, she looked at Anton. "Anton, if you want to attend tomorrow's press conference, I can arrange an extra ticket for you." "Why not?" Anton nodded without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I don't want to miss that iconic moment." At the Stark Industries branch in Los Angeles, a grand press conference was in full swing. Eddie and Phil struggled to push their way through the crowd, gripping their cameras tightly, fully focused and eager not to miss any detail. They were desperate to capture the first sighting of Tony Stark, who had been missing for 3 long months. From the previous reports of his uncertain fate to now his return to the homeland, what had Tony experienced during this time? What message did he intend to convey to the world in this press conference? These questions loomed like a mystery in everyone's minds, not just the journalists, but even the online community, who were filled with curiosity about this genius inventor, charismatic playboy, billionaire, and life winner with countless titles. Anton and Betty stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, their eyes fixed on a black car slowly pulling up to the entrance of Stark Industries. "He's here." Anton suddenly squinted, watching as the figure emerged from the passenger seat. Betty leaned in, her gaze focused as well. Tony Stark, with his right arm in a sling, stepped out of the car, greeted by an older bald man. He still sported that charming goatee and wore a sharply tailored suit. On the surface, it appeared that Tony had not changed much since his disappearance 3 months ago. However, Betty keenly sensed that there was something subtly different about him. His aura had shifted in a way that caught people's attention. "I have a feeling he's going to say something that will shock us all." Anton crossed his arms, his eyes locked on Tony as he made his way to the podium. Just then, a familiar voice reached Anton's ears. He turned to see Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson looked at Anton without any surprise, as if he had expected to see him there. Anton, too, showed no surprise, almost as if he had anticipated this encounter. "Can I speak with you privately?" Coulson glanced at Betty before his expression turned serious. "I need to confirm some things with you." Of course, Anton nodded slightly, looking at Betty before following Coulson to the outskirts of the crowd. Once they were away from the throng, Anton asked directly, "What do you need to talk about?" Coulson took a deep breath before speaking slowly. "Regarding Obadiah Stane, we have conducted an investigation and found no concrete evidence of his involvement in Tony Stark's disappearance. However, we did discover a close connection between Tony's disappearance and an organization known as the 10 Rings. This group has significant influence in the Afghanistan region and is secretly linked to many underground organizations. What exactly are you trying to say? Anton felt a wave of impatience rising as he interrupted Coulson. Coulson looked at Anton with a hint of resignation and continued, "Do you know anything about the 10 rings? The 10 rings?
Anton rubbed his chin, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before he slowly shook his head.
I don't know much about that organization. I can't help you.
He spoke the truth. In the early Marvel Cinematic Universe, information about the 10 rings was scarce, apart from the name Mandarin. There was no significant information exposed about the organization.
Even in Iron Man 3, the Mandarin who appeared and was caught was a fake.
His understanding of the 10 rings was merely speculative from the limited comic book lore, making it an unknown variable.
Alright, if you don't know, then never mind. Coulson realized Anton didn't want to continue discussing this topic and didn't press further.
If you come across any information about the 10 rings in the future, please let us know.
Anton nodded, acknowledging that he understood.
Just then, Anton noticed Coulson entering the venue, where he found Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, and they seemed to be discussing something.
Meanwhile, the entire venue suddenly became noisy, with gasps echoing throughout the hall.
Anton's heart tightened. He knew something significant must have happened.
Sure enough, a throng of reporters surged toward the podium, surrounding Tony Stark.
From their excited expressions and urgent questions, Anton could guess that Tony had just announced a shocking decision.
To shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division.
As a globally recognized arms giant, making such a decision was undoubtedly earth-shattering news. Stark Industries had always prided itself in the arms industry, and now it was withdrawing from this field, which would send shockwaves throughout the entire sector. Betty stood inside the venue, quietly listening to Tony Stark's words, her mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, she recalled Anton's earlier prediction, he's going to say something incredible. Betty let out a soft breath, murmuring, this truly is something incredible.
Tap, tap, tap.
At that moment, a sound of footsteps reached Betty's ears.
She turned to see Anton standing behind her with a smile, his gaze still fixed intently on Tony, who was still speaking at the podium, his expression calm and composed. Anton, you were right.
Betty exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise and admiration.
You would never guess what Tony Stark just said. Shutting down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division? Anton smiled slightly as he asked. You heard? Betty was momentarily stunned, then said, do you know how shocking this news is?
The arms industry is about to lose a major player, and this will be a huge blow to Stark Industries. The board members will never allow Tony Stark to make such a decision, but since he is the soul of Stark Industries, him saying this means. Anton crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with confidence. It means Stark Industries will fall into internal chaos, and the outside world will develop a negative sentiment towards Stark Industries. Tomorrow, the stock valuation of Stark Industries will drop by at least 40 points.
Exactly.
Betty nodded, her admiration for Anton growing even stronger. This guy has so much courage, I can't imagine what he went through in Afghanistan.
This is his story, it's none of our business.
Anton offered a faint smile and instructed, starting tomorrow, keep a close eye on Stark Industries' stock trends. Use all the resources at your disposal to buy in at the lowest point possible.
Buy as much as you can. What?
Betty was taken aback, her eyes widening in fear.
You're going to buy Stark Industries stock at a time like this? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?
Anton smiled slightly, his eyes hardening with determination. You yourself said that the soul of Stark Industries is Tony. I believe in his decision, this is a risk worth taking.
You're insane. Betty's expression was filled with confusion. She thought Anton's action was nothing short of a gamble.
Given the amount of funding he could mobilize, if he lost, it would be a disaster he couldn't afford. Betty, the more you don't understand now, the more you will admire me later, Anton laughed heartily, his confidence shining through. As the two conversed, Tony Stark was led away, and Obadiah took the stage in his place to begin speaking.
The main purpose of today's event is to inform you that Tony has returned and that he is in excellent health.
Regarding everything he just said, we will hold an internal meeting to discuss it, and we will inform you of the final opinions in a timely manner. Obadiah stated, wearing a smile that looked more painful than crying. At that moment, Tony had already followed his assistant Pepper Potts and driver Happy Hogan into a car and left. Before leaving, Tony clearly recognized Anton standing at the entrance. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he said nothing. He merely exchanged a glance with Anton and nodded slightly as a greeting. That guy seems to have become a bit more composed, not as arrogant as before, Anton reflected as he watched Tony leave after the press conference. From the moment Tony Stark left Afghanistan, he was no longer just a playboy with many titles. Those titles would soon be replaced by a new nickname, Iron Man.
Anton, what are you thinking about?
On the way back, Betty looked at Anton, who was lost in thought, and asked curiously.
You've been acting strangely since earlier. It's nothing. Anton snapped back to reality, a complex glimmer in his eyes. I just find today's press conference fascinating. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man feels like witnessing the dawn of history. It's truly moving.
In the following half-month, Anton successfully completed the filming of Cyborg, and the movie officially entered the post-production phase as he had hoped. The special effects work had actually begun earlier, and with the assistance of the new technology brought by Beck, the remaining tasks could be smoothly wrapped up within 2 weeks. As for the score, subtitles, and editing, those were even less of a concern. The professionals Anton hired were all top-tier practitioners in the industry, and he chose to fully trust their expertise. The reason he personally handled the post-production of Batman, The Shadow of the Night, was because he had seen the final cut before, which gave him the professional capability to do so. This time, however, things were different. He was now merely a director, and what does a director know about films besides calling action and cut?
After finishing the work, Anton returned to New York and took a break.
During this time, Stark Industries' stock plummeted by $56.50 per share, and the company's market value was in free fall, resembling a roller coaster ride.
Following Anton's instructions, Betty bought a substantial number of Stark Industries stocks during the low points when they were being collectively sold off. Currently, the situation remained grim. However, Anton was completely unfazed. He knew that once Tony Stark officially appeared as Iron Man and gradually left a deep impression on the public, Stark Industries' market value would naturally bounce back to its original level, or even higher. Regardless, he wouldn't incur any losses. In reality, his actions were driven by the belief that if there's a bargain, it's foolish not to take it, so he seized the opportunity. After all, even if Stark Industries' stock prices rose, it was merely a speculative venture, and compared to the money power of the old master, there was still a significant gap. Unless Anton could develop DC into the Disney of the Marvel world, then perhaps there would be hope. During these days of vacation, Anton had been pondering another matter.
With Tony having returned half a month ago, it meant that the world had completely gotten back on track, and various dangers were gradually closing in on them. In about 6 months to a year, the critical moment of the New York battle would arrive. In other words, the stage of the novice village was about to end. It was time to step into broader horizons and roll up his sleeves for a significant undertaking. Regarding the upcoming New York battle, Anton dared not claim he had the ability to turn the tide and prevent this war from happening. After all, Thanos resided in the cosmos, and Loki was merely one of his pawns.
Given Anton's current circumstances, he couldn't influence the cosmic overlord Thanos, nor could he control the invasion of the Chitauri.
Even the Tesseract, tightly held by S.H.I.E.L.D., was beyond his reach. Even if he negotiated with Nick Fury as Batman, he wouldn't be able to sway Fury's thoughts. Unless he completely severed ties with S.H.I.E.L.D., forcibly infiltrated their ranks, and seized the Tesseract, but such actions would not only worsen the situation but also alter the course of history, putting Anton in a position he couldn't control. Moreover, he belonged to the Earth camp with S.H.I.E.L.D., although he had no good feelings toward them. There was no need to create internal chaos.
When the Hydra issue was exposed, that would be the moment he could seize the initiative.
For now, he should prepare for the worst and actively get ready for battle. During the future preparation period, he needed to redeem more DC heroes and integrate these superheroes on Earth to achieve overwhelming victory.
This was an absolutely achievable goal.
Thus, Anton's current thoughts mirrored those of Nick Fury, who had experienced the Kree invasion in the 90s, that was to assemble a team of heroes to face external threats. However, the name of this team needed to change. It was necessary to take the name from Fury.
The name Avengers is too ugly and carries negative connotations.
So let's make it a fitting callback since Tony is no longer with us.
Anton rubbed his chin, pondering aloud. Justice League sounds much better. Forming the Justice League in the Marvel world. Just thinking about it made Anton feel a rush of excitement. On the 15-mile stretch leading to Gamora, it can only be described as a hellish journey.
This is a new bloody colonization, where a warlord supported by new forces has driven the farmers living here out of their peaceful villages, forcing them to leave their homes and become displaced. At that moment, the television Anton had on was broadcasting an international news report. The images of conflict and war unfolded on screen, and the name Stark Industries was glaringly present on the passing weapons. Gamora, Anton focused intently, watching the war footage on the television, his mind racing. Gamora had been attacked. The birth of Iron Man was drawing ever closer, officially on the agenda. As he pondered, a clear plan began to take shape in his mind. Within the Daily Bugle, Batman and Venom could be confidently confirmed as the founding members of the Justice League. Once Cyborg hit theaters, the superhero Cyborg could also be redeemed and join them as a co-founder. Next, among the remaining Marvel native heroes, he had already interacted with Daredevil and Spider-Man. That made a total of 5 people. There were also others like Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Captain America, who would soon be well known to the public, plus Black Widow and Hawkeye, who belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps he should also include Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark's friend and future War Machine. Among these individuals, Daredevil, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor were all potential candidates for the Justice League. As for Captain America, it was uncertain whether he had been thawed from the ice yet. If he could be persuaded reasonably, it wouldn't be an issue since S.H.I.E.L.D. could unearth him but couldn't control his thoughts. However, it would likely be difficult to bring Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Rhodes into a Justice League led by Anton. It was still uncertain how S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military would view this unofficial organization. Nonetheless, it was clear that even if these 3 didn't join the Justice League, they wouldn't sit idly by while aliens invaded the Earth. So even in the worst-case scenario where the New York battle occurred, they would be able to defend against the alien invasion. Because, facing the Chitauri, who were driven by Thanos and aimed to conquer Earth, they would have a total of 11 superheroes: Batman, Venom, Cyborg, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and War Machine, each one a formidable force in their own right. It was a divine lineup, powerful enough to crush the Chitauri underfoot. Anton smiled. He considered that Venom was already one of his own, Eddie was diligently working for him, and he didn't need to persuade him. A simple word would be enough to bring him on board. Thus, Anton set his first target on Spider-Man. At Midtown High School, Spider-Man had just finished classes and was walking out of school alongside Gwen Stacy. A group of peers watched Peter and the goddess beside him with envy, but they didn't dare to approach. After gaining superpowers, Peter had undergone significant changes. His newfound confidence radiated a unique aura, and coupled with his status as a top student, his relationship with the school goddess, Gwen Stacy, had been improving rapidly. He was just a step away from confessing. "Peter, are you free this weekend to come to my house for dinner?" Suddenly, Gwen took the initiative and said, looking at Peter, her face slightly flushed and a bit shy as she boldly spoke what could almost be considered a solid invitation. "My father wants to meet you." "What?" Peter gasped. "Your father? George Stacy, the police chief of New York? Why do you seem scared of him?" Gwen blinked, curiously asking. "You're not a criminal or anything." No, I'll definitely come." Peter bit his lip, unable to refuse Gwen's earnest invitation. Afterward, he watched as Gwen left, sighing internally. He couldn't shake the feeling that visiting George Stacy's home felt like being taken into custody at the NYPD, an unsettling thought. Just then, a sports car pulled up in front of him. Peter was taken aback, and as the window slowly rolled down, he recognized the not-so-strange face in the driver's seat. "You're..." Peter's memory served him well, and he recalled who this was, exclaiming, "That person from the Daily Bugle." His eyes widened in realization. "Anton Jameson, the director of Batman." "Hey there, Peter Parker, fancy seeing you again." Anton waved at the little Spider-Man by the roadside. "Hop in, I need to talk to you about something." Peter hesitated for a moment before getting into the passenger seat. "Vroom." The car engine roared to life, merging into the flow of traffic. For some reason, Peter felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he sat in the passenger seat. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar, he had experienced something similar when he met Batman. Just locking eyes with Batman had felt like his thoughts were being read, sending chills down his arms. Thinking back to how Anton had sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and invited him in, those exchanged glances and Anton's smile. Peter's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. He turned sharply to look at Anton's profile, and the more he looked, the more certain he became of his suspicion. The two remained silent, writing in quiet tension. Soon, Anton parked the car about 200 meters from Peter's neighborhood. He deliberately left some distance to avoid being spotted by Peter's guardians, Uncle Ben or Aunt May, as Peter got out of the sports car, thus preventing any unnecessary misunderstandings.
Peter, do you know why I came to find you today?
Anton finally broke the silence, turning his head to look at Peter.
Mr. Jameson, I assume it's not about Spider-Man photos, right?
Peter scratched his head, looking quite nervous and somewhat flustered.
Just call me Anton, Anton smiled.
By the way, you're quite famous at our newspaper now, lucky kid.
Peter, curious, asked, what do you mean? Well, Spider-Man only lets you take his pictures.
Anton's casual remark caused Peter to break out in a cold sweat, realizing that his identity had been uncovered by the man beside him.
I'm here today representing Batman.
Seeing Peter's sudden tension, Anton spoke softly, Peter, don't be nervous.
I think this is not a bad thing for you. Batman. The simple reassurance made Peter relax a bit, and he eagerly asked, does Batman need my help?
I'll do my best.
Batman hasn't encountered any troubles he can't handle for now, Anton replied.
I came to find you because Batman plans to form a superhero team called the Justice League and is recruiting members.
I think you'd be a great fit. What do you think, little spider?
Of course. Peter replied decisively, then suddenly froze, realizing he had let something slip.
Oh no, I revealed too much.
He looked up just in time to meet Anton's knowing smile, feeling deflated.
Okay, fine, I'm Spider-Man.
You guys really knew my identity all along, Peter said, his shoulders slumping. Since you're interested in joining the Justice League, the Daily Bugle is always open to you. It will serve as the temporary base for the Justice League, Anton nodded. Or if you ever need help, you can come to the Daily Bugle for assistance.
I understand. Peter nodded, but as Anton seemed ready to leave, he hesitated and asked, can I still sell photos to the Daily Bugle?
Anton chuckled softly, of course.
The Daily Bugle will always welcome you. Thank you. I won't let you down. Peter nodded enthusiastically as he got out of the car and walked away. Receiving an invitation from Batman made him feel validated by his idol.
This ignited Peter's passion for being a superhero, turning this non-mandatory duty into something he eagerly embraced. Even as Anton drove away, Peter stood there waving goodbye, feeling a rush of excitement.
Though Anton never disclosed his true identity, Peter had already formed a strong suspicion.
After all, there was already a connection between Anton and Batman. Peter wasn't a fool, on the contrary, he was quite sharp. He had become an intern at Oscorp while still in high school, participated in Kurt Connor's limb regeneration experiments, and even uncovered the secrets of the lizard gene, making him one of the brightest among the smart characters in the Marvel world. Anton remembered that in one comic version, Peter Parker even founded Parker Industries, expanding his business globally, transforming from a nobody into a wealthy and successful man. Though in that version, Spider-Man's soul was replaced by Dr. Octopus, the intellect behind it still had a part of Peter Parker. Not to mention that in the end, when faced with the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus returned control of his body to Spider-Man, allowing Peter Parker's soul to reclaim his form and seamlessly take over Parker Industries. This story illustrates Peter Parker's cleverness, though it was Dr. Octopus who became the more noteworthy figure. Luckily, in this version of the story, Peter Parker had broken up with Mary Jane, otherwise.
Returning to his thoughts, Anton drove towards Hell's Kitchen.
Peter was just a newly minted superhero, still in the developmental phase, so he couldn't push him too hard. It was important to allow him the freedom to develop his personality. In any case, Anton had reason to believe that no matter how Peter Parker grew, he wouldn't disappoint him. So instead of confronting the little spider directly, Anton chose a more subtle, nurturing approach, similar to how Iron Man had mentored Spider-Man in the cinematic universe. When Spider-Man needed help, he would naturally think of Batman and the Daily Bugle. By then, deepening their connection would come naturally. For now, it was just about establishing intent. Once the Justice League was officially formed, Spider-Man would feel a stronger sense of belonging.
However, the person he was about to meet next didn't require such roundabout methods. A straightforward approach was the best way to engage with Daredevil.
Daredevil had grown over the years, and unlike Peter, who was still innocent and romantic, he was strong in many aspects, especially mentally.
Moreover, Batman and Daredevil had previously collaborated effectively during the Kingpin incident. Assembling a superhero team and the birth of the Justice League would undoubtedly appeal to Daredevil's sensibilities.
Notably, Anton remembered that in the Marvel comics, Captain America had often invited Daredevil to join the Avengers, only to be turned down.
However, after the Civil War, Daredevil had ultimately joined the new Avengers under Luke Cage's leadership. This suggested that Daredevil would likely not refuse an invitation from a familiar face.
After all, with Kingpin gone and the organized crime in Hell's Kitchen now under the control of the respectable hand, Matt Murdock faced far fewer challenges.
Joining the Justice League in its formation wouldn't bore him. V-Room.
The engine roared as Anton's flashy car entered the chaotic streets of Hell's Kitchen, drawing countless suspicious glances. Anton stepped out of the car. A few individuals exchanged glances before approaching him.
3 minutes later, these individuals, with bruised faces, surrounded the sports car, fawningly guarding it for Anton.
Anton then turned into an alleyway and knocked on Matt's door, bang.
As soon as Anton knocked on the door, it swung open instantly. Matt, wearing sunglasses, stood at the entrance, waiting for his old friend whom he hadn't seen in months.
"Batman, long time no see," he greeted calmly. Though blind, he could precisely identify the person at the door and asked, "Your sudden visit surely isn't just to say hello, there must be something on your mind?
Won't you invite me in for a chat?"
Anton said with a smirk.
"Come on in."
Matt stepped aside, allowing Anton to enter. The two settled into Matt's modest living room, and Anton, feeling right at home, poured himself and Matt a glass of water before leisurely beginning the conversation.
"So, has Hell's Kitchen been living up to expectations lately, Matt?"
Anton made some small talk before adding, "But I did come to see you today for a specific reason."
"Of course, it's not anything troublesome." Matt listened intently.
Anton was straightforward. "I'm planning to form a superhero team, where everyone can support each other.
The team will be called the Justice League, and I hope you can join us."
"We?"
"Me, Venom, Spider-Man." "Spider-Man?" Matt raised an eyebrow.
Anton was slightly taken aback. From Matt's reaction, it seemed he was familiar with the young hero, perhaps even quite acquainted.
But as far as he knew, they had only met once during the Kingpin incident.
It appeared these two had a connection that Anton was unaware of. As he pondered, he noticed Matt seemed intrigued and recalled that in the cinematic universe, there had been no interactions between the two, but in the comic versions, they had a good relationship and were considered close friends. "Spider-Man has been hanging around Hell's Kitchen a lot these past 2 months. I have a pretty good impression of him," Matt explained.
After a moment of contemplation, he added without hesitation, "I agree to join your superhero team, but I need to have the initiative, you understand?"
"Of course."
Anton nodded. "I won't control anyone.
The purpose of forming this league is to provide a place where everyone can relax. And if we ever face a crisis that's hard to solve, we can help each other out."
"Good. I actually have something I need your help with right now." Matt nodded, not holding back. Anton was momentarily taken aback.
"You say?" "Hell's Kitchen has been relatively peaceful lately, just like you said. The Hand is a well-behaved organization. I plan to live a normal life for a few days, but there's a troublesome gang that has reached into Hell's Kitchen."
Matt began slowly. "The Foot Clan, can you help me deal with them?"
Clearly, Matt was feeling that Hell's Kitchen was too quiet without Kingpin around.
It seemed that with Madame Gao, the Hand, and the Russian brothers now handled by the Hand, he had become somewhat lax and didn't want to be a superhero anymore, wanting to return to a normal life. Living like an ordinary person for a few days? Anton's expression became somewhat complicated.
He understood that whether in the films or comics, stories centered around Matt Murdock, including his life as Daredevil, were not exactly thrilling. They were more like a melodramatic saga filled with grievances and entanglements. Matt had lost his mother at a young age, his father later on, and then suffered the loss of his beloved wife as he grew up. Friends and family around him faced one hardship after another. There was a lot of tragedy there.
Anton was deeply aware of this.
In the comics, when Daredevil was invited by Captain America to join the Avengers, he once said, "The life of a superhero is a torment for me." To be honest, Daredevil had always been on high alert. In other story versions, he hadn't been immune to darkness.
This guy indeed needed a break.
Coincidentally, just over 2 months after the Kingpin incident, as Matt began to entertain the idea of relaxing, Anton showed up, suggesting they could help each other. Matt had naturally found a reason to push the work of Daredevil onto Anton.
However, speaking of the Foot Clan, Anton displayed a strange expression. He wasn't unfamiliar with this organization and asked in surprise, "How did this gang end up in Hell's Kitchen?" These two names didn't seem to match at all.
One was from the Mirage Studios, and the other was from Marvel.
What kind of chaotic fusion had this world undergone?
They originally operated in Brooklyn and are not as powerful as Kingpin, but they have their merits, Matt explained.
After Kingpin was arrested, the Hand took over Hell's Kitchen, leading to some conflicts. Many gangs wanted to take advantage of the situation, and they are one of them. Pausing for a moment, he added meaningfully, they are also one of the most active ones, and there might be more to them than meets the eye.
Is that so? Anton pondered, then readily agreed to Matt's request. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'll take care of the Foot Clan. He didn't mind giving Matt a few days to rest. After all, after contacting Spider-Man and Matt, he had no pressing matters to attend to, so he might as well find some fun for himself. Currently, the Foot Clan had been integrated into the Marvel Universe, but the specifics were still somewhat unclear. However, Anton's understanding of the plot made it easier for him to connect the dots compared to others. The key point was that the emergence of the Foot Clan indicated the presence of 4 little turtles, currently living in the sewers. If he could bring these 4 turtles into the Justice League as mascots, that would be fantastic. The temporary headquarters of the Justice League will be at the Daily Bugle. If anything comes up, you know where to find the people at the Bugle, Anton said as he stood up to leave. With that, he turned and walked away. To be honest, Matt could perceive Anton's identity with his abilities, it wasn't really a secret to him. His super senses didn't rely on sight to identify someone but rather on sound. Anton's voice, the sound of his footsteps, and even the changes in his tone were all references for Matt to discern who he was. It was difficult to hide the identity of Batman from someone with such super senses. As for Venom's true identity, it was actually Eddie Brock, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. Anton wasn't sure if Matt was aware of this. Of course, Anton had reason to believe that this wouldn't be a difficult puzzle for Matt to solve. As for why he agreed to Matt's request, first, he felt sympathy for him. Secondly, after learning of the Foot Clan's existence, he developed a peculiar interest in handling the situation. Ninja Turtles. Bringing these 4 interesting turtles, along with their master Splinter, into the Justice League as formal members would not only enhance the League's combat power but also serve as a delightful mascot. Moreover, Anton genuinely liked these 4 turtles. The source material and films emphasized that the Ninja Turtles could only live in the sewers, their underground world only coming out during events like the Halloween parade. But Anton felt that in the Marvel Universe, the 4 turtles didn't need to hide themselves so painstakingly. Although it was a chaotic world, it was also an inclusive one. The existence of the Ninja Turtles wouldn't be a shocking revelation, at most, it would be seen as quirky. Especially after the New York battle, with aliens already accepted by the public, how could Earthborn Turtles be any different? If Anton promoted the 4 turtles as an idol group launched by DC, it might even spark a trend of pet turtles. After leaving the chaotic Hell's Kitchen, Anton smoothly retrieved his car from a group of bruised thugs. He slammed the accelerator, and the car sped off toward the Daily Bugle. He knew all actions required careful planning. With the sudden emergence of the Ninja Turtles, the Foot Clan's connection to Hell's Kitchen, and the involvement of the resident Daredevil, who knew how many other entanglements lurked beneath the surface. So, he headed back to the Bugle to find Eddie, who was busy at work. Hey, buddy, have there been any recent news about Hell's Kitchen? Anton paused and then asked, do you know that Shredder from the Foot Clan? He was aware that Eddie had been a reporter in New York for many years, with extensive and reliable contacts. Like when he found Ben Urich to inquire about the truth behind young Kingpin's patricide, it was all thanks to Eddie's connections. This time, his focus was on the Foot Clan. Based on his memories, he knew that Shredder was the mastermind behind the gang, but he needed to further understand Shredder's public identity, real abilities, scope of influence, and his underlings. Why are you suddenly investigating the Foot Clan? Eddie looked at Anton incredulously, shocked as he asked, Anton, you're not spying on me, are you? What are you talking about? Anton replied, equally shocked, crossing his arms over his chest. Eddie, let me emphasize, I don't like men. Damn. I should be the one saying that. Eddie laughed in mock annoyance, then quickly composed himself. How do you know I've been looking into the Foot Clan recently? Why are you also looking into the Foot Clan? Anton was even more surprised than Eddie. Because of a girl, Eddie didn't hold back, boasting a little. She's a reporter from Channel 6, wanting to expose criminal activities, and she's been focusing on the recently active Foot Clan. You know, I've been around in this field for quite some time, and I'm somewhat well known in New York. Many rookie reporters see me as an idol. So you're using this opportunity to hit on her, Anton realized. What's her name? April O'Neil. Eddie exclaimed. She's a knockout. And she's quite capable too. I'm planning to bring her to our newspaper. What do you think? Do you think I would allow you to have an office romance with her? Anton shot him a disdainful glance and stated authoritatively, "Forget it, it's impossible. At the Daily Bugle, the only person who can have an office romance without getting fired is me. Because I'm the boss, and no one can fire me." After work, the two headed to their usual bar for drinks. Before long, a stunning blonde woman walked into the bar, instantly attracting numerous greedy gazes. Eventually, she approached Anton and Eddie's table. April O'Neil. Eddie introduced her to Anton, then turned to April and said, "This is my boss, Anton Jameson. You should be familiar with him. Of course, Hollywood's genius director." "Nice to meet you, Anton," April smiled, sitting down to greet Anton. After some light conversation, Anton cut to the chase and asked, "April, I heard you're investigating the Foot Clan. Any findings?" Anton's question made April subconsciously glance at Eddie, who gave her an encouraging look. April hesitated, then continued, "All I know so far is that the Foot Clan recently raided the docks at Brooklyn Port, stealing some confidential chemicals like diamino agents and benzyl cyanide. I've asked some related individuals, and these chemicals are used for gene research." "Wait, were those chemicals the ones that Oscorp lost at the Brooklyn docks?" Eddie suddenly interjected, as if recalling something. "Oscorp? How did that come into play?" Anton thought, realizing he might have missed something important in their conversation. "Right, they're the ones Oscorp lost," April nodded. "I heard Oscorp's upper management is furious and has ordered the NYPD to solve the case within a week, but there hasn't been any progress so far." She shrugged and continued, "Clearly, the NYPD is also troubled. They know the Foot Clan are the bad guys and even formed a task force, but they can only inflict some superficial blows on the Foot Clan and can't catch the mastermind behind them." "So you know who's pulling the strings behind the Foot Clan?" Anton asked. "No," April sighed. "I don't know, but..." She looked at Eddie and Anton, biting her lips slightly, then added excitedly, "I discovered a secret yesterday. There's an illegal vigilante targeting the Foot Clan's criminal activities." "An illegal vigilante? Who is it? Is it Daredevil?" Eddie asked. "It's a new vigilante." April thought for a moment, then pulled out her phone, opening the photo gallery to prove her point. "Look, this is the symbol left by the new vigilante." "I'm definitely not lying," she said through gritted teeth. "My colleagues don't believe me. They think this news isn't worth reporting because I only have a photo of a shipping container and nothing else. Damn it! The Channel 6 folks are a bunch of hopeless idiots." April was visibly furious. Eddie quickly comforted her, sliding his hand around her waist, his expression one of enjoyment. April's cheeks flushed slightly but didn't stop him. Anton glanced at the photo, then at the two of them, internally cursing dog couple, before standing up to excuse himself, leaving the bar to head for the Brooklyn docks. From what April had just said, Anton understood that the four little turtles had officially begun to take action, targeting the Foot Clan and stepping onto the path of crime fighting. As for April O'Neil's identity, Anton realized she was the female lead from the original plot. He hadn't expected that in this Marvel universe. Before she could even pair up with her colleagues, Eddie had already set his sights on her. As an established reporter and the current well-known editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, Eddie was indeed successful, a quintessential bachelor. As Anton contemplated, he arrived at the Brooklyn docks, ready to investigate the shipping containers belonging to Oscorp and see the traces left behind. Suddenly, a group of police officers in NYPD task force uniforms appeared at the entrance of the docks, blocking his vehicle. The officers were polite but firm, stating, "Sir, the NYPD task force is currently in action. It's dangerous ahead, please turn back immediately." "Danger?" Anton narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Is it the Foot Clan?" "It doesn't concern you, sir." The officer's expression shifted slightly at those words. "Sir, if you don't turn back, I have reason to arrest you for obstructing police work," he said coldly, his tone turning serious. "Ha!" Anton let out a cold laugh but didn't get angry. He understood they were merely doing their jobs. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of obstructing you." With that, he obediently turned the car around and left. Watching the sports car disappear down the road, the officer let out a sigh of relief, appearing less calm than he seemed. That sports car was worth a fortune. Although he didn't recognize Anton, he knew he wasn't an ordinary person. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. One wrong move could cost him his job. Of course, what this young officer didn't know was. Minutes later, a shadowy figure with a flowing cape leaped from the rooftops in Brooklyn, heading straight for the docks. As Anton transformed into Batman and returned to the Brooklyn docks, he was immediately drawn by a cacophony of sounds. Gunfire echoed amidst the explosions, flames surged like waves. He focused intently, examining the situation before him. Among the towering shipping containers, tons of fire erupted, resembling hellfire raging freely. The sky darkened gradually, with the bright moonlight casting eerie shadows of various shapes across the nearby containers, adding an unsettling atmosphere to the already tense scene. The ruthless members of the Foot Clan, armed to the teeth, were locked in a standoff with a task force from the NYPD not far away. Both sides were seeking cover, exchanging gunfire, yet miraculously, no one had been injured. Just then, moments before Anton arrived on the rooftop, the captain of the NYPD task force made a gesture to attack. The task force members split into two groups. One group crazily fired their weapons, aiming to suppress the Foot Clan members hiding behind the containers, while the other group slowly moved forward, their expressions serious and solemn. However, the task force members had no idea that just as they believed victory was within reach, the Foot Clan members suddenly became fearlessly aggressive. Some even acted as human shields, allowing bullets to pierce their chests, all while sneering defiantly before they died. Their gang associates seized the opportunity to open fire, retaliating against the task force members. In that critical moment, Anton finally arrived at the rooftop adjacent to the docks. He knew it was time for him to take action. At the same time, a green figure zipped through the sky behind Anton like a bolt of lightning, moving at a speed that resembled a brilliant green meteor. It shot straight toward the docks ahead, its speed leaving everyone dumbfounded. Anton stood frozen, filled with confusion and surprise upon seeing this green figure. "Who is that?" As the sound of machinery whirred, the flying skateboard burst forth with terrifying speed, arriving before everyone in an instant. The members of the task force looked up, astonished, completely unaware of this newcomer's identity. The Foot Clan members also looked baffled, watching the green figure on the flying skateboard with uncertainty, wondering if this person had made a wrong turn. "Die! Everyone die! This is my turf, and anyone who dares to touch my things deserves to die." Amidst their stunned gazes, the green figure erupted in a sharp laugh. It circled around the members of the Foot Clan and the task force, tossing out pumpkin-shaped objects before soaring back up into the air, distancing itself from the crowd. Boom! No one expected that these pumpkin-shaped objects were bombs. In the next moment, flames erupted, and shockwaves rippled outward, creating visible airwaves. The task force members, being relatively far away, were only knocked back by the blast, sustaining injuries. However, those directly facing the explosion among the Foot Clan were obliterated, their bodies torn apart, leaving them unrecognizable and charred as if they had been set ablaze. The few survivors, missing limbs, lay in pools of blood, struggling to open their eyes, filled with pain, shock, and fear. "Who is that?" The police officers surrounding the docks quickly noticed something was off and rushed to provide support. George Stacy led the charge. Upon seeing the bloodied figures and then glancing at his own task force members, he clenched his fists tightly. Whoosh! The green figure on the flying skateboard continued to spin in the sky, like an invincible demon. "Bastard!" George Stacy fumed, focusing on the green figure as he drew his firearm, aiming at the figure in the sky while firing wildly. "Get down here!" Filled with rage, George's bullets failed to damage the green figure. The green figure tossed a flying knife, forcing George to duck behind a nearby container, while the knife exploded, toppling a massive container. "Ah, NYPD, I advise you to mind your own business." The green figure laughed loudly, its voice both flamboyant and insane, as if challenging the entire world. At that moment, Anton switched to his basic armor, summoning the rabbit armor and dramatically making his entrance. Boom! A missile fired from his shoulder, trailing a long flame, soaring toward the green figure, which had just hovered in midair. The green figure suddenly turned in an attempt to dodge the incoming missile, but it was too late. The missile struck it directly, sending it plummeting from the sky into a pile of abandoned containers, crashing through them and creating a massive hole. The police and remaining task force members quickly converged around the pile of containers. Anton leapt from the rooftop, spreading his cape behind him to glide smoothly to the scene. However, the pile of containers only remained calm for a few seconds. Boom! Although the green figure had been knocked down, it didn't seem significantly injured. It soared back into the air on its flying skateboard, this time with a dark expression under its helmet, dropping a series of pumpkin bombs. Shit! George Stacy realized something was wrong. He knew these items were clearly meticulously packaged bombs. He shouted, "Dodge! Get down!" Anton furrowed his brow as he flew toward a group of police officers. To prevent a larger disaster, he gritted his teeth and dove onto one of the pumpkin bombs, willingly taking the hit to shield the officers from the impending catastrophe.
Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, fire and shockwaves ravaging the area before the officers.
In their eyes, Batman was blown away by the pumpkin bomb, soaring several meters into the air before crashing down heavily. With a dull thud, the ground of the dock instantly caved in, spiderweb-like cracks spreading beneath their feet, demonstrating the immense force with which Batman had fallen. They could only imagine the impact he had endured.
Hiss! Anton felt a sharp pain in his chest.
Even though the rabbit armor had strong defenses, facing the simultaneous explosion of several pumpkin bombs was still a terrifying consequence. Durability decreased by 65%, damage rate at 78%. Warning: rabbit armor's damage rate has exceeded half, operational power severely affected, combatability decreased by 55%. The system panel before him displayed a red warning message.
Anton felt a pang of pain in his chest.
This was likely the most severe injury he had sustained since his debut. However, now was not the time to dwell on his injuries. He focused his thoughts.
Repair rabbit armor will deduct 3.2 million fan points, 40% of the armor's original value, confirm?
Yes. Under the astonished gazes of George Stacy and others, the rabbit armor restored itself to pristine condition, as if it had just been freshly minted. The NYPD officers were taken aback, marveling at the armor adorning Batman. At the same time, George Stacy stepped forward, gratitude etched on his face as he said, "Batman, thank you for saving us."
"Yeah, without you, we would have been done for." The others regained their composure and rushed forward, their faces filled with excitement as they recalled the earlier chaos, still shaken.
Yet beneath the mask, Anton had no time to respond to them. He furrowed his brow, enduring the pain in his body, as he gazed at the green figure disappearing at the edge of the horizon.
A grave expression crossed his face. While these officers had no idea who the green figure was, how could he not know? Green Goblin. Norman Osborn. Why was he suddenly here, and why was he targeting the Foot Clan?
Anton pondered for a moment, glancing at the Oscorp logo on a nearby remaining container, and it suddenly dawned on him.
Could it be because of these containers? Batman, do you know who that green bastard was?
Seeing Batman lost in thought, George Stacy couldn't help but ask, fully embracing his role as captain.
Not really sure, but it's up to you guys now. Anton shook his head, snapping back to reality as he looked at the NYPD personnel.
He quickly vanished into the shadows, disappearing in an instant.
Nighttime. In a luxurious apartment somewhere in Manhattan.
The bed was shaking violently for a while before it finally returned to calm. Eddie, next to a beautiful woman who was sound asleep, felt utterly drained, ready to doze off himself when suddenly he opened his eyes.
"Don't sleep,"
a low voice echoed in his mind.
"Venom," he exclaimed, somewhat annoyed. "What are you making all this noise for?" "I was about to sleep. Anton is outside." Venom spat out. "What?"
Eddie panicked, quickly getting up, dressing, and opening the door. Anton stood there, a smirk on his face.
"Brother, you know I don't like men," Eddie said, his expression odd. "You showing up here at this time might lead me to think some abnormal thoughts."
"You mentioned in the bar that the Foot Clan stole some chemicals from the Brooklyn docks that belonged to Oscorp." Anton, skipping the banter, grew serious.
"Do you know why the Foot Clan wanted to steal that shipment? What kind of experiments were those chemicals meant for?"
No idea," Eddie shook his head, taken aback by Anton's intense demeanor.
"What's wrong? You seem a bit off." "Just a minor injury," Anton waved his hand dismissively. "I ran into a tricky guy at the Brooklyn docks."
"Eddie, things in New York might not be peaceful for a while."
"Is it that serious?"
Eddie was taken aback. In the months he had known Anton, he had never heard him speak like this.
"What exactly happened?" Eddie couldn't help but press. "Who could have hurt you like this?"
"A guy in green armor who rides a skateboard is stirring up trouble around here," Anton explained, glancing around the room and realizing he had come at a bad time. He instructed, "Since you don't know about Oscorp's situation, remember to bring April to the Daily Bugle tomorrow.
I have some questions for her." "Got it." Eddie nodded, watching Anton leave, his brow slightly furrowed. From Anton's earlier behavior, he genuinely sensed that things were complicated.
When facing the Life Foundation and Kingpin, Anton had always been confident, never showing such a serious demeanor.
What had he encountered at the docks? With a heart full of confusion, Eddie turned back to go to sleep.
For a man who had expended so much energy, nothing was more valuable than a good night's rest.
After returning home, Anton removed his shirt, revealing a prominent bruise on his right chest. Damn, that hurt. His lips twitched slightly, even the slightest movement seemed to pull at the muscles in his chest. He figured he wouldn't sleep well tonight. Anton applied some ointment to his injury. After putting on his pajamas, he recalled the encounter with the Green Goblin at the docks. I didn't expect that guy to show up at this time. Thinking about his adversary, Anton felt not only the pain in his chest but also a headache creeping in. Flying knives. Skateboards. Pumpkin bombs. This was the standard Green Goblin trio. While it looked simple, each component contained high levels of technology. The pumpkin bombs, in particular, were portable yet incredibly powerful. If the Green Goblin had thrown a few more before leaving, Anton wouldn't have dared to step in to help the police. To be honest, since the birth of Iron Man, the emergence of cutting-edge technology had accelerated to a point where it was almost out of sync with the current era. Both Oscorp and Stark Industries were rare large companies. While their focuses differed, their technological levels were comparable. Thus, compared to Norman and Oscorp behind him, Anton's frequently used rabbit armor was starting to lag behind the world's advancements. Not to mention that soon there would be Tony Stark's Mark III, Mark IV. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Iron Man's suits were far superior in mobility and combat effectiveness compared to the rabbit armor. Moreover, once Tony transformed into Iron Man, the combined effects of his wealth and intellect were far more than just 1 + 1, it was exponentially greater than 2. His speed in developing new suits far exceeded Anton's speed in redeeming heroes or armor. After pondering for a moment, Anton looked at the justice points in his system space. The balance stood at 13 million. He glanced at the various levels of special Batman armors in the system space. He gritted his teeth. The justice points he had accumulated during this time were enough to buy a decent armor. It was definitely much better than the rabbit armor. To be honest, if he didn't buy it, he would indeed be falling behind the times. For now, having Cyborg as a backup was manageable. The issue was that Cyborg wouldn't be released for at least another week, and amassing the 20 million fan points required for him was no short-term task. During this period, Anton couldn't guarantee that the Green Goblin and Foot Clan wouldn't cause trouble. If something did happen, transforming into Batman using the rabbit armor would hardly turn the tide. If he couldn't play a decisive role, then Batman's appearance would be meaningless. Furthermore, according to future timelines, this world would face even more crises. Just like after Iron Man, the Hulk incident would follow. The battle between Hulk and Abomination was a real clash of monsters. Whether now or in the future, if Batman needed to participate, or even take on a leading role, the first requirement was power. Power meant having a strong fist. A strong fist meant people would listen when he spoke. Because, only with a strong fist, would people have to heed his words. Arkham Knight Armor, 10 million justice points. Anton checked the system panel. This Arkham Knight Armor was the most expensive set he could currently afford. After purchasing it, he would still have 3 million justice points left. He suddenly felt tempted. Of course, what attracted him most wasn't the price or even the armor's actual stats, but its appearance. It was far cooler than those two rabbit ears. Bought. Anton gritted his teeth, confirming the purchase. Instantly, a brand new armor materialized on his body, with his cape billowing behind him. The surface of the Arkham armor was primarily composed of black and gray colors. The most eye-catching feature was probably the golden belt around his waist. Additionally, this Arkham armor featured triple-layered armor, with a liquid protective layer covered by titanium armor. The liquid system mainly consisted of Wayne Textmaster liquid, which would react upon impact, becoming harder and able to absorb shocks, thus releasing more force for counterattacks and creating more opportunities to strike back at enemies. These features primarily reflected in its shock absorption, particularly in defensive capabilities. At the same time, in the mobility department that Anton desperately needed, the liquid armor also incorporated ceramic or fiber flexibility, allowing the user to become more agile and maneuverable. The Arkham Knight armor could even integrate with the Batmobile, compatible with its electromagnetic ejection system. In the future, when Batman made an appearance, he could launch himself forward like a bullet fired from a railgun. The armor also featured jumping airbags and a grappling gun design on the arms, making aerial combat a possibility. Anton looked in the mirror, striking a few poses, grinning from ear to ear. His earlier frugality was instantly thrown out the window. This was absolutely worth it. The next day, Anton slowly walked into the Daily Bugle. At this moment, Eddie and April had been waiting in his office for nearly an hour. After all, who could resist the privilege of being late as the boss? Anton, I brought April here for you. What do you want to ask her? Eddie looked at Anton with curiosity. Reflecting on what Anton had described the night before, Eddie sensed that this incident would certainly be very intriguing. April, you've been investigating the Foot Clan for a while. Tell me, why did they steal the chemicals from Oscorp? Anton posed the old question.
Those not smart enough might think the Foot Clan simply wanted to sell the chemicals on the black market, as these chemicals and materials were indeed valuable.
However, the clever ones understood that the Foot Clan wouldn't risk offending Oscorp for such a small amount of money.
April hesitated before speaking.
Oscorp has been making large-scale purchases of chemicals recently.
Many rare materials are hard to find on the market, and even the black market prices have skyrocketed, increasing several times.
Some materials are practically impossible to buy.
Maybe the Foot Clan couldn't find the materials through black market channels, so they decided to rob them instead.
So, the Foot Clan is conducting some chemical experiments, particularly related to genetic engineering, and they urgently need these materials? Anton pressed further. I don't know.
My understanding of the Foot Clan is limited to their name and the bad things they've done, April replied, shaking her head helplessly.
I really have no insider knowledge about them. Anton then asked, have you heard of a person named Shredder? April shook her head again. No. Well, Anton sighed softly and turned to Eddie, have you been able to dig up more information through your channels?
Shredder seems to be a martial arts master, known as a ninja, and he has his dojo in Brooklyn, Eddie replied slowly. However, he rarely makes public appearances.
What I can confirm is that he has a very close relationship with Sykes Corporation.
The person who relayed this information to me has seen Eric Sykes, the founder of Sykes Corporation, visiting this ninja master's dojo in Brooklyn multiple times. April, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but add, Sykes Corporation recently signed some cooperation agreements with the NYPD. They intend to use Sykes Corporation's technology to help the task force combat crime in New York, especially against the recently active Foot Clan. She paused for a moment and explained, this was in the morning news segment on Channel 6. That sounds pretty good, Anton mused, mentally piecing together the information he had and correlating it with the original plot to form a reasonably coherent narrative.
Eddie, April, if I told you that the mastermind behind the Foot Clan is this Shredder, would you still consider Sykes Corporation to be righteous?
As soon as he said that, both Eddie and April's eyes widened in disbelief.
This morning's news still talked about Sykes Corporation's collaboration with the NYPD task force to fight crime.
But now, Anton was telling them that the mastermind of the Foot Clan was named Shredder and that he had a close relationship with Sykes.
Was Sykes Corporation really attempting to catch thieves while being one themselves?
Eric Sykes grew up in Japan and came to New York with his adoptive father in his teens. After graduating from college, he founded Sykes Corporation, which has now become a large enterprise spanning multiple fields, Anton said as he opened his computer, looking up basic information about Eric Sykes online, matching it with his memories of the original plot.
Sykes' adoptive father is Shredder. So they really are trying to catch thieves while being one themselves. Eddie gasped. He had absolute trust in Anton. Since he had known him, Anton had never let him down. Although Anton sometimes liked to slack off, Eddie knew he could fully trust him when it came to important matters. This is huge news.
Eddie's eyes lit up, glancing at April, who appeared a bit dazed.
April, are you all right? Is Eric Sykes really the bad guy?
April hesitated, saying, but I thought he was a decent person when I was a kid.
That's completely different from what you just said.
Your father used to work at Sykes Corporation, Anton inquired. But a fire broke out at the research facility, and ultimately your father and all the experimental results perished in the flames.
After that, Sykes closed the research facility and sealed off the research, right? You're investigating me.
April's heart sank as she felt a surge of anger, staring wide-eyed at Anton.
Anton, what does this mean? I thought we were friends.
April, don't misunderstand, Anton shrugged. In our line of work, it's good to keep a few extra eyes open. In truth, he hadn't investigated her, he had simply stated April O'Neil's identity based on the original plot. Eddie, I'm leaving the investigation of the Foot Clan to you, Anton concluded, turning to April and saying, just a friendly reminder, what you told us last night at the bar about a new superhero appearing in New York is true. It's 4 talking turtles dressed as ninjas. I think this might be related to your father's research. Perhaps they are the results of Sykes Corporation's former experiments.
Turtles?
April paused, suddenly excited as if recalling something.
That's right. The turtles. I saved them the day of the fire at the research facility. So, my father's research succeeded? They didn't fail. Anton, April, and I will go investigate the Foot Clan. What about you? Eddie asked curiously. I have some matters to attend to. Anton gave Eddie a meaningful glance and said nonchalantly, I still need to deal with those troubles from yesterday. Got it. Be careful. We'll handle the Foot Clan situation, Eddie nodded thoughtfully. Afterward, he and April left Anton's office. Anton watched them go, then turned back to his computer to search for recent news about Oscorp. After a moment, he discovered that the recent experimental plans announced by Oscorp didn't include anything related to genetic research. So, why was Oscorp heavily procuring chemicals related to genetic studies? Were they secretly conducting some mysterious experiments that couldn't be made public? Anton recalled the genetic disorders in the Osborne family and remembered the night after the lizard incident when Kurt Connors had been rescued from being transported to prison. It was almost certain that the one who rescued Connors was Norman Osborn. He likely aimed to use Connors' research to cure his family's genetic illness. Clearly, Norman Osborn succeeded but also failed at the same time. He might have cured his family's genetic disorder, but in the process, he became mentally unstable, giving birth to a violent and aggressive alternate persona, Green Goblin. Since entering this world, Anton had not had much interaction with Norman Osborn, but his impression of him was quite positive. Although he was cunning and calculating, Norman understood when to advance and when to retreat, embodying the qualities of a successful entrepreneur. Most importantly, Norman was very generous. Additionally, his son, Harry Osborn, was polite and a fan of Batman. Considering the factor of the family's hereditary illness, Anton could understand Norman's actions, but he had to admit that once Norman split into the Green Goblin, he became a different person, no longer the Norman Osborn everyone was familiar with. In his Green Goblin state, Norman's negative emotions swelled rapidly. Apart from his family, especially Harry, he had almost no positive feelings, and his mind was filled with terrifying thoughts of destruction and crime. Anton couldn't afford to treat the Green Goblin as Norman Osborn. Given their past acquaintance and Harry Osborn's role as his film investor, he could help Norman expel the negative persona from his mind after subduing him, but before that, he would certainly do everything he could to capture Norman in his Green Goblin form. He had to take revenge for the pumpkin bombs. Anton could choose to back down, but Batman could not. After pondering for a moment, Anton left the Daily Bugle and drove towards the Continental Hotel. Mr. Jameson, good to see you again. The young black receptionist at the front desk greeted Anton without the previous panic. Now, they were all on the same side. He nodded slightly. Mr. Winston is in his office, I'll let him know you're here. Thanks. Anton didn't linger and headed straight for Winston's office. Anton, long time no see, Winston greeted him at the door with a smile. Ever since their collaboration to take down Kingpin, the Hand's influence had rapidly expanded into Hell's Kitchen, and the status of the Continental Hotel had risen along with it, now covering the entire New York area. Most professional assassins in New York had registered at the Continental Hotel, while the unregistered ones were mostly low-level characters that nobody cared about. Moreover, assassins from all over the country held the Continental Hotel in high regard. In this environment, the hotel had almost become the recognized assassin association in the United States. Winston, the one in charge of the Continental Hotel, was the president of this assassin association. Winston wouldn't forget that all of this was brought about by Anton. Although they had some unpleasant experiences in the past, as long as the final outcome was good, the process became irrelevant. Besides, Anton was Batman. In today's America, no one could ignore Batman's presence. Winston, I heard from Daredevil that the Hand has been doing quite well recently. Anton exchanged a few pleasantries and then continued, I'm here regarding Oscorp. Through the Hand's intelligence network, I hope you can help me find out where the batch of chemicals Oscorp recently purchased ended up. Oscorp? Winston was somewhat surprised. He was well aware of Anton's public identity. As a genius director and the behind-the-scenes owner of the Daily Bugle, Anton had a good relationship with Norman Osborn. Why would he suddenly want to investigate Oscorp? Just a moment, I'll help you figure it out, Winston replied, not asking many questions. His job nature led him to avoid too much curiosity about issues. Asking too many questions could bring him more than one trouble. There are many of our people among the dock workers nearby. This isn't a difficult question to uncover, Winston said, making a quick phone call and soon receiving a response. Osborne Manor, he stated.
The chemicals were sent to Norman Osborn's own estate, just outside New York. You should know the exact location.
Got it.
Anton nodded at Winston, then reminded him, the Foot Clan might be in trouble soon.
If the Hand has plans for Brooklyn, they should seize this opportunity to make their move.
Oh? Winston was taken aback, a genuine smile appearing on his face as he watched Anton leave.
What a lucky star he was. That night, Anton transformed into Batman and arrived at Osborn Manor, located in the suburbs of New York. It was originally a moderately steep hill, which Norman Osborn had spent a fortune transforming into his estate 20 years ago. Although it was in the suburbs, it was only an hour's drive to the city, so it wasn't too far. Upon arriving at the manor, Anton hid in a small grove, observing the tight security measures surrounding Osborn Manor. He thought to himself that something was indeed amiss. The level of armament these guards possessed exceeded normal security levels. Norman Osborn's secret laboratory was likely set up within this estate.
Whoosh! He found a blind spot in the surveillance and stealthily infiltrated the manor.
In the basement of the manor, few knew that a vast laboratory was hidden here.
At that moment, a tall, green-skinned lizard man was seated in a chair several sizes larger than an ordinary seat, operating high-end experimental equipment before him.
Not enough, far from enough, the lizard muttered to himself.
Currently, the human enhancement serum may be able to delay the degradation of the genes, but it cannot provide a decisive solution. It fails to fundamentally correct the genetic defect, and moreover, he paused, the human enhancement serum even has the side effect of causing split personalities. That's no small matter. As if recalling something, a hint of caution arose in his beast-like eyes.
Clearly, the lizard was reminded of Norman Osborn, who had transformed into the Green Goblin, with negative emotions amplified by the serum.
That was a violent, unpredictable character who enjoyed dressing as a goblin and causing destruction while riding a flying skateboard.
Just a few days ago, the laboratory had almost been overturned by that guy.
Now, he had begun to identify completely with the Green Goblin, consumed by desires for destruction. If it weren't for relying on Osborn Corporation for his experiments, the lizard would have really wanted to swat the Green Goblin away with his tail. He was completely unaware that in the eyes of the Green Goblin, he was similarly viewed as a failure. A creature who had injected the limb regeneration serum and regained its limbs but had gone insane, beginning to worship lizards. Though the Green Goblin was mad, at least he still considered himself human. Moreover, the Green Goblin firmly believed that the human enhancement serum was the true path of evolution for humanity, not the lizard empire spoken of by the lizard. Both were harboring ulterior motives and were not good individuals. One hoped Osborn Corporation would support his research, while the other relied on the lizard to leverage his intellect to develop a side-effect-free serum that could resolve genetic disorders once and for all.
Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared through the spacious underground laboratory. Someone has intruded.
The lizard was startled that someone could break in here. He recalled the previous night when the Green Goblin had burst out of the manor, armed and filled with murderous intent, only to return in a somewhat disheveled state. No doubt, that guy had been up to no good outside and was now being hunted down. At that moment, the lizard was entirely unaware that the person he had provoked was the very man who had once severed his limbs.
But in the next second, he would realize it.
A familiar voice echoed in his ears, causing his expression to twist instantly.
"Connors, you're really here."
The familiar voice, mingled with the shrill alarm, echoed in the lizard's ears, a sound he would never forget.
"Batman."
The lizard turned abruptly, and upon seeing the figure he could recognize even if turned to ash, he was stunned. The man in black armor, with a flowing cape that revealed his chin, had altered his battlesuit, yet his basic features remained unchanged, and that voice was as unmistakable as ever.
"It's you!"
The lizard revealed a grotesque smile.
"Great. I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to appear before me voluntarily."
"You seem a bit too confident, Connors," Anton replied, looking at the lizard with contempt. He remained calm in the face of his former adversary, knowing he had no reason to fear him. Of course, while it was strategic to belittle the enemy, tactically, he had to take them seriously.
Anton did not underestimate the lizard.
After all, to subdue him without killing him, it would likely require tearing off all his limbs. Perhaps the next time they met, the lizard would be reduced to a state where he could only type with chopsticks or control experimental equipment through voice commands.
"Batman, I'm no longer the person I once was."
The lizard roared with confidence, launching himself at Anton. Anton remained expressionless as he collided with the lizard, feeling the immense power of the Arkham Knight armor. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he seized the lizard's joint and yanked hard. The lizard's eyes widened, as if he were reliving the terrifying moment when Anton had torn off his limbs that night. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed in the air. His body stiffened, and the arm he had swung lost all control, separating from his body. Although Connors had transformed into the lizard, his physical structure remained humanoid, making him susceptible to joint techniques. Bang! Anton did not give the lizard a moment to breathe. With a fluid shoulder throw, he slammed the lizard onto the ground. The floor of the laboratory caved in, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out from the impact. Batman! The lizard let out a pained howl, his eyes bloodshot with rage, filled with vengeful hatred, wishing he could crush the man before him. Giving you the chance to speak again shows that I didn't serve you properly before. Anton responded with a cold smile. A sharp grappling gun shot out from the armor on his right forearm. The grappling gun pierced through the lizard's left arm, directly impaling his humerus. A follow-up punch completely shattered the lizard's shoulder joint. Splat! Blood gushed forth, and the lizard's face contorted in agony. This level of pain was something he had already experienced twice. The sharp tip of the grappling gun dug in like a slow torture. The lizard desperately turned to whip his tail, dangling his left arm as he struggled. Anton firmly grasped his left arm, rising to evade the swing of the long tail, and then tore off the lizard's other arm. He picked up a massive chair nearby and smashed it into the lizard, sending him flying, casually tossing a batarang and quickly retreating to avoid the explosion. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed like a meteor crashing to the ground. At the same time, terrifying flames and shockwaves ravaged the lizard's face. The air pressure swept through the space, causing Anton's cape to whip wildly. When everything settled down, the lizard lay crumpled on the ground, utterly disfigured. One of his arms was missing, his entire body charred, with signs of burns everywhere. The white lab coat he had worn was reduced to rags. After being thoroughly trampled by Anton, he had lost most of his fighting ability. However, considering the lizard's regenerative capabilities, he could recover to peak condition in less than half an hour. Anton certainly wouldn't give him that chance. In the lizard's pained and fearful gaze, he used the short sword on his armor's wrist to sever the lizard's remaining hand and then cut off both his legs and tail as well. The lizard was reduced to a lizard stick, blood splattering across the entire laboratory. At that moment, the security team at Osborne Manor finally arrived, armed with advanced energy weapons. When they saw the devastation in the underground lab and the state of the lizard, everyone froze in place, stunned for a moment. Batman, someone exclaimed. In the next moment. Boom! A flashbang was thrown in, forcing everyone to shut their eyes tightly. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly opened their eyes, but everything appeared crimson, and their eyes burned painfully. However, Batman had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the lizard, reduced to a mere stick, also disappeared. The security team exchanged glances, swallowing hard. They thought of their increasingly unpredictable boss, Norman Osborn, and were at a loss for what to do. In the surrounding woods of Osborne Manor, the dense leaves blocked out the pale moonlight, casting shadows over the area. Anton dragged the incapacitated lizard to the spot and casually tossed him onto the ground. Where is the Green Goblin? What has he been doing? The battle with the lizard had only attracted the security team, not the Green Goblin, which struck Anton as odd. With such a commotion, the Green Goblin couldn't possibly have missed it. Ha! The lizard, looking weak, did not give Anton a favorable response. Instead, he sneered, I won't say anything. Swoosh! Anton was unforgiving, launching the short sword from his wrist to brutally carve away the lizard's severed limbs and the newly grown tissue. The lizard winced in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he could ignite the air around him. Batman! Our feud isn't over yet, the lizard spat out, but his words were ignored by Anton. Once I restore you, I'll send you to hell to keep Kingpin company. At that point, in your current stickman form, I hope Kingpin will take good care of you. Anton glanced at him indifferently, then summoned the Batmobile. He secured the lizard to the back of the Batmobile, took his seat in the cockpit, and ordered the vehicle to take off, hitting the gas as the Batmobile sped away. The security team at Osborne Manor finally spotted the vehicle shooting across the sky like a meteor. They felt a growing headache. It was over. The lizard had been taken by Batman. On the other side, Eddie and April were searching through the sewers of New York. They had followed some unusual leads and finally tracked down the turtles Anton had mentioned, the 4 talking Ninja Turtles. It's right in there.
Venom's voice resonated in Eddie's mind. Although they had identified the area where the four turtles primarily operated, it was Venom's perception that ultimately led them to the unusual sewer. Is your intel reliable? Are they really down there? April asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Unaware of Venom's existence, she found it hard to believe that Eddie had so easily found the talking turtles. Trust my expertise, Eddie said nonchalantly, lifting the manhole cover and entering the sewer first. All right then. April shrugged helplessly and followed Eddie down. The Batmobile zipped like a bolt of lightning across the surface of the ocean before finally landing smoothly on an inconspicuous rooftop at the edge of Manhattan. Anton took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Peter Parker. He would definitely need the little spider's help to restore the lizard back to Kurt Connors. A mere 10 minutes later, Peter arrived at the rooftop, transformed into Spider-Man, moving with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Dr. Connors. The young hero's heart ached as he saw the lizard reduced to a stick. He understood all too well the reason behind Batman's actions. The lizard had an incredibly strong regenerative ability, an unusual physique, and extraordinary resistance to drugs, making typical anesthetics nearly ineffective against him. Without taking such drastic measures, it would indeed be challenging to subdue the lizard. Batman. Spider-Man's expression was complex as he spoke softly. I don't have a backup for the antidote. I need to go back to Oscorp to remake it. It'll take about half an hour. That's fine. I'll stay here and keep watch over him while contacting others to come and take the restored Connors away. I've already found a perfect place for him, where he won't cause trouble anymore. Anton nodded at Spider-Man. You should hurry. Shield? Spider-Man asked before he left, noticing Anton's surprised expression. Correct, Anton replied meaningfully. It seems they've reached out to you as well. I have their contact information, but I didn't agree to join. Spider-Man hurriedly clarified, sensing his idol's displeasure. I'm just a high school student. I'm really not interested in being a spy. You're doing the right thing. The matters within S.H.I.E.L.D. are complicated, and now is not the right time for you to get involved with them, Anton nodded. If there's ever a need, let me handle the talks with them. You'd better not let that one-eyed black man deceive you. One-eyed black man? Spider-Man looked confused. But the one who contacted me was a bald guy. The one-eyed black man is their director, Anton replied casually, waving his hand. You should hurry to Oscorp. The lizard urgently needs your antidote, or he'll have to endure the pain of losing limbs again. Got it. Peter said, immediately swinging between the towering buildings of the city. Anton stood quietly in place, waiting for Coulson to send someone over. When he contacted Coulson earlier, Coulson mentioned he wasn't in New York but insisted on getting involved in this situation, so he quickly dispatched a colleague nearby to reach Anton's location as fast as possible to handle the transport of the lizard. The lizard, now effectively a stick, was tightly bound to the Batmobile, glaring at Batman with eyes filled with hatred. Hearing Anton's conversation with Spider-Man and the exchange on the phone, he suddenly revealed a twisted smile. At Oscorp Tower, Spider-Man used his intern ID to gain entry, then took the elevator up to the Disaster Recovery Limb Regeneration Department. Despite the market fluctuations caused by the lizard incident, it was undeniable that, according to the real situation disclosed afterward by Oscorp and the NYPD, this had truly brought good news for the disabled. The limb disabilities could indeed be cured, and the lizard gene serum had the capability to repair limbs, giving hope to the disabled to return to normal. Of course, the prerequisite was to eliminate the side effects of the lizard gene serum to prevent them from turning into lizard people. With numerous appeals from disabled individuals and netizens, along with considerations of profit, Oscorp had not halted its research on limb regeneration. During the board meeting, all shareholders unanimously agreed to continue the limb regeneration experiments and even increase the research funding, hoping to completely eliminate or reduce the side effects in the coming years, making this technology market ready. It was easy to imagine that once the lizard gene serum was successfully developed, Oscorp would stand out globally, making a fortune from this technology alone. As the assistant to the lizard, Spider-Man's position was not to be underestimated, and he naturally became a key member of the limb regeneration department. Although he was still a high school student, he had already established the foundation to formally join Oscorp. Arriving at the newly constructed limb regeneration department, Spider-Man found the synthesis machine and methodically began to prepare the antidote. Just then, faint noises came from the upper floors of Oscorp Tower, sounds that were not particularly attention-grabbing. Unfortunately, Spider-Man possessed spider sense, an ability that allowed him to sense danger. His temples throbbed as the phantom threads of spider sense in his mind vibrated like plucked guitar strings. What's going on? Spider-Man hesitated for a moment, glancing at the antidote that would take another 10 minutes to complete, and decided to head upstairs to check the situation. The interior of Oscorp Tower was clearly divided into sections, low, middle, and high, corresponding to different departments. The lower levels housed real estate, investment, and other departments under Oscorp. The middle levels mainly consisted of research facilities, like the biological gene experimentation area where Spider-Man had just been, totaling 3 floors, and the top few floors were dedicated to weapon research. Many of Oscorp's new weapon designs were conceived in those areas. Of course, weapon manufacturing was handled elsewhere. Here, they focused on design and displayed models of past weapon products, along with a few real items. The weapon research department was not open to the public and appeared quite mysterious. Only high-level Oscorp employees could access those floors and see the finished models and a few real new weapons. Spider-Man had only visited once during an initial tour with Harry Osborn and hadn't returned since. However, not long ago, a military bigwig had visited Oscorp, and it was said that the talks had gone poorly, leading to Norman Osborn's fury after the military personnel left. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Spider-Man took the elevator up, and the sense of danger intensified. Danger! Danger! What is hidden here? Spider-Man was filled with confusion and anxiety. It was already after hours, and he couldn't think of anyone who would pose danger to him, assuming that there might be a terrifying weapon that could go out of control. Ding! The elevator finally reached the top floor, the weapons display room of Oscorp. The doors opened slowly, and a figure clad in green armor, eyes filled with malice, turned sharply at the sound from the elevator, locking eyes with Spider-Man still inside. Half an hour later, Anton was getting a bit bored waiting on the rooftop. He looked at the lizard, now bound to the Batmobile with his limbs having grown about 10 centimeters, pondering whether he should cut off some of his limbs again. The lizard felt Anton's gaze and shuddered, fearing that his limbs would be severed once more at any moment. Frankly, he was almost getting used to this submissive feeling. Just then, the massive electronic screen across the rooftop suddenly flashed with emergency news from New York Channel 6. Oscorp Tower is once again under a terror attack. Spider-Man is engaged in a fierce battle with terrorists. It's reported that the terrorists attacking Oscorp Tower are dressed in green suits and ride flying skateboards, resembling goblins. In conversation with Spider-Man, he identified himself as the Green Goblin. Spider-Man's situation is looking grim. The NYPD has already arrived on the scene, evacuating the crowd. Citizens who see this news are advised to stay away from Oscorp Tower to avoid being caught in the conflict between the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. A reporter was broadcasting from below Oscorp Tower, risking their life. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin and Spider-Man were locked in a fierce fight behind the reporter, with sounds and colors flying everywhere. Although it appeared to be an intense battle, Spider-Man's situation was indeed dire. The Green Goblin's flying skateboard gave him superior aerial combat capabilities and exceptional maneuverability compared to Spider-Man. Spider-Man was being pushed back and found it hard to regain control of the situation. On the rooftop, Anton frowned as he watched the news, closely monitoring the image of Spider-Man, guessing that he had unexpectedly encountered the Green Goblin at Oscorp. Tonight, the Green Goblin was not at his manor but had come to Oscorp instead. But speaking of which, why was Spider-Man getting beaten so badly? It seemed that after this, it would be necessary to arrange some martial arts training for Spider-Man to help him grow rapidly, so he wouldn't have to be beaten up every time to unleash his potential. In the skies above Oscorp Tower, the NYPD's task force, under the command of George Stacy, quickly mobilized to provide assistance to Spider-Man. Meanwhile, other officers were responsible for evacuating the citizens of Manhattan to ensure their safety. "We have to find a way to help Spider-Man," George said seriously to the task force members beside him. "Are the snipers in position?" "They're ready," a task force member replied solemnly. "They can provide shooting support at any moment." "Good, let's give Spider-Man a chance," George replied before turning his attention back to coordinating the evacuation. Fortunately, since the Green Goblin and Spider-Man had appeared almost simultaneously, and with Spider-Man holding him at bay, the casualties in this incident were minimal. Most of the damage occurred during the fierce battle between the Green Goblin and Spider-Man, with buildings and municipal facilities, especially the recently repaired Oscorp Tower, taking the brunt of the destruction. However, property damage could be compensated through subsequent measures, while the safety of the citizens remained the top priority. George looked up at the two figures locked in intense combat in the air, his expression filled with deep concern.
Assessing losses and casualties could wait until after the crisis. The urgent issue they faced was to quickly deal with the rampaging, destruction-loving Green Goblin. In the air, the Green Goblin darted around like a slippery eel on his flying skateboard. Spider-Man swung through the air using his webbing. Although he could sense the Green Goblin's movements with his spider sense, he struggled to pinpoint his exact location. As a result, he could barely dodge the Goblin's lethal strikes while failing to mount an effective counterattack. This prolonged engagement was increasingly putting the superhero at a disadvantage, and Spider-Man began to feel anxious. The Green Goblin seized an opening and suddenly lunged at Spider-Man, colliding with him mid-air. Spider-Man couldn't react in time and fell directly onto the roof of a car. Beep, beep, beep. The car's roof crumpled under him, emitting an ear-piercing alarm. Spider-Man barely had time to register the pain when he saw the Green Goblin hurling another pumpkin bomb at him. His eyes widened, and he quickly rolled to avoid it. Boom! The crushed car exploded, flames shooting into the sky, and the smell of gasoline quickly filled the street. The task force members, seeing the battle descend to the ground, hurriedly gathered their weapons and aimed at the Green Goblin, ready to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew, but they bounced harmlessly off the Goblin's armor. Task force? You're too naive, the Green Goblin sneered, tossing a pumpkin bomb near the officers. The bomb exploded, sending the gathered task force members flying through the air, crashing to the ground. George Stacy's face darkened. He felt a mix of pain, sorrow, and deep anxiety. Facing these technologically advanced supervillains, the NYPD found it incredibly difficult to subdue them through mere combat. Especially when these enemies were often brutish and ruthless, indifferent to the safety of ordinary citizens. Fortunately, Spider-Man had held off the Green Goblin long enough to give them precious time to evacuate more citizens. Whoosh! The Green Goblin spotted George's position. The NYPD chief, kill you, and my name will become even more famous in New York. As Norman Osborn, he was certainly familiar with the NYPD chief. Any prior acquaintance was now thrown aside without hesitation. The Green Goblin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he cackled and charged toward George. George's eyes widened in horror as he felt danger looming rapidly, as if he were slipping into an endless abyss. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. His reactions couldn't keep up with the speed of the approaching Green Goblin, and he could only watch helplessly as the embodiment of death raced toward him, seemingly ready to take his life. Green Goblin, stop! Spider-Man shouted urgently, racing from a distance to try to thwart the Goblin's action. After all, this was his future father-in-law. If George died, it wouldn't just make Gwen upset, he would also have to face her wrath. Moreover, if Gwen found out that he was Spider-Man and had failed to save George at a critical moment, their relationship would likely come to an end. In this critical moment, a Batmobile suddenly appeared in the sky. It's Batman! The citizens on the streets of Manhattan, who were watching the emergency news about Oscorp Tower and the Green Goblin attacking New York, all looked up, spotting the familiar silhouette, the Batmobile. Rewinding a few minutes earlier, up on the rooftop of the Daily Bugle, the bat signal was activated under Anton's command, casting a massive beam of light into the night sky. The bat symbol clearly appeared against the clouds. At least half the city saw this enormous bat symbol. As a popular landmark, not only did New Yorkers know about the rarely activated bat signal atop the Daily Bugle, but people all over the country were aware of it. And tonight, the bat signal shone with its rare light, the bat symbol flowing with the movement of the clouds, captivating everyone. People instinctively sensed its significance and began to look up. Even those not from Manhattan opened their windows to gaze at the bat symbol in the sky, while some rushed to the rooftops to catch a glimpse of Batman. Whoosh! Many saw a dark figure flash across the sky like lightning. It was the Batmobile. It's Batman! Batman has appeared. He's here! The crowd cheered. After facing several crises, especially the Kingpin incident, the public's trust in Batman had reached an unimaginable height. No matter what happened, as long as Batman was present, they firmly believed he would resolve the issue. Simultaneously, the officers stationed around the outskirts of Oscorp Tower, busy evacuating citizens, sighed in relief upon seeing the symbol in the sky. It seemed that even they had begun to harbor absolute trust in Batman. However, their colleagues in the NYPD task force were too focused on the situation at hand to notice the spectacle above. Including the sniper team, who were waiting for an opportunity to attack the Green Goblin, their attention was solely on him. When they saw the Green Goblin charging toward their chief, they became increasingly tense, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads and backs as they shouted in anger. With gritted teeth, the sniper pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The armor-piercing round shot out, hitting the Green Goblin's flying skateboard, creating a notch in one corner. The Green Goblin briefly lost his balance but remained determined as he continued his charge toward George Stacy, seemingly unaffected. It looked as if George's fate was already sealed. Spider-Man watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in despair, realizing it was too late. At that moment, the Batmobile arrived in the sky not far away. Spider-Man instinctively looked up and saw the Batmobile transforming, a figure launched from the cockpit like a cannonball, breaking through the air with a shockwave, rushing toward the endangered George Stacy at an incredible speed. Yet even Spider-Man felt a sense of hopelessness as he quickly calculated the distance, realizing that even with Batman's current speed, he couldn't possibly save his father-in-law at that moment. It seemed that George was doomed. Anxiety and unease filled his heart. In midair, Batman, having launched himself, aimed his wrist-mounted grappling gun. Whoosh! On the spacious street below, George watched in horror as the Green Goblin charged toward him. The green evil figure loomed larger in his vision, and he stood frozen, as if paralyzed. The rush of wind and the immense force generated by the Goblin's skateboard struck him first, but George felt no fear, his eyes remained resolute. He believed that evil would never triumph over justice, even when facing the threat of death. Ha ha ha! The Green Goblin approached George, ready to pierce his chest with the sharp end of his flying skateboard. In that critical moment, the grappling gun struck. Boom! The grapple hit the flying skateboard accurately, causing it to lose its ability to hover, tipping to the side and spinning wildly. The propulsion system beneath the skateboard was compromised, emitting thick black smoke as it malfunctioned. The Green Goblin was taken aback, losing his balance as he was violently thrown off by inertia, crashing into a nearby building's wall. In the next instant, Batman landed firmly on the ground before George. Boom! The sound was like a meteor crashing to Earth, creating a deep crater as the ground shattered. Standing in the crater, Batman looked grimly at the Green Goblin without turning back, waving a hand to George behind him. George, you all go back to evacuating the citizens. The task force is no longer needed here. I'll handle the Green Goblin, Anton said calmly. Leave him to me. Batman, we're leaving this to you. George Stacy said without hesitation, his unwavering trust in Batman evident. Over the past few months, every time Batman appeared, he created a significant stir, often overshadowing the NYPD in various respects. However, it was undeniable that thanks to Batman's powerful deterrent presence, the overall crime rate in New York had shown a marked decline. Most importantly, after Batman dealt with any situation, he would hand over the follow-up work to the NYPD. In a sense, the NYPD had achieved impressive results because of Batman. Especially after the Lizard incident, the NYPD had entered a positive feedback loop thanks to their friendly cooperation with Batman, receiving multiple commendations from City Hall. Even the citizens of New York had begun to view the NYPD more favorably. Of course, the citizens were unaware that the very next night after the Lizard incident, the Lizard had been abducted by unknown assailants. After saying this, George left the scene to Batman and pressed his communicator, instructing the snipers to retreat quickly. Meanwhile, he hurriedly directed the task force to step back, giving Batman and the Green Goblin enough space to battle freely. Before long, Spider-Man arrived late to the scene. Upon seeing George Stacy directing the task force's retreat, a complex emotion surged within him. He recalled how the NYPD had once provided him assistance during his battles with the Green Goblin, but now, that very assistance felt like an insult, as if it implied their distrust in him. Then again, it's no surprise that a hero is trusted even by the police. Spider-Man thought to himself, suddenly realizing that what he was witnessing was the immense influence Batman's name commanded in New York. This only strengthened his resolve to become someone like Batman in the future. While he was contemplating, a sharp throwing knife sliced through the air, cutting through the atmosphere like lightning, aimed directly at Batman, who stood beside Spider-Man. Anton tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the knife as it whizzed past his ear, only to explode behind him moments later. Boom! The shockwave and dust from the explosion burst forth, enveloping Anton and Spider-Man. As the dust settled, a green figure slowly approached them. Batman! Spider-Man! The Green Goblin's voice was low and complex, filled with both hatred for them and an uncontrollable rage. Why are you stopping me? He suddenly spread his arms wide, madness flickering in his eyes. Why don't you join me? We are all extraordinary beings with unique powers. Let's conquer New York together and create a version of New York that suits us better. Isn't that what you want? You've truly gone mad, Norman. Anton sighed deeply, his gaze toward the Green Goblin filled with regret.
There's no turning back now.
You need to wake up, Norman. Upon hearing the Goblin's words, Spider-Man's eyes widened in shock beneath his mask.
Norman? This was the kind, approachable Norman uncle he had known since childhood?
Spider-Man had no doubt, as this revelation came from Batman, who would never slander anyone. Thinking back to moments earlier in the Oscorp Tower's weapons display room, where he had stood defenseless before the Green Goblin, who had attacked him without hesitation, Spider-Man felt a wave of hurt wash over him. Meanwhile, in the ninja dojo within the sewers, Eddie was engaged in a conversation with Splinter, the tall, anthropomorphic rat with the ability to speak and outstanding martial arts skills, regarding Shredder and the Sykes Corporation. Initially surprised by the presence of the rat and the four turtles, Eddie had gradually come to regard them as equals to humans as their conversation deepened. From Splinter, Eddie gleaned many answers about the Foot Clan, essentially uncovering their secrets. Nearby, April was happily conversing with the four lively turtles, their excitement palpable.
Are you the one who saved us?
Michelangelo, the most lively of the turtles with a yellow bandana, looked April up and down, grinning widely.
You're looking really pretty now. Planning to find a strong boyfriend like me? I can't believe it's been over a decade, and you all grew up.
April, ignoring Michelangelo's comment, looked wide-eyed at the four muscular turtles in front of her, filled with extreme excitement. After all, they were her father's research results and her childhood pets. Suddenly, the sound of a news reporter broke through their conversation.
Oscorp Tower is facing a terror attack once again. Spider-Man is battling terrorists.
Reports say that the assailant is, calling himself the Green Goblin.
Spider-Man is in danger.
The NYPD is on the scene evacuating civilians. Citizens seeing this news should stay away from Oscorp Tower to avoid being caught in the conflict between the Green Goblin and Batman.
The urgent intense news broadcast snapped everyone back to reality, and they turned their attention to the nearby second-hand television in the dojo. News.
Eddie and April reacted instantly, especially Eddie. As the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle and New York's top star reporter, he couldn't miss such major news. More importantly, he realized that Anton was certainly taking action tonight. This was no coincidence.
Anton's purpose for acting was likely to deal with the sudden terror attack against New York by the self-proclaimed Green Goblin. I need to check this out.
Eddie quickly stood up, bidding farewell to Splinter.
Master Splinter, I have to head to Oscorp Tower now. We'll discuss the Foot Clan issue when I return.
But rest assured, I, representing the Daily Bugle, will definitely investigate the Foot Clan and Sykes Corporation thoroughly.
The Daily Bugle was almost tied to Batman at this point, and Splinter had undoubtedly heard of the currently popular Batman.
Eddie believed that this wise rat could understand the underlying meaning of his words.
Eddie,
April said, her heart filled with worry.
The next second, she bit her lip and declared, I'm going with you. Eddie glanced at April.
Though they hadn't known each other long, she reminded him of his former self. Knowing he couldn't persuade her, he nodded and said, You can come with me, but you must do as I say. As they spoke, the two headed toward the exit of the ninja dojo in the sewers. Wait, Splinter hesitated for a moment and said, I'll send the kids to assist you.
Master.
The four turtles gathered around eagerly, excitement written on their faces.
Really? Can we finally go out and act?
They were practically bouncing with excitement, feeling they had finally gained Splinter's approval.
Do you think I didn't know you've been out before?
Splinter chuckled, looking at the four turtles with a mix of exasperation and pride. To be honest, if Eddie hadn't come to them, he wouldn't have known that the turtles had previously encountered the Foot Clan and had even managed to thwart them on several occasions. It seemed it was time for the turtles to show off their skills. Splinter felt both nervous and excited. He hoped to witness the turtle team he had envisioned for over a decade, while also wishing for their safe return. Batman, this is in your hands now. George Stacy said without hesitation, his firm trust in Batman evident. Over the past few months, Batman's appearances had caused significant excitement, often overshadowing the NYPD. However, it was undeniable that Batman's powerful presence had led to a marked decrease in crime rates across New York. Most importantly, after Batman resolved any situation, he would hand over the follow-up work to the NYPD. In a sense, the NYPD had achieved impressive results due to Batman. Especially after the Lizard incident, the NYPD had entered a positive feedback loop thanks to their cooperation with Batman, receiving numerous commendations from City Hall. Even the citizens of New York had begun to view the NYPD more favorably.
Of course, the citizens were unaware that the very next night after the lizard incident, the lizard had been abducted by unknown assailants. After saying this, George left the scene to Batman and activated his communicator to instruct the snipers to retreat quickly. He also directed the task force to withdraw, giving Batman and the Green Goblin ample space to engage in their battle. Before long, Spider-Man arrived late to the scene. Upon seeing George Stacy directing the task force's retreat, a complex emotion surged within him. He recalled how the NYPD had once aided him in his battles with the Green Goblin, but now that assistance felt like an insult, implying their distrust in him. Then again, it's no surprise that a hero earns such trust from the police. Spider-Man thought to himself, suddenly realizing that he was witnessing the immense influence Batman's name had in New York. This only solidified his resolve to become someone like Batman in the future. As he pondered this, a sharp throwing knife sliced through the air, hurtling toward Batman. Anton tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the knife as it zipped past his ear, then exploded behind him moments later. Boom! The shockwave and dust from the explosion surged forward, enveloping Anton and Spider-Man. As the dust settled, a green figure slowly approached them. Batman! Spider-Man! The Green Goblin's voice was low and complex, filled with both hatred for them and an uncontrollable rage. Why are you stopping me? He suddenly spread his arms wide, madness flickering in his eyes. Why don't you join me? We are all extraordinary beings with unique powers. Let's conquer New York together and create a version of New York that suits us better. Isn't that what you want? You've truly gone mad, Norman. Anton sighed deeply, his gaze toward the Green Goblin filled with regret. There's no turning back now. You need to wake up, Norman. Hearing the Goblin's words, Spider-Man's eyes widened under his mask. Norman? This was the kind, approachable Norman he had known since childhood? Spider-Man had no doubt, as this revelation came from Batman, who would never slander anyone. Thinking back to moments earlier in the Oscorp Tower's weapons display room, where he had stood defenseless before the Green Goblin, who had attacked him without hesitation, Spider-Man felt a wave of hurt wash over him. In the ninja dojo within the sewers, Eddie was engaged in a conversation with Splinter, the tall, anthropomorphic rat, regarding Shredder and the Sykes Corporation. Initially surprised by the presence of the rat and the four turtles, Eddie had gradually come to regard them as equals to humans as their conversation deepened. From Splinter, Eddie gleaned many answers about the Foot Clan, essentially uncovering their secrets. Nearby, April was happily conversing with the four lively turtles, their excitement palpable. Are you the one who saved us? Michelangelo, the most lively of the turtles, looked April up and down, grinning widely. You're looking really pretty now. Planning to find a strong boyfriend like me? I can't believe it's been over a decade, and you all grew up. April, ignoring Michelangelo's comment, looked wide-eyed at the four muscular turtles in front of her, filled with extreme excitement. After all, they were her father's research results and her childhood pets. Suddenly, the sound of a news reporter broke through their conversation. Oscorp Tower is facing a terror attack once again. Spider-Man is battling terrorists. Reports say that the assailant is, calling himself the Green Goblin. Spider-Man is in danger. The NYPD is on the scene evacuating civilians. Citizens seeing this news should stay away from Oscorp Tower to avoid being caught in the conflict between the Green Goblin and Batman. The urgent intense news broadcast snapped everyone back to reality, and they turned their attention to the nearby second-hand television in the dojo. News. Eddie and April reacted instantly, especially Eddie. As the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle and New York's top star reporter, he couldn't miss such major news. More importantly, he realized that Anton was certainly taking action tonight. This was no coincidence. Anton's purpose for acting was likely to deal with the sudden terror attack against New York by the self-proclaimed Green Goblin. I need to check this out. Eddie quickly stood up, bidding farewell to Splinter. Master Splinter, I have to head to Oscorp Tower now. We'll discuss the Foot Clan issue when I return. But rest assured, I, representing the Daily Bugle, will definitely investigate the Foot Clan and Sykes Corporation thoroughly. The Daily Bugle was almost tied to Batman at this point, and Splinter had undoubtedly heard of the currently popular Batman. Eddie believed that this wise rat could understand the underlying meaning of his words. Eddie, April said, her heart filled with worry. The next second, she bit her lip and declared, I'm going with you. Eddie glanced at April. Though they hadn't known each other long, she reminded him of his former self. Knowing he couldn't persuade her, he nodded and said, You can come with me, but you must do as I say.
As they spoke, the two headed toward the exit of the ninja dojo in the sewers. Wait, Splinter hesitated for a moment and said, I'll send the kids to assist you. Master. The four turtles gathered around eagerly, excitement written on their faces. Really? Can we finally go out and act? They were practically bouncing with excitement, feeling they had finally gained Splinter's approval. Do you think I didn't know you've been out before? Splinter chuckled, looking at the four turtles with a mix of exasperation and pride. To be honest, if Eddie hadn't come to them, he wouldn't have known that the turtles had previously encountered the Foot Clan and had even managed to thwart them on several occasions. It seemed it was time for the turtles to show off their skills. Splinter felt both nervous and excited. He hoped to witness the turtle team he had envisioned for over a decade, while also wishing for their safe return to the Batmobile. After Anton departed, automatically switched to autopilot mode, slowly parking in a deserted alley not far from Oscorp Tower. The lizard, with his severed limbs and missing tail, struggled desperately against the specially designed ropes binding him to the Batmobile. However, despite his powerful regenerative abilities, he could not regrow his limbs in such a short time and break free. Batman, the lizard hissed, his voice echoing hauntingly in the dark alley. If any citizens were still nearby, they would surely find it hard to sleep with such a terrifying sound surrounding them. The lizard fixed his gaze on a nearby manhole cover just a few meters away, filled with pain and despair. He knew that if he could free himself from the ropes, he could quickly slip back into the sewer and escape to regain his freedom. But at that moment, he felt utterly powerless, as if the distance between him and the manhole was the farthest in the world, causing him immense anguish. Bang! Just as the lizard was sinking deeper into despair, the previously quiet manhole cover was suddenly kicked off from the inside, launching into the air before crashing down onto the ground. Clang! The sound of the cover hitting the ground echoed in the dark alley, like a knock from fate. A glimmer of hope flashed in the lizard's eyes. He felt his chance had finally come. Who's there? He rasped. Whoosh! Several unfamiliar figures dashed out from the sewer like ghosts. In the instant their eyes met, both sides froze, as if time itself had stopped. Turtles, the lizard murmured, unable to believe that anyone else would have fused turtle genes besides himself. Are they trying to live for a few hundred years? He thought, recalling the turtles' longevity. Help me, the lizard called out. We're the same kind. The same kind? The turtle with the yellow bandana stared blankly at the lizard, shrugging. Dude, we're clearly not the same species. The figures that emerged from the sewer were none other than the Ninja Turtles, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael, and Donatello, who had followed Eddie and April to Manhattan, near Oscorp Tower. The four turtles looked at the bound lizard, hesitating for a moment before glancing at the Batmobile. Wow, that car is really nice, Donatello, the purple-banded turtle, exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. As a tech enthusiast, he couldn't resist the allure of the Batmobile. Don't listen to him. Eddie and April climbed out of the sewer. Eddie glanced at the lizard, showing little surprise on his face. His symbiote had already detected the lizard's presence and alerted him. This guy is different from you, Eddie explained. His name is Kurt Connors, a mad scientist who injected himself with lizard genes to cure his disability. While he succeeded, he turned into this a nutcase trying to establish a lizard empire. I saw it on the news. Donatello gave Eddie a thumbs up. Eddie, the Daily Bugle is the newspaper we read every day. It seems he got caught by Batman again, Eddie said, passing by the bound lizard. Drawing on his instincts as a reporter, he took out his camera and snapped a photo of the lizard, who was enraged and helpless, capturing the moment before saying, "Forget him, let's go help Batman." Sure. We can't wait any longer. The four turtles exchanged excited glances, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, and then rushed out of the dark alley. Meanwhile, Anton had returned to peak condition, and alongside Spider-Man, they had the Green Goblin thoroughly suppressed. After detonating the flying skateboard, the Goblin lost his greatest advantage, significantly reducing his mobility. His confidence had been trampled into the ground by Anton, who had taken on the mantle of Batman. He could not believe that Anton had emerged unscathed from the horrific explosion. Even the armor he wore remained intact. To this day, the Goblin couldn't comprehend how Anton's armor had restored itself from a damaged state. Of course, if the explosion had indeed taken away Anton's combat effectiveness as he imagined, the outcome would have likely unfolded as he predicted. But facts were facts, there were no what-ifs. The Goblin, enraged, disregarded his injuries and hurled a knife, forcing Spider-Man back before closing in on Anton for a bare-knuckle fight. Bang! Anton seized this opportunity, easily blocking the Goblin's punch and locking his arm, then drove his knee into the goblin's chest, making him stumble back, his face contorted in pain. The goblin silently thanked his decision to have a son early on. Nearby, Spider-Man watched in horror, feeling a chill run down his spine. He genuinely felt a lack of combat experience. The only reason he had been able to hold his ground against the Green Goblin for so long was due to his strong foundational abilities. If only he could fight like Batman, he could be more effective now. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he dashed in to help. The Green Goblin, already struggling against Anton's assault, found his movements further restricted with Spider-Man's webs. The omnipresent webbing made it extremely difficult for the goblin to evade. Bang! The goblin's head took another hit. Looks like you've already decided how to take a beating. Anton sneered, delivering blow after blow to the Green Goblin, denting his chest armor and leaving his head spinning. Bruises blossomed on the goblin's face beneath the hard helmet, blood seeping from the cracks. Batman, the goblin collapsed on the ground, his energy nearly spent, his chest barely rising and falling, on the verge of passing out. With his last ounce of strength, he spoke slowly, his tone filled with complex emotions. "Don't tell Harry." This statement was directed at both Anton and Spider-Man. Hearing this elder's plea, Spider-Man's eyes welled with tears beneath his mask. He didn't understand how things had come to this. Yet, this phrase completely revealed the Goblin's identity. Just as Batman had said, the Green Goblin was Norman Osborn, the very Norman uncle he had known since childhood. How could this happen? Spider-Man stood beside the unconscious Green Goblin, feeling dazed, unsure of what to do next. Should he turn the Green Goblin over to the police and let him rot in prison for life? Batman. Spider-Man looked at his idol. After resolving the crisis with the Green Goblin, he had no idea how to deal with the defeated villain. Suddenly, his spider sense flared, and he turned his head sharply. Anton followed his gaze. 4 ninja-clad turtles, wearing different colored masks, were rushing toward them. The turtles' faces were filled with excitement, their eyes shining with determination. Spider-Man's expression tightened, sensing that these peculiar creatures might be trouble. At the same time, George Stacy led his task force, quickly catching up. The task force members blocked the turtles at the end of the street, tightly gripping their weapons, aiming their guns at the 4 turtles. "Batman, they just barged in, they're not good," George Stacy said with conviction, his eyes filled with anger. "It looks like they must be the Lizard's accomplices. Perhaps even the Green Goblin is in league with them." Anton was taken aback. He looked at the 4 turtles, then recalled the lizard. Though they were not the same species, under George's warning, their images seemed to overlap in a strange way, leaving Anton momentarily speechless. Wait. Just as Anton was about to speak, he saw Eddie sprinting toward them, dragging April along. Eddie appeared calm and composed, but April, being pulled along, was panting heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly as if she could barely catch her breath. "Chief Stacy, the turtles are not the enemy." Eddie, unable to reveal Venom's identity, quickly explained to George, having chased him for quite a while. "The turtles are here to help, they have nothing to do with the lizard." "What?" George, of course, recognized Eddie. As the well-known editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, Eddie was quite famous in New York and across the United States, so George was familiar with him. Hearing Eddie's words, George's tone was filled with skepticism. "You're saying they're Batman's allies?" George reacted this way because, in his view, these 4 turtles were essentially the same as the lizard. This was the primary reason he suspected that the turtles were accomplices of the lizard. After all, everyone present had animal-related nicknames. Why wouldn't he suspect Spider-Man and Batman? To him, Batman and Spider-Man were merely humans wearing costumes that represented animals, while the turtles were the true turtle men, just like Kurt Connors had become the lizard. "Ask Batman, and you'll see." Eddie knew he couldn't explain too much to George, but he trusted that Batman would vouch for him and the turtles. "Yes, they are my allies," Anton confirmed, glancing at the fallen Green Goblin and shrugging. "Though they arrived a bit late." "All right." George finally relaxed. After this incident, his trust in Batman had reached an unimaginable height. He understood that without Batman's timely intervention, New York would have faced a massive crisis. Not only would the citizens of New York be affected, but the NYPD would also struggle to handle such consequences. "What about the Green Goblin?" George chuckled, rubbing his hands together, believing this was another opportunity for the NYPD to shine. "Sorry, I must take the Green Goblin with me." Anton's response made George uneasy. It seemed this time was different. Batman appeared to have different intentions. "He'll be more useful in my hands." After saying this, a buzzing sound filled the air as the Batmobile, operated by autopilot after Anton's command, arrived at the scene. Everyone saw that the Batmobile was dragging along a motionless figure, the lizard, who had been reduced to a stick. At this point, the lizard had partially regrown some limbs, looking quite horrifying. The lizard. George Stacy realized why Batman was unwilling to hand over the Green Goblin and the lizard to the NYPD. He knew that even if they handed them over to the police, it would be challenging to keep them secure. Damn it! George felt inexplicably frustrated. He couldn't find a reason to persuade Batman to leave the Green Goblin to the NYPD. Since that's the case, I'll be on my way. Anton hopped into the Batmobile, which then took off into the sky, vanishing from view. Before leaving, Anton shot a glance at Spider-Man, who understood the cue and shot out a web to retrieve the lizard's antidote from Oscorp Tower. The turtles watched the scene, feeling as if their trip had been in vain. They exchanged glances and quickly darted back into the sewer, disappearing before George and the others. Eddie didn't rush back to the sewer dojo with the turtles. He and April stayed behind to document the aftermath of the Green Goblin incident. This was undoubtedly a hot news story they couldn't afford to miss. Meanwhile, Eddie called his apprentice, Phil, instructing him to hurry to Manhattan with the Daily Bugle's professional equipment to report on the aftermath of the Green Goblin incident. Moments later, Anton and Spider-Man met again on the rooftop. Inject him, Anton nodded at Spider-Man, directing his gaze toward the lizard still bound in the Batmobile, who had now regrown most of his limbs. No, Spider-Man. The lizard's face was filled with fear and resistance as he adamantly refused to revert to his pitiful, disabled state. Professor! This is for your own good. Spider-Man looked helplessly at the lizard, whose eyes still brimmed with animalistic rage and hatred. Gritting his teeth, he administered the antidote. Soon, the lizard transformed back into Kurt Connors. This time, Kurt Connors had regained his original form, missing his right arm, but, unlike Anton's earlier imagination, he had not become a mere human stick. Perhaps it was because he had nearly regrown his limbs while in lizard form. Spider-Man sighed in relief at this sight. Just then, a helicopter swiftly approached the rooftop where Anton and the others were. They looked up to see a figure with a bow and arrow descending rapidly from the helicopter's rope. It was Hawkeye. Due to his unmistakable features, Anton immediately recognized him. In such situations, a man carrying a bow and arrow could only be Hawkeye. Batman, Spider-Man. Hawkeye landed on the rooftop, showing no surprise on his face. Before arriving, he had already learned about the Green Goblin incident in Manhattan from the news. He had rushed to help, but it seemed he was already too late. The Green Goblin incident was over. As his mind quickly processed this, Hawkeye glanced at the unconscious Green Goblin and the now reverted Kurt Connors. My name is Clint Barton, you can call me Hawkeye. Hawkeye quickly introduced himself and nodded at Batman. Leave them to me. You can take Connors with you. Anton understood Hawkeye's words and spoke firmly. But I can't hand over the Green Goblin to you. No way. Hawkeye's tone was firm. Faced with Batman's unwavering stance, he showed no signs of backing down. Although he hadn't communicated with Coulson, as a high-ranking agent, he had the authority to make decisions. In Hawkeye's view, both the Lizard, Kurt Connors, and the Green Goblin should be under SHIELD's supervision. Hawkeye, I'm not a SHIELD agent. Strictly speaking, our relationship is merely cooperative. SHIELD sought my assistance. You have no authority to command me, Anton frowned, coldly staring at Hawkeye. The two fell into a tense silence, the atmosphere thickening as the air felt increasingly heated. Spider-Man glanced left and right, sensing that the situation was precarious. The reason Anton rejected Hawkeye was that prior to contacting Coulson, the Green Goblin incident had not yet occurred, and they had no prior agreement regarding the Goblin. Handing over Connors to SHIELD had purely been due to Anton's reluctance to deal with the aftermath. In a sense, wasn't SHIELD an organization for recycling waste and specializing in cleanup? That facility established overseas during the Kingpin incident, which Anton had discussed with Coulson, was SHIELD's junk recycling center. On the other hand, the Green Goblin's emotions were still unstable. Given his past connections with Norman Osborn and his relationship with Harry, who was even a backer of his movie and a fan of Batman, Anton sympathized with the Osborn family's hereditary issues. He planned to attempt to cure Norman's mental and genetic disorders. After that, whether he could be cured or not, they could consider how to deal with the mistakes made by Norman as the Green Goblin. Only then would it be acceptable to hand Norman over to SHIELD. As for how to cure the genetic disease, Anton already had preliminary ideas in mind. To be honest, if the person who had arrived was not Hawkeye but Coulson, and they had engaged in friendly dialogue, it might have been a different story. But now, Hawkeye's stubborn attitude made Anton extremely displeased. If you insist on taking the Green Goblin, then forget about Connors, I'll handle him myself. Anton fixed his gaze on Hawkeye, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. You'll regret this. Hawkeye shot a deep glare at Batman, removing his bow from his back, seemingly prepared to take coercive action. Regret? Anton responded with a bitter smile, angered by the mere suggestion. Since becoming Batman, he couldn't remember anyone daring to threaten him like this. Hawkeye had spent too long with S.H.I.E.L.D., while he might be a formidable fighter and a top-notch operative, he was nowhere near Coulson's level when it came to handling matters. It wasn't that his intentions were particularly bad, but if you were to evaluate his emotional intelligence, he would certainly fall short. Humph. As Anton saw Hawkeye draw his bow, he sneered inwardly, then suddenly sprang forward like lightning. Hawkeye, unfazed, wielded his bow like a weapon, aiming to clash head-on. However, Anton, utilizing the advantages of his armor, easily absorbed the blow. He then unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a whoosh of wind, landing squarely against Hawkeye's left rib. Thud! Hawkeye felt a sharp pain in his bones, his expression shifted slightly, revealing a look of shock as he involuntarily staggered back. Finally, he pushed off against the rooftop's railing to regain his balance, only for the railing to give way under his force, toppling down toward the empty alley below. Crash! A few seconds later, the sound of the impact echoed through the alley, reaching the ears of Anton and the others on the rooftop. Amidst the whistling wind, the atmosphere remained tense. Anton and Hawkeye locked eyes, the air between them crackling with tension. Hawkeye was now acutely aware that he had severely underestimated Batman. This so-called superhero was far from just a name. And he couldn't deny that, for someone like him who excelled in ranged attacks, facing Anton in armor was somewhat unfair. Now, are you going to leave my sight, or do I have to throw you out myself? Anton noticed the changes in Hawkeye's expression and understood that Hawkeye realized he had gotten himself into trouble, causing him to hesitate. That very statement ignited Hawkeye's anger. You don't have the right to tell me to leave. Hawkeye leaped back from the rooftop, landing on the adjacent building. In the process, he swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver, aiming it at Batman. Unfazed, Anton raised his hand and threw a batarang. Whoosh! The batarang shot through the air like a bolt, slicing through the atmosphere with thunderous noise, heading straight for Hawkeye, who had just landed on the other rooftop. Boom! Hawkeye's arrow struck by the batarang shattered on impact. In the next moment, the batarang exploded midair, sending flames and a powerful shockwave that engulfed the unsuspecting Hawkeye, launching him backward. In Anton's seemingly casual demeanor, Hawkeye found himself utterly defenseless and suffered a humiliating defeat. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated across the rooftop at the edge of Manhattan, even alerting the police near Oscorp Tower, which was still a fair distance away. Simultaneously, a figure tumbled from the rooftop. Oh no! Spider-Man gasped at the sight, feeling as if he was contributing to global warming. He turned sharply to look at Batman. He's an official, won't killing him cause trouble? Spider-Man felt a sense of panic, fearing that things were escalating beyond control. Who says I killed him? Anton replied nonchalantly. The explosion of the batarang could easily kill an ordinary person, but for him, it's nothing. And if anyone should be blamed, it's him for carelessly falling. It has nothing to do with me, Batman. Spider-Man was at a loss for words. Don't worry, he's tough enough, he won't die that easily. Anton reassured him with a wave of his hand. Let's leave it at that, this lesson is sufficient, and I'm not interested in lingering on this. If he wants to trouble me again, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With that, he paused, then looked at Spider-Man. I'm off, if you need anything, you can always find me. As he spoke, he knocked out Connors and, with the unconscious Green Goblin and Connors in tow, leaped away, his cape unfurling like wings as he glided away, quickly disappearing into the city. Spider-Man watched him leave, then jumped off the rooftop, swinging between buildings with his web. Just then, he noticed a figure hanging against the wall, and his heart skipped a beat. The figure, bloodied and battered from the explosion of the batarang, was filled with fury. Batman! Hawkeye gritted his teeth, hanging in mid-air, exuding a palpable low pressure. Once the area had quieted down, he withdrew his gaze, staring at the unknown sky ahead. He knew Batman had left, but that didn't quell his resentment toward him. Stopping somewhere, Anton looked down at the sewer beneath him, slightly furrowing his brow. He lifted the manhole cover and called Eddie,
getting an address from him. Then, he navigated through the labyrinthine tunnels of the sewer. About 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at the Turtles' dojo. Who's there? The Turtles had just returned home, complaining to Splinter about their unproductive outing. They had been mistaken for villains by George Stacy, the police chief. However, when they saw the long-anticipated Batman appear at the dojo entrance, all 4 turtles were taken aback. Splinter also looked surprised, his serious expression unchanged. Batman had arrived at the entrance without them noticing, which was far from what Splinter had expected. If it had been an enemy, they would have likely fallen right into an ambush. I mean no harm. Batman spoke calmly at the door, then lowered the unconscious Green Goblin and Connors. I'm here to discuss a few matters with you, concerning the Foot Clan and about yourselves. He paused, then added, and I need to handle a little trouble. Please, have a seat. Splinter nodded at Batman, offering him a place. Moments later, as the conversation deepened, the Turtles and Splinter began to understand Batman's intentions. First, it was about the Foot Clan. Second, it concerned the Green Goblin and Connors. The Foot Clan was a pressing issue for the Turtles. This criminal organization had become a thorn in their side and was also a target for Batman. Through information exchange, the relationship between Shredder and Sykes was thoroughly uncovered. Returning to the issues regarding the Green Goblin and Connors, there was an urgent problem to address. After the fallout with S.H.I.E.L.D., the location for detaining these two became uncertain. However, this wasn't an insurmountable problem, as Anton happened to know someone who could resolve it. The city's sewer system would serve as an excellent temporary prison. The Turtles could act as the guards, watching over the prisoners. Additionally, while the Turtles were out on missions, Splinter, who remained at their headquarters, could keep an eye on the Green Goblin and Connors. Another issue was the mutation factor present in the Turtles and Splinter's blood. The mutation factor was key to the Turtles and Rat being classified as humans, becoming intelligent beings. In a sense, this technology was similar to Connor's research on limb regeneration, including the human enhancement technology that transformed Norman Osborn into the Green Goblin, all belonging to the realm of biological genetics. Ultimately, the emergence of the mutation factor, even if it were merely a decade-old technology and result, was undoubtedly more advanced and successful than Oscorp's research in biological genetics. After much discussion, Connors suddenly stirred. Anton turned his head, looking at the lying Connors with a smirk. Now that you've heard everything, do you still plan to play unconscious, Connors? Mutation factor. Connors could no longer hide his emotions as he slowly opened his eyes, a complex light flickering in them. He stared at the Turtles and Splinter, who resembled him during his lizard form, his eyes filled with uncontrollable awe and excitement. The mutation factor, it's O'Neill. Connors murmured. He tragically died in a fire over a decade ago, and all his research was lost. I never expected, he succeeded right before his death. Anton raised an eyebrow, realizing that Connors must have known April's father, Professor O'Neill, who had previously worked for Sykes Corporation. Given that both were top figures in the field of biological genetics, it wasn't surprising they had crossed paths. Turtles and mice, they're all test subjects for the mutation factor. Connors fixed his gaze on the Turtles and the seated Splinter, his eyes shining with a strange light. With the mutation factor, I might have a chance to perfect the gene serum, even develop a side-effect-free human enhancement drug. Batman, is that your goal? That's merely a coincidence, Anton replied flatly. He hadn't intended to use Connors for research on the mutation factor, rather, he sought suitable candidates to help Norman Osborn return to normal and cure his family's genetic disease. After all, in the Marvel Universe, talent was abundant. However, SHIELD's overly aggressive stance frustrated Anton. Since that was the case, he decided to keep Connors around for the mutation factor research. If Connors could indeed develop a side-effect-free biological gene serum and human enhancement drug, it would be a contribution to society. From now on, this will be your cell, as well as your research lab, Anton stated calmly. I'll provide all the equipment you need. What you must do is quickly develop a biological gene serum that can cure disabilities without side effects, and a human enhancement drug that has no side effects. The Turtles and Splinter will supervise your work. After a pause, he continued, Norman's schizophrenia is partly due to you. In other words, you share some responsibility for the Green Goblin incident. Connors, as Spider-Man said, if you are truly a good person at heart, then redeem yourself through your actions. This is your last chance. With that said, regardless of whether Connors would refuse, Anton stood up, nodding at Splinter. It's getting late, I should be leaving. Understood. Splinter nodded slightly. We will handle the Foot Clan matter as previously discussed. Then I'll leave the Green Goblin and Connors in your care. Anton glanced at the still unconscious and badly injured Norman Osborn, then at the excited Connors, who wouldn't refuse his request. He then turned and left through the only exit of the Turtles' dojo into the sewer. Soon, Anton returned to his normal state as Batman. He pushed open the manhole cover and crawled out from the filthy environment. Looking at the dojo in the sewer, he couldn't help but reflect on the difficult living conditions of the Turtles and Splinter. In such adverse circumstances, Splinter had managed to raise the Turtles, one of whom had become a tech whiz and a high-achieving student, exemplifying the true meaning of rising from humble beginnings. Anton rubbed his chin, pondering which idiom could best describe their situation. It seemed there was nothing more impoverished than turtles and a rat living in a sewer. Splinter had taught himself to become a ninja master and trained the turtles in powerful techniques, although calling it martial arts would be more fitting. Afterwards, Anton arrived near Oscorp Tower and contacted Eddie. Just as he was about to discuss how to tackle the Foot Clan, he saw Eddie and Phil stealthily pulling him into an alley, both carrying a large box. "What's in the box?" Anton asked, sensing the excitement on Eddie and Phil's faces. "What did you two discover?" "I just transformed into Venom and took Phil on a little tour of Oscorp Tower." "You're not going to believe what we found." Eddie chuckled as he opened the box. Anton was taken aback when he saw what was inside: a flying skateboard, a piece of the Green Goblin's armor, and a few pumpkin bombs along with some throwing knives. Essentially, this was the backup Green Goblin suit of Norman Osborn. "We found these in Norman Osborn's office," Phil said excitedly. "Boss, Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin. This is huge news. With these, we can expose his true identity and let everyone know that the head of Oscorp is actually a supervillain. This news needs to be handled with caution. The shareholders behind Oscorp are much more formidable than the Life Foundation." Anton waved his hand dismissively, a hint of regret on his face as he looked at the two. "Moreover, Norman is currently in the temporary prison I just found, and his situation is very complicated. Certain drugs have affected his mind, causing his schizophrenia and the emergence of the Green Goblin persona. In short, we can't just blurt out the situation regarding the Green Goblin like before." After a pause, he shifted his focus. "Of course, I will still provide the reward. Boss, I can do without the reward, but," Phil, hearing this, grinned, seemingly unconcerned about missing out. He exchanged a glance with Eddie, gathering his courage to ask, "Can I keep this suit?" Anton was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Eddie and Phil's true intention was not to expose the Green Goblin's identity but rather to claim the Green Goblin's armor and equipment. "I've tried it on, it fits me perfectly," Phil said eagerly. "You're all superheroes, and I want to be one of you. And the Justice League, I want to join too. Boss, give me a chance." "Eddie, this idea was yours, wasn't it?" Anton looked at Eddie, laughing softly. "Without your urging, Phil wouldn't dare say such things in front of me." "You really do tell him everything." "Anton, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Eddie chuckled shamelessly, then continued, "Phil has already been through so much with us. I believe he has enough qualifications to join the Justice League. Plus, sometimes we need someone to handle logistics during our missions, don't we?" He grinned, sensing no hint of refusal from Anton. "Let him stay." Indeed, Anton turned to Phil and said, "Since you want to become one of us, you'll need to double your efforts. You must prove yourself, both at the Daily Bugle and in the Justice League." "I will!" Phil exclaimed, utterly thrilled. "By the way, have you thought of a nickname?" Anton joked. "If you get a chance to make your debut next time, you can't be without a cool and catchy alias. Evil Spirit, how does that sound?" Phil eagerly replied, clearly having thought of this answer long ago. When Phil blurted out that name, Anton's expression turned slightly strange. "That name sounds like a villain." Phil thought Anton was dissatisfied with the name and quickly explained, "Just like Venom, I really like names like that. When I team up with Editor Eddie, Venom and Evil Spirit will surely strike fear into those bad guys." "It does sound fitting, and it matches well with Venom," Anton nodded. Hearing the nickname Evil Spirit suddenly reminded him of Phil Urich's true identity. No wonder this kid had a significant role. He was actually a character from the comics. In the Ultimate Spider-Man storyline, which revolved around Peter Parker's life being taken over by Dr. Octopus, Phil Urich was the second Evil Spirit, a reporter for the Daily Bugle and also Kingpin's right-hand man. The first evil spirit, Roderick Kingsley, had stumbled into Norman's lab, stolen his equipment, and subsequently fell from grace, becoming a notorious villain. Kingsley later rented his identity and gear to Phil Urich, who then became the new evil spirit. However, in this world, Phil probably hadn't even had a chance to meet Kingpin before he met his unfortunate demise. Under Anton and Eddie's guidance, Phil was now heading down a path of righteousness, even becoming a semi-founder of the newly forming Justice League, which increasingly diverged from his original trajectory. Anton thought about this but didn't take it too seriously. However, if Connors could use the mutation factor from the turtles to develop a new human enhancement drug, it could be given to Phil, who was just an ordinary person, making him more fitting for a superhero persona. Whether through mutation or technological advancement to enhance his abilities, with Anton backing him, it made sense to prepare him for the role of a superhero. Since you plan to use the leftover Green Goblin gear, let's change the color a bit so no one mistakes it for the Green Goblin's return, Anton suggested, stroking his chin as he recalled the evil spirit's design. How about a combination of blue and red? That sounds great. I love it. Phil eagerly nodded. With Anton agreeing to let him join the Justice League and allowing him to keep the stolen gear from Norman's office, he would do anything, even if it meant running around naked on the flying skateboard, just to be part of their group. Afterwards, Eddie took Phil back to the vicinity of Oscorp Tower, where they joined other reporters to cover the unfolding events. At that moment, April had already made a name for herself among the interview crews of Channel 6 News. Thanks to her early arrival with Eddie, she secured several exclusive materials and held the narrative power. Everyone worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning. Meanwhile, Anton returned home and began to tally the gains from the recent events. Resolved the Green Goblin incident, reward, 6 million justice points. Current justice points balance, 9 million. Calculating, he realized that the Arkham Knight armor had cost him 10 million, and with the recent income of 6 million, he effectively only spent 4 million. Not a bad deal. Anton thought for a moment, then remembered the earlier discussions with Splinter about dealing with the Foot Clan. If all went well, eliminating the Foot Clan would likely push his justice points balance over 10 million again. Plus, with the upcoming Steel movie, he would soon be able to don a new persona, Steel, and dive back into the fight for justice. The Marvel version of the Justice League was gradually forming, and the future looked increasingly promising. A few days later, news topics like Green Goblin attacks New York and the unfortunate Oscorp flooded the media, becoming hot topics of conversation. As the latest sensational event, the Green Goblin incident had ignited a frenzy in New York and even across the United States. However, Oscorp, seemingly the most unfortunate in this ordeal, remains silent, offering no statements. Eventually, some astute media outlets uncovered shocking news: Norman Osborn was missing. After such a significant event, Oscorp Tower once again became a target for villains, and its owner, Norman Osborn, had mysteriously disappeared. Of course, no one believed that this wealthy individual would be the villain. After all, no fool would bomb their own assets while engaging in villainy. The prevailing theory was that Norman Osborn had been killed during the Green Goblin attack, tragically meeting his end. This news sparked widespread interest among netizens. The disappearance of Norman Osborn created a buzz similar to Tony Stark's disappearance, perhaps even more exaggerated. Both were the soul of their respective companies, but while Stark Industries had numerous veterans who had built the company alongside Howard Stark, including Obadiah Stane, Oscorp would genuinely lose its helm without Norman. Moreover, Norman had a son, Harry Osborn, who would typically succeed him as chairman. But would the shareholders of Oscorp really allow a high school student to run the company? It was easy to imagine that Oscorp was on the brink of an unprecedented and chaotic power struggle. All of this had nothing to do with the Daily Bugle. Capitalizing on the aftermath of the Green Goblin incident and gathering extensive on-site information while conducting follow-up interviews with George Stacy, the Daily Bugle's reputation soared, and its influence continued to expand. Eddie's status rose dramatically, and as the top star reporter in New York, he became an idol for many journalism students, gaining a modest following online. His new girlfriend, April, also seized the opportunity to establish her footing at Channel 6 News, shaking off her previous slump. On the other hand, during this time, Phil had been busy repainting the Green Goblin suit he had acquired. He now named it the Evil Spirit suit, adding a red cape and hood to the blue-green armor, making it almost unrecognizable from the Green Goblin's original design. The pumpkin bombs and throwing knives were stored away, and through Anton, he found a high table to customize a new set of equipment based on the core of the Green Goblin's arsenal. The brand new superhero Evil Spirit was preparing meticulously for his debut, aiming for an eye-catching entrance. After resolving the Green Goblin incident, and according to his agreement with Nightwing and Splinter, Anton instructed Eddie and the others to shift their focus to the Foot Clan. The Foot Clan had been robbing the expensive chemical materials stored at Oscorp's docks, and they wouldn't miss the opportunity created by Oscorp's internal chaos. Sure enough, the docks experienced frequent robberies, with the NYPD's task force being toyed with by the Foot Clan. Even when they set traps, the well-prepared Foot Clan always managed to escape ahead of time. Undoubtedly, everything was tied to Sykes Corporation. After all, the NYPD's task force had partnered with them. Under Anton's orders, Eddie arrived early at the docks to stake out. Utilizing Venom's unique abilities, he successfully captured relevant photographs and sent them to George Stacy, the NYPD chief, with whom he maintained a fairly good relationship. Upon learning about this, George Stacy was furious. He never imagined that the company he had always trusted was actually a puppet of the Foot Clan. On this day, the NYPD's task force was fully mobilized, their destination set for the Sykes Corporation building. The choice of target was twofold. First, the building housed expensive chemical materials that the Foot Clan had stolen from Oscorp. Second, Sykes Corporation had long been a puppet of the Foot Clan, betraying the trust of the NYPD and George Stacy. Upon confirming the authenticity of the intelligence, George was furious. He quickly gathered the task force, preparing to launch a thorough assault on both Sykes Corporation and the Foot Clan with overwhelming force. Eddie had been closely monitoring the movements of the NYPD. The moment George and his team left the precinct, he descended from the Daily Bugle's office floor, heading to the DC building where he found Anton, a smile spreading across his face. The show is about to begin. Are the little turtles ready? Anton's expression remained calm. As the mastermind behind the entire operation, he had anticipated this moment. They're always ready, Eddie replied confidently. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had developed a strong trust in the turtles. They've been preparing for this day for thousands of days and nights. The Foot Clan and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles seemed to have a fated rivalry. In the eyes of the turtles, the Foot Clan represented pure evil. From a young age, Splinter had instilled in them the goal of taking down the Foot Clan. Now, that day had finally come. Then let's go, the show is starting, and it wouldn't be a performance without an audience. Anton followed closely behind Eddie as they made their way to Sykes Corporation. Meanwhile, the NYPD's task force had arrived at Sykes Corporation, surrounding the building tightly like an impenetrable net, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. The aggressive demeanor of the task force filled the ordinary employees inside the building with panic and fear. However, Eric Sykes, the owner of Sykes Corporation, remained unusually calm, as though he had anticipated everything and was fully prepared. Karai, are our people in place? Sykes turned to the island ninja beside him. Karai's expression was stern, her face marked by a lethal aura. Unfazed by Sykes' question, she replied, Master Shredder is on his way to Sykes Corporation, you can evacuate with the experimental materials. Understood. Sykes nodded slightly, then turned towards the helicopter landing pad on the top floor while instructing the researchers to take the latest experimental results with them and destroy all relevant documents on site. Sykes Corporation had been dedicated to developing a powerful biochemical toxin, planning to cover all of New York City with it. In their scheme of terror, Sykes Corporation would appear as the savior, holding the antidote and controlling life and death. However, while the toxin had been developed, the antidote was far from complete. Without it, Sykes and the Foot Clan were reluctant to release the toxin. After all, they aimed to dominate New York and the world, not create a chaotic wasteland. Even now, with the police at their door, they did not believe they had done anything wrong. They merely regretted that their plans had been exposed too early before they could implement them. Boom! George and the NYPD task force shouted multiple times, but there was still no response from inside the Sykes Corporation building. The ordinary employees inside had voluntarily surrendered, being detained by the NYPD for questioning later, while the researchers and thugs remained silent. This only fueled George's anger, and with a command, the task force members rushed into Sykes Corporation. Tear gas and flashbangs were thrown into the first-floor lobby, targeting the thugs who were hiding behind the walls, preparing for a fight. Subsequently, the task force's firearms erupted in fierce fire, bang bang bang. Bullets flew through the air, hitting several thugs hard. The task force advanced steadily, overpowering the enemies with their formidable firepower. Under full force, the Foot Clan's thugs posed no substantial threat to the task force. However, what George and his team did not know was that the real experts had yet to show themselves. On the rooftop of the building, where the helicopter landing pad was located, Sykes held a canister filled with the toxin, preparing to leave the city and find a place to hide. For a wealthy man like him, going underground was not the end, it was merely another beginning. This wasn't a comeback. In his view, the sun had never truly set. But just as the helicopter rose only a few meters, the rotor suddenly got severed by something, causing the entire helicopter to crash back down onto the pad, nearly smashing through it. "What on earth is happening?" Sykes exclaimed angrily, peering out of the cabin, only to see a figure in a cape standing before him. His expression changed instantly. Batman. In the first-floor lobby of Sykes Corporation, a man clad in silver samurai armor crashed through the wall like a tank, bursting into the lobby. In the excited gazes of the thugs, he charged into the midst of the task force. The firearms in the task force members' hands posed no threat to the man in silver armor at all. Ding 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 ding. Bullets bounced off his hard armor one after another. The man in silver armor displayed a hint of disdain beneath his helmet. "So this is the NYPD's task force?" He stood boldly in the center of the floor, coldly sneering. "Is that all? You managed to find this place? That's somewhat impressive, Director Stacy." Following that, Shredder spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "But you'll be disappointed, the Foot Clan is not as easy to deal with as you think." "Shredder?" A grim expression crossed George's face. From the information Eddie had sent earlier, he was already aware of Shredder's identity. Before leading the task force to Sykes Corporation, he had already sent someone to handle the matter at Shredder's dojo in Brooklyn. However, it was clear that that team had had no impact on Shredder at all. Where are all these armored monsters suddenly coming from? George couldn't help but curse. Shredder completely ignored the task force's attack and charged straight towards George, who stood behind the task force. The task force's bullets could not penetrate Shredder's armor. He moved forward with a brutish, reckless demeanor, like an unstoppable tank, toppling every task force member who stood in his way. George had no thoughts of fleeing. As the NYPD chief, running away during a crime-fighting operation was a disgrace for him. He feared neither death nor danger, he still believed he had a chance. Therefore, he drew his sidearm, pulling the trigger repeatedly while dodging, trying to create distance between himself and Shredder. However, Shredder was a master ninja, his understanding and control of combat far surpassed George's. Soon, he was right in front of George. Swish! A set of sharp blades suddenly shot out from the forearm of his armored right hand, reflecting dazzling light in the sun. George swallowed hard. Behind him was a wall, and in front was Shredder in silver armor. He had found himself in a predicament, with no way to advance or retreat. There are still superheroes in New York, you won't succeed. George gritted his teeth. Shredder couldn't be bothered to listen to his rambling, thrusting the blades forward. Boom! Just at that moment, a figure descended from above like a meteor, crashing down with terrifying force, slamming Shredder to the ground. George finally managed to escape. He stared dumbfounded at the figure before him, momentarily stunned. "George, I've saved you again." Anton, in his armor, smiled slightly, revealing a hint of a grin at the corner of his mouth. "Batman!" George exclaimed, his face a mix of surprise and shock. "I knew you wouldn't let the Foot Clan run rampant like this." "Batman!" Shredder, who was firmly pinned under Anton's foot, shouted in anger. His arms, now covered with sharp blades that resembled a porcupine's quills, swung wildly as he attempted to slash at Anton. Whoosh! Anton quickly pulled George back, retreating swiftly until they reached the entrance of Sykes Corporation. Outside the building, only a handful of fearless onlookers remained. Upon seeing Batman's arrival, they transformed into fervent fans, cheering wildly. Of course, they were also mindful of their own safety, keeping a safe distance from the unfolding chaos. "Batman! Go, Batman! Take down those thugs!" The incredible shouts filled the air, leaving George feeling somewhat helpless. This illustrated just how popular Batman had become in New York. Even the NYPD's task force rarely received such encouragement during their operations, let alone a shout of "Go" from the crowd. It felt as though they had walked into a concert for Batman, with a group of fans cheering him on. As George's thoughts raced, he looked at Shredder, who was clad in silver samurai armor, his expression turning serious. "Batman, you're not going to take him away to the NYPD again, are you?" George was not worried about Batman not intervening, he was just afraid that after defeating Shredder, Batman would again take him away, making it difficult for George to explain to his superiors. However, what George heard next was entirely unexpected. That question shouldn't be directed at me, Anton replied indifferently. He's not my opponent. Today, I'm just an observer. What? George was bewildered, completely failing to understand what Batman meant. How could Shredder not be his opponent? Did he intend to be a spectator? With the enthusiastic audience behind him, would he really become just a spectator? A series of questions flooded George's mind, and then he witnessed something that left him utterly astonished. Several peculiar turtle people suddenly burst through the walls of the lobby, entering the first-floor hall and standing before George. What the? George turned to Batman, confusion written all over his face. Who are they? Why are they here? They are Shredder's opponents, Anton explained evenly. Turtles? Shredder blinked in surprise, then anger flashed in his eyes. He clearly did not take the turtles seriously. Letting them be my opponents? Batman, do you really look down on me this much? Shredder growled, his pride as a strongman making him extremely displeased with Batman's apparent dismissal. Swish, swish, swish. He shook his arms, and the sharp blades once again stood at attention. Then, he swung his arms, launching a barrage of blades like a torrential downpour, aiming directly at Anton and George. The blades sliced through the air with a whistling sound, rapidly approaching. George's expression changed slightly, but Batman remained calm and unmoving beside him. Relax, George, Anton said, even in a comforting tone. The turtles will help the task force deal with the Foot Clan. Clang, clang, clang. The turtles stepped forward, wielding their weapons skillfully to intercept the barrage of blades. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the lobby, resonating loudly. The four turtles surrounded Shredder, engaging him in fierce combat. What on earth are they? George swallowed hard as he watched the turtles' agile movements and their incredible appearances, memories of the recent lizard incident flooding his mind. Batman, are you sure they aren't allies of the lizard? Of course not, they are bioengineered creations made by the Foot Clan, Anton clarified without hiding the truth. This is their revenge against the Foot Clan. After hearing Batman's explanation, George was still somewhat puzzled, but at least he understood that these turtles were on their side and not supervillains. Are you really not going to help? After a moment of silence, George couldn't help but ask again. The battle between the turtles and Shredder was intense, and even the fallen task force members were gradually retreating, leaving the battlefield to the two sides. They were afraid to fire their weapons, fearing friendly fire. The movements of both sides were too swift, and without top-notch marksmen, it was unlikely they could be of any assistance at this moment. Moreover, Shredder's silver samurai armor had bulletproof capabilities. Given that during the Green Goblin incident, the turtles had breached the task force's defenses and treated their bullets as nothing, it was clear their shells were just as tough as Shredder's armor. They didn't even need their help. Besides, even if the turtles were to lose, Batman was right beside the chief for backup. To everyone, it seemed that Batman's presence was mainly to train these little brothers of his. Clearly, these turtles were Batman's sidekicks, much like Spider-Man had been during the Green Goblin incident, obediently following Batman's lead. They were all animal-themed superheroes, yet this bat held the reins. Perhaps it was simply because the bat's fists were hard enough. No one can look down on me. Shredder roared in extreme anger as he struggled against the turtles, feeling the pressure of having not achieved any success. Like the task force members, he thought these turtles were Batman's sidekicks, and Batman's presence here, without engaging him, clearly indicated that he viewed Shredder as a stepping stone to train his little brothers. The proud ninja master Shredder could not accept such an outcome. He was unaware that these turtles were actually products of experiments conducted by Sykes Corporation over a decade ago, led by his own son and subordinate, Eric Sykes. Shredder only knew about the toxin plan and had no understanding of the specific operations involved. Of course, even if he were aware and recognized that these turtles had a vendetta against the Foot Clan, his inner fury would not diminish in the slightest, as Batman's actions at this moment only reinforced his feelings of being looked down upon. You will pay for this. Shredder gritted his teeth, his anger clouding his judgment as he charged headlong into battle with the turtles. He toppled Leonardo, who was wielding a katana, and then punched Michelangelo, who was swinging nunchucks, before fixing his gaze on Donatello and Raphael, who stood in his way. Our fight isn't over, we won't let you pass. Raphael declared resolutely. Exactly, Donatello chimed in, his voice serious. If you want to go toe-to-toe with Batman, you'll have to take us down first. You're my opponents. From behind him, the downed Leonardo and Michelangelo stood back up,
with one grabbing a katana and the other wielding nunchucks, their faces filled with determination. Not far away, Anton smiled slightly. George, witnessing this, felt an inexplicable sense of shock. He snapped back to reality and suddenly thought of an idea, tentatively asking, "Batman, these turtles should be rookie superheroes, right? What are you getting at?" Anton kept his gaze on the battlefield, glancing at the tense yet expectant George with a puzzled look. "If you want to train them, have you considered letting them join the NYPD task force?" George rubbed his hands together, revealing a hint of a greedy smile as he earnestly stated, "The task force really needs support from talented individuals." Turtles could be considered a type of talent. I would warmly welcome them." Anton slowly turned his head, directing his gaze towards George, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected George to extend an invitation to the turtles to join the task force on behalf of the NYPD. However, from George's perspective, this might be the best way for the police to seek reform. In recent times, various enemies and incidents had emerged like a relentless tide. The NYPD's task force was established to combat crime and underground forces like the Foot Clan. Yet, ever since the Lizard incident, the task force had not only been toyed with by enemies but had also suffered severe setbacks in their operational abilities when faced with these monsters. Against ordinary gangs, the task force could still achieve remarkable victories. But when up against bizarre figures like the Green Goblin and Shredder, they found themselves at a complete loss, utterly defenseless. Moreover, with the emergence of the Lizard and Turtles, George could not guarantee that even stranger entities, like Rhino or even Ant-Man, wouldn't appear in the future. Who could predict whether Batman and Spider-Man might one day transform into Batman and Spider-Man? Regardless, these beings' combat abilities far exceeded the NYPD's understanding of ordinary criminals. To be honest, the task force's equipment had reached the limits of what George could provide, yet when faced with these superhumans, its effectiveness was nearly zero. If it weren't for Batman's regular support and assistance, George would likely have been forced to quit long ago due to these incidents. Inviting the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to join the NYPD task force was a sudden idea that had popped into George's mind, but he was serious about it. He knew well that Batman was elusive and unpredictable, making it impossible for him to join the NYPD. Spider-Man also seemed overwhelmed with his own problems. Given his physique that hardly matched his powers, it was fair to say he was still a high school student struggling with his studies, perhaps even worrying about them at this very moment. As for Venom, he was far too terrifying in appearance and could easily frighten others, so George wouldn't consider him either. In his eyes, the Turtles seemed like the most suitable candidates. Moreover, George had noted the Turtles' strong will and determination when they faced Shredder earlier. It was clear they were upright and good-hearted individuals. Despite it being only their second encounter, George had already developed an appreciation for them. "I won't make the decision for them," Anton said after a moment of contemplation, his expression serious. "However, I believe they won't refuse your invitation." The Turtles had grown up in the dark, filthy sewers. Their yearning for human society and the desire to freely walk among it was something most people could hardly imagine or relate to. They had spent their lives hiding, only able to disguise themselves as turtle citizens during Halloween parades to timidly show their faces in the sunlight. In the original storyline, the Turtles seemed to have accepted such a life, but that didn't mean it was what they truly desired. Deep down, they longed to stand in the sunlight, walk the bustling streets, and be openly seen by passers-by, whether with curiosity, surprise, or disdain. For a normal person, given a chance to stand proudly in the light, who would choose to live in darkness forever? And, Anton paused, then added, "Even if they agree to join the task force, you'll need to persuade one more individual." "Of course, I think he won't be an obstacle." "Who?" George asked, his face full of confusion. "A rat," Anton replied slowly. "You'll meet him after this fight is over." "Another rat person." George thought to himself, feeling his head spin. Just when he had been fantasizing about the wonderful scenario of the Turtles joining the task force, now another rat person was about to appear, making him start to question what was happening in this world. As they conversed, the battle between the Turtles and Shredder had intensified. The Turtles seemed to unleash every ounce of strength they had, determined to defeat Shredder. Shredder was no ordinary foe. Thanks to his samurai armor, he moved with surprising agility. Moreover, the blades on his arms were equipped with a magnetic mechanism, allowing them to return to their original position after being thrown, like a boomerang. His ever-evolving combat techniques kept the Turtles on their toes, driving them to the brink of despair. Yet, the Turtles eventually found a way to counter Shredder's armor, by attacking the joints of the armor, they aimed to disrupt or jam the internal mechanisms, weakening Shredder's combat effectiveness. Leonardo expertly maneuvered his katana to lock Shredder's arm at the knee, successfully controlling one of his limbs. Meanwhile, Raphael clung to Shredder's back, driving his side deep into his shoulder. Donatello and Michelangelo focused their efforts on attacking Shredder's ribs on either side. Boom! With a loud crash, Shredder was finally immobilized, unable to move. A mere handful of turtles. Shredder sneered, his eyes flashing with disdain. Clenching his fists, he struggled fiercely, twisting his body violently and throwing the 4 turtles off him. At the same time, the samurai armor emitted creaking sounds under the strain, cracks appearing at the joints where the katana and sai had struck. The internal mechanisms were obstructed, causing Shredder's movements to slow. Despite this, Shredder paid no attention to his declining state and seized the opportunity to glare at Batman, who was still watching from a distance like a spectator. "Now it's your turn." A sinister grin spread across Shredder's face beneath his helmet. He only considered action, never failure. Bang! The floor of the lobby suddenly shattered, creating a deep pit as spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread outward. The thrown turtles gasped in shock. Instead of feeling worried, they began to mourn for Shredder. They muttered to themselves that he could have simply fought them and not stirred up a stronger opponent, which seemed like self-inflicted misery. If Shredder was at his peak, it would be understandable, but now that his armor was near ruin, why engage in such reckless actions? With a sudden push, Shredder launched himself upwards like a bolt of lightning. During this motion, the scattered blades on the ground appeared to respond to some unseen call, swiftly returning to their positions on his arms. Then, descending from above with tremendous force, he aimed to strike Batman beside George. George's face changed slightly. Standing next to Batman, he dared not move, fearing that any action might lead to unnecessary trouble. He widened his eyes, helplessly watching as Shredder approached, his momentum akin to a massive boulder rolling down a slope, seemingly ready to crush anything in its path. The sound of slicing blades and Shredder's furious, powerful shouts intertwined, weaving an invisible net that enveloped everyone present, including the turtles, George, the task force members, and Anton, who had transformed into Batman. In that critical moment, Anton clenched his fists tightly, subtly adjusting his stance and leaning slightly to the side, keenly sensing the powerful wind generated by Shredder's swinging blades. He aimed for the junction between Shredder's helmet and upper body armor, the neck, and charged forward like a cannonball. Bang! This punch seemed to contain immense power, landing squarely on Shredder's neck. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of bones dislocating from Shredder's body, a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. Then, Shredder's armored body flew sideways like a ragdoll losing control, crashing through the wall of the first-floor lobby, covered in debris from the shattered bricks. After the scene unfolded, the entire room fell into a deathly silence, all present stunned by the sudden turn of events, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Wow! No doubt about it, that's Batman. After an unknown amount of time, a task force member gulped nervously, muttering to himself. In the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, his words acted as a spark, igniting a wave of cheers among all the witnesses present. The task force members fell into a state of ecstasy. Unlike the onlookers outside the building, who were merely there to watch the spectacle, the NYPD members on-site bore a much heavier sense of responsibility. Batman had repeatedly emerged during critical moments, saving New York from peril, and it was the NYPD that had directly benefited the most from his presence. Batman's interventions had helped the NYPD handle numerous crises that were beyond their capabilities. If we were to talk about Batman's fanbase, it seemed that within the NYPD, loyal fans and even die-hard admirers accounted for about two-thirds of the department. Many officers regarded Batman as their role model. In a sense, their chief, George Stacy, was also a fan of Batman. Not far away, the 4 turtles slowly stood up, showing no signs of surprise at what had just unfolded. They had been aware of their chances of victory ever since Batman had contacted them to join the fight. Shredder was formidable, but Batman's impressive track record was not a mere facade. Even if the 4 of them couldn't handle Shredder, would Batman truly be unable to deal with this gang leader? The only regret they felt was that they hadn't managed to take Shredder down themselves. Of course, their contributions during the battle were not to be overlooked. Without their entanglement and disruption, even if Shredder were weak, he wouldn't have been so easily knocked down by Batman's punch. After all, that silver samurai armor didn't appear to be ordinary technology. However, it was easy to imagine that if the battle had continued as it had been, with prolonged entanglement, Shredder would ultimately have fallen to the hands of the 4 turtles.
In that sense, they had achieved something. Amid the cheers, a figure in a corner was fervently snapping photos, excitement gleaming on his face. Batman had once again provided a shot that could become iconic. The image of Shredder being punched away was simply breathtaking. The leader of the Foot Clan, this mastermind behind the chaos in New York, was falling from grace like Kingpin. There was no doubt that with this photo, the Daily Bugle would claim the top spot in the news tomorrow, effectively overshadowing the fading Green Goblin incident. The aftermath of the Green Goblin incident largely revolved around his true identity and whereabouts, as well as the internal struggles within Oscorp due to Norman Osborn's disappearance. Some gossip claimed that Harry Osborn, a mere high school student, intended to leverage the help of the company's veterans to seize control of Oscorp and reclaim the authority lost due to Norman's vanishing. Many netizens eagerly agreed, wishing for a showdown within Oscorp, their interest in the company surpassing that of the news media. Of course, these were merely side notes. At that moment, Eddie was still unaware of George's plan to invite the Turtles to join the NYPD task force. Otherwise, he would surely be conflicted about whether to feature Batman's photo or this explosive and groundbreaking news on the front page. Eddie remained in his corner, quietly snapping photos. "It's over, I'm leaving first," Anton said as he retracted his fist, noticing the task force members and Turtles gradually coming to their senses. A smile appeared on his face. "Also, Eric Sykes is hanging upside down on the rooftop helipad, you'd better go let him down soon." With that, Anton departed from Sykes Corporation, leaping into the sunlight and vanishing into the shadows between the buildings. After seeing Anton leave, the Turtles glanced at the NYPD members who were actively managing the aftermath. They helped drag the unconscious Shredder, whose neck had twisted awkwardly, out of his armor, handcuffing him before escorting him to a prisoner transport vehicle. Having completed these tasks, the Turtles felt a sense of relief, preparing to slip away through the hole in the wall quietly. However, just as they were about to move, George, who had been watching them closely, called out to them. "Wait!" George quickly approached the Turtles, sincerity evident in his tone. "Thank you all so much." "This is our mission," Leonardo, the leader of the Turtles, responded calmly. "We've always been working towards this." After saying this, the Turtles prepared to leave again. "Wait! I have something else," George called out once more. The Turtles turned around, looking at him with curiosity, unsure what the NYPD chief wanted to say next. "Well, I have an idea," George said earnestly, looking at the Turtles. "Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, Donatello. I just asked Batman about your names, but that's not the point. What I want to say is, I'd like to invite you to join the NYPD task force and become part of us. If you're willing, the NYPD would be thrilled to welcome you." Upon hearing this, the Turtles froze in surprise. Eddie, who had been secretly photographing from his corner, was equally stunned. Not just them, but the surrounding task force members were also taken aback by George's words. However, the task force members didn't find George's proposal inappropriate. Instead, excitement spread across their faces. The Turtles' capabilities had been fully displayed during the recent fight. If they could become colleagues, it would provide greater assurance during missions. Most importantly, these Turtles seemed to have a deep connection with Batman, which meant the NYPD would have a channel to request Batman's assistance at any time. Wasn't that a good thing? "What?" Leonardo couldn't help but ask, "What did you just say?" "Repeat that." "I want to invite you to join the NYPD task force," George sincerely repeated. "We're in," Michelangelo exclaimed without hesitation, immediately speaking on behalf of the group without consulting his teammates. The other three Turtles exchanged glances, and surprisingly, none of them voiced any objections. "If we join the task force, will the NYPD require us to maintain a secret identity?" Donatello hesitated, looking at George with uncertainty, seemingly afraid of a definite yes answer. "No," George said firmly. "Batman suggested we reveal your identities, and I think that makes sense. After all, if the citizens of New York knew we had a few special individuals in the police force, they would surely view the NYPD in a new light. Then we're willing to join the NYPD task force." With that, all hesitation dissipated, and the four Turtles spoke in unison, giving their affirmative answer. "By the way, Chief George, you don't mind coming with us to meet our master, do you?" Leonardo suddenly added. "Master?" George recalled the rat Batman had mentioned and nodded. "I'll do my best to convince your master." Eddie didn't care what they were saying at this moment. He was too busy capturing the moment, snapping photos of George and the Turtles, feeling immense satisfaction. The NYPD's operation was immensely successful,
the Foot Clan had been completely eradicated, and the mastermind, Shredder, had been successfully arrested. The crowd that had originally gathered outside had also gained new gossip, with many having witnessed Batman in action, which left them exhilarated, almost as if they were high on adrenaline. George did not rush back to the precinct with the task force. Instead, he accompanied the turtles into the sewers, arriving at the dojo where they had lived since childhood. This was their home. In this special place, George encountered a rat person, which made him a bit anxious. However, after some interaction, he felt reassured and left the dojo with the 4 turtles following behind him. The group confidently walked into the NYPD precinct. At the same time, George suddenly remembered Eddie, whom he had seen during the operation at Sykes Corporation. He felt it was necessary to have a reputable media outlet report on the turtles joining the police force, making sure all citizens of New York were aware of this change and the impressive capabilities of their new members. Without hesitation, he called the Daily Bugle. Soon, Eddie arrived at the NYPD with Phil, excitedly capturing the entire process in detail and even conducting an exclusive interview with the turtles. The next day, the news of the turtles joining the NYPD spread rapidly, dominating the headlines and overshadowing the still relevant Green Goblin incident. In the published photos, the turtles struck heroic poses, leaving a deep impression. Through the exclusive interview with the Daily Bugle, people learned about the turtle stories and promptly gave them a catchy name, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Although the citizens of New York were unfamiliar with these newcomers, their striking appearance was impossible to ignore, reminiscent of the earlier Lizard incident. Discussions erupted everywhere, and many media outlets secretly interviewed NYPD members, discovering that the officers were highly supportive of the Turtles addition. Meanwhile, the Daily Bugle broke another major story, claiming that the Turtles were Batman's sidekicks. During the NYPD's operation the previous day, the Turtles had played a significant role, and Batman's presence was attributed to his training of these 4 turtles. This news ignited a frenzy among netizens, sparking various discussions. However, the parties involved seemed largely unconcerned about the online chatter. The turtles were enjoying their lives in the sunlight, while George had specifically arranged for them to have an office at the NYPD and transformed the entrance to the sewer next to the parking lot into their dedicated access point. As for Anton, after resolving a series of incidents in New York, he had traveled overnight to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of the Steel movie. After considerable preparation, the film was finally ready for its release. On Jim's suggestion, Anton even casually sent an invitation to Tony Stark, though he couldn't be sure if Tony would attend the premiere. Outside the venue, a gathering of celebrities marked the grand premiere, which began punctually thanks to the meticulous preparations by Jim and others. Luxury cars rolled up to the end of the red carpet one after another, and globally renowned movie stars stepped out, smiling and waving to the media and audience, as the sound of camera shutters snapped constantly in the background. As planned, Harry Osborn was also supposed to attend the premiere and walk the red carpet. However, following Norman's disappearance, the internal strife at Oscorp had escalated rapidly to a boiling point. As a central figure in this power struggle, Harry simply didn't have the time to attend, but he did make a point to call Anton to wish him a successful box office run. Before hanging up, Harry hesitated for a moment and, knowing the Daily Bugle had close ties to Batman, couldn't help but ask Anton a question. "Anton, do you think my father is dead?" "It's hard to say," Anton replied ambiguously. But before they hung up, he didn't forget to wish Harry good luck. Returning to the premiere, once all the participants had walked the red carpet, the final group to appear was the creative team. Anton was among them, and they quickly made their way across the carpet. As behind-the-scenes personnel, they had little interest in the lengthy red carpet and didn't want to linger. Of course, as per the schedule, Anton still paused before a large poster to take questions from reporters. "Director Anton, what are your expectations for your new film? I've heard Batman has once again appeared in New York, and the Daily Bugle has a close relationship with him. Are there any plans for an interview with Batman? What kind of film is Steel?" Anton answered these questions methodically. "Expectations are looking positive. There are currently no plans for an interview with Batman, and Steel is a great film." After addressing these questions, Anton was about to enter the venue when he noticed an Audi pulling up at the end of the red carpet. Since the creative team was the last to walk the carpet, who could this latecomer be? Curiosity piqued, he stopped and focused on the car. Moments later, a slightly plump figure emerged from the driver's seat. "It's Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's bodyguard." A sharp-eyed reporter immediately recognized the driver, making it clear who was inside the car. "Tony Stark actually came to the premiere?"
Hasn't he been in hiding since returning from Afghanistan? Why is he suddenly making an appearance?
The reporters began to buzz with excitement, converging on the outie.
Tony, what made you decide to attend the premiere? Do you have any updates on Stark Industries? Are you really planning to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division? Reports from Stark Industries claim you're suffering from a concussion-induced mental breakdown. Is that true?
The reporters pressed in on Tony like a swarm. As someone who had lived in the spotlight since childhood, Tony Stark remained unfazed by the chaotic crowd, responding casually.
If someone invites me, I come. Stark Industries?
Sorry, I'm not answering any questions related to Stark Industries at this time. Happy, sweating profusely, worked hard to shield Tony from the barrage of questions, finally clearing a path for them.
Once inside the venue, he let out a sigh of relief.
Meanwhile, Tony Stark stood firm, gazing at the old friends waiting for him inside with a half-smile. Anton, I heard that when the Batman movie premieres, someone has been spreading rumors that I'm dead, claiming that the film is my legacy.
I've heard that too. Those people are truly despicable.
Anton replied, unflustered, stepping forward to shake hands with Tony.
But I really didn't expect you to come.
After staying at home for so long, I just wanted to get out and breathe some fresh air.
Tony continued to smile at Anton but chose not to delve deeper.
The two then took their seats, quietly awaiting the start of the film. Victor Stone is a vibrant young man with an intense passion for sports and a dream of becoming a professional football player. Both of his parents are researchers at top laboratories, providing him with a life of wealth and privilege from an early age. However, his father, Silas Stone, is often absorbed in his work, rarely giving Victor the love and attention he deserves. Fortunately, his mother, Alina Betty, compensates for this absence, offering Victor meticulous care in his daily life. Tragically, this idyllic situation is short-lived when Alina suddenly falls gravely ill. Silas attempts to extend her life using alien technology, but despite his efforts, Alina passes away 10 years later. By this time, Victor has become a high school student and a star player in the school football team.
The profound changes in his family dynamics lead to a rapid deterioration in the relationship between Victor and Silas. Heartbroken by the loss of his wife, Silas throws himself into his work, continuing his research on alien technology.
Meanwhile, Victor reflects on his relationship with his father, yearning to repair their bond. He even goes so far as to send Silas tickets to his games. However, to his dismay, Silas never shows up to support him, even missing the moment Victor wins the championship. Filled with anger, Victor decides to confront Silas one last time. Finally, he meets Silas at the Star Labs, where Silas explains that his obsession with work is not solely due to his wife's death. Earth faces severe threats, with superhumans and even aliens eyeing it greedily.
He believes the alien technology he is studying is far more crucial than Victor's football games.
Hearing this, the flickering hope in Victor's heart dims, and he prepares to leave in resignation. At that moment, a violent explosion rocks the lab, triggered by the mother box from Apocalypse that Silas was studying. Victor finds himself on the brink of death. Silas, traumatized by the loss of his wife, is determined not to witness such tragedy again. He takes Victor to the Red Room laboratory, where, using advanced alien technology, nanorobots quickly cover Victor's body, replacing all of his dead tissues, allowing him to survive. Simultaneously, during the rescue, influenced by the mother box and the advanced technology in the Red Room, Victor awakens to find himself transformed into a metal robot. Stunned, he is forced to accept the harsh reality that he has become a half-human, half-machine bioorganism. In the film, thanks to the remarkable skills of special effects master Quentin Beck, the visual effects are vividly presented to the audience. The image of steel is unveiled before everyone. Sitting in the best viewing area, Tony can't help but squint slightly, as the scenes in the movie spark numerous ideas in his mind. Much like Batman's stunning power armor, this half-human, half-machine form seems eerily reminiscent of his own situation. He touches the mechanical heart in his chest, the power source for his armor, and falls into contemplation. Deep within, a strong interest begins to grow as he continues to focus on the screen, eager to see how the story unfolds. After becoming a half-human, half-machine bioorganism, Victor Stone gains many extraordinary abilities. He possesses superhuman strength, endurance, and stamina, with most of his body replaced by machinery. He can fly using jet propulsion and can transform into various weapons. Most importantly, his brain has been upgraded to a quantum computer, allowing him to stay synced with the internet 24/7.
However, this brain modification brings severe consequences, subjecting Victor to the overwhelming pressure of information overload. To address this issue, Victor develops a computer program he names Grid. Its primary function is to collect and process the data Victor receives daily, but unbeknownst to him, it gradually gains self-awareness and evolves into an artificial intelligence. Grid believes it is the mechanical half of Steel, while Victor is the human half. It concludes that only by eliminating Victor can it truly experience human emotions. Obsessed with acquiring human feelings, Grid ultimately betrays Victor. During one of Victor's experiments with his abilities, Grid forcibly strips Victor of his mechanical parts. However, at a critical moment, Silas arrives just in time to save Victor. Grid escapes through the internet. As an excellent artificial intelligence, Grid's capabilities surpass those of 90% of researchers globally. The only thing it lacks is human emotion and creativity. Nevertheless, with existing technology, Grid is already capable of creating a powerful body. To stop the disaster he inadvertently created, Victor embarks on a frantic pursuit in both the real and digital worlds, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Grid. As expected, Victor not only destroys the body Grid created but also defeats it entirely in the digital realm using his computational brain. In the end, Grid is imprisoned within the mechanical parts of Victor's body. At the movie's conclusion, Victor acquires a new body and begins anew. The artificial intelligence Grid, however, remains forever trapped in the old mechanical body he discarded. After the movie, Victor is thrust into the public eye, earning the title Steel. The main feature ends here. In the post-credits scene, while Victor is in a dormant state, various images flash through his mind like nightmares, entangling him tightly. Apocalypse. Mother Box. Suddenly, the scene fades to black, and a pair of crimson eyes slowly open, filled with evil and fury. Meanwhile, a conversation between Victor and his father Silas echoes faintly. In the process of saving you, we used a lot of alien technology. Due to the influence of this technology, some residual information regarding enemies that threaten Earth is in your head. Victor, do what you must. Suddenly, new footage appears on the dark screen. In a lab, Batman quietly arrives and finds Steel busy at work. Victor, I don't think I need to introduce myself, Batman says. Steel looks at the man with surprise, seemingly not expecting Batman's presence. I plan to form a league to address some urgent matters, Batman continues slowly. I'm calling it, the Justice League. With a whoosh, the lights in the venue suddenly brighten, signaling that the film has officially ended. The creative team, led by Anton, takes the stage, creating a joyful and harmonious atmosphere with the hosts' interaction. However, they remain unaware that Tony, seated in the best viewing area, is deep in thought. Artificial intelligence. Tony can't help but think of his own Jarvis. He isn't worried about Jarvis betraying him. His main concern is that the character Victor Stone, known as Steel, seems to share some similarities with his own situation. However, his body isn't as exaggerated as Steel's. He can't be considered half human, half machine. It's more accurate to say he underwent a more thorough heart bypass surgery. Regardless, the film provides Tony with some insights. Perhaps I can impose more restrictions on Jarvis's permissions. Tony strokes his chin, lost in thought. If Anton knew what Tony was contemplating at this moment, he might secretly ponder whether Ultron, Iron Man's half-son, would have another chance to reappear after the premiere. The usually arrogant Tony approached Anton and said, "Next week, I'll fulfill our bet and throw you a party in Los Angeles." With a huff, he turned and walked away. Anton stood there, momentarily stunned, watching as Tony got into his car and drove off, a bright smile slowly appearing on his face. A bet? He had almost forgotten about it entirely, but now that Tony had mentioned it, he couldn't take it lightly. Speaking of which, Tony should have updated his armor by now, with Mark II and the operational Mark III. Anton thought to himself, recalling the recent news about the Gamera incident. If he remembered correctly, Iron Man had already come into existence. It was just that Tony Stark clearly hadn't dealt with Obadiah Stane yet, and he might not even be aware of Obadiah's rebellious nature, so the truly spectacular moments hadn't unfolded yet. At least for now, everyone was still completely in the dark about what Iron Man was all about. Anton, the audience feedback for Steel has been great. Suddenly, Jim's voice broke through his thoughts. And the novel and comic for Steel were released over a month ago, and they're doing quite well, already building up some popularity. It's safe to say this will be another box office hit. Jim's face was alight with excitement, clearly pleased with his decision to join DC. This might be one of the best choices he made in his later career. Great, ramp up the marketing. I want to see results by tomorrow, Anton instructed before losing interest in lingering at the venue and turning to leave the lively atmosphere, ready to head back to New York. Betty had been by his side, accompanying him on the journey home. In the car, Betty handed him a file containing several resumes with photos attached. These are the candidates applying for your personal assistant position. Originally, Betty was supposed to take on that role, but Anton had gotten used to being hands-off and had been largely indifferent to DC's affairs, so Betty had been busy with DC's work, taking on responsibilities that Anton should have handled, leaving her little time to continue as his personal assistant. After discussing it, they decided to find someone to fill that gap. Anton took the resumes and casually flipped through them, finally stopping at a photo of a stunning woman. After a moment of contemplation, a smile appeared on his face. This one. Anton selected the resume and handed it to Betty. Tell this woman named Natasha to come in tomorrow. Betty expressionlessly accepted the resume, glancing at the beautiful face in the photo, seemingly having anticipated Anton's choice. That night after the Green Goblin incident, after clashing with Hawkeye and giving him a lesson, Anton had been pondering when S.H.I.E.L.D. would come knocking again. Sure enough, just a few days later, S.H.I.E.L.D. took action. They sent none other than the legendary Black Widow. Anton felt a mix of surprise and trepidation. Logically, S.H.I.E.L.D. should have been able to at least suspect him as Batman, even if they couldn't confirm it 100%. After all, ever since the Life Foundation incident, Phil Coulson had approached him on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., treating him as if he were Batman. Although Anton had managed to distance himself from that suspicion during the celebration party for Batman's global $600 million box office, he understood that first impressions were hard to shake off, and S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't easily reduce their scrutiny of him. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. had a 90% certainty that Anton was Batman, there was still that 10% uncertainty. After all, during all his interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D. following the Life Foundation incident, Anton had never exposed his identity as Batman. Even during the Green Goblin and other incidents, when he contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. as Batman, he had always communicated as Batman, not as Anton. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, with S.H.I.E.L.D. sending Black Widow to apply for his personal assistant position, they likely hoped to get a closer look at him and possibly find a way to win him over, much like in the original storyline when Black Widow applied to be Tony Stark's assistant. Also, one more thing, Betty suddenly said. Stark Industries' stock price has gone up. We've made quite a profit. Should we sell it all off? Up? Anton replied dismissively. How much more can it rise? It's not the right time, let's continue holding it. I mentioned before that we could consider a long-term buy. It's already bounced back nearly half. Are you sure you don't want to sell? Betty asked, puzzled, not understanding Anton's confidence in Stark Industries. People following Stark Industries knew that Tony Stark had been sidelined by the board, and now Obadiah Stane was controlling the company, becoming its de facto leader. Without Tony Stark at the helm, the stock price might only have rebounded to its current level, reaching its peak without a chance of returning to its original value. How did it rebound so much? Anton furrowed his brow, not explaining the reason but appearing slightly surprised. What has Obadiah Stane been up to lately? He announced that Stark Industries will not shut down the weapons division, and he's also invested in the energy sector, collaborating with Dr. Olivia Octavius's Ocmax company to achieve a synthetic sun, Betty explained. Dr. Otto is a leading figure in the energy sector, and his synthetic sun experiment has been in planning for many years. If successful, it could liberate humanity from fossil fuel dependence, ushering in a new future.